The Guardians by John Grisham. Duke Russell sits innocent of the terrible crimes that put him behind bars, yet the state plans to take his life in just over an hour and a half. On these awful nights, the minutes always seem to accelerate, rushing toward that final moment. I've endured 2 of these grim vigils before in other places, one ending with my client's last breath, the other halted by a last-second reprieve. The clock can tick all it wants. It won't happen tonight. Alabama's officials might eventually manage to serve Duke his final meal and administer the lethal injection, but not now. He spent 9 years on death row, a relatively short stretch here where 15 is typical and 20 isn't unheard of. An appeal is currently making its way through the 11th Circuit in Atlanta, and once it lands on the right desk in the next hour, this execution will be stopped. Duke will return to the bleak isolation of his cell, surviving to face another date with the executioner. He's been my client for 4 years. His defense includes a large Chicago firm donating thousands of pro bono hours and an overextended anti-death penalty group from Birmingham. When I became convinced of his innocence, I stepped in to lead the fight. Right now, I'm handling 5 cases I believe are wrongful convictions. I've already witnessed one client die, a man I still consider innocent. I just couldn't prove it in time. Once is more than enough. For the 3rd time today, I approach Alabama's death row and stop at the front door's metal detector where 2 stern guards stand watch. One holds a clipboard and glares at me as if he's already forgotten my name since my visit 2 hours prior. Post. Cullen Post, I tell him. Here for Duke Russell. He makes a show of studying his clipboard like it contains state secrets, finds my name, and nods toward a plastic basket on a short conveyor. I drop in my briefcase and cell phone just like before, watch and belt, I ask, unable to resist the sarcasm. No, he grunts, the words seeming to require real effort. I pass through the detector, am cleared, and once again, an innocence lawyer enters death row unarmed. Retrieving my things, I follow the other guard down a stark hallway to a wall of bars. He gives a nod, switches click and clang, the bars slide open, and we move deeper into this grim building. Rounding a corner, we find a group of men waiting outside a windowless steel door. 4 in uniform, 2 in suits. One of the latter is the warden. He gives me a solemn look and steps forward. Got a minute? Not many, I reply. We step aside for a private word. He's not a bad guy, just doing a job he's new at, which means he's never carried out an execution. He's also the opposition, and whatever he's after, he won't get it from me. We huddle like old friends, and he whispers, "What's it looking like?" I glance around with mock seriousness. Gee, I don't know. Looks like an execution to me. Come on, Post. Our lawyers are saying it's a go. Your lawyers are idiots. We've already covered this. Seriously, Post. What are the odds right now? 50-50. I lie, watching the confusion settle on his face. He isn't sure how to take it. I'd like to see my client, I say. Sure, he replies, louder now, feigning frustration. He can't be seen as too cooperative, so he turns and walks off. The guards step back as one opens the heavy door. Inside the death room, Duke is stretched out on a cot, eyes closed. For the occasion, the rules permit a small color television tuned to whatever he chooses. It's on mute now, showing cable news gleefully covering wildfires out west. His countdown isn't making national headlines. Every state with the death penalty has its own peculiar rituals, all crafted to maximize the drama. Here, they allow full-contact visits with close family in a large visitation room, a small mercy in the midst of the grim theater. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the prisoner is transferred to the death room adjacent to the chamber where the execution will take place. Only a chaplain and an attorney are allowed to remain with him. His final meal arrives around 10:30. He can request anything he likes, though alcohol is prohibited. "How are you holding up?" I ask as he sits up, offering a faint smile. "Couldn't be better. Any updates?" "Nothing yet, but I haven't lost hope. We ought to hear something before long." Duke is a 38-year-old white man. Before his arrest for rape and murder, his record included a couple of DUIs and numerous speeding violations. nothing violent. In his youth, he was known as a reckless partier, but nearly a decade in solitary confinement has mellowed him. My role is to secure his freedom, a goal that currently feels almost delusional. I pick up the remote and switch to a Birmingham news channel, leaving the sound off. "You seem remarkably sure of yourself," he remarks. "I can afford to be. I'm not the one facing the needle." "You've got a strange sense of humor, Post. Try to stay calm, Duke." Calm? He swings his legs off the cot and smiles again, appearing oddly composed given the situation. He lets out a short laugh. "Remember Lucky Skelton?" "Can't say I do. They finally got him about 5 years back, but not before they served him 3 Last Suppers. 3 times he marched to the edge before they pulled him back. Each time he asked for sausage pizza and a cherry soda." "What did you order tonight?" "Steak and fries with a 6-pack of beer." "I wouldn't bank on the beer." "Are you going to get me out of here, Post?" "Not tonight, but I'm doing everything I can. If I walk out, I'm heading straight to a bar and drinking ice-cold beer until I black out." "I'll join you." "Look, it's the governor." He appears on screen and I turn up the volume. He stands before a cluster of microphones, camera lights glaring, dark suit, paisley tie, white shirt, every strand of tinted hair perfectly styled, a walking campaign commercial. With an air of grave solemnity, he declares, "I have conducted a thorough review of Mr. Russell's case and consulted extensively with my investigators. I have also met with the family of Emily Brune, the victim of Mr. Russell's crimes, and they strongly oppose any grant of clemency. After weighing all factors, I have decided to uphold the conviction. The court order remains in effect, and the execution will proceed. The people have spoken. Clemency for Mr. Russell is hereby denied." He delivers this with all the theatricality he can summon, then gives a slight bow and retreats from the cameras. His grand performance concluded, the show is over. Just 3 days ago, he spared 15 minutes for a private meeting with me, only to promptly share the details with his preferred journalists. If his review had been as thorough as claimed, he would know Duke Russell had no connection to the rape and murder of Emily Brune 11 years ago. I mute the TV again. No shock there. "Has he ever granted clemency?" Duke asks. Not a single time. A sharp knock sounds at the door before it swings open. 2 guards enter, one wheeling a cart bearing the last meal. They leave it and exit without a word. Duke eyes the steak, fries, and a modest slice of chocolate cake. "No beer," he observes. "Enjoy your iced tea." He sits on the cot and begins to eat. The aroma of the food is unexpectedly vivid, reminding me I haven't eaten in over a day. "Want some fries?" he offers. "No, thank you. I can't finish all this. For some reason, my appetite isn't really here." "How was your mother?" He takes a large bite of steak, chewing slowly. "Not well, as you'd imagine. Plenty of tears. It was a tough visit." The cell phone in my pocket vibrates. I pull it out, check the caller ID, and say, "This is it." I offer Duke a reassuring nod and answer the call. My phone buzzed with a call from a law clerk friend at the 11th Circuit. He told me his judge had just signed an order halting the execution, citing the need for more time to review whether Duke Russell's trial was actually fair. I asked when the news would break. "Immediately," he said. I looked at my client. "You gotta stay. No needle tonight. How fast can you finish that steak? Give me 5 minutes." He grinned, slicing into another piece. I negotiated with the clerk. "My client wants to finish his last meal. Can you give us 10? We haggled and settled on 7. I hung up and dialed another number. "Eat fast," I told Duke, who was now attacking his plate with the gusto of a man who'd just won the lottery. The man responsible for this wrongful conviction was a small-town prosecutor named Chad Fallwright. At that very moment, he was waiting in the administration building half a mile away, basking in what he thought would be the crowning achievement of his career. He expected to be led to a van with the victim's family and the local sheriff, driven here to death row and seated before a large glass window. He imagined the dramatic curtain pull, the moment of witnessing the execution he'd engineered for a prosecutor. There's no greater professional high. Chad, however, was about to be denied his trophy. He answered on the first ring. It's Post, I said. I'm over here on death row with some bad news. The 11th Circuit just issued a stay. Looks like you'll be slinking back to Verona with your tail between your legs, he sputtered. What the hell? You heard me, Chad. Your sham conviction is falling apart, and this is the closest you'll ever get to Duke's scalp, which, I have to admit, is still pretty darn close. The court has doubts about that little thing called a fair trial, so they're sending it back. The party's over. Sorry to spoil your big night. Is this a joke, Post? Absolutely. We're just rolling in the aisles over here on death row. You've enjoyed your day with the reporters. Now enjoy this. My disdain for this man couldn't be measured. I ended the call and watched Duke happily devouring his meal. With a full mouth, he asked, "Can you call my mother?" "No. Cell phones are for lawyers only in here, but she'll know soon. Hurry up." He washed the food down with sweet tea and dove into the chocolate cake. I grabbed the remote and turned up the volume on the small TV. Just as he was scraping his plate, a flustered reporter appeared on screen from somewhere on the prison grounds, stammering the news of the stay. He looked utterly lost, and chaos swirled around him. Seconds later, a knock came at the door. The warden entered, saw the TV, and said, "I guess you've heard." "That's right, Warden. Sorry to cancel the festivities. Tell your team to stand down and call the van for me, please." Duke wiped his mouth on his sleeve and started laughing. "Don't look so disappointed, Warden." "No, actually, I'm relieved," he claimed, but his expression betrayed him. He, too, had spent the day soaking up the media attention. His thrilling, headline-grabbing run had just ended with a fumble at the 1-yard line. "I'm out of here," I said, shaking Duke's hand. "Thanks, Post," he replied. "I'll be in touch." I headed for the door, pausing to tell the warden, "Please give my regards to the governor." A guard escorted me outside, where the cool night air hit me like a splash of water, sharp and revitalizing. He led me to an unmarked prison van just a few feet away. I climbed in, and he shut the door. The front gate I instructed the driver as we drove through the vast, silent complex of Holman Correctional Facility. A wave of exhaustion and hunger finally caught up with me, followed closely by a profound, quiet relief. I shut my eyes, take a long breath, and let it sink in that Duke gets to live another day. For now, I've kept him alive. Getting him out for good is going to require something even bigger. This place has been sealed up tight for the last 5 hours. No one in or out, as if the administration feared some kind of uprising to break Duke free. Now, finally, the lockdown is easing, the extra guards brought in to keep order are heading out, and all I want is to be gone. I thank my driver, climb into my Ford SUV parked near the front gate where the news vans are packing up, and I don't look back. A couple miles down the road, I pull over at a shuttered country store to make a call. His name is Mark Carter. 33 years old, white, renting a place in Bayless about 10 miles from Verona. My files have pictures of his house, his truck, his current girlfriend. 11 years back, Carter raped and murdered Emily Brown, and my job now is to prove it. Using a burner phone, I dial a number I shouldn't have. It rings 5 times before he answers. "Hello, Mark Carter. Who's asking?" "You don't know me, Carter. I'm calling from the prison." "Duke Russell just got a stay of execution, so I'm sorry to ruin your evening, but the case is still very much alive. You watching TV right now?" "Who is this?" "I'm sure you're glued to the screen, Carter, sitting there with your girlfriend, hoping the state would do your dirty work and kill an innocent man for you. You're a real piece of work, happy to let someone else die for what you did. What a coward. Say that to my face." "Oh, I will, Carter. In a courtroom, I'll find the evidence. And before long, Duke walks out and you take his place. I'm coming for you." I hang up before he can reply. Since gas is cheaper than a motel room, I often find myself driving empty highways late at night. I keep telling myself I'll catch up on sleep later, like some long rest is waiting just ahead. The reality is I doze in short stretches but almost never really sleep, and that's not going to change. I've taken on the weight of innocent people stuck in prison while the real criminals walk free. Duke was convicted in a small-minded town where half the jury could barely read, and all of them were swayed by 2 so-called experts trotted out by the prosecutor, Chad Fallwright. The first was a retired small-town dentist from Wyoming. Don't ask how he ended up in Verona, Alabama, who, dressed in a sharp suit and speaking with grave authority, claimed 3 marks on Emily Brune's arms matched Duke's teeth. This guy makes a living testifying for prosecutors all over the country, always for a fat fee, operating under the twisted belief that a rape isn't truly violent unless the attacker bites the victim hard enough to leave a permanent impression. It's laughable, a theory that should have been torn apart during cross-examination, but Duke's lawyer might as well have been asleep. The second expert was from the state crime lab, specializing in hair analysis. He told the jury that 7 pubic hairs found on Emily's body came from Duke. They didn't. They probably came from Mark Carter. But we can't prove that yet. The local investigators barely looked at Carter as a suspect, even though he was the last person seen with Emily before she vanished. Both bite mark and hair analysis have been widely discredited. They're part of that sad, ever-changing field defense lawyers call junk science. And who knows how many innocent people are locked away because of unqualified experts and their baseless theories. Any competent defense attorney would have torn those 2 expert witnesses apart on cross-examination. But the lawyer Duke got was not worth the $3,000 the state provided. In truth, he was utterly worthless. He had minimal experience with criminal cases, smelled strongly of alcohol throughout the proceedings, was completely unprepared, privately believed his client was guilty, racked up 3 DUI arrests the following year, lost his law license, and ultimately died from liver disease. And now I'm the one left to pick up the pieces and hunt for justice. Nobody forced me into this case. I walked into it willingly, as I always do. I'm on the interstate, driving toward Montgomery, which is still 2.5 hours away, giving me plenty of time to think and plan. Even if I checked into a motel, sleep would be impossible. I'm still buzzing from the last-minute miracle I just pulled off. I send a quick thank you text to the law clerk in Atlanta, then another to my boss, Vicki Gorley, who is hopefully asleep by now. Vicki runs our small foundation's office in the historic district of Savannah. She started Guardian Ministries 12 years ago with her own savings, driven by a deep Christian faith that sees this work as a direct calling from the Gospels to remember those in prison. She doesn't spend much time inside jail walls herself, but she works tirelessly, often 15 hours a day, fighting to free the innocent. Her commitment began years ago when she served on a jury that convicted a young man of murder and sent him to death row. 2 years later, the wrongful conviction came to light. The prosecutor had hidden evidence that pointed to innocence and had coaxed false testimony from a jailhouse informant, while police officers planted evidence and lied under oath. After the real killer was identified through DNA, Vicki sold her flooring business to her nephews, took the proceeds, and founded Guardian Ministries. I was her first hire. Now we have 1 additional staff member and a freelancer named Frankie Tatum. Frankie is a 45-year-old black man who decided as a teen that life in rural Georgia would be simpler if he went by Frankie instead of Francois. His mother had Haitian roots and gave all her children French names, which stood out in their remote English-speaking corner of the state. Frankie was the first person I helped exonerate. He was serving a life sentence in Georgia for a murder he didn't commit when I met him. At the time, I was an Episcopal priest at a small Savannah church running a prison outreach program, which is how our paths crossed. He was completely focused on proving his innocence, articulate and remarkably well-read, having taught himself criminal law inside prison walls. After just 2 visits, he had me convinced. Early in my legal career, I defended indigent clients and, after representing hundreds, had grown cynical, assuming everyone was guilty. I'd never paused to consider the reality of the wrongfully convicted until Frankie, digging into his case. I soon believed I could prove his innocence. Then I met Vicki, who offered me a job that paid even less than my church work. It still does. So Francois Tatum became Guardian Ministries' first official client. After 14 years behind bars, his family had completely abandoned him. His friends were long gone. His mother had left him and his siblings with an aunt and vanished. He never knew his father. When I visited him in prison, I was his first visitor in 12 years. All that neglect sounds heartbreaking, but it had an unexpected upside. Once freed and fully exonerated, Frankie received substantial compensation from the state of Georgia and the local authorities who had wrongfully imprisoned him. With no family or old friends circling to ask for money, he slipped into freedom quietly, like a ghost leaving no trail. He keeps a modest apartment in Atlanta, uses a post office box in Chattanooga, and spends most of his time traveling, savoring the open road. His money is tucked away in various banks across the South, hidden from anyone who might go looking. He keeps people at a distance, his trust eroded by past wounds, and a constant wariness that someone might see him as a wallet. I'm the exception. After his legal battles concluded, he tried to hand me a substantial check. I refused. Every cent of that settlement was hard-won, bought with years of his life behind bars. When I joined Guardian, I committed to a life of simplicity. If the men I represent can make it on $2 a day from meals, the least I can do is live just as lean east of Montgomery, near Tuskegee. I steer into a truck stop while the sky is still black, not yet 6 in the morning. The vast gravel lot is a sea of idling semis, their drivers catching sleep or grabbing an early bite. Inside the bustling cafe, the air is heavy with the smell of frying bacon and sausage. A wave from the back catches my eye. Frankie has a booth. Out here in rural Alabama, we exchange a firm handshake, skipping the backslapping hug that might raise an eyebrow in a crowded place like this. Not that we'd care. Frankie's net worth probably tops every other patron in the room combined, and he's kept the lean, alert physique from his prison years. He doesn't go looking for trouble, he just carries himself in a way that makes others think twice about starting any. Congratulations, he says. His voice even, that was cutting it close. Duke was about to dig into his last meal when the phone rang. He had to rush through it. You looked calm enough out there. All an act, the standard unflappable lawyer performance on the inside. My stomach was in knots. Speaking of which, you must be starving. Absolutely. I couldn't resist calling Carter on my way out of the prison. A slight frown crosses his face. All right, I'm sure you had your reasons. Not good ones. I was just too angry not to imagine being the actual killer, sitting there counting down the minutes, quietly rooting for an innocent man to get the needle. We have to take him down, Frankie. We will. A waitress appears, and I order eggs and coffee. Frankie opts for pancakes and sausage. He's as immersed in my cases as I am, devouring every file, memo, and transcript. What he considers fun is slipping into a town like Verona, Alabama, where he's a complete stranger, and quietly gathering information. He's bold but never reckless. Getting caught isn't an option. His freedom, earned through so much suffering, is too precious. We need Carter's DNA, I say. Whatever it takes. I know, I'm on it. You should get some rest. Don't I always need it? And as we're both aware, my position as the lawyer means I can't exactly go collecting his DNA through shady methods. But I can, right? He offers a faint smile over his coffee cup. The waitress brings my coffee and fills it to the brim. Maybe. We'll talk about that later. For the next few weeks, he'll be jumpy because of my call. Good. He'll slip up eventually, and we'll be waiting. Where are you headed now? Savannah for a couple of days, then down to Florida. Florida? The Seabrook matter? Yes, Seabrook. I've decided to take the case. Frankie's expression rarely gives anything away. His eyes are steady, his voice measured, each word chosen with care, a poker face honed for survival, for enduring long stretches of isolation. You certain about this? He asks, his doubt about Seabrook clear. The man is innocent, Frankie, and he has no one. Our food arrives, and we turn our attention to butter, syrup, and hot sauce. The Seabrook case has been sitting in our office for nearly 3 years, the subject of endless debate among the staff about whether to get involved. That's typical for us. Guardian is flooded with letters from inmates in all 50 states, each proclaiming innocence. Most aren't, so we sift through them carefully, selecting only those with the most compelling claims. And even then, we sometimes get it wrong. Frankie watches me for a moment. That could be a risky situation down there. I know we've been debating this for what feels like forever. All the while he's marking off the calendar, doing time for another man's mistake. He takes a bite of his pancakes and gives a slow, skeptical nod. I press him, "Frankie, when have we ever backed down from a fight worth having? Maybe this is the one to walk away from. You turn down clients constantly. This could be more trouble than all the others combined. You have a line of people needing your help. Are you losing your edge? No. I just don't want to watch you get broken. I operate in the background, Cullen. Nobody ever sees me. But your name is on every court document. You start poking around a place like Seabrook, and you're going to stir up a hornet's nest of dangerous people." I can't help but grin. That sounds like the best reason to dive right in. Dawn has broken by the time we step out of the diner. In the parking lot, we share a firm, backslapping hug before parting ways. I never know which road Frankie will take, and that's the magic of him. Every morning he wakes up a free man, whispers a prayer of thanks, climbs into his roomy, late-model pickup, and simply follows the sunlight. His liberty is a shot of adrenaline for me, a constant reminder of why I keep pushing. Without Guardian Ministries, he'd still be locked away. Chapter 3. There's no straight shot from Opelika, Alabama, to Savannah. I leave the highway behind and start winding through the heart of Georgia on quiet two-lane roads that gradually fill with morning traffic. This is familiar territory. Over the last decade, I've covered nearly every mile of highway across what some call the Death Belt, stretching from North Carolina clear to Texas. I nearly took a case in California once, but Vicky vetoed the idea. Airports make me uneasy, and Guardian's budget couldn't handle the flights. So I drive for hours on end, fueled by strong black coffee and audiobooks, cycling between stretches of quiet reflection and frantic phone calls, passing through a small town. I see the county courthouse and watch 3 young lawyers in sharp suits rushing inside, undoubtedly late for a hearing. That could have been me not so long ago. I was 30 when I walked away from practicing law the first time, and for a very good reason. That particular morning started with the grim report that 2 16-year-old white teenagers had been discovered with their throats slit. Both had also been sexually assaulted. The story was they'd been parked in a secluded spot when a group of black teens ambushed them and stole their car. The vehicle was found hours later. Someone in the gang was talking to the police. Arrests were happening. The gruesome details were already airing. This was, sadly, the standard breakfast news in Memphis. Last night's brutality was served up to a weary public perpetually asking, how much more can we stand? Yet, even for Memphis, this felt particularly vicious. Brooke and I watched from bed with our first cups of coffee, our usual routine. After the initial bulletin, I muttered, "This could get ugly." "It already is ugly," she corrected, her voice tight. "You know what I mean? Will they assign one to you?" "Start praying right now," I replied. By the time I stepped under the shower, a deep nausea had settled in, and my mind was racing with excuses to avoid the office. I had no stomach for food and skipped breakfast as I was heading out. The phone rang. It was my supervisor, telling me to get downtown fast. I gave Brooke a quick kiss and said, "Wish me luck, it's going to be a marathon." The public defender's office was downtown in the criminal justice complex. When I walked in at 8, the place had the silent, heavy air of a morgue. Everyone seemed to be hiding in their offices, avoiding any glance that might lead to conversation. Minutes later, our boss gathered the 6 of us from major crimes into the conference room. Working in Memphis, we were never short on clients. At 30, I was the youngest in the unit, and as I scanned the tense faces around the table, I had a sinking feeling. My name was next. Our boss laid it out. "Looks like there are 5 of them, all in custody now, ages 15 to 17. 2 are giving statements. Apparently they came across the kids in the back seat of the boy's car in the middle of things. 4 of the 5 young men facing charges were trying to prove themselves to a gang known as the Ravens, and their initiation required a specific horrific act, assaulting a white girl with blonde hair. Chrissy Spangler fit that description. The ringleader, Lamar Robinson, called the shots. They forced Will Foster to watch tied to a tree as they attacked Chrissy. When he cried out, they turned on him, inflicting brutal injuries before ending his life. Photographic evidence was being sent over from the Memphis police. Our group of 6 stood in stunned silence, the weight of the details settling in. My eyes drifted to a latched window. The idea of diving through it onto the pavement below held a strange, fleeting appeal. The briefing continued after taking Will's car. The group ran a red light on South 3rd Street, not their brightest move. A traffic stop led to 3 arrests, the officers spotting blood. 2 of those arrested started talking, laying out the gruesome story. They pointed fingers at the others, but their statements dragged all 5 into the mess. Autopsies were proceeding that morning. We were, without a doubt, fully entangled in this case. Initial court appearances were scheduled for that afternoon, and the media frenzy had already begun, with details spilling out everywhere. I edged closer to the window's cool glass. Then I heard my name. Post, you're assigned to a 15-year-old, Terrence Lattimore. So far, he hasn't said a word. After the other case assignments were handed out, our supervisor instructed us to head straight to the jail. Meet your clients immediately. Tell the police there will be no questioning without you present. These are gang affiliates, so expect zero cooperation, at least not this soon. He finished, his gaze sweeping over each of us, the chosen few for this nightmare, and added quietly, "I'm sorry." An hour later, as I approached the city jail entrance, a shout cut through the air, likely from a reporter. "Do you represent one of these murderers?" I kept my eyes forward, pretending not to hear, and pushed through the doors. In a sparse holding room, I found Terrence Lattimore shackled at the wrists and ankles, chained to a cold metal chair. Once alone, I introduced myself as his appointed lawyer and began with basic questions. All I received in return was a hardened smirk and a stare of pure contempt. Though only 15, he carried the weathered toughness of someone who'd seen too much, seasoned in the brutal realities of gang life, drugs, and street violence. His hatred for me, and for anyone with my skin color, was palpable. He claimed to have no fixed address and warned me to stay away from his family. His juvenile record listed 2 school expulsions and 4 prior charges, all violent. By midday, I was seriously contemplating resignation and a desperate search for any other line of work. Joining the public defender's office 3 years prior had been a last resort after striking out with private firms. Now, after 3 years wading through the grim trenches of the justice system, I was bitterly questioning my entire path. Why had I even gone to law school? The memory of that motivation felt lost. My daily reality forced me into close quarters with people I would cross the street to avoid in any other circumstance. The thought of lunch was laughable. None of us could stomach food. The 5 assigned attorneys regrouped with the supervisor to review the crime scene photos and preliminary autopsy findings. Anything I might have eaten would have ended up on the floor. What was I doing with my life? As a defense attorney, I was already weary of the old question. How can you defend someone you know is guilty? My go-to, straight from law school reply was always, everyone deserves a proper defense. It's a constitutional right. But sitting there, the hollow echo of that principle was almost deafening. Let's be honest, some acts are so monstrous, so utterly cruel, that the person responsible either deserves to face the ultimate penalty, if you believe in that, or to be locked away forever if you don't. Walking out of that grim meeting, I wasn't sure what I believed anymore. I retreated to my tiny closet-like office, at least grateful for a door I could lock against the world. Staring down from my office window, I let my mind drift to a distant, sun-drenched shore, where my only concern was the ice melting in my glass. It was a strange escape, one that didn't include Brooke. The sharp ring of my desk phone shattered the daydream, or maybe it was a waking hallucination. Time seemed to thicken, and my own voice felt foreign as I managed a strained hello, a reporter on the other end, already digging into the murders, as if I'd ever discuss that. I dropped the receiver back into its cradle. For the next hour, I moved through a fog, numb and queasy, fighting the urge to just bolt from the building. I did remember to call Brooke, my voice hollow, as I told her I'd been assigned one of the 5. By 2 that afternoon, the first hearing had been shifted to a larger courtroom, but it still couldn't contain the crowd. Memphis had plenty of police officers, and it seemed most of them were packed into the building that day, guarding doors and patting down every spectator and reporter who tried to enter. Inside, officers stood shoulder to shoulder down the aisle and lined the walls. Will Foster's cousin, a city firefighter, had arrived with a crew of his own, their postures tense and ready. A small group of black onlookers had gathered quietly in a back corner, putting distance between themselves and the grieving families up front. Reporters scribbled notes. Lawyers with no real stake in the case lingered out of morbid curiosity, and the air itself felt charged and heavy. I slipped into the jury room through a service door and peered out at the scene. The space was overflowing, a pressure cooker of rage and grief. When the judge called for order, the 5 defendants were led in, all clad in identical orange jumpsuits, linked together by chains. A collective stare fixed on them. Sketch artists' pencils flew across pads. More officers closed ranks behind the 5 as a human barricade. The defendants kept their eyes down, studying the floor until a booming shout erupted from the back. "Turn him loose, damn it! Turn him loose!" Officers swarmed to quiet the man as a woman's sharp cry pierced the noise. I took my place behind Terence Lattimore, alongside my 4 colleagues. As I did, my gaze drifted to the first 2 rows, filled with people who had loved the victims. Their eyes locked onto mine, burning with a hatred so pure it felt physical. Hated by my client, hated by those he'd hurt. What in God's name was I doing here? The judge brought down his gavel. "I will have order in this court," he stated firmly. "This is a first appearance. We are here to confirm the identity of the defendants and to ensure they have legal representation, nothing more. Now, who is Mr. Lamar Robinson?" Robinson lifted his head and muttered a reply. "How old are you, Mr. Robinson?" 17. Ms. Julie Showalter from the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Have you met with her?" My colleague Julie stepped forward, positioning herself as close as the chains would allow. The fact those restraints hadn't been removed spoke volumes about the judge's read on the room. Robinson gave a half glance toward Julie and shrugged. "Do you wish for her to represent you, Mr. Robinson?" "Can I get a black lawyer?" he asked. "You are free to hire anyone you can afford. Do you have the funds for a private attorney?" "Maybe. We'll revisit that. Next is Mr. Terence Lattimore." Terence lifted his eyes to the judge, his look so venomous it seemed to carry a thread of its own. "How old are you, Mr. Lattimore?" 15. "Do you have money for a private lawyer?" He shook his head. "Do you accept Mr. Cullen Post from the Public Defender's Office as your counsel?" He offered another indifferent shrug. The judge then turned to me. "Mr. Post, have you consulted with your client?" Mr. Post had no answer. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I took a step backward, my eyes fixed on the bench where the judge regarded me with an empty expression. "Mr. Post?" he said. The courtroom was hushed, yet a sharp, ringing noise filled my ears, making it hard to think. My legs felt weak, and each breath was a struggle. I retreated another step, then turned and pushed my way through the line of officers. Reaching the bar, I fumbled with the swinging gate and moved down the center aisle, brushing past one cop after another without anyone stopping me. The judge called out something like, "Mr. Post, where are you going?" but I had no answer. I pushed through the main doors, leaving the courtroom behind, and went directly to the restroom. Locking myself in a stall, I was sick until there was nothing left. After splashing cold water on my face at the sink, my awareness blurred. I vaguely recall being on an escalator, disconnected from any sense of time or place. I don't remember exiting the building. The next thing I knew, I was in my car driving east on Poplar Avenue, away from the city center. Without thinking, I ran a red light and almost caused a serious accident. Hearing furious horns blare behind me, at some point, I realized I'd left my briefcase in the courtroom, and the thought actually made me smile. I knew I'd never see it again. My mother's parents had a small farm about 10 miles west of Dyersburg, Tennessee, my hometown. I arrived there that afternoon, though I'd lost all track of time and don't recall deciding to go home. My grandparents were startled to see me. They told me later, but they quickly understood I needed help. When they asked me questions, all they got was a distant, empty stare. They put me to bed and called my wife Brooke late that night. Paramedics loaded me into an ambulance. With Brooke beside me, we traveled 3 hours to a psychiatric facility near Nashville. There were no beds available in Memphis, and honestly, I didn't want to go back there anyway. In the days that followed, I began therapy and medication, with long sessions alongside psychiatrists slowly starting to face my breakdown. After a month, we were notified that the insurance coverage was ending. It was time to leave, and I was more than ready to get out. I refused to return to our apartment in Memphis, so I went to live with my grandparents. It was during this period that Brooke and I decided to end our marriage. About midway through our 3 years together, we had both quietly realized we couldn't spend our lives with each other, and trying would only lead to unhappiness. We hadn't discussed it before, and we rarely argued. Somehow, in those difficult days on the farm, we found the courage to speak honestly. We still cared for one another, but we were already drifting apart. We initially agreed to a 1-year trial separation, but even that plan was soon set aside. I have never blamed her for leaving because of my breakdown. I wanted out, and so did she. We parted with sadness, but promised to stay friends, or at least try. That didn't really work out either. Just as Brooke was exiting my life, something else was entering. It arrived in the form of Father Benny Drake, the Episcopal priest from my home church in Dyersburg. Benny was around 40, relaxed and sharp with a bit of a colorful vocabulary. He usually wore faded jeans along with his clerical collar and black jacket, and he quickly became a bright spot in my recovery. His weekly visits soon turned into almost daily ones, and I looked forward to our long talks on the front porch. I trusted him instantly and admitted I had no desire to return to practicing law. I was only 30 and wanted a new path, one focused on helping people. The idea of spending my life suing others, defending the guilty, or working in a high-pressure firm held no appeal. The closer I grew to Benny, the more I wanted to emulate him. He saw something in me and gently suggested I at least consider the ministry. We shared extended prayers and even longer conversations, and gradually I began to sense a calling. 8 months after my final day in court, I relocated to Alexandria, Virginia, and began my studies at the seminary, dedicating myself to 3 years of rigorous theological training. To cover my expenses, I took a part-time job as a research assistant at a massive law firm in Washington, D.C., putting in 20 hours each week. I despised every minute of it, though I learned to hide my disdain behind a professional facade. Each week served as a stark reminder of why I had walked away from legal practice in the first place. At 35, I was ordained and accepted a role as associate priest at Peace Episcopal Church on Drayton Street, nestled in Savannah's historic district. The vicar, a compassionate man named Luther Hodges, had run a prison ministry for years, driven by the loss of an uncle who died incarcerated, and a deep commitment to those society had cast aside. Just 3 months after settling in Savannah, I crossed paths with Mr. Francois Tatum, a man who embodied that very notion of being forgotten. 2 years later, the moment I walked Frankie out of prison gates was the most profound joy I had ever known. I had found my purpose. It felt like fate when I was introduced to Vicki Gorley, a woman with a fierce mission of her own. Guardian Ministries operates from a modest corner of an aging warehouse on Broad Street in Savannah. The rest of the vast building is leased to the flooring company Vicki sold off years ago. She still owns the property and rents it to her nephews, who manage the business, channeling most of that rental income directly into Guardian's work. It's approaching noon when I pull up and head inside, not anticipating any grand welcome, and I don't get one. We don't have a receptionist or a waiting area. There's no need for a cozy spot to greet clients, since all of them are behind bars. We can't afford administrative staff, so we handle everything ourselves: typing, filing, scheduling, answering phones, making coffee, taking out the trash. For lunch, Vicki usually slips away for a quick meal with her mother at a nursing home down the road. Her impeccably tidy office is empty now. I glance at her desk, not a single paper out of place. On the credenza behind it sits a framed color photograph of Vicky with Boyd, her late husband. He built the original company, and after his untimely death, she stepped in and ran it with an iron fist until the justice system ignited her anger and she founded Guardian across the hall, is the office of Maisie Ruffin, our director of litigation and the real intellectual engine of our operation. She's also out, likely shuttling her kids between school and activities. She has 4 children, and they often end up underfoot here at Guardian in the afternoons. Once the daycare chaos begins, Vicky gently closes her door. I do the same when I'm in, which isn't often. When we hired Maisie 4 years ago, she had 2 non-negotiable demands. The first was the ability to keep her children in her office when needed. Babysitting was a luxury she couldn't afford. The second was her salary. She required $65,000 a year to get by, not a dollar less. Together, Vicky and I weren't earning that much. But then again, we aren't raising a family or stressing over our pay. We agreed to both terms, and Maisie remains our highest-paid team member and worth every penny. She grew up in the hardscrabble housing projects of South Atlanta, even experiencing homelessness for a time, though she doesn't dwell on those years. A perceptive high school teacher recognized her brilliance and offered guidance and care. She soared through Morehouse College and Emory Law School on full scholarships, graduating with near-perfect grades. She passed on lucrative offers from major firms to work for her community at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, a career that stalled when her marriage fell apart. A friend of mine recommended her, just as we were searching for another attorney. The downstairs is very much the domain of these 2 formidable women. When I'm around, I retreat to the 2nd floor, holed up in my cluttered room that passes for an office. Across the hall is what we call the conference room, though we don't host many meetings. We occasionally use it for depositions or to sit down with an exoneree and their family. I step inside and flick on the lights. In the middle of the room sits a long, oval-shaped dining table I picked up at a flea market for $100. The room is surrounded by 10 mismatched chairs we've collected over time. It might not win any design awards, but it has more than enough personality to make up for it. One wall holds our wall of fame, 8 framed enlarged color portraits of the people we've freed, starting with Frankie. Their smiling faces are what keep this place alive. They're the reason we keep pushing forward, battling the system for freedom and justice. Just 8 faces with thousands still waiting. The work never ends, and while that truth can feel heavy, it also lights a fire under us. On another wall hang 5 smaller photos of our current clients, all dressed in prison uniforms. There's Duke Russell in Alabama, Shasta Briley in North Carolina, Billy Rayburn in Tennessee, Curtis Wallace in Mississippi, and little Jimmy Flagler in Georgia. 3 black men, 2 white men, 1 woman. In our line of work, skin color and gender don't matter one bit. Scattered around are framed newspaper shots from those incredible days we walked our innocent clients out of the gates. I'm in most of them alongside the other attorneys who pitched in. Maisie and Vicky appear in a few. The joy in those pictures is absolutely infectious. I head back upstairs to my penthouse, a 3-room apartment on the top floor where I live rent-free. I'll spare you the details of the decor. Let's just say the 2 most important women in my life, Vicky and Maisie, refuse to set foot in here. I spend about 10 nights a month in this place, and the neglect shows. Honestly, if I lived here full-time, it would be a complete disaster. After a quick shower in my tiny bathroom, I collapse onto the bed. 2 hours later, a deep sleep is broken by noise from downstairs. I get dressed and head down, still half asleep. Maisie meets me with a huge grin and a tight hug. "Congratulations," she keeps saying. "It was close, really close." Duke was halfway through his steak when the call came in. "Did he get to finish it?" I ask. "Every last bite," she replies. Her 4-year-old Daniel runs over for a hug. He has no clue where I was last night or what I was doing, but he's always up for some affection, hearing our voices. Vicky hurries over more hugs, more congratulations. It's a far cry from when we lost Albert Hoover in North Carolina and sat crying in Vicky's office. This is definitely better. I'll put some coffee on. Vicky offers her office is a bit roomier and isn't covered in toys or folding tables piled with games and coloring books, so we settle in there to talk things over. Since I was on the phone with both of them through last night's tense countdown, they already know most of what happened. I walk them through my meeting with Frankie, and we talk about the next steps for Duke's case. For now, there's no execution date looming, no dreadful clock ticking down. The immediate pressure has lifted. These death penalty cases move at a snail's pace for years until an execution date is set. Then everything turns into a frantic, round-the-clock race. Once a stay is granted, we know we have months or even years before the next scare. But we never really relax because our clients are innocent and just trying to survive the prison nightmare. We touch on the other 4 cases, none of which are up against a serious deadline right now. Then I bring up our least favorite topic. What about the budget? I ask Vicky. She smiles, as she always does, and says, "Oh, we're broke." Maisie immediately chimes in, "I need to make a phone call." She gets up, gives me a quick peck on the forehead, and says, "Good work, Post." The budget is something she'd rather not discuss, and Vicky and I don't force it on her. She slips out and returns to her office. Vicky continues, "We did get that check from the Cahill Foundation, $50,000, so we can cover the bills for a few months. It takes about $500,000 a year to keep our doors open, money we scrape together by pleading with small nonprofits and a handful of private donors. If I had the stomach for fundraising, I'd spend half my days on the phone, writing letters and giving speeches. The more funds we have, the more innocent people we can help free. But I refuse to spend my time pleading for donations. Vicky and I agreed years ago that managing a big team and the relentless fundraising pressure wasn't for us. We run a tight, efficient operation, and that's exactly how we like it. Freeing someone can take a decade or more and easily eat up over $200,000 in hard costs somehow. When a real need arises, the money appears. We're fine, she assures me, her tone familiar. I'm chasing down some grants and nudging our regular supporters. We'll make it, we always have. I'll reach out to a few contacts tomorrow, I reply. Though I find it deeply unpleasant, I discipline myself to set aside several hours each week to call attorneys I know might be sympathetic, asking for contributions. I also maintain a short list of local churches I approach for support. We aren't technically a ministry, but using the term doesn't hurt our cause. Vicky asks, "I'm guessing you're heading to Seabrook." That's the plan. My mind's made up. We've debated this for 3 years, and frankly, I'm done talking. We believe he's innocent. He's been locked up for 22 years with no legal help. No one is fighting for him. So I say, we step in. Maisie and I are with you. Appreciate it. The reality is, the final call on taking a case rests with me. We scrutinize each potential client for ages, learning every detail, and if one of our 3-person team strongly objects, we walk away. But the Seabrook case has haunted us, mostly because we're convinced the next man we might represent was set up. Vicky changes the subject, saying, "I'm making Cornish hens for dinner." You're a lifesaver. I was hoping you'd ask. She lives by herself and enjoys cooking. When I'm not traveling, we often meet at her charming cottage a few blocks away for a leisurely meal. She frets over my diet and general well-being. Maisie, on the other hand, worries about my romantic prospects, or lack thereof, a concern that doesn't trouble me in the slightest. The community of Seabrook lies in the forgotten rural stretches of northern Florida, a world apart from the state's sprawling suburbs and retirement complexes. Tampa is about 2 hours to the south, Gainesville roughly an hour east, while the Gulf Coast is less than an hour's drive down a winding 2-lane highway. The shoreline here has somehow escaped the frenzy of Florida's developers. With a population hovering around 11,000, Seabrook serves as the county seat for Ruiz County and acts as a commercial hub for a largely overlooked region. The outflow of residents has slowed a bit thanks to a handful of retirees drawn to the affordable living in local mobile home communities. Main Street manages to hold on with only a few vacant storefronts, and there are even some large discount retailers on the town's outskirts. The stately Spanish-style courthouse remains well kept and active, with about 24 attorneys handling the county's routine legal affairs. 22 years ago, one of those lawyers was found murdered in his office, providing Seabrook with its brief, grim moment in the spotlight. His name was Keith Russo, 37 years old at the time of his death. His body was discovered on the floor behind his desk in a scene of horrific violence. He had been shot twice in the head at close range with a 12-gauge shotgun, leaving his face virtually unrecognizable. The crime scene photographs were so brutal they turned the stomachs of several jurors. He had been working alone in his office late on a December night. Just before he was killed, the power to his building was deliberately cut. Keith had practiced law in Seabrook for 11 years alongside his partner and wife, Diana Russo. They had no children. In their firm's early days, they worked diligently as general practitioners, but both longed for more exciting work than drafting wills and processing routine divorces. They dreamed of becoming trial lawyers and breaking into the state's profitable personal injury arena. At that level, however, the competition was brutal, and they found it difficult to secure major cases. Diana was at a hair appointment when her husband was murdered. 3 hours after he failed to return home and stopped answering calls, she discovered his body. Following the funeral, she withdrew from the world, cloaked in grief for months. She shuttered the legal practice, sold the office building, and eventually sold their home to return to her roots in Sarasota. She received a $2 million life insurance payout and inherited Keith's share of their joint assets. Investigators noted the policy but did not pursue it further. From their early marriage, the couple had been firm believers in life insurance, and an identical policy existed on her life as well. Initially, the investigation had no leads until Diana offered the name of Quincy Miller, a former and deeply dissatisfied client of the firm. 4 years prior to the murder, Keith had handled Quincy's divorce, a case that left the client furious with the outcome. The judge ordered alimony and child support payments far beyond Quincy's means, a financial blow that unraveled his life. When Quincy couldn't afford additional fees for an appeal, Keith withdrew from the case, letting the appeal deadline lapse. Quincy, once a reliable truck driver for a regional company, lost his job when his ex-wife garnished his wages for missed payments. Bankrupt and desperate, he fled the area, only to be caught, returned to Seabrook, and jailed for 3 months on contempt charges. After his release, he vanished again and was later arrested in Tampa for selling drugs, serving a year before parole. Unsurprisingly, Quincy blamed every one of his troubles on Keith Russo. Around town, many lawyers quietly acknowledged that Keith could have fought harder for his client. Keith himself saw divorce work as beneath an ambitious trial lawyer, a distasteful necessity he barely tolerated. Diana recalled that Quincy had come to the office at least twice, making threats to the staff and demanding to confront Keith, though no one ever called the police. She also mentioned threatening calls to their home phone, but the couple never felt sufficiently alarmed to change their number. The murder weapon, a shotgun, was never recovered. Quincy insisted he'd never owned one, though his ex-wife told police she believed he did. The case broke open 2 weeks after the murder when police, armed with a search warrant, impounded Quincy's car. In the trunk, they found a flashlight with minute specks of a substance on the lens, presumed to be blood. Quincy denied ever seeing the flashlight, but his ex-wife said she thought it was his. With that, a theory solidified and the murder was declared solved. Police believed Quincy meticulously planned the attack, waiting until Keith was working late and alone. He cut power at a meter box behind the office, entered through an unlocked rear door, and, familiar with the layout from prior visits, located Keith directly. Using the flashlight in the dark, he burst into the office, fired 2 shotgun blasts, and fled. Given the extensive blood at the scene, it seemed plausible that various items had been spattered. 2 blocks away on a side street, a woman named Carrie Holland, struggling with addiction, reported seeing a black man running from the area, carrying what she described as a stick or similar object. She wasn't certain. Quincy is black. Seabrook's population is 80% white, 10% black, and 10% Hispanic. Carrie could not positively identify Quincy, but stated he matched the height and build of the man she saw. Quincy's court-appointed attorney secured a change of venue, moving the trial to the neighboring county. which was 83% white. The jury included only one black member. The entire case hinged on that single flashlight discovered in Quincy's trunk. A forensic specialist from Denver took the stand, asserting that based on the victim's position, the likely trajectory of the shotgun blast, the respective heights of Keith and his attacker, and the extensive blood spray coating the walls, floor, bookcases, and sideboard, the flashlight must have been present during the shooting. Those puzzling tiny dots on its glass were, in his professional opinion, backspatter. They were minuscule, preventing any DNA comparison to Keith's blood, yet the expert remained adamant they were blood. In a curious admission, he revealed he had never physically handled the flashlight, having conducted his thorough examination solely through a collection of color photographs shot by police. The flashlight itself had vanished months prior to the trial. Diana spoke with conviction, telling the court her husband was intimately familiar with his former client and lived in fear of him. She recounted numerous private conversations where he expressed his dread of Quincy, even admitting he sometimes carried a pistol for protection. Carrie Holland gave testimony that all but explicitly accused Quincy. She insisted she wasn't being pressured by the prosecution and denied any promises of leniency on an outstanding drug charge. During the pretrial period, Quincy was inexplicably transferred to a regional lockup in Gainesville for a week before being brought back to Seabrook. That brief relocation, however, proved consequential. He was placed in a cell with a known jailhouse informant, Zeke Huffey, who later testified that Quincy bragged about the murder, seeming rather pleased with himself. Huffey recounted specific details of the crime down to the number of shots and the shotgun's gauge. To make his story more dramatic, he claimed Quincy joked about driving to the Gulf Coast the next day to throw the weapon into the ocean. Under cross-examination, Huffey denied striking any deal with the prosecutor for favorable treatment. A state police investigator testified that no fingerprints belonging to Quincy were discovered at the scene or on the electrical meter box behind the office, leading him to surmise the killer likely wore gloves. A medical examiner presented large, graphic color photos from the crime scene. The defense attorney, Tyler Townsend, objected fiercely, arguing the images were unduly prejudicial and inflammatory, but the judge overruled him. Several jurors visibly recoiled at the gruesome pictures of Keith, drenched in blood with much of his face destroyed. The cause of death required no expert clarification, given his prior record and ongoing legal troubles. Quincy did not testify in his own defense. His lawyer, Tyler Townsend, was a court-appointed rookie not yet 30, whose lack of experience in a death penalty case would typically be grounds for appeal, but not here. Townsend mounted an aggressive, almost combative defense. He assailed every prosecution witness and challenged every shred of evidence. He picked apart the experts' theories, highlighted inconsistencies, and derided the sheriff's department for losing the critical flashlight evidence, waving its photos before the jury, while casting doubt on whether the lens specks were even blood. He treated Carrie Holland and Zeke Huffey with open scorn, labeling them liars. He insinuated to Diana that her portrayal as the grieving widow was not entirely accurate, reducing her to tears on the stand, a feat not difficult to achieve. Repeated judicial warnings did little to temper his zeal. His manner was so persistently confrontational that the jurors often struggled to hide their disdain for him. The trial devolved into a slugfest as young Tyler clashed with prosecutors, showed disrespect to the bench, and badgered the state's witnesses. For an alibi, the defense presented Valerie Cooper, a single mother from Hernando, an hour's drive south of Seabrook. She testified that Quincy was with her at the time of the murder, describing an on-again, off-again romance that began when they met in a local bar. She insisted Quincy was with her that night. But on the witness stand, her testimony fell apart under pressure. When the prosecutor confronted her with a prior drug charge, she collapsed into tears. During his emotional closing statement, defense attorney Tyler Townsend wielded a 12-gauge shotgun and a heavy-duty flashlight, arguing it was nearly impossible to fire two accurate shots while managing both items. The jurors, many from farming communities, appeared to grasp his point, yet it ultimately carried little weight. Tyler pleaded through tears for an acquittal. but the jury returned a swift guilty verdict for murder. Sentencing proved more contentious, resulting in a deadlock. After 2 days of fierce deliberation, the sole black juror refused to budge, insisting on life without parole, while the 11 white jurors expressed frustration at being denied a death sentence. Every appeal Quincy filed was uniformly rejected, leaving his conviction firmly in place. For over 2 decades, he has proclaimed his innocence to deaf ears. The defeat crushed young Tyler Townsend. His reputation in Seabrook was ruined, his law practice vanished, and he eventually relocated to Jacksonville. There, he took work as a part-time public defender before shifting careers entirely. Frankie later tracked him to Fort Lauderdale, where he now leads a comfortable life with his family, partnering with his father-in-law in shopping center development. Approaching him will demand subtlety and planning, a task well within our capabilities. As for Diana Russo, she never went back to Seabrook and, to our knowledge, never remarried, though details remain unclear. Using a private security firm we sometimes retain, Vicky located her a year ago living on Martinique. For additional funds, our contacts could uncover more, but currently the expense isn't justified. Reaching out to her would likely be futile. Our objective is to clear Quincy Miller's name, not to hunt for the actual killer. To achieve an exoneration, we must dismantle the prosecution's case piece by piece. Solving the crime itself is a separate matter, and after 22 years, it's safe to assume no one is actively investigating. This isn't a cold case. Florida secured its conviction, and the truth holds no official relevance. Quincy has been incarcerated for the past 8 years at the Garvin Correctional Institute, situated near the small rural town of Peckham, roughly an hour north of Orlando's outskirts. My initial visit here occurred 4 months ago when I posed as a priest conducting ministry work, wearing the familiar black shirt and collar. It's remarkable how much more deference I receive as a clergyman compared to an attorney, at least within prison walls. Today, I'm wearing the collar again, partly for the ironic effect. Vicky has handled the legal filings, so I'm officially listed as Quincy's lawyer. The front desk guard scrutinizes the paperwork, eyes my collar, seems puzzled, but opts not to question it. I hand over my cell phone, pass through the scanners, and then kill an hour in a grim waiting area, flipping through sensational tabloids and musing, not for the first time, about the state of the world. Eventually, a guard retrieves me and leads me out of the building along a sidewalk enclosed by fencing and coiled razor wire. Having been inside so many prisons, their stark brutality no longer surprises me. In countless grim ways, they are all identical. Windowless concrete blocks, recreation yards filled with inmates in identical uniforms passing empty hours, guards glaring with palpable disdain for an outsider like me who's there to aid the condemned. We enter another structure and step into a long room lined with partitioned booths. A guard unlocks one and I step inside. Quincy is already seated on the other side of a thick plexiglass window. The door shuts, leaving us alone, making these visits as inconvenient as they can be. The partition has no openings, forcing us to communicate through clunky, outdated phones that look like relics from another era. To hand a document to my client, I must summon a guard who inspects it thoroughly before carrying it around to the other side. Quincy offers a smile and raps his knuckles against the glass. I return the gesture, and we've shared our version of a handshake. At 51, with only the silver in his hair giving away his age, he could easily pass for a man in his 40s. His daily routine is strict: weightlifting, karate, avoiding the dismal prison food, staying lean, and practicing meditation. He picks up his phone and begins, his voice thick with emotion. First post, I want to thank you for taking my case. His eyes well up instantly, and he's visibly moved. For over 15 years, Quincy has had no lawyer, no legal advocate of any kind, no one on the outside fighting to prove he's innocent. From my years of experience, I know that weight is almost too heavy to carry. A broken system put him here, and with no one to challenge it, he's been left utterly voiceless. The burden of innocence is hard enough, but facing it alone makes you feel completely powerless. I tell him, "You're welcome. I'm honored to be here." Most of my clients just call me Post, so let's skip the Mr. part. Another smile breaks through. Deal, and I'm just Quincy. The paperwork is filed, so I'm officially on the team. Any questions about that? Yeah, you look more like a preacher or something. Why the collar? Because I am an Episcopal priest, and this collar sometimes commands a little more respect. We had a preacher who wore one of those once. Never really understood why. He grew up in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, where ministers and bishops do wear similar collars, though he left as a teenager. He married his girlfriend at 18 when she became pregnant, a union that was rocky from the start. 2 more children followed. I know their names, where they live and work, and I know they haven't spoken to him since his trial. His ex-wife testified against him. His only brother, Marvis, is a saint who visits monthly and sometimes sends a small check. Quincy is fortunate to be alive. One black juror spared him from death row at a time when Florida was eagerly executing people. As always, Guardian's file on him is exhaustive, and we know his history inside and out. So what's the plan now, Post? He asks with a hopeful grin. We've got plenty of work ahead. We start at the crime scene and investigate every detail. That was a long time ago. True, but Keith Russo is still dead, and the people who testified against you are still out there. We'll find them, try to earn their trust, and hear what they have to say now. What about that snitch? Surprisingly, the drugs haven't taken him out. Huffy is back in prison, this time in Arkansas. He's spent 19 of his 40 years behind bars, all because of drugs. I'll go see him. You don't actually expect him to admit he lied, do you? Maybe. You never know with snitches. Professional liars often find a way to chuckle about their deceptions. Over his sorry career, he's snitched in at least 5 other cases, all for cozy deals with the police. He has nothing to gain by clinging to the lies he told your jury. I'll never forget when they brought that guy in, all cleaned up in a white shirt and tie. At first, I didn't even recognize him. It had been months since we shared a cell, and when he started talking about my so-called confession, I wanted to scream. It was obvious the cops had spoon-fed him the crime details, cutting the power, using the flashlight, all of it. I knew right then I was finished. I looked at the jurors, and you could see they were buying every word, every last lie, and you know what, Post? I sat there listening to Huffy and thought to myself, this man actually swore to tell the truth. The judge is supposed to ensure every witness tells the truth. The prosecutor knows his witness is lying, aware the man cut a deal with the police to save himself. Everyone in that courtroom knew, everyone except the jurors. I hate to admit it, but this occurs constantly, Quincy. Jailhouse informants take the stand daily across this country. Other nations ban the practice, but not here. Quincy shuts his eyes and gives a slow, disbelieving shake of his head. When you see that piece of garbage, tell him he's still on my mind. Focusing on payback isn't productive, Quincy. It just drains you. Could be, but time is the one thing I've got plenty of. You planning to speak with June? If she'll agree to it. My money says she won't. His ex-wife remarried 3 years after the trial, divorced, then married again. Frankie tracked her down in Tallahassee, where she goes by June Walker. She seems to have found some steadiness as the second wife of Otis Walker, a campus electrician at Florida State. They live in a modest, predominantly black neighborhood and have 1 child together. She has 5 grandchildren from her first marriage, grandchildren Quincy has never laid eyes on, not even in a picture. His own 3 children remain fixed in his memory as toddlers, unchanged since the trial. Why wouldn't she talk to me? I ask. Because she lied too. Let's be real, Post. They all lied, even your so-called experts. I'm not convinced the experts believed they were lying. They just misunderstood the science and offered flawed conclusions. Call it what you want. You sort that out. But I know for a fact June lied. She lied about the shotgun and that flashlight, and she lied when she told the jury I was somewhere in town the night it happened. And why would she lie, Quincy? He shakes his head like my question is naive. He sets the phone down, rubs his eyes, then picks it back up. We were at war, Post. Should have never married and sure as hell needed a divorce. Russo cleaned me out in court, and suddenly I couldn't keep up with the child support and alimony. She was out of work, struggling hard. When I fell behind, she took me back to court again and again. The divorce was ugly. But what came after was pure hatred. By the time they arrested me for murder, I owed around $40,000. Guess I still do. Hell, let her sue me again. So it was revenge, more like pure spite. I never owned a shotgun. Post, check the paperwork. We did, nothing turned up. See, but records don't mean much, especially around here. There are plenty of ways to get a gun off the books. Who do you believe, Post? Me or that woman who lied? If I didn't believe you, Quincy, I wouldn't be sitting here. I know, I can almost wrap my head around the shotgun lie, but why the flashlight? I'd never seen it before. They couldn't even produce the thing at trial. Well, if we're working on the theory that your arrest, prosecution, and conviction were part of a plan to frame an innocent man, then we have to assume the police pressured June to say the flashlight was yours. Hatred gave her a reason to go along with it. But how was I supposed to pay all that money from death row? Excellent question. And you're asking me to climb inside her head. Oh, please don't go there. She's completely out of her mind. We share a dry laugh. He stands, stretching his arms. How long you staying today, Post? 3 hours. Hallelujah. You know something? My cell is 6 by 10 feet, almost exactly the size of this little dump we're in now. My cellmate's a white kid from downstate. Drug charges. Not a bad kid, not a terrible cellmate, but can you imagine spending 10 hours a day living with another person in a cage? No. Of course, we haven't spoken a word to each other in over a year. Why not? Can't stand each other. Nothing against white folks, Post. But there are a lot of differences. I listen to Motown. He's into that twangy country stuff. My bunk is neat as a pin. His side looks like a tornado hit it. I don't use drugs. He's high most of the time. Let's drop it, Post. My apologies for mentioning it. I can't stand complainers. I'm really grateful you're here, Post. You can't imagine how much I'm privileged to be your attorney, Quincy. But why? The pay isn't great, is it? I mean, you can't earn much defending folks like me. We haven't actually talked about payment, have we? Just send an invoice. Then you can take me to court. We share a laugh and he settles into his chair, the receiver tucked under his chin. Seriously? Who covers your salary? I'm with a non-profit organization, and you're right. The salary isn't high, but I'm not doing this for the paycheck. More power to you, Post. Diana Russo stated under oath that you visited their office on multiple occasions and made threats against Keith. Accurate? No. I was in his office a few times during the divorce proceedings, but I stopped going once it was finalized. When he refused to take my calls, I went to the office one last time, and sure, I was furious enough to consider grabbing a bat. But the young receptionist told me he wasn't there, claimed he was in court. It was a lie. His fancy black Jaguar was parked right out back. I knew she wasn't telling the truth, and I almost caused a scene, but I held back. I kept my mouth shut and left, and I never returned. I give you my word, Post. That's the truth. Diana lied, just like everyone else. She also testified that you called their home repeatedly with threats. More lies phone calls create records, Post. I'm not that foolish. My attorney at the time, Tyler Townsend, tried to obtain those records from the phone company, but Diana blocked the request. He attempted to get a subpoena. But we ran out of time during the trial. After the conviction, the judge wouldn't authorize one. We never saw those records. Speaking of which, have you contacted Tyler? Not yet, but he's on our list. We know his whereabouts. Good man, Post. A truly good man. That young lawyer believed in me and fought like crazy. A real pit bull. I know attorneys get a bad reputation, but he was one of the decent ones. Have you been in touch with him? Not for a long time now. It's been years. We exchanged letters for a while, even after he left legal practice. He wrote me once saying my case crushed his spirit. He knew I was innocent, and losing my trial made him lose faith in the whole system. Said he couldn't be part of it anymore. He visited me about a decade ago, and while it was a gift to see him, it also stirred up painful memories. He actually broke down crying when he saw me, Post. Did he have any ideas about who the real killer might be? He lowers the phone and stares at the ceiling, as if the question requires too much. He brings it back to his ear and asks, "Do you trust these lines, Post?" It's illegal for the prison to listen in on confidential attorney-client conversations, but it occurs. I shake my head. "No, me neither," he says. "But my letters to you are secure, correct?" "Correct. A prison isn't allowed to open mail concerning legal matters, and in my experience, they usually don't attempt it. It's too easy to spot tampering." Quincy uses a hand gesture to signal he'll write it down. I nod in agreement. The fact that after 22 years inside these walls, where he should be insulated from the outside world, he remains this cautious speaks volumes. Keith Russo was murdered for a specific reason. Someone besides Quincy Miller planned that killing, executed it with precision, and vanished. What followed was an elaborate frame-up involving multiple conspirators, clever people, whoever they were and likely still are. Tracking them down might seem impossible. But if I didn't believe we could prove Quincy's innocence, I wouldn't be sitting here. They're still out there, and Quincy is still watching for them. The 3 hours fly by as we move through various subjects, books. He reads 2 or 3 weekly. The exonerees I've worked with, he's captivated by the stories of those we've freed. Politics, he keeps up with newspapers and magazines. Music, he adores the 1960s sounds from Detroit. The prison system, he vents about how little is done for rehabilitation. Sports, he has a small color TV and lives for the games, even hockey. When the guard knocks on my door, I say my goodbyes and assure him I'll return. We bump fists through the glass and he expresses his gratitude once more. Chapter 7. Otis Walker's Chevrolet Impala sits in the employee parking area behind a maintenance building on the outskirts of campus. Frankie waits nearby in his own car. It's a 2006 model, bought secondhand by Otis and financed through a local credit union. Vicky has all the paperwork. His current wife, June, drives a Toyota sedan free and clear. Their teenage son hasn't gotten his license yet. Just after 5 in the evening, Otis steps out of the building with a couple of coworkers and makes his way toward the lot. Frankie slips out and pretends to check his tire pressure. The coworkers wave and head their separate ways. As Otis reaches for his car door, Frankie seems to appear out of thin air and asks, "Excuse me, Mr. Walker, you have a minute." Otis is instantly wary, but Frankie is a black man with an easy smile, and he's approached strangers before. "Maybe," Otis replies. Frankie extends a hand. "Name's Frankie Tatum. I'm an investigator working for an attorney from Savannah." Now Otis grows more guarded. He opens the car door, tosses in his lunchbox, shuts it, and says, "All right." Frankie lifts both hands playfully. "I come in peace, just digging for information on an old case." At this point, a white man might have been turned away, but Frankie seems non-threatening. "I'm listening," Otis says. "I expect your wife has mentioned her first husband, Quincy Miller." The name makes Otis's shoulders drop slightly, but his curiosity keeps him there. "Not really," he says. "That was a lifetime ago. Why are you mixed up with Quincy?" "The lawyer I work for is representing him. We're certain Quincy was framed for that murder, and we're trying to prove it." "Good luck with that. Quincy got exactly what was coming to him." "Not so, Mr. Walker. Quincy is an innocent man who's done 22 years for a crime he didn't commit." "You honestly believe that?" "I do. So does my lawyer." Otis pauses to consider. He's never been to prison himself, but his cousin is serving a long sentence for assaulting an officer in white America. Prisons are where the guilty pay their debt in black America. They too often feel like storage units to keep people of color out of sight. Otis asks, "So who killed that lawyer then?" "We don't know, and we might never know, but we're just trying to find the truth and get Quincy released. I'm not sure how I can help you." "But your wife can. She testified against him. I'm sure she's told you the story." Otis shrugs and scans the parking lot. "Could be, but that was years back. She hasn't brought up Quincy's name in ages. Can I speak with her about what?" "Her testimony." "She wasn't truthful, Mr. Walker. She told the jury Quincy owned a 12-gauge shotgun. That was the murder weapon, and it belonged to someone else." "Look, I met June years after all that went down. She had another husband before me. I'm husband number 3. You follow? I know she had a hard time when she was younger, but our life is solid now. The last thing she needs is trouble dragging up Quincy Miller. I'm just asking for help, Otis. That's it. We've got a brother rotting in a prison less than 2 hours from here. The white cops, the white prosecutor, the white jury, they all said he killed a white lawyer. It didn't go down like that. Otis spits on the ground, leans against his car door, and folds his arms. Frankie keeps his tone gentle but persistent. Listen, I did 14 years in Georgia for a murder I didn't commit. I know what it's like, all right? I got lucky and walked out, but I left innocent men behind. Guys like you and me, there's a whole lot of us locked up. The system's stacked against us. Otis, we're only trying to help Quincy. So what's June got to do with it? Has she ever mentioned anything about a flashlight? Otis thinks for a second and shakes his head. Frankie doesn't let the silence hang. A flashlight with blood on it was found, and police claimed it came from the crime scene. Quincy never handled that flashlight or even saw it. June testified to the jury that he owned one just like it. That isn't true, Otis. It simply isn't. She also told the jury Quincy was near Seabrook the night of the murder again. Not true. He was an hour away with a girlfriend. Otis has been married to June for 17 years. Frankie figures he knows all about her complicated relationship with the truth, so why sugarcoat it? Are you saying she lied? Otis asked. I'm not calling her a liar today, Frankie replied, but you admitted she was a different person back then. She and Quincy were fighting. He owed her money he couldn't repay. The police pressured her to take the stand and point the finger. That was a long time ago. Exactly, asked Quincy. He's served 22 years in prison because of it. Okay. Let's say she wasn't truthful then. You think she'll admit it now? Be realistic. I just want to talk to her. I know where she works. I could have shown up there, but that's not how we operate. This isn't an ambush, Otis. I respect your privacy, and I'm asking you to speak with June, that's all. Feels like one? What was I supposed to do? Send an email? Look, I'm leaving town. You talk to her and hear what she says. I already know what she'll say. She wants nothing to do with Quincy Miller. I'm afraid she's already involved. Frankie handed him a Guardian Ministries business card. Here's my number. I'm just asking for a favor. Otis took the card, examining both sides. You with some kind of church? No. The man who runs it is the lawyer who got me out of prison. He's also a preacher. Good guy. This is all he does. Gets innocent people out. He white? Yep. Must be one tough character. You'd like him. So would June. Give us a chance. Don't count on it. Thanks for your time. Sure. At Guardian, we keep a set of brochures for different situations. If our contact is a white man, I use the one with my photo front and center, smiling, wearing the clerical collar. For a white woman, we use Vicky's. For black contacts, we use the brochure featuring Maisie alongside a black ex-honoree. We like to claim skin color doesn't matter, but let's be honest, sometimes it's the key that opens the door. Since Zeke Huffy is white, I mailed him my brochure along with a friendly letter saying our foundation had learned about his situation and wanted to reach out. 2 weeks later, I got a handwritten reply on lined notebook paper thanking me for my interest. I sent my standard follow-up asking if he needed anything. Unsurprisingly, his next letter asked for money. I wired him $200 and wrote again to ask if a visit would be all right. Of course it was. Zeke is a career criminal who has done time in 3 states. He's originally from the Tampa area, but we haven't found any trace of his family. He married at 25, but his wife filed for divorce as soon as he was convicted on drug charges. As far as we know, he has no kids and probably gets very few visitors. 3 years ago, he was arrested in Little Rock, Arkansas, and is now serving a 5-year sentence in the so-called land of opportunity. His career as a snitch started with Quincy Miller's trial. He was 18 when he testified, and a month after the trial, his own drug charges were reduced, and he walked free. That deal worked so well, he made a habit of it. In any jail, you'll find someone facing serious time and desperate to avoid it. With the right coaching from police and prosecutors, a snitch can deliver very convincing perjury. Jurors struggle to believe that any witness would swear an oath and then spin a wild, completely fabricated story. These days, Zeke is locked up in a satellite prison surrounded by cotton fields in northeastern Arkansas. Why they call it a satellite, I have no idea. It feels more like the middle of nowhere. The facility has the grim uniform look of all prisons, bleak buildings wrapped in chain link and razor wire. It's run by a private out-of-state company, which translates to underpaid and understaffed guards, meals that are barely edible, a commissary that charges outrageous prices for basics, and medical attention that's practically absent in this country. It seems even justice has become a business opportunity. I'm escorted to an attorney visitation room, a line of sealed booths divided by thick plexiglass. A guard locks my door and leaves me to wait. I don't mind the delay. Eventually, the opposite door opens and Zeke Huffy shuffles in. He gives a thin smile as his cuffs are removed. Once we're alone, he eyes my shirt collar and asks, "Why the lawyer setup?" I reply. "Good to meet you, Zeke. Thanks for making time." "Got nothing but time," he says. "Didn't peg you for an attorney. I'm both a lawyer and a minister. How are things in here?" He lets out a dry laugh and lights a cigarette. The room instantly hazy with no ventilation. I've been in a few lockups, but this one takes the prize. State-owned, but leased to some corporation called Atlantic Corrections. You heard of them? Unfortunately, yes. I've visited their facilities before. Pretty grim operations. They charge $4 for a roll of toilet paper, 1 roll a week, and it's like sandpaper. Hurts to walk afterward. Appreciate the money you sent, Mr. Post. Some guys in here never get a thing from outside. Tattoos, crude and faded, creep up his neck. His face is gaunt, eyes hollow, the look of someone who's spent a lifetime on the streets. I tell him, I'll try to send more when I can, but our budget is tight. Who's we, and what's this really about? A lawyer can't do nothing for me. I work with a nonprofit that works to free innocent people. One of our clients is Quincy Miller. Remember him? He chuckles, blowing out a plume of smoke. So you're here on false pretenses, huh? Should I go? Depends what you're after. As a longtime convict, Zeke knows the drill has shifted. I want something he has, and he's already calculating how to benefit. He's played this hand before. I say, let's start with the truth. He laughs again, a rough, cynical sound. Truth and justice. You must be a real dreamer, coming to a place like this looking for that. It's my job, Zeke. It's the only shot Quincy has. You and I both know you lied on the stand. Quincy never confessed to you. The cops and the prosecutor fed you the story and coached you through it. The jury believed you, and Quincy's been inside for 22 years. It's time to fix that. He smirks, as if indulging a child. I'm hungry. Can you get me a Coke and some peanuts? Sure. Even here visitors can buy snacks, I knock. And a guard eventually returns to walk me to a bank of vending machines. I feed in quarters, $2 for a soda, another $2 for 2 tiny packs of peanuts. The guard brings them to Zeke's side a few minutes later. Thanks, Zeke says, taking a long drink. To keep things moving, I ask, how did the police get you to testify against Quincy? You know how it works, Mr. Post. They hunt for witnesses, especially when their case is weak. The details are fuzzy now, was a long time ago. A long time for Quincy, too. Do you ever think about him, Zeke? You know exactly what this place is like. Have you ever considered that your actions might have sent an innocent man to prison for life? I asked. Can't say I've dwelled on it much. Been occupied with other matters, you know. Well, Quincy has a chance at freedom now. It's a slim one. But then again, so are most in his situation. This is my life's work, Zeke, and I understand it thoroughly. We require your assistance. My assistance? What exactly am I supposed to do? Simply tell the truth. Provide a sworn statement admitting you lied during the trial because law enforcement and the prosecution offered you a favorable arrangement. He chewed thoughtfully on a handful of peanuts, his eyes fixed on the floor. I continued. I can guess what's going through your mind, Zeke. You're thinking Florida is a long way off, and you have no interest in dredging up such an old case. You're worried that if you come clean now, the authorities might charge you with perjury and send you back to a cell. But that won't happen. The statute of limitations for perjury expired years ago. Besides, everyone involved has moved on. The sheriff retired, the prosecutor did too, and the judge has passed away. The system down there has completely forgotten about you. You have absolutely nothing to lose by helping Quincy, and frankly, it's the decent thing to do. Tell the truth, and your life continues uninterrupted. Listen, Mr. Post, I'm up for parole in 17 months, and I'm not doing a single thing to jeopardize that. Arkansas couldn't care less about what happened in a Florida courtroom over 2 decades ago. You didn't commit perjury here. These officials have zero interest. Once you're paroled, their only concern is who fills your bunk next. You understand how the machine works, Zeke. You're a veteran of this game. He was foolish enough to grin at the backhanded compliment, savoring the illusion of control. He took a sip of his soda, lit another cigarette, and finally said, "I don't know, Mr. Post. It sounds pretty risky to me. Why should I get mixed up in this?" "Why not? You owe no loyalty to those cops or prosecutors. They don't give a second thought about what happens to you, Zeke. You're on the other side of the law. Do something right for one of your own people for a change." A heavy silence settled between us. Time felt irrelevant. He finished one bag of peanuts and tore open another. "Never heard of lawyers doing what you do," he mused. "How many innocent folks have you gotten out?" 8 in the last decade, all were innocent. We're currently working on 6 cases, Quincy's included. "Can you get me out?" he asked, and the absurdity of the question made us both chuckle. "Well, Zeke, if I believed you were innocent, I might consider it. Probably a waste of your time, most likely. So, can you help us, Zeke? When is all this supposed to happen?" "We're deep in the investigation phase right now, building a case for his innocence. It's painstakingly slow work, as you might imagine. There's no immediate deadline for you, but I'd like to stay in contact. You do that, Mr. Post. And if you happen to come across a few extra dollars, feel free to send them my way. Peanuts and a Coke are considered a gourmet meal in this place. I'll send some money, Zeke, and if you find a few spare moments, think about Quincy. You owe him that much." "Yeah, I suppose I do." Carrie Holland was only 19 when she stood before Quincy's jury and claimed she saw a black man running down a poorly lit street around the time of the murder. She described him as similar in height and build to Quincy, carrying what looked like a stick or some object. Her story was that she had just parked her car in front of an apartment building, heard 2 loud noises from the direction of the Rousseau Law Office, several blocks away, and then spotted this fleeing figure. During cross-examination, Tyler Townsend went on the offensive. She didn't actually live in that building, but claimed she was visiting a friend. When pressed for the friend's name, she hesitated. Tyler reacted with theatrical disbelief, practically mocking her. His demand, "Give me the friend's name, and I'll call her as a witness," was met with a prosecutor's objection, which the judge upheld. Reading the transcript, it seemed she couldn't produce a name. Tyler then focused intently on the darkness of the street, a place devoid of any proper lighting. Using a map, he highlighted the buildings and measured the distance from her vehicle to the Rousseau's office, casting doubt on whether she could have actually witnessed what she described. He challenged her version of events persistently until the judge finally stepped in and ordered him to cease. She had a prior drug conviction, and Tyler used it against her aggressively. He questioned whether she was under the influence while testifying and implied she might still be battling substance abuse. He pressed her about rumors she had been involved with a deputy from the Ruiz County Sheriff's Department, which she firmly denied. As his cross-examination grew tedious, the judge urged him to move faster. When Tyler complained that the prosecution was also taking its time, the judge warned him about contempt of court, a threat that was becoming familiar. By the time Tyler finished with Carrie Holland, he had planted seeds of doubt about her reliability, but his harsh treatment had also made her seem more sympathetic to the jurors. Shortly after the trial concluded, Carrie moved away. She spent some time near Columbus, Georgia, got married, had 2 children, then went through a divorce and essentially vanished. It took Vicky a full year during one of her countless computer-based searches to locate the witness living as Carrie Pruitt in a secluded part of western Tennessee. She now works on an assembly line at a furniture plant near Kingsport and resides in a mobile home off a county road with a man named Buck. To her credit, she has managed to stay out of legal trouble. Her record only shows that old drug conviction from Seabrook, which was never cleared. We're operating under the assumption that Carrie is living clean and sober, which in our line of work is always a positive sign. About a month back, Frankie quietly entered the area and conducted his standard surveillance. He obtained pictures of her mobile home and the surrounding property, as well as the factory where she is employed. Collaborating with a local investigator from Kingsport, he discovered she has one son serving in the military and another living in Knoxville. Buck drives a truck for a living and has no criminal history. Interestingly, his father once served as a pastor at a small country church about 20 miles from their current home. This might suggest a degree of stability in their household. There is also a strong possibility that neither Buck nor anyone else in the vicinity knows much about her past. This creates a complication. Why would she want to revisit her fleeting connection to Quincy Miller from 20 years ago and disrupt the life she has now? I meet Frankie at a diner in Kingsport, and over a plate of waffles we review the photographs. The mobile home is isolated, with a fenced area out back where Buck keeps a few hunting dogs. He drives the expected pickup truck. She owns a Honda. Vicky has checked the license plates and confirmed the registrations. Neither of them is registered to vote. A well-kept base boat rests under a shelter beside the trailer. Buck is clearly dedicated to his outdoor pursuits. This setup makes me uneasy, Frankie remarks, sifting through the photos. I've encountered worse, I reply. And I truly have. I've approached plenty of doors half expecting to face an angry dog or a loaded gun. But let's suppose Buck knows nothing about her past and has never heard of Quincy. If that's the case, we can also assume she probably wants to keep it that way. Agreed, so we avoid the house. What time does she head to work? I'm not certain, but she clocks in at 8, clocks out at 5, and doesn't leave for lunch. She earns about $9 an hour. She's on a production line, not in an office, so you can't just call her at work. And she won't talk freely around her coworkers. What's the weather looking like for Saturday? Clear and sunny. An ideal day for fishing. Let's hope so. At dawn on Saturday, Frankie is filling his tank at a gas station about a mile from the trailer. For a moment, it seems like our lucky day. Buck and a friend drive by, towing the base boat, presumably headed for a lake or river. Frankie calls me, and I promptly dial the listed number for their landline. A woman answers, her voice heavy with sleep. In a cordial tone, I say, "Ms. Pruitt, my name is Cullen Post. I'm an attorney from Savannah, Georgia." "Got a minute?" I asked. "Who is this? What do you want?" The grogginess in her voice vanished instantly. "My name is Cullen Post. I need to speak with you about a trial from many years ago." "You've dialed the wrong number." "You were Carrie Holland then, living in Seabrook, Florida." "I have the court documents, Carrie. I'm not here to cause problems." "Wrong number, sir. I represent Quincy Miller. He's spent 22 years in prison because of your testimony, Carrie. The very least you can do is give me half an hour." The line clicked into silence. 10 minutes later, I was parked outside her mobile home. Frankie was parked down the street, a precaution in case this went sideways. Eventually, the door creaked open and Carrie stepped onto the rickety wooden porch. She was slender, dressed in snug jeans, her blonde hair tied back. Even without makeup, she had a certain weathered attractiveness, though years of smoking had etched deep lines around her eyes and mouth. She held a cigarette and fixed me with a hard stare. I was wearing my clerical collar, but it garnered no respect from her. I offered a conciliatory smile. "Apologies for dropping in unannounced. I was just passing through the area." "What do you want?" she demanded, taking a long drag. "I want my client released from prison, Carrie, and you're the key to that. Listen, I'm not here to shame you or make trouble. I'd wager your husband, Buck, has never even heard the name Quincy Miller, has he? Can't say I blame you. I wouldn't talk about it either, But Quincy is still doing hard time for a murder someone else committed. He's innocent. You never saw a black man fleeing that scene. You testified because the police pressured you. Isn't that right? You'd been seeing one of the officers, so they knew you. They needed a witness, and you had that minor issue with prescription pills back then, didn't you, Carrie? How did you find me? She hissed. You're not exactly living off the grid. Get off my land before I call the cops. I raised my hands in a gesture of mock surrender. Fair enough, it's your property, I'm going. I tossed a business card onto the sparse lawn. Here's my number. My conscience won't let me forget about you, so I'll be back, and I give you my word. I won't expose you. I just want to talk. That's all, Carrie. You did a terrible thing 22 years ago. It's time to set it right. She remained motionless, a silent statue watching me drive away. The letter from Quincy, which I read later, was penned in meticulous block letters, a labor of hours. It said, Dear Post. Thank you, sir, once again for taking my case. You can't possibly understand what it means to be caged like this with nobody on the outside believing you. I'm a changed man these days, Post, and it's because of you. Now, get to work and spring me from this place. You asked if my first lawyer, the young and eager Tyler Townsend, ever had a theory about the real killer. He did. He told me repeatedly it was common knowledge in that part of Florida that Keith Russo and his wife were tangled up with dangerous people. They were lawyers for some drug traffickers. They started flashing a lot of new money, and in a small town like Seabrook, that gets noticed. There isn't much money there, not even for attorneys, so folks got suspicious. The sheriff at the time, Fitzner, was crooked himself, and Tyler was convinced he was involved with the drugs, probably in on the killing, too. I know this is true, Post. Somebody planted that flashlight in my car's trunk, and in my gut, I know it was Fitzner. The whole thing was one elaborate frame job. They knew it would be easier to convict a black man in Seabrook than a white one, and boy were they ever right. A so-called friend told me to hire Russo for my divorce. Worst advice ever. He overcharged me and did a pathetic job. About halfway through, I could tell his heart wasn't in family law. When the judge slammed me with that massive alimony and child support order, I said to Russo, Man, you have to be kidding me. I can't pay all that. You know what he said? He said, You're lucky it wasn't more. The judge was a real fire and brimstone type who had no patience for men who strayed. My ex-wife claimed I was running around. Russo acted like I got exactly what I deserved. The irony? Russo himself had quite a reputation with the ladies. But anyway, that's all in the past. He's dead now. Tyler never fully understood why Russo was killed. But when you're tangled up with a drug crew, it's a safe bet he crossed them somehow. Perhaps he skimmed too much cash. Maybe he was talking to the authorities. It could even be that his wife, fearing they'd lose everything, played a part. I met her a handful of times at the office and took an instant dislike to her, one seriously hardened woman. After my trial concluded, Tyler started getting threats that left him genuinely terrified. They eventually forced him to leave town. He told me there were dangerous people involved and he needed a fresh start. Much later, after all my appeals were exhausted and he was no longer my attorney, he mentioned a deputy sheriff had been killed over in Seabrook. He speculated it was likely connected to Russo's murder and the drug operations, but by then it was just theory. So there you have it, Post. Tyler's take on who really killed Russo. He believed Russo's wife was probably in on it too, but proving any of it now is a lost cause. Thanks again, Post. I hope this helps, and I look forward to catching up soon. Stay on the move. Your client and friend, Quincy Miller. Chapter 10. The bloodstain expert who testified against Quincy was a former Denver homicide detective named Paul Norwood. After a few years working crime scenes, he traded his badge for a wardrobe of sharp suits and a new career as a professional witness. Having left college early, he bypassed formal degrees in criminology or any real scientific discipline, opting instead for forensic seminars, workshops, and a steady diet of books and articles penned by other so-called experts. A polished speaker with an impressive vocabulary, he had a knack for persuading judges of his competence. Once deemed an expert, he found it even simpler to sway inexperienced jurors into believing his opinions were grounded in solid science. Norwood was hardly an outlier. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, expert testimony exploded in criminal courts as a parade of self-appointed authorities traveled the country, dazzling juries with their loose interpretations. Compounding the issue, popular TV crime dramas depicted forensic investigators as near-magical detectives who could crack complex cases with flawless, cutting-edge science. The stars could glance at a bloody victim and name the killer before the next commercial break. In reality, countless defendants were convicted and imprisoned based on dubious theories concerning bloodstains, spatter patterns, arson, bite marks, fabric fibers, broken glass, hair samples, boot prints, ballistics, and even fingerprints. Competent defense attorneys fought to challenge these experts' credibility, but they seldom prevailed. Judges, often swamped and with little time to delve into the complex science, typically allowed any witness with some training and a confident delivery to take the stand. Over time, a troubling pattern emerged. If a witness had been qualified as an expert in other courtrooms across other states, judges assumed he must be legitimate. Appellate courts reinforced this by upholding convictions without rigorous scrutiny of the forensic methods, thereby burnishing the experts' reputations. The thicker their resumes grew, the broader and more assured their theories of guilt became. The more Paul Norwood testified, the more of an authority he felt he was. A year before Quincy's 1988 trial, Norwood invested a single day, 24 hours total, in a bloodstain analysis seminar hosted by a private firm in Kentucky. He passed, received a certificate as proof of his newfound knowledge, and promptly added this specialty to his expanding toolkit. Soon he was amazing juries with his scientific explanations of how blood disperses in violent crimes. He marketed himself as a specialist in blood, crime scene, reconstruction, ballistics, and hair analysis. He advertised his services, cultivated connections with police and prosecutors, and even authored a book on forensics. His reputation spread and demand for his testimony followed. For a quarter of a century, Norwood built a career as a prosecution expert, testifying in countless trials to secure convictions and a handsome paycheck. The advent of DNA technology, however, shattered the foundation of his trade. This new science didn't just revolutionize criminal investigations, it cast a harsh, unforgiving light on the dubious forensic methods he and others had long relied upon. In numerous cases where DNA has freed the innocent, flawed forensic evidence was often the prosecution's centerpiece. The year 2005 alone saw 3 of Norwood's past convictions unravel when DNA exposed the errors in his work and testimony. His mistakes had cost 3 people a combined 59 years behind bars, with 1 facing execution. His final courtroom appearance came in 2006 under intense pressure. During a grueling cross-examination, a defense attorney meticulously dismantled his credibility by revisiting each of the prior year's exonerations. The methodical, devastating questioning laid everything bare. The defendant walked free, the true perpetrator was eventually identified, and Norwood finally stepped away. But the harm was already irreversible. Quincy Miller's conviction, for instance, rested squarely on Norwood's analysis of a bloody flashlight, an item he never physically examined. His entire confident assessment was based on reviewing glossy photographs. From those images, he asserted without doubt that minute blood spots on the lens were back spatter from the shotgun that killed Keith Russo. The flashlight itself vanished before the trial even began. Norwood has stonewalled all my attempts to discuss the matter. After 2 letters, his sole reply was a refusal to talk, citing poor health, a fading memory, and the passage of time. A conversation that likely would have been pointless anyway. To date, at least 7 convictions tied to his work have been proven wrongful, making him a frequent symbol of forensic science gone terribly wrong. He faces relentless criticism from death penalty attorneys, has been sued, and is vilified by bloggers and appellate judges alike for the suffering he caused. An innocence organization is attempting to fund a massive review of all his cases, though such resources are scarce. If I could get an audience, I'd urge him to renounce his past work and assist Quincy. but he has shown not a shred of remorse. With Norwood unwilling to help, our only path forward is to hire our own experts, and the best ones command a high price. I'm currently in Savannah for a few days handling urgent matters. Seated in the conference room with Vicky and Maisie, we're focused on forensics. Spread before us are 4 resumes, our shortlist of top criminologists, each with sterling credentials. We plan to start with 2, sending them the case details. Our estimates range from $15,000 for a basic review to a non-negotiable $30,000 for the most in-depth analysis. As the fight for the wrongfully convicted has gained momentum, these elite scientists have become highly sought after. Our leading candidate is Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt from Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, a veteran educator who has built one of the nation's premier forensic science programs. Recommendations from other lawyers are glowing. We maintain a reserve fund of about $75,000 for experts, investigators, and occasional legal fees. We prefer to avoid paying attorneys whenever possible, having become quite adept at persuading sympathetic lawyers to work pro bono through a nationwide network. Some scientists might reduce their rates for an innocence case, but that's uncommon. Benderschmidt's standard fee is the full $30,000. Can we cover it? I ask Vicky. Absolutely, she replies with her characteristic optimistic smile. If we don't have the funds, she'll make some calls and rally a few donors. Then we should bring him on board, I suggest. Maisie nods in agreement. We shift our focus to the second specialist. Maisie remarks, "Seems you're facing another sluggish beginning here, Post." Honestly, you've already missed the mark with June Walker, Zeke Huffey, and Carrie Holland. So far, not a single person is willing to speak with you. Like any workplace, Guardian has its share of light-hearted teasing. Vicky and Maisie maintain a cordial relationship, though they each prefer to keep a certain distance. Whenever I'm around, I often find myself on the receiving end of the jokes. If we didn't genuinely care for one another, things might get a lot more heated. I chuckle and reply, "Tell me about it and remind me again. When was the last time we sprinted out of the gates on a case?" "We're more tortoise than hare," Vicky chimes in, repeating one of her go-to phrases. "I agree, exactly. It took us 3 years just to get officially signed on. Did you expect an exoneration in 30 days? Just give us something to work with." Maisie presses. "I haven't even turned on the charm yet," I counter. Maisie gives a knowing smile. "So, when are you heading to Seabrook?" "I'm not sure. I'm delaying it as long as possible. Nobody there is aware of our involvement, and I'd prefer to keep it that way for now." "How much fear is out there?" Vicky inquires. "It's difficult to gauge, but it's certainly present. If Russo was taken out by a drug crew, then those individuals are still operating. The actual killer is among them. Once I start poking around, they'll likely catch wind of it." "That sounds dangerously risky, Post," Maisie states with concern. "It is, but risk comes with most of our cases, doesn't it? Our clients are behind bars because someone else pulled the trigger. Those real perpetrators are still out there, probably amused that the police locked up the wrong person. The last thing they want is some innocence lawyer stirring up an old investigation." "Just watch your step," Vicky urges. "It's clear these two have been fretting over this without me." "I'm always cautious. Are you making dinner tonight?" "Sorry, bridge game." "We're having frozen pizza," Maisie says. She has no love for cooking, and with 4 children at home, the frozen food aisle is her best friend. "Is James in town?" I ask. Maisie and her husband split up a few years ago and tried to finalize a divorce. It didn't stick, but cohabitating isn't exactly smooth sailing either. She knows my question comes from a place of genuine concern, not prying. He drifts in and out, spends some time with the kids when he can. I'm keeping you both in my thoughts. I know you are, Post, and we're doing the same for you. I don't stock my penthouse with groceries because they usually end up forgotten and spoiled. Since neither of my coworkers is offering a home-cooked meal, I work well into the evening before taking a long walk through the historic district. Christmas is just 2 weeks off, and the night air carries a pleasant chill. I've lived in Savannah for over a decade, but still feel like a stranger here. My constant travels prevent me from soaking in the city's charm and rich history, and maintaining friendships is nearly impossible with this nomadic existence. But my oldest friend is at home and hoping for some company. Luther Hodges hired me straight out of seminary and convinced me to settle in Savannah. He's retired now, and his wife passed a few years back. He lives in a modest cottage owned by the diocese just a couple of blocks from Chippewa Square. He's waiting on the front porch, clearly eager for an escape. "Hello, Padre," I say as we hug. "Hello, my son," he answers with his usual solemn tone. Our standard greetings exchanged. "You're looking thin," he observes. He constantly frets over my habits: poor eating, lack of sleep, constant stress. "Well, you certainly aren't," I shoot back. He pats his stomach and admits, "I can't seem to resist the ice cream." I'm starving. Let's get moving. We walk side by side, arm in arm along Whitaker Street. Luther is nearing 80 now, and with every visit I see him moving a little more slowly. He has a slight limp and needs a knee replacement, but insists that new parts are for old men. "You just can't let the old man in," is one of his favorite sayings. "Where have you been keeping yourself?" he asks. The usual, here, there, everywhere. "Tell me about the case," he says. He's utterly captivated by my work and always wants the latest details. He knows the names of all Guardian's clients and tracks any news online. I tell him about Quincy Miller and our characteristically slow progress. He listens intently and, as is his way, offers little in response. How many of us are fortunate enough to have a genuine friend who takes a real interest in our lives and will listen for as long as we need? I count myself lucky to have Luther Hodges. I share the broad strokes of my situation, careful to keep client confidences, and ask about his own work. His days are filled with writing letters to incarcerated men and women across the country. This correspondence is his personal ministry, and he approaches it with unwavering dedication. He maintains detailed files and copies of every single letter. If you're on Luther's mailing list, you can expect not just letters, but also birthday and Christmas greetings. If finances allowed, he'd send every spare dollar to those behind bars. He's currently writing to about 60 people. Just last week, one of them died, a young man in a Missouri prison who took his own life. Luther's voice grows thick with emotion, recounting it. The young man had hinted at his despair in recent letters, prompting Luther to repeatedly call the prison, pleading for someone to check on him. But his efforts led nowhere. It's a haunting reminder of the fragile lives he tries to reach. We make our way down to the Savannah River, walking along the old cobblestone street by the water's edge. Our usual spot is a decades-old seafood bistro, a place Luther first brought me for lunch when I visited him years ago. As we reach the door, he announces, "This one's on me." He's well aware of my current budget. "If you insist," I reply, grateful for the gesture. Virginia Commonwealth University sprawls across downtown Richmond, a true urban campus. On a bleak, cold afternoon in January, I find my way to the Department of Forensic Science on West Main Street. Kyle Benderschmidt has led the department for 20 years and runs it with firm authority. His spacious corner suite reflects his status. A secretary offers coffee, which I gladly accept, watching students filter in and out of the busy offices. Precisely at 3 o'clock, the esteemed criminologist himself appears, greeting me with a warm smile. Dr. Benderschmidt is in his early 70s, trim and full of vigor, still dressing with the casual prep school flair of his younger days, starched khakis, penny loafers, a crisp button-down. Despite being in high demand as an expert witness, his first love remains the classroom, where he teaches 2 courses every semester. He has a well-known aversion to courtrooms and testifying, which we both acknowledge would be a distant prospect in Quincy Miller's case, should a retrial ever materialize. His usual method is to review a case, prepare his analysis, give his opinions, and then move on while the attorneys navigate the legal machinery. He leads me into a small conference room. Spread across the table is the entire case file I sent him 3 weeks earlier. Crime scene photographs and diagrams, pictures of the missing flashlight, the autopsy report, and the full trial transcript, all 1,200 pages of it. I gesture toward the mountain of paper and ask, So what's your take? He offers a faint smile and shakes his head. I've read it all, and I'm not entirely clear on how Mr. Miller was convicted. Then again, that's not so unusual. What really became of that flashlight? There was a fire in the police evidence storage unit where it was kept. It was never recovered. I saw that in the file, he says, leaning forward. But what really happened? I don't know yet. We haven't looked into the fire, and we may never get the chance. So let's assume the fire was intentional, and someone wanted that flashlight to vanish. Without it, there's no physical link to Miller. What do the police gain by destroying it and keeping it from the jury? I feel a bit like a witness under a sharp cross-examination. That's a good question, I say, taking a sip of coffee. Since we're dealing in assumptions, let's assume they didn't want a defense expert examining it too closely. But there was no defense expert, he points out. Exactly. It was an indigent defense case with a court-appointed lawyer. The judge denied funds for a competing expert. The police likely saw that coming, but decided not to risk it anyway. They probably figured they could find someone like Norwood who would be content to analyze and theorize using only photographs. I suppose that logic tracks, he concedes. We're just guessing here, Dr. Benderschmidt. It's all we can do for now. And for all we know, those tiny blood specks could belong to somebody else entirely. Precisely, he says, his smile suggesting he's already pieced something together. He then picks up an enlarged color photograph of the flashlight's 2-inch lens, studying it intently. We've run every kind of image enhancement available, myself and a few others on the team. Honestly, I'm not convinced these tiny marks are human blood, or even blood at all. If they aren't blood, what could they be? There's no way to know for certain. The real problem here is that this flashlight wasn't found at the scene. We have no idea where it came from or how this substance, if it is blood, ended up on the lens. The sample is microscopic, making any definitive analysis impossible. If it was back spatter from a shotgun, wouldn't the weapon and the shooter be drenched as well? Almost certainly, but we'll never have that evidence. The shotgun and the killer's clothes were never found. We know it was a shotgun from the buckshot pattern. 2 blasts in such a tight space would create a horrific mess, which the crime scene photos clearly show. What's odd is the complete absence of bloody footprints leading away. There's no record of any. Then I'd say the killer took extraordinary precautions. No fingerprints suggests gloves. No footprints suggests some kind of covering for the soles. That points to a very calculated individual. It might have been a professional hit, a gang execution. That's your area to investigate. I can't comment on that. Is it feasible to fire a shotgun one-handed while holding a flashlight in the other? I ask, though. The answer seems clear, extremely difficult. But this is a small flashlight with a 2-inch lens. You could theoretically grip the flashlight and use that same hand to help support the forestock of the shotgun. That's if you subscribe to the prosecution's narrative. Personally, I seriously doubt the flashlight was ever there. But Norwood testified under oath that this is blood and it's back spatter. Norwood was mistaken again. The man belongs behind bars himself. You've had dealings with him before. Oh, yes. On 2 occasions, I've dismantled the forensic basis for 2 of his convictions, though both defendants are still serving time. In his prime, Norwood was a known entity in that crowd, just one of many. Thankfully, he retired, but plenty of his ilk are still out there, still practicing. It turns my stomach. Benderschmidt has been an outspoken critic of those quick 1-week certification courses where police officers, investigators, or frankly anyone with the tuition money can get a fast-track diploma and proclaim themselves experts. He goes on, shaking his head with a mix of disbelief and contempt. It was profoundly irresponsible for him to tell the jury these specks are blood from Rousseau's body. There is absolutely no scientific method to prove that claim. Norwood informed the jury that back spatter cannot travel more than 48 inches, a widely held misconception at the time. Therefore, he concluded, the barrel was inches from the victim. Not true. Benderschmidt counters. The distance blood travels varies dramatically with every incident, and for Norwood to state it so precisely was completely unfounded. There are far too many variables at play to offer such certain opinions. So what is your opinion? that Norwood provided the jury with no scientific foundation, that there's no way to confirm the flashlight was at the scene, that there's a 50-50 chance these specks aren't even blood. I have plenty of opinions, Mr. Post, and I'll present them all wrapped in such precise, elegant language that leaves no room for ambiguity. He checks his watch and mentions he needs to take a call, asking if I mind. Not at all. While he's gone, I review some notes, lingering questions that have no answers. He won't have them either, but I value his perspective. I am, after all, paying for his time. He returns 15 minutes later, cradling a fresh cup of coffee. "What's on your mind?" I ask. "Forget the hard science for a minute. Let's just speculate now. That," he says, a grin spreading across his face, "is almost as enjoyable as the science itself." The first question was straightforward. If the police had planted the flashlight in Miller's car, why not the shotgun as well? I've wrestled with that same point endlessly. Perhaps they were concerned about proving ownership, since the shotgun likely wasn't registered. Or maybe it was simply a matter of logistics. A flashlight is small, easy to slip from a pocket into a trunk during a search. Sheriff Pitzner testified he discovered it there with other officers present. It's a plausible scenario. He listened carefully, giving a slow nod. "That's reasonable. A shotgun would be far more conspicuous to plant," I agreed. "Exactly. Now your second question. According to the informant, Miller claimed he drove to the Gulf the next day to ditch the shotgun in the ocean. Why leave the flashlight behind? Both were at the scene. Both would have had blood on them. It makes no sense to only dispose of one." "I have no good answer for that," I admitted. "It's a major hole in the story the cops fed their snitch. And why choose the Gulf with its shallow waters and constant tides?" he pressed. "It doesn't add up," I conceded. "Not at all." "Next point, why use a shotgun? They're incredibly loud. The killer got lucky that no one heard the blasts, well, except for Carrie Holland, but her testimony isn't reliable. They probably chose a shotgun because that's what someone like Miller might use. A professional would have opted for a silenced pistol, but they weren't framing a pro. They wanted Miller agreed. Did Miller have any history of hunting? None. He stated he never hunted in his life. What about gun ownership? He claimed he kept 2 handguns at home for protection. His wife testified he owned a shotgun, but she lacks credibility too. You're sharp, Post. Thanks. I've picked up a few things. You have as well. Dr. Benderschmidt. Now, setting the science aside, I'd like your educated guess. How do you think this murder actually happened? He stood and walked to the window, staring out thoughtfully for a long moment. There's a cunning mind behind this, Mr. Post, which is precisely why you're unlikely to solve it without a miracle. Diana Russo told a compelling story about the conflict between Miller and her husband. I suspect she embellished, but the jury believed her. She pointed to a black man in a predominantly white town and one with a potential motive. The conspirators knew enough about evidence to use the flashlight as the link to Miller. The real killer left no traceable clues, which is telling and speaks to a high degree of planning. If he did slip up, the police either missed it or covered it up. After 22 years, this is a stone-cold case that appears impossible to crack. You won't find the killer, Mr. Post, but you might just succeed in proving your client innocent. Do you think there's any chance he's guilty? So you have your doubts. Always. Those doubts are what keep me up at night. He returned to his chair and took a sip of coffee. I don't see it. The motive is weak. Sure, he might have despised his former lawyer, but blowing the man's head off is a guaranteed path to death row. Miller had an alibi. There's nothing directly tying him to the scene. My best professional guess is that he didn't do it. Hearing that brought a genuine smile to my face. He was no sentimentalist, having testified more often for the prosecution than the defense. He called things as he saw them and wasn't afraid to critique another expert, even a colleague. We spent a few more minutes discussing other notable blood spatter cases before it was time to go. "Thank you, Doctor," I said, gathering my notes. "I know your time is valuable." "You're paying for it," he replied with a grin. "Indeed, $30,000 worth." As I reached for the door, he added, One last thing, Mr. Post. This is even further outside my expertise, but that situation down there could get complicated. It's really none of my concern, but I'd advise you to watch your step. I appreciate the warning. Chapter 12. My journey continues to the next facility on my itinerary, Tully Run. Nestled in the shadow of the Blue Ridge Mountains in western Virginia, this is my second trip to this particular prison. The digital age has created a vast population of registered sex offenders, and for their own safety, most states now isolate them from general population inmates. Virginia channels a majority of theirs to Tully Run. My appointment is with Gerald Cook, a 43-year-old white man serving a 2-decade sentence for the molestation of his 2 stepdaughters. I generally steer clear of these cases when I can, given the abundance of other clients. But experience has taught me that not every man branded with this label is actually guilty. In his youth, Cook was a volatile character, a hard-drinking, rough-edged guy always ready for a fight or chasing after women. 9 years back, he made the mistake of marrying one. Their relationship was turbulent, marked by constant separations and reconciliations. Financial instability was a constant theme, with neither able to hold a job for long. A week after his wife filed for divorce, Gerald's luck appeared to change. He won $100,000 in the state lottery and tried to keep it a secret. Word got out almost instantly, and her legal team pounced. Gerald took his money and ran, complicating the divorce proceedings. To force a settlement and get her hands on some cash, she allegedly conspired with her daughters, then 11 and 14, to fabricate horrific claims of sexual abuse, allegations that had never surfaced before. The girls provided graphic, sworn statements detailing a pattern of assault. Gerald was arrested, held on an impossibly high bond, and has maintained his innocence ever since. Defending against such charges in Virginia is notoriously difficult. At trial, both girls delivered heart-wrenching testimony. Gerald took the stand in his own defense, but his quick temper and belligerent demeanor made him a terrible witness. The jury convicted him, and he received a 20-year sentence. By the time he was shipped to prison, every cent of his lottery winnings had been spent on legal fees. Ironically, his stepdaughters didn't fare much better. The older one never finished school, lived a life of chaotic relationships, and was on her second marriage by 21. The younger has a child and works for minimum wage at a burger joint. Their mother runs a beauty shop on the outskirts of Lynchburg and, according to our investigator, has never been shy about talking. We have affidavits from 2 former clients who recount her bragging in hilarious detail about how she set Gerald up. A former boyfriend provided a similar statement, adding that her vindictive nature scared him into moving out. Cook first contacted Guardian 2 years ago with a handwritten letter. We get about 20 such pleas a week, and the backlog is a constant source of frustration. Vicky, Maisie, and I sift through them whenever possible, trying to identify the cases we can actually help. Most are from guilty men with nothing but time to craft elaborate tales. I often travel with a stack of these letters, reading them late into the night when I should be asleep. Our policy is to respond to every single one. Cook's story had a ring of truth to it, so I wrote back. We exchanged several letters, and he sent his trial transcript. A preliminary investigation left us believing he was probably telling the truth. I met him a year ago and took an instant dislike to him. Our correspondence had revealed a man consumed by vengeance, and he confirmed it in person. His sole ambition upon release is to inflict physical harm on his ex-wife and her daughters, or, more pragmatically, to frame them on drug charges so he can someday visit them behind bars. I've tried to temper this obsession, explaining that we have certain expectations for our clients post-release and that we will not aid anyone plotting retaliation. Most of the men I see during prison visits are quiet and grateful for the company. Gerald Cook, however, is instantly hostile. He glares at me through the thick glass, snatches the receiver, and demands, "What's the holdup, Post? You know, I didn't do it, so get me out of this hellhole." I keep my expression neutral. "Good to see you, Gerald. How are you holding up?" "Cut the polite crap," he snaps. "I want to know what you're actually doing while I'm rotting in here with these creeps. 7 years of fending off these animals, and I'm done with it. Let's try this again, I reply, my voice steady. You're shouting, and I don't respond well to that. Remember, you're not a client. I'm here as a volunteer. If you can't manage a civil conversation, I will walk out. His defiance crumbles. He drops his head and begins to sob. I wait silently as he struggles to compose himself, wiping his face roughly on his prison-issue sleeves, his eyes fixed on the floor. I didn't do this, Post, he whispers, his voice breaking. You have to believe me. That woman made her daughters lie, and all three of them are still out there laughing about it. I believe you, Gerald, I do. But overturning a conviction takes years. There's no shortcut. As I've said before, it's frighteningly easy to put an innocent man behind bars and agonizingly difficult to get him out. This isn't right, he mutters. I know it isn't. But here's my concern, Gerald. If you were released tomorrow, I'm worried you'd do something reckless. I've warned you before about nursing thoughts of payback. If that's still your plan, then I can't be part of this. I won't kill her, Post, I swear. I'm not stupid enough to land right back in a place like this. But, I press, but what? What would you do, Gerald? I'll come up with something. She deserves to suffer for what she's done to me, Post. I can't just pretend it never happened. You have to let it go, I insist. You have to leave, start over somewhere far away, and forget she ever existed. I can't, he says, his voice hardening with a bitterness that feels new. That lying witch and her two girls are all I think about. I hate them with everything I am. Here I am, an innocent man, and they're living their lives probably having a good chuckle at my expense. Where's the justice in that? Out of professional habit, I've kept my distance. Though the Guardian Project has invested thousands and 2 years of work into his case, we haven't formally taken it. He's always made me uneasy, and I've deliberately kept an exit strategy. You still want revenge, don't you, Gerald? His jaw trembles and his eyes well up again. He meets my gaze and gives a single grim nod. I'm sorry, Gerald, but my answer is no. I will not represent you. He explodes. You can't do this to me, Post. He shrieks into the phone before hurling it and throwing himself against the partition. No, damn you, you can't. I'll die in here. He starts hammering the plexiglass with his palms. I flinch back in my chair. You have to help me. You know I'm innocent. You can't just leave me here to rot. I'm innocent. You know I am. The door behind me bursts open and a guard barks. Sit down now at Gerald, who is now pounding the barrier with his fists. Another guard rushes in from the opposite side, grabs Gerald by the shoulders and wrestles him away from the window. As I slip quickly out the door, his screams chase me down the corridor. I'm innocent, Post. I'm innocent. His voice seems to echo in my ears long after I've left the Tully Run facility behind. The 4-hour drive to Raleigh does little to quiet it. I pull into the crowded lot of the North Carolina Correctional Institute for Women, and as usual, I find myself grumbling about the vast sums this country pours into its prison systems. It's a massive industry, a genuine profit center in some places, and always a major employer for any town fortunate or unfortunate enough to host one. The United States incarcerates more than 2 million individuals, a system requiring 1 million staff and 80 billion taxpayer dollars annually to maintain. Facilities, like the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women, should be shuttered, as should all prisons for women. The reality is that very few women are inherently criminal. Often, their greatest error is in the partners they choose. This prison houses the state's female death row inmates, 7 in total, including our client, Shasta Briley. She was convicted of murdering her 3 children roughly 20 miles from where she now sits. Her story is a heartbreaking testament to a life derailed from the start. Born addicted to crack, she was shuffled through a series of foster homes, orphanages, and relatives' apartments in housing projects. She left school early, had a child, moved in with an aunt, and strung together minimum-wage jobs before having another baby and succumbing to addiction. After her 3rd daughter was born, a glimmer of hope appeared. She secured a spot in a homeless shelter where a dedicated counselor helped her achieve sobriety. A kind man from a local church offered her a job and essentially became a guardian to her and the children, helping them move into a small rental duplex. Yet each day remained a battle. An arrest for writing bad checks led her to sell her body for money, which soon escalated to selling drugs. Her existence was a relentless cycle of desperation, making her an easy target for the justice system. 8 years ago, a fire erupted in her duplex in the dead of night. She escaped through a window, cut and burned, and ran around the outside of the home, screaming for help as neighbors rushed to the scene. Her 3 young daughters did not survive. In the immediate aftermath, the community enveloped her in support. The funeral was an agonizing event covered by local news. Then the state's arson investigator arrived. The moment he uttered the word arson, the public's sympathy for Shasta evaporated entirely. At trial, the prosecution presented a damning narrative. They showed she had purchased several insurance policies in the months before the fire, 3 separate $10,000 policies on each child's life and another for the contents of her home. A relative testified, in a moment that chilled the courtroom, that Shasta had once offered to sell her the children for $1,000 apiece. The state's arson expert was unequivocal in his conclusions. Shasta's own history was used against her, a criminal record, 3 children by 3 different fathers, and a past mired in drug use and prostitution. Initially, neighbors had told police she had tried desperately to re-enter the burning building but was driven back by the intense flames, found covered in blood with burns on her hands, utterly distraught. But once the theory of arson took hold, most of those neighbors retreated from their original statements. At trial, 3 of them told the jury she had appeared oddly calm as the fire consumed her home, with one speculating she was likely under the influence. Now, after 7 years on death row, she spends her days in near-total isolation in a women's prison, where intimacy often becomes a twisted form of currency. The guards have, at least so far, not bothered her. She is fragile, eats sparingly, and passes the hours reading her Bible and worn paperbacks, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. We converse through a thick screen, making phones unnecessary. She always thanks me for visiting and asks after Maisie. With 4 children of her own, Maisie rarely travels from Savannah, but she has made the trip twice and formed a deep connection with Shasta. They exchange letters every week and speak by phone monthly. Through this, Maisie has acquired a startling knowledge of arson investigation. "I got a letter from Maisie yesterday," Shasta says, a faint smile touching her lips. "It sounds like her children are doing well." "Her kids are doing great," I confirm. "I miss my kids, Mr. Post. That's the worst part of all this. I miss my babies. Here, time seems to hold little weight. The lawyers are permitted to stay as long as we wish, and for Shasta, any time outside her cell is a reprieve. We talk about her appeal, Maisie's family, the weather, passages from the Bible, and whatever books she's reading. After about an hour, I ask, 'Have you read the full report?' Every word, twice. It sounds like Dr. Musgrove really knows what he's talking about." "Let's hope so," I reply. "Dr. Musgrove is our arson expert, a bona fide scientist whose meticulous analysis has completely dismantled the state's original investigation. He is adamant that the fire was accidental, meaning no crime was ever committed. The formidable challenge ahead is placing his definitive report before a judge willing to see past the initial tragedy and consider the science. Our most realistic hope now rests with a last-minute pardon from the governor, a prospect that feels just as improbable. During our conversation, I have to accept the hard truth: this is a case we are likely to lose. Among our 6 current clients, Shasta Briley faces the grimmest odds. We attempt to focus on Musgrove's report, but the scientific details are dense and overwhelming, even for someone with my background. Her thoughts soon wander back to the latest romance novel she's devoured, and I gladly follow her lead. It continually impresses me how well-read many of these inmates become during their years inside. A guard interrupts, noting the late hour. "We've been talking for 3 full hours." We press our hands against the separating screen in a silent farewell. As she always does, she thanks me for my time. When the Russo murder occurred, Bruno McNatt served as the police chief of Seabrook. Our investigation suggests he played a minimal role in the actual casework. In Florida, the county sheriff holds primary law enforcement authority and can take over any investigation, even those within city limits, though larger urban departments typically operate independently. Russo was killed inside Seabrook, but Sheriff Bradley Fitzner quickly assumed control, effectively sidelining Chief McNatt. McNatt held his position from 1984 to 1990 before moving on to police work in Gainesville. His career there never quite took off, leading him to a brief, unsuccessful stint in real estate. Vicky eventually located him at Sunset Village, a modest retirement community near Winter Haven. At 66, he collects 2 pensions, Social Security and 1 from the state, and is married with 3 grown children living across South Florida. Our file on him is sparse because his involvement was so limited, he never testified, and his name is scarcely in the record. Reaching out to McNatt marks my first tangible step into the world of Seabrook. He wasn't a local and only spent a handful of years there, so I assumed he'd left few connections behind and held little interest in the old murder. When I called him the day before my visit, he seemed agreeable to a chat. Sunset Village is arranged in neat rings of well-kept mobile homes surrounding a central clubhouse. Each home has a shade tree and a concrete driveway, usually occupied by a vehicle at least a decade old. The residents, clearly eager to escape their small living spaces, spend a lot of time socializing on their porches. Many trailers have makeshift ramps for wheelchairs. As I drive around the first circle, I'm met with careful scrutiny. A few of the older residents offer a friendly wave, but most just stare at my Georgia-licensed Ford SUV as if marking the arrival of an outsider. I park near the community center and pause to watch a group of elderly men engaged in a slow, deliberate game of shuffleboard under a large pavilion. Others are scattered around playing checkers, chess, and dominoes. At 66, McNatt is one of the younger residents here. I spot him wearing a blue Atlanta Braves cap and walk over. We take a seat at a picnic table near a wall plastered with community notices and event posters. He's carrying extra weight, but seems in reasonable health. At least he isn't tethered to an oxygen tank, he says, with a hint of defensiveness. I like it here. Good people who look out for each other. Nobody has any money, so there's no showing off. We keep busy, there's always something to do. I offer a generic comment about it seeming like a pleasant community. If he's wary, he doesn't show it. He seems eager to talk and even a bit proud to have a visitor. We spend a few minutes walking through his career in law enforcement before he cuts to the chase. So why are you asking about Quincy Miller? He's my client. I'm trying to get him out of prison. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? 22 years. Did you know him back then? Not until the murder happened. Were you at the crime scene? Of course I was. Fitzner was already there, got there pretty fast, and he asked me to take Ms. Russo home. She's the one who found the body and called 911. Poor woman was a complete wreck, as you'd imagine. I took her home and stayed with her until a few friends arrived. It was a difficult time. Afterward, I returned to the scene. Fitzner was running things as usual, shouting orders. I suggested we notify the state police, standard procedure, but Fitzner brushed it off, saying he'd handle it later. Did he? I asked. The next day, he took his sweet time. Didn't want anyone else touching the case. What was your relationship with Fitzner like? He offered a thin, humorless smile. I'll be straight with you, he said, as though he hadn't been before. Fitzner is the reason I lost my job, so I don't have much use for the man. He'd been sheriff for 2 decades when the town brought me on as police chief. He never showed an ounce of respect, not for me, not for anyone on my team. He held the county in an iron grip and didn't want another badge anywhere near what he considered his territory. That's just how things were back then. Why did he have you fired? McNatt let out a low grunt, his eyes following a group of old men playing shuffleboard. After a pause, he shrugged. You have to understand small-town politics. I had maybe a dozen officers. Fitzner had twice that. His budget was whatever he asked for, mine was scraps. We never got along because he saw me as competition. He fired one of his deputies, and when I hired the guy Fitzner blew up, all the local politicians were scared of him. He pulled some strings and got me dismissed. I couldn't get out of town fast enough. Have you been to Seabrook? Not yet. You won't find much. Fitzner's been gone for years. I'm sure every trail he left has gone cold. The comment felt weighted, like he was waiting for me to bite. I let it pass. This was only our first meeting, and I didn't want to seem overeager. Trust takes time. I'd circle back to Fitzner later. Did you know Keith Russo? I asked.
Sure.
Knew all the lawyers, small town. What did you think of him? Smart, cocky. Not my favorite once. During a trial, he came down hard on a couple of my officers, rubbed me the wrong way. But I guess he was just doing his job. He wanted to be a big-shot attorney, and it looked like he was getting there. One day we noticed he was driving a shiny new black Jaguar, probably the only one in the county. Rumor had it he'd settled a major case down in Sarasota and cleaned up. He liked to show off. And his wife, Diana? He shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. Poor woman. I'll always feel for her. Can you imagine what it was like finding him like that? She was shattered. I can't. Was she a good lawyer? Well regarded from what I heard. I never worked with her personally. A real beauty, though. Stunning. Did you follow the trial? No. They moved it to Butler County. I couldn't justify taking time off to sit through the whole thing. Back then, did you believe Quincy Miller committed the murder? He shrugged. Sure. Never had a reason to doubt it. As I remember, there was a strong motive, some bad blood between them. Wasn't there a witness who saw him running from the scene? Yes, but she couldn't make a positive identification. Didn't they find the murder weapon in Miller's car? Not exactly. They found a flashlight with traces of blood on it, and the DNA matched right. There was no DNA testing in 1988, and the flashlight went missing. He considered this, clearly not recalling the finer points. He'd left Seabrook 2 years after the murder and had tried to put the place behind him. I always thought it was an open and shut case, he said. I suppose you see it differently. I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. So, what makes you think Miller's innocent after all this time? I wasn't ready to share my theories, not yet anyway, maybe down the line. The state's case doesn't hold up, I replied vaguely, then shifted gears. Did you keep in touch with anyone in Seabrook after you left? He shook his head. Not really. I wasn't there long, and like I said, I left in a hurry. It certainly wasn't the proudest moment of my professional life. Were you acquainted with a deputy named Kenny Taft? Of course, I knew them all, some more personally than others. I was working narcotics in Gainesville when I saw the news of his death in the papers. I recall his photograph. Seemed like a decent man. What's your interest in him? At this point, Mr. McNatt, I'm interested in just about everything. Kenny Taft was the sole African-American deputy under Fitzner's command. In a firefight, the drug dealers aren't checking your skin color, he replied. You're absolutely right. I was simply curious if you had crossed paths. An older gentleman wearing shorts, black socks, and bright red sneakers walked up and placed 2 paper cups of lemonade on our table. Well, thank you, Herbie. Took you long enough, McNatt said. Herbie shot back, I'll mail you the invoice, before shuffling away. We took slow sips, watching the deliberate pace of the shuffleboard game. McNatt finally asked, So, if your client Miller isn't the one who shot Russo, who did? I haven't a clue, and we may never find out. My only task is to demonstrate he wasn't responsible. He gave a slow, skeptical shake of his head. Best of luck to you. If it was someone else, they've had over 2 decades to vanish. That's what you call a cold case. Frozen solid. I agreed with a slight smile. But then that's the only kind of case I seem to get. Is this really your entire job? Digging up these old stories and springing people from prison. That's the whole of it. How many have you managed? 8 in the last decade, and all 8 were truly innocent. As innocent as you or me sitting here. How often have you actually found the real culprit? Not all were homicides, but in 4 instances we identified the guilty party. Well, good luck with this one. Thanks, I'm going to need it. I steered the chat toward college sports. He was a devoted Gators fan, brimming with pride over his basketball team's winning streak. We meandered through topics like the weather, retired life, and a touch of politics. McNaught wasn't the brightest bulb in the box and displayed a palpable lack of curiosity about the Russo murder. After about an hour, I thanked him for his time and asked if I could stop by again. He agreed readily, clearly eager for the company. As I drove off, it struck me that he hadn't uttered a single word of caution about Seabrook or its dubious past. Even with his apparent dislike for Sheriff Fitzner, he offered no whisper of corruption. His story had missing pages. 2 sluggish months in, we finally caught a break. It arrived via a phone call from Carrie Holland Pruitt, who said she was ready to talk. I left in the dark on a Sunday morning, driving 6 hours to Dalton, Georgia, roughly halfway between Savannah and Kingsport, Tennessee. The truck stop was just off I-75, a place I knew from prior visits. I parked with a clear view of the entrance and waited for Frankie Tatum. After a brief phone check-in, he pulled in 20 minutes later. I watched him enter the diner. He chose a booth near the back, ordered a coffee and a sandwich, and unfolded a newspaper. On the table against the wall sat the standard collection of condiments and a napkin holder. Using the newspaper as cover, he swapped out the salt and pepper shakers with our own generic replacements. Nestled in the base of our salt shaker was a tiny recorder. When his food arrived, he gave the shaker a casual tap to ensure it looked normal, then texted me that the coast was clear and the place was quiet. At our agreed meeting time of 1 p.m., I texted Frankie to take his time eating. There was no sign yet of Buck's pickup or Carrie Pruitt's Honda, though I had their color photos and Tennessee plate numbers memorized. At 1:15, I saw the truck slow on the exit ramp and alerted Frankie. I got out of my SUV, walked into the restaurant, and spotted Frankie settling his bill at the counter. A waitress was clearing his booth, and I asked if it was free. Carrie had brought Buck along, which I took as a positive sign. She'd likely confided in him and wanted his moral support. He was a stout man with thick arms, a graying beard, and as I would mistakenly assume a quick temper the moment they step inside, I rise from my seat and gesture for them to join me. We exchange stiff pleasantries before I guide them to the table. Expressing my gratitude for their time, I encourage them to order lunch. My own stomach is empty, so I request scrambled eggs and a black coffee. They opt for cheeseburgers and a side of fries. Buck studies me with clear suspicion. Before I can even begin, he cuts in, we looked you up, Guardian Ministries. Are you a pastor or an attorney? A bit of both. I reply with a practiced, reassuring grin, offering a brief summary of my work. He then announces, not without pride, my father was a preacher, you know. Oh, we are well aware. 4 years back, his father retired after 3 decades leading a tiny rural congregation well outside Blountville. I pretend this is new information, and we skate over the surface of casual religious talk. I have a strong feeling Buck left the church behind years ago, despite his rough exterior. His voice is gentle and his demeanor agreeable. Carrie interjects softly, for many reasons, Mr. Post, I've never shared much about my past with Buck. Just Post is fine, I say. She offers a small smile, and I'm reminded again of her striking eyes and defined features. With her makeup applied and blonde hair tied back, it's easy to imagine a different path where her appearance might have led to brighter opportunities. Buck isn't sidetracked. All right, let's get to it. How do we know we can trust you? He's posing this question to a man secretly recording their every word. Before I can formulate an answer, he continues, Carrie told me what went down back then, what she did. We're worried or we wouldn't be here, but this whole thing smells like trouble to me. What is it you actually want from us? Carrie asks, her voice steady. The truth, I state simply. You ain't wearing a wire or nothing, are you? Buck probes, leaning forward. I let out a dismissive laugh and raise my hands in a show of transparency. Come on, I'm not with the police. Feel free to check if you want. The waitress returns to refill our coffee mugs, and we fall silent until she leaves. Seizing the moment, I press on, no, I'm not wearing a wire. That's not how I work. What I want is straightforward. Ideally, you tell me the truth, and then you sign a sworn statement, an affidavit that I might use someday to help Quincy Miller. I'm speaking with the other witnesses too, trying to get the same thing, the real story. I know much of the trial testimony was manufactured by the police and the prosecutor. I'm just trying to put the pieces back together. Your account would help, but it's only one part of a larger puzzle. What's an affidavit? Buck asks, wiping a bit of ketchup from his chin with a paper napkin. Just a formal statement given under oath. I'll draft it, you both review it, then I'll keep it completely confidential until it's needed. No one in Kingsport will ever hear about it. Seabrook is a world away. Would I have to go to court? Carrie's question is barely above a whisper. It's very unlikely. Let's say I managed to convince a judge Quincy didn't get a fair trial, which, honestly, is a real long shot. If that miracle happens, there's a distant chance the prosecutor might try him again for the murder. That could be years from now. If it ever happened, you could be called as a witness. But it's improbable because you didn't actually see a black man fleeing the scene. Correct? She doesn't confirm or deny, remaining silent for a long moment. Our food arrives, providing a temporary distraction. Buck liberally applies ketchup. Both decline salt and pepper. I shake some salt onto my eggs and set the shaker between us. Carrie picks at a single fry, her gaze fixed on her plate. Buck takes a large bite of his burger. It's obvious they've discussed this extensively without reaching a conclusion. She needs a nudge. Who persuaded you to testify back then, I ask. Was it Sheriff Piffitzner? She lets out a slow breath. Look, Mr. Post, I'll talk to you. I'll tell you what happened, but I'm not convinced about getting involved again. I need to think very carefully before I sign anything. You can't just go around repeating what she tells you, right? Buck asks, balling up his napkin. I can't repeat it in a courtroom. No, I can discuss it with my colleagues, but that's the limit. Any judge would require a formal affidavit from a witness. I'm worried about my sons, Carrie says, her voice tightening. They don't know anything about this. I would be mortified if my boys ever learned their mother lied in a courtroom and put an innocent man behind bars. I tell her, I get that, Carrie, and your worry is valid. But there's also a strong chance they'll be proud of you for having the courage to come forward and help free someone. We all made poor choices in our youth, but not every mistake is permanent. You're focused on your sons. Consider Quincy Miller. He has 3 children he hasn't laid eyes on in 22 years. He also has 5 grandchildren. He's never met, not even in a picture. They sit with that, their food forgotten for a moment. The weight of it is heavy and frightening, but I can see the gears turning. I continue. The records show your drug charge was dismissed just a few months after the trial. Pfitzner talked you into testifying, and the prosecutor promised to make that charge disappear, correct? She takes a long, shaky breath and glances at Buck. He shrugs and says, Just say it. We didn't drive all this way for the diner food. Her hands tremble as she tries to lift her coffee cup, so she sets it down and pushes her plate aside. Staring at the wall, she confesses, I was seeing a deputy named Lonnie. We were deep into drugs, a real mess. I got busted, but he kept me out of jail. Then after that lawyer was killed, Lonnie came to me a few weeks later saying he had a solution. If I would say I saw a black man running from the lawyer's office, my drug charge would vanish. Just like that. He took me to Pfitzner's office, and I told the story. The next day, Lonnie and Pfitzner brought me to the prosecutor. I can't recall his name. Forrest Burkhead, I supply. That's the one. I told the story again, he recorded it, but never mentioned the drug deal. When I asked Lonnie about it later, he said it was all handled between Pfitzner and Burkhead, not to worry. Lonnie and I were fighting constantly, mostly about the drugs. I've been clean for 14 years now, Mr. Post. That's incredible. You should be very proud. Buck saw me through it. Buck chimes in. I enjoy my beer, but I always steered clear of drugs. My old man would have tanned my hide. Anyway, Carrie continues, they took me to Butler County for the trial and I testified. I felt awful about it, but I was terrified of jail time. I figured it was either me or Quincy Miller, and self-preservation won out. Every man for himself, right? For years I've tried to bury the memory of that trial. That young defense attorney made me look like a fool on the stand. Tyler Townsend. That's him. I'll never forget his face. And then you left town? Yes, sir. Right after the trial, Fitzner called me into his office, thanked me, handed me $1,000 in cash, and told me to disappear. He said if I set foot in Florida again within 5 years, he'd have me arrested for lying to the jury. Can you believe the nerve? A deputy drove me to Gainesville and put me on a bus to Atlanta. I never went back, and I don't want to. I didn't even tell my few friends where I was going. It was an easy town to leave behind. Buck, wanting his due, adds, when she finally told me about this a few weeks back, I said, "Honey, you have to tell the truth. A man's been in a cage because of you." There's still an earlier drug charge on your record from a year before, I note. You should really look into getting that expunged. I know, but it feels like ancient history. Buck and I are doing all right now. We work hard and pay our way. I don't really want to dig all that up again, Mr. Post. If she signs this paper, can Florida come after her for perjury? Buck asks. No, the statute of limitations has expired. Besides, no one there really cares anymore. There's a new sheriff, a new prosecutor, a whole new crowd. When would all this happen? She asks, the relief palpable now that the secret is out. It's a slow grind. It could take months or even years, if it happens at all. The first step is signing the affidavit. She'll sign it, Buck declares firmly. Before taking another hearty bite of his burger, with a mouthful of food, he mumbles. Right, sweetheart. I need some time to decide, she replies. Buck jumps in. Listen, if Florida's the plan, I'll take you down there myself and handle anyone who gives you grief. I promise there won't be any issues, I assure her. The hardest part for you, Carrie, will be talking to your sons. As for everyone else in Kingsport, Tennessee, your family, your friends, they'll likely never find out. If Quincy Miller were released tomorrow, would word even reach them? Buck nods along, taking another bite. Carrie reaches for a French fry. They're good kids, her boys, Buck says. Mine are a handful, but Carrie's are solid. Honestly, I think they'll be proud of you, babe. She offers a faint smile, though she doesn't seem fully persuaded. Buck, now firmly on my side, radiates confidence. I finish my eggs and steer the conversation toward the drug culture in Seabrook during that era. Cocaine and marijuana were the popular picks, and Lonnie never seemed to run out. Their relationship was turbulent, and she kept her distance from the other deputies, though a few were rumored to dabble in small-time deals. She insists she knew nothing about Fitzner's rumored involvement in the trade. Once the table is cleared, I ask for the bill. I thank them both sincerely, praising her bravery for stepping forward. I give my word that I won't draft the affidavit until she's made her final decision. We part ways in the parking lot, and I watch their car disappear down the road. Then I head back inside, pretending to retrieve a baseball cap I'd intentionally left at our booth. When the coast is clear, I swiftly switch the salt and pepper shakers on the table with 2 identical ones from my pocket. A few miles later, I exit the interstate and pull into a shopping center lot. Moments after, Frankie rolls in, parks beside me, and hops into the passenger seat, grinning. He holds up a small recorder. Crystal clear, he announces. Let's be honest, this work can get messy. We often find ourselves navigating witnesses who've lied, officers who've tampered with evidence, experts who've misled juries, and prosecutors who've encouraged perjury. Sometimes we, the so-called good guys, have to get our hands a little dirty to save our clients. If Carrie Holland Pruitt decides not to sign that affidavit, I'll find another way to get her statement before the judge. I've done it before, and the dirt just keeps piling on. Frankie brought in an investigator from Birmingham to trail Mark Carter, the man who raped and murdered Emily Brune. Carter lives in the sleepy town of Bayless, about 10 miles from Verona, where Duke Russell was convicted. He sells tractors at a dealership in Verona and usually winds down his days at a local dive bar, shooting pool and having beers with his buddies. He was there, nursing a bottle of Bud Light, when a stranger clumsily bumped into their table. Bottles clattered, beer splashed everywhere. The man scrambled to his feet, showering them with apologies, and for a tense moment things felt volatile. He gathered the half-empty bottles, bought a fresh round, and kept saying sorry. As he set down 4 new beers, he cracked a joke that finally broke the ice. Carter and his friends started laughing. Crisis averted, the man, our investigator, slipped away to a corner and pulled out his phone. Hidden in his coat pocket was the beer bottle Carter had been drinking from. The next day, Frankie rushed it to a lab in Durham, along with a single pubic hair we'd discreetly borrowed from the police evidence file. Guardian shelled out $6,000 for a rush analysis. The results were perfect. We now had DNA proof connecting Carter to the rape and murder. At Duke's trial, the state of Alabama had presented 7 pubic hairs as evidence allegedly collected from Emily's body. Duke had provided his own samples. With unwavering confidence, the state's expert testified that they matched, presenting it as undeniable proof that Duke had raped Emily before strangling her. Another expert claimed Duke had bitten her multiple times during the attack. No semen was ever found. Unfazed, the prosecutor, Chad Fallwright, simply informed the jury that Duke had likely just used a condom. There was no evidence to support this claim. No condom was ever recovered. Yet the jury found the explanation perfectly logical. To secure a death sentence, Fallwright needed to prove both murder and rape. The victim was found unclothed and had likely been assaulted, but the evidence was thin. This made the recovered pubic hairs pivotal. In a rare moment of clarity, Duke's attorney requested funds from the court to hire an independent hair analysis expert. The request was denied. Whether the lawyer was ignorant of DNA testing or simply couldn't be bothered is unclear. He may have assumed the court would never approve it. As a result, those 7 pubic hairs were never subjected to DNA analysis. They were, however, thoroughly examined by the state's expert, whose testimony was enough to send Duke to death row. Just 3 months ago, that testimony came within 2 hours of costing him his life. Now, we finally have the truth. Verona sits in the heart of the state, a bleak, sparsely populated stretch of flatland dense with pine forests. For its 5,000 residents, a decent job means driving a pulpwood truck. A bad one means bagging groceries. 1 in 5 has no job at all. It's a grim town, though. To be fair, most of the places I visit feel like towns time forgot. Chad Fallwright's office is in the courthouse, just down the dusty hallway from the very courtroom where Duke was convicted 9 years ago. I've been here once before and have no desire to return. This meeting won't be pleasant, but I'm used to that. Most prosecutors can't stand me, and the feeling is entirely mutual. As agreed, I arrive at 1:58 p.m. and offer a polite smile to Chad's secretary. It's immediately clear she doesn't like me either. He's busy, naturally, and she invites me to wait under a truly awful portrait of a scowling judge who one hopes is long deceased. 10 minutes tick by as she taps at a keyboard. Not a sound comes from his office. 15 minutes. After 20, I say bluntly, "We had an appointment for 2 o'clock. I drove a long way to be here. What exactly is going on?" She glances at an old desk phone. He's still on a call with a judge. "Does he even know I'm waiting out here?" I demand, loud enough to be heard through the door. "Yes, now please," she replies tersely. I sit back down, wait another 10 minutes, then stride to his door and knock sharply. Before either of them can respond, I push inside. I find Chad not on the phone, but standing at his window, seemingly captivated by the less than vibrant view of the town below. We agreed on 2 o'clock. "Chad, what's the deal?" "Sorry, Post. I was wrapping up with a judge. Come on in." "Don't mind if I do. It was a 5-hour drive. A little common courtesy wouldn't hurt." "My apologies," he says, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he drops into his large leather swivel chair. He's about my age and has spent the last 15 years prosecuting criminals, mostly meth cooks and dealers. Undoubtedly, his most high-profile case was Emily's murder 3 months ago. As the execution clock ticked down, he was chasing every TV reporter in sight, happily discussing the heavy burdens of his office. "No problem," I say, taking a seat. "What's on your mind?" he asks, glancing pointedly at his watch. "We've completed some DNA testing." I begin, keeping my expression deliberately grim. What I really want is to get in his face and let him have it. "We know who the real killer is, Chad, and it isn't Duke Russell." He handles it with surprising calm. Do tell. Do tell." We obtained a sample from the actual killer and matched it to one of the state's pubic hairs. "Bad news, Chad. You prosecuted the wrong man? You tampered with our evidence?" He fires back. "Brilliant. You're more worried about my methods than your own catastrophic mistake. You nearly executed an innocent man. Chad, don't waste your concern on me. I'm just the messenger who found the truth. How did you manage to steal a pubic hair? It was simple. You gave me the case file, remember? A year ago, right down the hall. I spent 2 days sweating in that cramped little room, going through every piece of evidence. One pubic hair stuck to my finger. A whole year has gone by, and no one here even noticed it was missing. You stole a pubic hair. Unbelievable. I didn't steal it, Chad. I just borrowed it. You wouldn't agree to the DNA test, so I had to get it done myself. Go ahead and charge me. It doesn't matter. You've got much worse things to worry about right now. He lets out a long breath, his posture slumping. After a long moment of gathering himself, he finally asks, "All right, so who did it?" The last person seen with her before she died. Mark Carter. They had a past going all the way back to high school. The police had every reason to look at him, but for some reason they never did. How can you be sure it's him? I obtained a sample. How? A beer bottle. The man enjoys his beer, leaves bottles everywhere. We got it to a lab, and I brought you the report. You stole a beer bottle now, too. Is that it? Charge me again, Chad? Keep playing your little games. Take a good look at yourself and just admit it. This sham case of yours is falling apart, and you're headed for a major public embarrassment. He gives me a lopsided, foolish grin and trots out that classic prosecutor's line, "No chance, Post. I still have faith in my case." Then you're a fool, Chad, but we all figured that out years ago. I drop a copy of the report onto his desk and turn to leave. "Hold on, Post," he calls out. "Let's talk this through. If I take what you're saying as the truth, then what happens now?" I sit back down, calm, and stretch my fingers. Getting Duke out sooner hinges on Chad's cooperation. If he digs in his heels like prosecutors tend to do, this fight could drag on for months. Here's the cleanest way out of this mess, Chad. And I'm not here to debate tactics. For once, I'm holding every card. There are 6 other hairs. Let's get them all tested. If all 7 rule out Duke, he walks free. If all 7 point straight to Carter, then you've got a brand new case to prosecute. Agree to the testing, and this goes smoothly. Block it, and I'll file in state court, probably lose. Then take it federal. Sooner or later, I'll get those tests done, and you know it. The reality hits him, and anger flashes across his face. He shoves his chair back, strides to the window, and stares out, thinking hard. I can hear his heavy breathing, the crack of his neck as he rolls his head, the sound of his hand rubbing his chin. What comes out of his mouth next should shock me, but nothing does anymore. He says, "You know, Post, I can picture both of them there with Emily taking turns. You can't see what's right in front of you, Chad, because you refuse to look." I stand and move toward the door. I believe in my case, Post. Here's the deal, Chad. You have 2 weeks. If you're still clinging to this fantasy, then I'll file my motion for testing. I'll also have a long chat with Jim Biscoe at the Birmingham News. As you know, he's covered this story from the start, and we're on speaking terms. Once I give him the DNA story, you'll be front-page news, and it won't be the kind of headline you want. Between Biscoe and me, we'll paint you as a colossal fool, Chad. It really won't be difficult. I open the door and step out. My final glimpse of Chad is of him standing frozen at the window, staring after me, stunned, mouth slightly agape, utterly defeated. I almost wish I had a camera. I leave Verona quickly and prepare for the long drive to death row. Duke doesn't know about the DNA results yet. I need to tell him face to face. Our meeting is going to be a very good day. There's no pressing reason for me to go to Seabrook myself. Everyone involved in Quincy's trial has either passed away, retired, vanished, or slipped away under odd circumstances. I'm not even sure who I'm supposed to be wary of, but the atmosphere of fear is a tangible thing, so I send Frankie to scout it out. He spends 2 days and 2 nights there, moving through the shadows like only he can. His report is, as usual, brutally direct. "Not much to see, boss." He leaves and drives several hours south to Deerfield Beach near Boca Raton. He wanders the streets, does his research online, checks out the area, and in no time he's in a sharp suit making the call. Tyler Townsend agrees to meet him at a new shopping center his company is putting the finishing touches on. Large signs advertise plenty of retail space available. Frankie's story is that he and a business partner are scouting prime locations for a new sporting goods store. It was a brand new firm, one without any digital footprint. Tyler appeared cordial, though a bit guarded. Now 50, he'd left the legal profession behind years ago, a smart decision. He'd built a successful life in South Florida real estate and clearly knew his trade. He and his wife were raising 3 teenagers in a sprawling home. The property taxes alone had hit $58,000 the previous year. He drove a luxury import, and everything from his clothes to his demeanor spoke of wealth. Frankie's pretense didn't hold. They entered a 4,000-square-foot space where plaster was still drying, and Tyler cut straight to it. "So, what's the name of your firm again?" "There isn't one. I'm here under false pretenses, but it's important." "Are you with the police?" "Far from it. I'm an ex-con who did 14 years in a Georgia prison for a murder I didn't commit. A young attorney took my case, proved I was innocent, got me exonerated, and the great state of Georgia eventually wrote a check. My record's clean now. Sometimes I do work for that lawyer. Feels like the least I can do." "Would this happen to involve Quincy Miller?" "It does. That lawyer represents him now. We know he's innocent, and so do you." Tyler released a long breath and offered a faint, fleeting smile. He moved to a broad front window, and Frankie joined him. Outside, an asphalt crew was laying down a fresh parking lot. "And you are?" Tyler asked. "Frankie Tatum." He passed over a Guardian business card. Tyler studied both sides. "How is Quincy holding up?" he asked. "It's been 22 years. I did 14 as an innocent man and somehow kept my head on straight. But for him, every single day is a fresh nightmare." Tyler handed the card back like he was disposing of evidence. "Look, I honestly don't have time for this. I don't know what you're after, but I'm not getting involved, all right? I'm sorry, but Quincy is a closed chapter for me." "You were one hell of a lawyer, Tyler. Just a rookie back then, but you fought hard for him." He gave a resigned smile and a shrug, "And I lost. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now, of course. It's your property. My boss is an attorney named Cullen Post. Look him up. He's exonerated 8 people, and he didn't do that by taking no for an answer. He wants to talk to you, Tyler, somewhere completely private. Trust me, Post knows how this game is played, and he isn't going away. You could save yourself a lot of time and hassle by just meeting him for 15 minutes. "Is he in Savannah?" "No, he's right across the street." Frankie gestured toward my direction. The 3 of us walked around the corner to a family-style restaurant still under construction by Tyler's company. The place was unfinished. Workers were unboxing chairs. Beyond the avenue stretched a clogged landscape of new development. Car dealerships, fast food joints with drive-thrus, strip malls, a car wash, gas stations, a couple of branch banks. Classic Florida sprawl in all its glory. We stood in a corner, away from the crew, and Tyler said, "All right, let's hear it." I had a feeling this discussion could be cut short, so I skipped the pleasantries. "Is it possible to prove Quincy is innocent?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Listen, I'm not getting pulled into this. Years ago, I gave everything I had to prove his innocence, and I failed. That was another lifetime. Now I've got 3 kids, a wonderful wife, financial security, no headaches. I am not going back there. I'm sorry." "Where's the danger in talking, Tyler?" "Oh, you'll find out soon enough. I mean, I hope you don't, for your sake, but you're walking straight into a mess, Mr. Post. All of my cases are a mess." He let out a dismissive grunt, as if I had no clue. "Nothing like this one." "We're about the same age, Tyler. We both left the law around the same time because we became disillusioned. My second career didn't exactly pan out, and then I found a new purpose. Now I spend my days pounding the pavement, searching for a break, looking for someone to step up. Right now, Quincy needs you to step up." He drew a deep breath, his patience clearly spent. "I suppose being pushy comes with your line of work, But I'm not being pushed. Mr. Post, good day. Leave me alone and don't come back. With that, he turned and walked out the door. Chad Fallwright predictably refuses to budge. He flatly denies any request for DNA testing on the remaining 6 pubic hairs, which he now keeps secured with the rest of the evidence. To flex his prosecutorial muscle, he's even threatening to pursue an indictment against me for evidence tampering, a charge that carries up to a year behind bars in Alabama, a fact he relays with unmistakable glee. The idea of jail time over a single stray hair would be laughable if it weren't so heavy-handed. He adds that he intends to file ethics complaints with both the Alabama and Georgia Bar Associations. I can't help but chuckle. I've faced far more inventive threats in my career. Maisie assembles a substantial petition for post-conviction relief, which must first be submitted in state court in Verona. The day before we file, I drive to Birmingham for a meeting with Jim Biscoe, a seasoned reporter who covered Duke Russell's trial. Biscoe had followed the drawn-out appeals with growing skepticism about the trial's fairness, reserving particularly sharp criticism for Duke's original defense attorney. When that lawyer later died from cirrhosis, Jim wrote a piece hinting that the murder case deserved another look. He's thrilled to hear the new DNA results exonerate Duke, though I carefully avoid naming Mark Carter as the real killer. That revelation will come in time. The day after our filing, Biscoe publishes a front-page Metro section story quoting Fallwright, who declares, "I remain confident we convicted the right man and am working diligently to see Duke Russell, a ruthless killer, executed." DNA changes nothing in this case. After 2 more phone conversations with Otis Walker, Frankie is certain June Walker wants no part of Quincy Miller's case. Their messy divorce left lasting wounds, and she is determined not to reopen that chapter for her. There's only the risk of reliving painful memories and facing past untruths. Otis warns Frankie to leave them be, and Frankie agrees, at least for now. Here in Seabrook, 23 lawyers are currently in practice, and we've compiled a slim dossier on each roughly half. We're in town when Keith Russo was murdered. The senior member is 91 and still drives himself to the office daily. 2 newcomers just hung their shingles last year. All are white, 6 are women, and most seem to be scraping by, a common sight in small towns. The most successful appear to be a pair of brothers who've spent 2 decades handling bankruptcies. Glenn Colakurtzy, who once served in the Florida Senate representing Ruiz County and 2 others, is a notable figure. At the time of the murder, he was in his 3rd term. Keith Russo was a distant relative. Both hailed from the same Italian neighborhood in Tampa. In his prime, Colakurtzy ran the largest firm in town and hired Keith straight out of law school. Keith arrived in Seabrook with a wife, but Colakurtzy had no spot for her. Keith didn't stay long, and a year later the Russo firm opened in a 2-room walk-up above a Main Street bakery. I picked Colakurtzy for an interview because his file is a bit heftier, and he's likely to recall more about Keith than any other active attorney in town. He grants me a half-hour on the phone. Driving into Seabrook for the first time, I feel a strange familiarity. The landmarks are few, the office building once owned by Keith and Diana Russo and the site of the crime. The back street where Kerry Holland reported seeing a black man fleeing the courthouse. I park on Main Street across from the courthouse and watch the slow-moving foot traffic. How many of these people remember the murder? How many knew Keith Russo or Quincy Miller? Do they realize this town sent an innocent man to prison? The answer, of course, is no. When the moment arrives, I meet them on the sidewalk and walk a short distance to the office. The windows are marked with a sign in faded black paint that reads Colakurtzy Law Firm. An old bell chimes as I push the door open. A senior tabby cat hops down from a sofa, stirring up a small cloud of dust. To my right sits a roll-top desk with a manual Underwood typewriter, looking as though it's patiently waiting for a retired secretary to come back and start typing again. The air carries the scent of aged leather and old tobacco, not entirely unpleasant, but clearly in need of a thorough airing out. Yet in this setting that feels frozen in an earlier era, a strikingly poised young Asian woman in a short skirt approaches with a warm smile. "Good morning," she says. "How can I assist you?" I smile back. Yes, I'm Cullen Post. I spoke with Mr. Collacursey yesterday, and we arranged to meet this morning. She offers a curious mix of a grin and a frown as she moves toward a somewhat more contemporary desk. Softly, she replies, "He didn't mention it to me. My apologies, I'm Bea." "Is he available?" I ask. "Of course, I'll let him know. He's not exactly swamped today." She gives another quick smile and slips away. Moments later, she gestures for me to follow, and I step into the spacious office where Glenn has presided for what seems like forever. He's standing beside his desk, appearing genuinely pleased to have company. We exchange brief introductions before he points to a leather sofa and tells Bea, "Please bring us some coffee." Leaning on a cane, he shuffles toward an oversized chair that could easily seat two. He's nearing 80 and looks every bit of it, carrying extra weight with a white beard and a wild mane of untrimmed white hair. Still, there's a certain flair to his appearance, thanks to a pink bow tie and bright red suspenders. "Are you a priest or something?" he asks, eyeing my collar. "Yes, Episcopal." I give him the condensed version of Guardian Ministries. As I speak, he rests his stubbly chin on the handle of his cane, absorbing every word with sharp, though slightly bloodshot, green eyes. Bea returns with the coffee, and I take a sip. It's lukewarm, likely instant. Once she leaves and shuts the door, he leans forward. "What's a priest doing, poking around in an old case like Quincy Miller's?" Fair question. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe he's innocent. He seems amused. "Interesting," he murmurs. "I've never had an issue with Miller's conviction, as I recall. There was an eyewitness. There were no real witnesses. A young woman named Carrie Holland testified that she saw a black man fleeing the scene carrying what was implied to be a shotgun. She lied. She was a drug user who cut a deal with the authorities to stay out of jail. She has since admitted she wasn't telling the truth, and she wasn't the only one lying during that trial." He runs his fingers through his long, oily-looking hair. "Interesting. Were you and Keith close?" He lets out a frustrated grunt, accompanied by a half-smile. "What exactly are you after?" "Just some background. Did you attend the trial?" "Nah. I wanted to, but they moved it to Butler County. I was in the state senate back then and pretty tied up. Had 7 lawyers working here, biggest firm in the area, so I couldn't exactly spend my days sitting in a courtroom watching other people work." "Keith was a relative, correct?" "Sort of distant family. I knew his folks down in Tampa. He kept bothering me for a job, so I gave him one. But he never really clicked. He even asked me to hire his wife, but I wasn't having it. He stuck around for about a year before going off on his own. I wasn't thrilled about that. Italians tend to value loyalty." "Was he a competent lawyer?" "Why does that matter now?" "Just curious." Quincy mentioned that Keith handled his divorce poorly, and the court records seemed to back that up. The prosecutor exaggerated their conflict to establish motive, which feels like a stretch. I mean, does a disgruntled client really blow his lawyer's face off over a divorce? "Never happened to me," he says, then bursts into hearty laughter. I chuckle along politely. But I've had my share of unhinged clients years ago. One guy even showed up here with a gun, furious over a divorce settlement. At least he claimed to have a gun. Back in those days, every attorney in that building carried a weapon, and the situation could have turned violent, but a charming young secretary managed to soothe him. I've always had faith in the power of a charming secretary. Veteran lawyers would choose swapping war stories over eating lunch any day, and I couldn't think of anything better than getting him warmed up. I remarked, "You ran a sizable firm back then." "Large for this region of the state. 7, sometimes 8 or even 10 lawyers, a full dozen secretaries, offices on the upper floor, and clients practically spilling out the front door." Those years were chaotic, honestly. I grew weary of the constant theatrics. Half my energy went into mediating disputes among the staff. "Have you ever practiced law yourself?" "I'm practicing now, just in a different field." "Years back, I served as a public defender but hit a wall. I found faith, and that led me to seminary. After becoming a minister, I met an innocent man in prison through an outreach program. That encounter redirected my entire life. Did you secure his release? I did. Then 7 others after him. Right now, I'm working on 6 active cases, Quincy's included. I've read estimates that maybe 10% of everyone behind bars is innocent. Do you buy that? 10% might be a bit generous, but there's no doubt thousands of innocent people are locked up. I'm not convinced I believe that. Most white people aren't, but spend some time in the black community and you'll find plenty who know it's true. During his 18 years in the state Senate, Courtroom consistently voted on the side of law and order. He supported the death penalty, championed gun rights, waged a fierce war on drugs, and happily funded whatever the state police and prosecutors requested. He said, "I never had the stomach for criminal law. There's no real money in it. But Keith managed to make money on the criminal side, didn't he?" He shot me a sharp, disapproving look, as if I'd crossed a line. After a pause, he replied, "Keith's been gone for over 20 years. Why this sudden interest in his law practice?" "Because my client didn't kill him. Someone else did, with a completely different motive. We know Keith and Diana were representing drug traffickers in the late 80s, with clients operating around the Tampa area. Those kinds of men make for compelling suspects, perhaps, but I doubt they'll be eager to talk after all this time. Were you close with Sheriff Fitzner?" He glared at me again. I had just subtly connected Fitzner to those drug dealers, and Courtroom understood exactly where I was casting my line. He drew a slow breath, exhaled audibly, and said, "Bradley and I were never close. He ran his operation, I ran mine. We were both chasing the same votes but kept our distance. I stayed out of criminal matters, so our paths rarely crossed." "Where is he now?" I asked. "Dead, I assume." "He left the area years ago." "He isn't dead, but is enjoying a comfortable life down in the Florida Keys. He retired after 32 years as sheriff and relocated. His 3-bedroom condo in Marathon is valued at $1.6 million. Not a bad retirement for a public servant whose salary never topped $60,000 a year." "Are you suggesting Fitzner was mixed up with Keith?" he asked. "Oh no, I didn't mean to imply that." "Oh yes, I absolutely did, but Courtroom wasn't biting." He narrowed his eyes and said, "This eyewitness. She claims Fitzner pressured her to lie on the stand. If and when Carrie Holland retracts her false testimony, it will appear in a public court filing for all to see. But I wasn't prepared to share anything with him yet." I said, "Look, Mr. Courtroom, this stays between us, correct?" Of course," he agreed quickly. He was a stranger until 15 minutes ago, and he'd likely be on the phone before I even reached my car. She didn't name Fitzner specifically, just referred to the police and the prosecutor. I have no reason to suspect Fitzner of anything. That's good. This murder was solved 2 decades ago. You're just spinning your wheels, Mr. Post. Maybe so. How well did you know Diana Russo? He rolled his eyes as if she were the last person he wanted to discuss. Hardly at all. I kept my distance from the start. She was looking for work, but back then we simply didn't hire women. She took it as a personal slight and never warmed to me. She turned Keith against me, and we never saw eye to eye. I was frankly glad when he moved on, though our story wasn't over. He turned into a genuine nuisance. In what way? He looks up at the ceiling, weighing whether to share the tale. As a seasoned attorney, the impulse to tell a story wins out. All right, here's how it went. He starts, shifting in his chair and getting comfortable. Back then, I had the personal injury market in Ruiz County completely locked down. Every serious car accident, defective product, medical mistake, insurance dispute, it all came here. If someone was hurt, they found their way to my office, or I'd visit them at the hospital. Keith wanted a piece of that pie because, let's be honest, injury cases are where the real money is made around here. The big firm lawyers over in Tampa do all right, but they don't see the kind of payouts we did in tort law. When Keith left my practice, he walked off with a client and a case that belonged to my firm. We had a monumental blow-up over it. He was desperate for money. But that case was mine. I threatened to sue him, and we battled it out for 2 solid years. He finally caved and agreed to split the fee 50-50, but the damage was done. Diana was stuck right in the middle of that mess, too. Law firms fracture over money all the time. It's practically a weekly event. Did you and Keith ever make peace after a fashion, I suppose, but it took years. It's a small community, and lawyers usually find a way to coexist. We actually had lunch together the week before he was killed, shared a few laughs. Keith was a decent guy who put in the work. Maybe a little too driven for his own good. I never did come around to liking her, though, but you had to feel for her. That poor woman discovered her husband with his face destroyed. He was a good-looking man, too. It shattered her. She never bounced back, sold their property, and eventually left the area for good. No communication since she left. None at all. He checks his watch, the universal signal of a busy schedule. We wrap up our talk, and after a half hour, I thank him and take my leave. Chapter 18. Bradley Pfitzner managed the county for over 3 decades before stepping down. His long tenure was notably free of scandal, and he kept everything running smoothly. Every election cycle, he either ran unopposed or faced only token challengers. His successor was a former deputy who served for 7 years until health issues forced an early retirement. The sheriff now is Wink Castle, whose department operates out of a modern metal complex that consolidates the county sheriff, city police, and the local jail. A line of vividly marked patrol cars sits parked in front of the building at the town's outskirts. The lobby is a hub of activity, officers, administrative staff, and anxious family members inquiring about loved ones behind bars. I'm shown to Castle's office, where he meets me with a smile and a solid handshake. He's around 40, with the relaxed demeanor of a local politician who knows his community. Since he wasn't living in the county at the time of the Russo murder, he likely has no old loyalties or grudges tied to the case. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the weather, he gets down to business. Quincy Miller, huh? I reviewed the file last night to refresh my memory. Are you some kind of clergyman? I'm both a lawyer and a minister, I explain, taking a moment to describe the work of guardian. We investigate old cases where there's strong evidence of innocence. Best of luck with this one. I offer a wry smile. They're all tough, Sheriff, understood. So what's your strategy for proving your client didn't kill Keith Russo? As with any case, I start at the crime scene and begin digging. I already know most of the state's witnesses lied during the trial. The evidence against Quincy was fragile from the start. What about Zeke Huffy, a classic jailhouse informant? I tracked him down to a prison in Arkansas, and I anticipate he'll take back his testimony. Making up stories and then retracting them is practically his profession, not uncommon for his type. Carrie Holland has already come clean to me. She lied because Pfitzner and the prosecutor Burkhead pressured her. They offered her a favorable deal on a drug charge she was facing. After the trial, Pfitzner even gave her $1,000 and strongly encouraged her to leave town, which she did. June Walker, Quincy's ex-wife, lives up in Tallahassee, but has so far refused to talk. She testified against him out of anger and bitterness over their divorce, and what she said wasn't true. That's a whole lot of lies, Sheriff, I tell him. He takes it all in, this being new territory for him, and I can see the genuine interest on his face. After a moment, he shakes his head. It's still a long road ahead. You don't have the murder weapon, correct? Quincy Miller never owned a shotgun. The real linchpin is that blood-spattered flashlight that vanished into thin air shortly after the crime. What became of it, he asks. I almost laugh. He's the sheriff, and he's asking me. You tell me. The official story, according to Pfitzner's records, is that it was destroyed in a fire at the old evidence storage facility over on Elm Street. You don't buy that? I don't buy anything at face value, Sheriff. The state's expert, a man named Norwood, never actually examined the flashlight. His entire testimony was a sham. I open my briefcase, slide out a folder, and set it on his desk. This is our evidence summary. Inside, you'll find a report from Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt, a top criminologist, that completely dismantles Norwood's claims. Have you reviewed the crime scene photos of the flashlight itself? I have, Dr. Benderschmidt's analysis suggests the spots on the lens likely aren't even human blood, And that flashlight didn't come from the crime scene. Its origin is a mystery, and Quincy swears he'd never laid eyes on it before. He picks up the report, leafing through it slowly. When his attention wanes, he drops it back on the desk. "I'll look it over tonight, but spell it out for me. What exactly are you asking me to do? Work with me." "I'm preparing a petition for post-conviction relief based on new evidence, including statements from witnesses who've admitted they lied. I need you to reopen the murder investigation. It would carry significant weight with the court to know the local authorities now doubt the conviction. Give me a break, Mr. Post. This case was shut down over 2 decades ago, long before I ever set foot in this town. They're all old cases, Sheriff, cold and gathering dust. That's the nature of this work. Most of the key players are gone. Fitzner, Burkhead, even the trial judge has passed. You have the unique chance to look at this with clear eyes and help free an innocent man." He's already shaking his head. "I don't see it. I can't justify getting tangled up in this. Honestly, I hadn't given this case a single thought until your phone call yesterday. All the more reason to step in. You bear no responsibility for what went wrong 20 years ago. People will see you as the good guy finally setting things right. Do you actually have to find the real killer to get Miller out?" "Not necessarily. My job is to prove his innocence. In about half our victories, we do identify the true perpetrator, but it's not a requirement." He keeps shaking his head, all trace of earlier amusement gone. "I just can't see it. You expect me to pull one of my detectives off their current caseload to go digging through a 20-year-old murder everybody else has forgotten? Be reasonable? I'll handle the heavy lifting, Sheriff. That's what I do. So what's my role supposed to be? Cooperate. Don't put up roadblocks." He leans back, lacing his fingers behind his head, and stares at the water-stained ceiling tiles for a long minute. "In your experience, what do the local officials usually do in these situations?" "They circle the wagons. They obstruct, hide evidence, and fight me at every turn in court. The stakes are too high, Sheriff, and the mistakes are too glaring for anyone to admit they were wrong. You've got innocent people serving decades while the real killers walk free, sometimes to kill again. These are profound injustices, and I have yet to meet a cop or a prosecutor with the backbone to confess they messed up. This case is different because those responsible for Quincy's conviction aren't here anymore. You could be the one who makes it right." "I'm not looking to be a hero. I just can't justify the time and resources. Believe me, I have enough on my plate as it is. Of course you do. But by cooperating, you make my job easier. I'm only after the truth here, Sheriff." "I don't know," he says, his voice trailing off into uncertainty. "Let me consider it for a moment." "That's all I'm asking, at least for now." He draws a long breath, his skepticism clear and his support far from guaranteed. "Is there anything more?" "There is one other detail, something that might fit into the larger picture. Do you remember the Kenny Taft case? He died roughly 2 years after the murder." "Of course. He was the last deputy killed in the line of duty. His picture is on the memorial wall in the lobby. I'd like to review that case file without dealing with all the formal public records requests and bureaucracy. And you believe it connects to Quincy Miller's situation?" "Probably not. But I'm following every thread, Sheriff. It's my job, and you never know what you might turn up. I'll need to think it over." "I appreciate that." The fire chief is a gruff, heavy-set man named Lieutenant Jordan, a seasoned veteran who is considerably less welcoming than the sheriff. The fire station, just a couple of blocks from the town's main thoroughfare, is quiet. 2 firefighters are cleaning a bright red engine in the bay, while inside an elderly clerk sorts through files at her desk. Jordan finally emerges and, after some stiff small talk, guides me to a small, cluttered room lined with outdated metal filing cabinets. He rummages through a drawer labeled for 1988, his fingers brushing past dusty folders until he extracts the one I need. "Wasn't much of a blaze from what I remember," he remarks, setting it on a table. "Take your time." Then he leaves me alone. Back then, the sheriff's department operated out of an old building several blocks away, a structure long since demolished. In Ruiz County, like in countless small towns, evidence from crime scenes was often stashed wherever there was spare room, a forgotten closet, a cramped attic. I've spent countless hours sifting through courthouse basements and dusty storage rooms hunting for old records. To address his own space issues, Sheriff Pitzner had used a portable storage shed behind his office. The file contains a grainy photograph of the shed before the fire, a hefty padlock, clearly visible on its single door. It had no windows. I'd guess it was about 30 feet long, 12 feet wide, and 8 feet tall. A second photo taken after the fire shows only a heap of blackened debris. The initial alarm came in at 3:10 a.m., and by the time the firefighters arrived, the shed was completely ablaze. They put it out quickly, but nothing inside could be saved. The official cause was listed as undetermined. As Jordan noted, it wasn't a major fire. The flashlight allegedly found in Quincy's trunk was presumably destroyed. No trace of it remained. How convenient, then, that the autopsy reports, witness statements, crime scene diagrams, and photographs were all securely stored inside Fitzner's own desk. He had everything he needed to secure a conviction, for now the fire investigation leads nowhere. I check in with Carrie and Buck every week. They're beginning to understand I'm not giving up, and their resistance is softening. I keep reassuring Carrie that helping me poses no danger to her, and gradually a sense of trust builds between us. We meet at a diner close to Kingsport, sharing a meal of omelets and coffee. Carrie reads through the affidavit Maisie drafted, and then Buck examines it carefully. They ask the same practical questions about what comes next, and after some patient encouragement, she finally signs it outside in the parking lot. I give her a hug, and Buck, now smiling, wants one as well. We've become allies. I thank them both for finding the strength to help Quincy. With tears in her eyes, Carrie asks me to tell him she's sorry. I promise her I already have. My mother lives on the family farm near Dyersburg, Tennessee, where I grew up, at 73. She's been on her own since my father passed 2 years ago. I worry about her being alone at her age, though she's in better health than I am, and insists she's never lonely. She, in turn, frets about my rootless life and my apparent lack of interest in settling down. She has reluctantly come to terms with the fact that starting a family isn't high on my list, and the prospect of more grandchildren from me is slim. My sister has provided 3, but they live out of state. My mother doesn't eat meat. She lives simply sustained by the garden she tends on the land. Her garden is the stuff of local legend, producing enough fresh fruits and vegetables to feed hundreds of people, which she does by regularly delivering overflowing baskets to the community food bank. For dinner, we enjoy plump tomatoes filled with seasoned rice and mushrooms, alongside creamy butter beans and a rich squash casserole. Despite this bounty, she herself eats very little, picking at her vegetables while urging me to take second helpings, concerned over what she sees as my slight frame. I brush off her worries, though I've heard similar comments from others. After the meal, we settle on the front porch with glasses of cool mint tea. The porch looks almost exactly as it did years ago when I was recovering here, and our talk drifts back to that difficult period. We also speak of Brooke, my former wife. Mom always liked her, and they stayed in contact long after our split. Initially, Mom was furious with Brooke for walking out during my lowest point, but I eventually persuaded her that our marriage had been doomed from the start. Brooke is now married to a successful businessman, and they have 4 lovely teenage children. Mom sometimes gets a distant, thoughtful look when she imagines the grandchildren she might have had, so I gently steer us onto other topics. Even though my chosen path is unconventional, Mom expresses pride in my work, though the complexities of the criminal justice system mostly elude her. She finds the whole subject bleak. So much crime, so many incarcerated, so many families shattered. It took me a long time to make her believe that countless innocent people are behind bars. This visit is our first opportunity to discuss Quincy Miller's case in depth, and she listens with rapt attention to the tale of a murdered attorney, a corrupt sheriff, a shadowy drug network, and a man framed perfectly for a crime he didn't commit. At first, the story seems too outrageous to be real, but she quickly becomes engrossed in every twist. I share the details freely. We're seated on a dim porch in the Tennessee countryside, far from Florida, and who would she possibly tell? My mother has always been a vault for secrets. We run through my other active cases. Shasta Briley, on death row in North Carolina for an arson that killed her 3 daughters, Billy Rayburn, convicted in Tennessee based on the questionable science of shaken baby syndrome after he stumbled while holding his girlfriend's infant, Duke Russell, still awaiting execution in Alabama. Curtis Wallace, found guilty in Mississippi of abducting, assaulting, and murdering a young woman he had never encountered, and little Jimmy Flagler, who was just 17 and intellectually disabled when Georgia sentenced him to life without parole. These 6 clients define my professional existence. I carry their stories with me daily, and sometimes the weight of it all grows exhausting. Seeking a lighter note, I ask Mom about her weekly poker game. She plays with a fierce group of friends where the stakes are low, but the competition is intense. She's currently ahead by $11.50. They settle their debts at a yearly Christmas party where they let loose with cheap champagne. She also plays bridge twice a month with another circle, though she much prefers poker. Her calendar is full. She's in 2 book clubs, one with church friends focused on religious texts, and another with a rowdier bunch that devours popular fiction, sometimes even the trashy kind. She teaches Sunday school, reads aloud at a senior living facility, and volunteers with more charities than she can readily recall. She recently purchased an electric car and delighted in explaining its mechanics to me. Several times a year, Frankie Tatum comes by for a meal. They are dear friends, and she loves having him over. He visited just last week, and she recounts their evening together. She takes particular pride in the fact that Frankie would still be imprisoned if not for my efforts, which nudges our conversation back to my work. There was a time when she hoped I would move past this phase into a more stable career at a traditional law firm, but those discussions are behind us now. Her pensions afford her a comfortable life. She avoids debt entirely, and she mails a modest monthly check to support Guardian. At 10 o'clock sharp, she retires for the night and enjoys 8 hours of solid, uninterrupted sleep. She left me on the porch with a kiss on my forehead. I sat there for hours in the cool, quiet night, wide awake, thinking of my clients sleeping on cramped bunks and cots behind bars, innocent people. Chapter 20. Acting on a tip, the guards raided Zeke Huffy's cell a month earlier and discovered a shank, a homemade knife. Drugs turn up in raids all the time and are handled without much fuss, but a weapon is treated as a serious threat to the guards, a direct challenge to their safety. As a result, Zeke was sent to the cave, an underground unit used for solitary confinement. Any dreams he had of an early parole vanished. Now he's facing additional time. I'm met at the front office by a man in a suit, a deputy warden of some kind. Along with a guard, I'm quickly cleared through security and led to a building set apart from the general population units. The deputy warden offers a stern nod, doors swing open without delay. The right strings are definitely being pulled. I descend a set of concrete stairs into a square, damp, windowless room. Zeke is already there, seated in a metal chair with leg irons locked to the floor. There's no partition between us. His hands are free, and after a moment of visible shock at seeing me, he offers a weak handshake. Once the guard leaves and slams the door, Zeke asks, "What are you doing here?" "Just visiting, Zeke. I've missed you," he grunts, struggling for a reply. "Inmates in the cave aren't supposed to have visitors." I pull out a pack of cigarettes. "Want one?" "Hell yes," he says, the addict in him instantly taking over. I hand him a cigarette, noticing how his hands tremble. I light it with a match. He closes his eyes and takes a deep, desperate drag, as if trying to consume the whole thing in one breath. He blows a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling and takes another hard pull. After 3 long drags, he flicks ashes onto the floor and manages a thin smile. "How'd you get in here, Post? This hole is off limits." "I know. I've got a friend down in Little Rock." He smokes it down to the filter, taps the butt against the wall, and says, "How about another one?" I light a second cigarette for him. He looks pale and gaunt, even thinner than the last time I saw him, with a fresh tattoo stretching across his throat. The nicotine seems to steady him, and most of the shaking subsides. I say they're planning to add a few months to your sentence, Zeke. Pretty stupid, hiding a shank like that. Most of what I do can be classified as stupid, Post. You know that smart people don't end up living like this? True. But Quincy Miller is a smart guy, Zeke, and he's been locked away for years because of you. Don't you think it's time to set him free? We've exchanged a few letters since my last visit, and Guardian sent another small check. Still, from the tone of his replies, he isn't ready to admit he lied. He sees himself as the one in control of our fragile arrangement, ready to twist it from every angle. Oh, I don't know, Post. It was a long time ago. I'm not sure I remember all the details. I have the details right here in an affidavit, Zeke. One I want you to sign. Remember an old buddy named Shiner? Another junkie you did time with in Georgia? He smiles faintly. Sure, I remember Shiner. What a loser. And he remembers you. We tracked him down near Atlanta. He's doing all right, better than you, honestly. Got himself cleaned up and has managed to stay out of trouble. We have a signed affidavit from him where he says the two of you used to brag about your careers as jailhouse informants, says you laughed about Quincy Miller, and about the Preston kid in Dothan still serving time. Shiner also mentioned you always got a kick out of your performance in that murder trial in Gulfport, Kelly Morris, now serving life because of you. We've verified these cases, Zeke. We read the transcripts with your testimony. For once, Shiner is telling the truth. He glares at me, flicking more ashes. So what? So it's time for you to come clean and help Quincy. It's no skin off your back, Zeke. You're not going anywhere. Like I've told you before, the folks in Florida forgot about you a long time ago. They couldn't give a damn if you finally confessed about lying in Quincy's case. He finishes his second cigarette and asks for a third. I light it for him. He takes a long drag, adding to the haze hanging over us, and says with a mocking tone, Gosh, Post, I'm really concerned about my good name here. Funny, but I wouldn't lose sleep over that. I'm offering you a deal, Zeke, one that's on the table for 15 minutes and then it's gone forever. Like I mentioned, I have a contact in Little Rock with some pull, otherwise I wouldn't be in this room. Nobody gets visitors in the cave. Right, here's how it works. The state is planning to tack on another 6 months for that Shank incident, which means you're looking at 21 more months in this place. My contact can make almost all of that disappear, leaving you with just 3 extra months, a year and a half gone. All you have to do is sign the affidavit. He takes another puff, flicks the ash, and stares at me like I'm joking. You can't be serious. Why wouldn't I be? You do the right thing for once. Something that doesn't come naturally. We both know that, and Quincy gets a shot. It's that simple. No judge is going to spring him just because I show up 20 years later, saying I lied, Post. Get real. Let me handle the legal side. Every bit of evidence matters in these appeals, Zeke. You probably don't recall a witness named Carrie Holland. She lied too, but the difference is she found the courage to admit it. I've got her affidavit right here if you want to see it. A woman with guts, Zeke? It's time to step up, big guy, and tell the truth for once in your life. You know, Post, I was almost starting to like you. Save it. I'm not here to be liked, and I really don't care. My only goal is to unravel the lies that put Quincy away. So, do you want those 18 months off or not? How do I know I can trust you? The word trust sounds strange coming from you, Zeke. I'm an honest man. I don't lie. I guess you'll have to take a chance. Give me another one. I light his 4th cigarette. He's calm now, thinking it over. About this deal, can you get it in writing? No, it doesn't work like that. Every prison in Arkansas is packed, and the state is desperate for space. County jails are overflowing, with some cells holding 6 men. The people in charge just need beds. They don't care what happens to you. You got that right. I check my watch. They gave me 30 minutes, Zeke. Time's almost up. Do we have a deal or not? He smokes in silence, thinking. How long do I stay in the cave? You'll be out tomorrow, I promise. He gives a slow nod, and I hand him the affidavit. The language is straightforward, no words over 3 syllables, since I doubt he reads much. With the cigarette clenched in his teeth, smoke stinging his eyes, he reads every line carefully. Ashes drop onto his shirt, and he brushes them off. After the last page, he tosses the butt and says, I don't have a problem with this. I hand him a pen. You promise me post? I promise. The top death penalty attorney in Arkansas is someone I worked with on another case. His wife's cousin is a state senator who chairs the Appropriations Committee, controlling the budget for every agency, including corrections. I don't like calling in favors. I rarely have much to offer in return, but in this line of work, connections are everything. Sometimes things fall into place and a small miracle occurs. Driving away from the cotton fields of northeastern Arkansas, I call Vicky with the news. She's overjoyed and rushes to tell Maisie. Once the shadow of Quincy's case lifted, June remarried. Her second try with a man named James Rode was a little less turbulent than her first marriage, but still didn't last. She was still a wreck back then, emotionally shaky and using drugs. Frankie tracked down Rode in Pensacola. Over a couple of beers, he had nothing good to say about his ex-wife, but he gave us the story we were hoping to hear before they married. They shared a brief time of intense happiness, though it was clouded by their heavy drinking and occasional crack use, always careful to keep these habits hidden from the children. In those moments, June would sometimes laugh bitterly about Quincy, a man she claimed to despise forever. She confessed to Rode that she had lied to help secure his conviction, admitting that Sheriff Pitzner and the prosecutor, Forrest Burkhead, had encouraged her false statements. Rode was hesitant to become involved, but Frankie understands the power of steady, patient effort. It's woven into how we operate. You approach slowly, build rapport with the witnesses, earn their trust, and consistently, softly emphasize that an innocent man has been harmed by a flawed system, specifically by the white power structure in that small, insular town. Frankie reassured Rode he had done nothing wrong and would face no repercussions. June was the one who lied, and she refused to acknowledge the wreckage she caused. Rode, however, could make a profound difference. In a different bar, over another pair of beers, he finally agreed to sign the affidavit. For the past quarter of a year, we have operated with the utmost discretion. If the individuals responsible for Keith Russo's murder are aware of our investigation, they've given no sign. That silence shatters the moment we file our petition for post-conviction relief for Quincy Miller. Maisie's legal brief, a solid inch thick, is masterfully composed and argued with her usual precision. She starts by systematically demolishing the expert testimony of Paul Norwood regarding bloodstain analysis, questioning his qualifications and offering some rather pointed critiques. With painstaking detail, she recounts the 7 instances where his testimony helped condemn innocent men later cleared by DNA evidence, hammering home that these 7 individuals collectively lost 98 years of freedom, none, however, as long as Quincy Miller. Once Maisie has Norwood thoroughly discredited, she pivots to the actual science, bringing Kyle Benderschmidt to the forefront. His flawless credentials are laid out in stark contrast to the state's expert. His report opens with sheer disbelief. The flashlight is the sole item connecting Quincy to the crime, and it wasn't even found at the scene. There is zero proof it was present during the shooting. There is no verification the minute specks on the lens are human blood. From the photographs alone, it's impossible to confirm the small orange marks are blood samples, to determine the angle of the gunshots, or to know how, or if the killer even held the flashlight while firing. The list of impossibilities is long. Norwood's testimony was factually incorrect, scientifically baseless, logically unsound, and legally reckless. He assumed critical facts not in evidence and, when faced with gaps, simply invented more statements. The summary of Benderschmidt's findings is powerful, persuasive, and qualifies as new evidence, but we aren't finished. Our second expert is Dr. Tobias Black, a celebrated criminologist based in San Francisco. Working separately from Dr. Benderschmidt, Dr. Black examined the photos, exhibits, and trial transcript. His contempt for Norwood and his brand of pseudoscience simmers just beneath the surface. His conclusions are identical. Maisie writes with the authority of a prize-winning scholar, and when she has the facts on her side, she is utterly formidable. I would never want to face her anger if I were guilty of a crime. She then turns her critique to Sheriff Fitzner's investigation. Using public records laws, Vicky secured documents from the Florida State Police. One internal memo revealed an investigator's frustration with Fitzner's bullying tactics and his obsession with keeping absolute solitary control of the case. He resisted any outside help and refused to cooperate, with no physical evidence tying Quincy to the murder. Fitzner evidently felt compelled to manufacture some without informing the state police. He secured a search warrant for Quincy's car and, with remarkable convenience, discovered the flashlight in its trunk. The brief then shifts to the witnesses who lied, incorporating sworn statements from Carrie Holland, Pruitt, Zeke Huffey, Tucker Shiner, and James Rode. Maisie's tone is controlled yet sharp as she dissects their falsehoods, launching into a scorching critique of how informant testimony is weaponized in courtrooms across the country. She then picks apart the supposed motive, highlighting how the alleged grudge Quincy held against Keith Russo relies more on hearsay than hard proof. An affidavit from the law firm's former receptionist recalls only a single visit from a displeased client who seemed mildly annoyed, but who left peacefully after learning Keith was out. She has no memory of the second, more aggressive encounter Diana Russo described to the jury. No one at the firm ever called the police, and there is no record of any complaint about Quincy's conduct. As for the phone threats, evidence is absent. Diana blocked efforts to obtain the couple's phone records, which have since been destroyed. The final portion of the brief gives Quincy his own voice. Since he never testified at trial, his affidavit now tells his side. He denies any involvement, denies ever owning or firing a 12-gauge shotgun, and denies knowing anything about the flashlight until it was shown in court. He insists he was not in Seabrook the night of the murder. His alibi remains his former girlfriend, Valerie Cooper, whose account has never wavered. We include her sworn statement as well. Altogether, the 54-page brief builds a clear, logical argument that leaves the team at Guardian Ministries convinced Florida convicted the wrong man. It's the kind of document that ought to shock any fair-minded judge into action, yet we know better than to expect a swift response. We file it quietly and wait. 3 days pass with no media pickup. Unsurprising, given the case has been cold for 22 years. Because I'm not licensed in Florida, we bring in Susan Ashley Gross, an old friend who heads the Central Florida Innocence Project, to sign the pleadings alongside us. Our involvement is now public. I send a copy to Tyler Townsend and brace for a reply. Meanwhile in Alabama, Chad Fallwright follows through on his threat. He files ethics complaints with the Alabama bar, where I'm not even a member, and with the Georgia bar where my license is held, accusing me of evidence tampering. Over a borrowed pubic hair, I've faced this before. It's a nuisance designed to intimidate, but I can't afford to slow down. Duke Russell is still in prison for Mark Carter's murder, and that thought haunts my nights. I call a lawyer friend in Birmingham who's eager for the fight, and Maisie will handle the Georgia complaint. Upstairs in the conference room, I'm sifting through a stack of desperate inmate letters when Maisie shouts. I hurry downstairs to her office, where she and Vicky are fixed on her computer screen. A message glares back in a bold, almost comical font that's tricky to read, but its meaning is unmistakable. Your filing in Poinsett County makes for interesting reading, but it never mentions Kenny Taft. Maybe he wasn't shot by drug dealers. Maybe he knew too much. This message will evaporate 5 minutes after being opened. It cannot be traced. Don't bother. We watch, stunned, as the words slowly dissolve and the screen goes blank. Vicky and I sink into chairs, staring at the walls. Maisie taps at her keyboard and finally says, it's from a site called From Under Patty's Porch. For $20 a month, you can use a credit card to buy 30 days of access to a private chat room. The messages there are confidential, temporary, and untraceable. I'm completely lost. She taps at the keyboard a bit more and remarks, it looks legitimate and likely harmless. A lot of these servers operate out of Eastern Europe, where privacy laws are much tighter. Can we send a message back? Vicky wants to know. Should we even try? I ask. Maisie chimes in, we can, but it'll cost the $20. That's not in the budget, Vicky states flatly. This individual is using the address Cassius Clay 444. We could pay the fee and send him a note. Not right now, I decide. He clearly doesn't want a conversation, and he isn't going to tell us anything useful. We need to sit with this for a while. Anonymous tips are a standard part of the job, and they're a fantastic way to burn through hours. Kenny Taft was just 27 when he was killed in a remote section of Ruiz County back in 1990. He was the only black deputy on Sheriff Pitzner's team and had served for 3 years. He and his partner, Deputy Gilmer, were sent by Pitzner to check out a location thought to be a staging area for cocaine smugglers, who supposedly weren't even in the region. Taft and Gilmer weren't expecting any real action. Their assignment was basically a reconnaissance run, allegedly requested by the DEA office over in Tampa. The odds of the site actually being in use were slim, and their job was just to look around and file a report. According to Gilmer, who made it out with minor injuries, they were ambushed while driving slowly down a gravel road around 3 in the morning. The woods were dense, and they never saw a soul. The first rounds slammed into the side of Gilmer's unmarked car, then the rear windows shattered. He stopped the vehicle, threw himself out, and scrambled into a roadside ditch on the passenger side. Kenny Taft also jumped out but was instantly struck in the head and died right there. He never even had a chance to draw his surface weapon. When the shooting finally stopped, Gilmer crawled back to his car and radioed for help. The gunmen had vanished completely. DEA officials were convinced it was the work of drug traffickers. Months later, a confidential informant supposedly claimed the shooters had no idea they were targeting police officers. There was a significant stash of cocaine hidden just down the road, and they felt they had to defend their inventory. The same informant allegedly said the shooters had fled to South America. Good luck ever finding them. I receive a furious phone call from Otis Walker. Apparently his wife, June, is upset because her second husband, James Rode, said something unflattering about her in a legal filing. I calmly explain that we haven't been to court yet, but we did submit a sworn affidavit from Rode where he states that June laughed about lying under oath to convict Quincy. He called her a liar. Otis asks, sounding shocked. In front of a judge and jury? No, sir, not in a courtroom. It's just in some legal paperwork we filed. Why would he do that? Because we asked him to. We're working to get Quincy out of prison since he didn't kill that attorney. So what you're telling me is that my wife June is a liar, is that it? What we're saying is that she gave false testimony in court all those years ago. Same difference. I don't know how you people can dig up all this ancient history after 2 decades. Yes, sir, it has been a long time. You could always ask Quincy about it. I reckon I need to talk to a lawyer. You do that. Give him my number and I'll be happy to explain everything, but you'll just be wasting your money. Meanwhile, from the computer under Patty's porch, Maisie retrieves a message. The Salty Pelican is an old bar on the Nassau waterfront in the Bahamas. Be there next Tuesday at noon. It is important. This message will erase itself 5 minutes after opening. Don't even think about trying to trace it. I snag a credit card, head over to Patty's, pay the fee, log in as Joe Frazier 555, and send my reply. Should I bring a gun or a bodyguard? 10 minutes later, the response comes, no, I come in peace. The bar is always crowded, plenty of people around. I write back, how are we supposed to recognize each other? It'll work. Just make sure you aren't followed. See you then. What starts as a simple debate among us almost escalates into a full-blown argument. Maisie is convinced I'm making a terrible mistake by agreeing to meet a complete stranger, and Vicky shares her concern. I argue that the potential payoff justifies the danger, given how much this person claims to know about our situation. Their insistence on meeting outside the country only deepens my suspicion that they're sitting on valuable information. Outvoted, I head for Atlanta anyway. Vicky, ever the wizard at hunting down travel deals, books me on a cramped Bahamian prop plane that makes 2 stops before finally leaving U.S. airspace. The lone flight attendant wears a permanent scowl, glued to her jump seat for the entire trip. Traveling light, I breeze through customs and hail a cab from a row of beat-up vehicles. My ride is a rusting 1970s Cadillac, its radio blasting Bob Marley for the tourists. The driver adds to the ambiance by casually smoking a joint as we crawl through gridlocked traffic. At least the slow pace eliminates any fear of a high-speed wreck. Eventually stuck in a monumental traffic jam, I've had enough. I pay the driver, following his vague gestures toward my destination. The Salty Pelican is a weathered beach bar with sagging beams and a thatched roof. Massive, groaning ceiling fans stir the thick air without much effect. A boisterous group of locals is deeply invested in a dominoes game that looks suspiciously like gambling, while others throw darts in a corner. Tourists outnumber the Bahamians, making it a classic stop for visitors. I grab a beer and settle at a table under an umbrella, just steps from the water's edge. With my sunglasses and baseball cap, I'm trying to look inconspicuous while scanning my surroundings. Over the years, I've gotten better at investigation, but I'll never be a natural at surveillance. If someone's tailing me, I'd be the last to know. Noon passes as I watch the gentle waves. Then a voice comes from behind me. "Hello, Post." Tyler Townsend slides into the chair beside mine. His name had been at the top of my list. "Hello?" I reply, avoiding his name as we shake hands. He's holding a beer dressed in tennis gear with sunglasses and a cap hiding his face. Tanned and handsome with just a touch of gray. He looks younger than me, though we're around the same age. "Come here often?" I ask. "Often enough," he says. "We own a couple of shopping centers in Nassau, so my wife thinks I'm here on business." "So why are we really here?" He stands up. "Let's take a walk." We amble along the harbor in silence until we reach a large dock packed with boats. "Follow me," he says, leading me down to a lower platform. He points to a sleek, 50-foot fishing vessel built for deep-sea adventures, the kind that brings in trophy sailfish. He hops aboard and offers a hand to steady me. "This is yours," I ask, co-owned with my father-in-law. "Let's go for a ride." He pulls 2 beers from a cooler, takes the captain's chair, and fires up the engines. I lean back on a cushioned bench, breathing in the salt spray as we glide out of the harbor. Soon, a fine mist cools my face. Tyler's story unfolds with the hum of the engine. He grew up in Palm Beach, the son of a high-profile trial attorney. His plan was straightforward: earn his political science and law degrees at the University of Florida, then join the family firm. But life detoured dramatically when a drunk driver killed his father just a week before Tyler was set to take the bar exam. Grieving and unmoored, he took a year to regroup before passing the bar and landing a job in Seabrook. With his future once guaranteed, he'd never been a serious student. His undergraduate years were a 5-year party, and he graduated in the bottom third of his law class, perfectly content there. Known as a smooth-talking, cocky party boy riding his father's coattails, he suddenly found himself in a harsh job market where interviews were scarce. A real estate company in Seabrook brought him on board, but he stayed just 8 months. To manage expenses, he split office costs with other attorneys. To cover his bills, he took every court-assigned case for clients who couldn't afford a lawyer. Ruiz County didn't have a public defender's office, so those cases were handed out by the judges. His hunger for courtroom time came at a high price when the Russo murder shook the community. Every other lawyer ducked for cover or left town, leaving Tyler appointed to represent Quincy Miller, a man the town judged guilty from the moment he was arrested. For a 28-year-old attorney with so little trial experience, his defense was remarkably sharp. He battled relentlessly, challenged every shred of evidence, clashed with the prosecution's witnesses, and held an unshakable belief in his client's innocence. The first time I went through the trial record, I was struck by his bold, almost reckless style in court. By my third read, it hit me that his take-no-prisoners approach might have pushed the jury away. Still, the guy had serious talent as a trial lawyer. Then he walked away from the law altogether. We cruise past the shoreline of Paradise Island and pull up to a resort dock. Strolling down the pier toward the hotel, Tyler remarks, "We're considering buying this property. It's on the market." I'm looking to expand beyond shopping centers, but my father-in-law prefers to play it safe. A Florida real estate developer who's cautious. I nod like this is the most riveting news I've heard all day. Honestly, money talk makes my head throb. Bring up finance, markets, hedge funds, private equity, venture capital, basis points, real estate, bonds, anything in that vein, and my eyes just glaze over. Since I'm barely scraping by myself, I've got zero interest in how other people scheme to grow their wealth. We wander through the lobby like a couple of tourists from Ohio and ride the elevator up to the third floor, where Tyler has a spacious suite. I follow him out to a terrace overlooking the beach and the ocean beyond. He grabs 2 beers from a mini fridge and we settle in to talk. He starts by saying, "I respect what you're doing, Post, truly. I had to walk away from Quincy. I didn't have a choice, but I've never believed he killed Keith Russo. I still think about him a lot. Then who did?" He lets out a slow breath and takes a long pull from his bottle. His eyes drift toward the ocean. We're sitting under a big umbrella on the terrace, and aside from some faint laughter drifting from the beach, there's no one else around. He looks back at me and asks, "Are you wired, Post?" "Not today. Thank goodness." "Come on, Tyler. I'm not a cop." "You didn't answer the question." "No, I'm not wearing a wire. You want to strip search me?" He gives a firm nod. "Yes." I shrug, no big deal. I step back from the table and strip down to my boxers. He watches carefully, and once he's satisfied, he says, "That's enough." I get dressed and take my seat again, picking up my beer. "Sorry about that, Post," he says, "but I can't afford to be careless. You'll see why soon enough." I hold up both hands. "Listen, Tyler, I have no clue where this is going, so I'll just keep quiet and let you talk. All right? I'm sure you understand this stays completely between us. The people who killed Keith Russo are still out there, and they're terrified of the truth. You can trust me." He nods slowly. "I believe I can. You asked me who killed Russo? The truth is, I don't know, but I have a strong theory. A really solid one, and once I lay it out, I think you'll agree." I take a drink. I'm listening. He draws a deep breath, trying to loosen up. The beer is helping. I finish mine. He gets 2 more from the fridge, then leans back in his chair and stares out at the water. I knew Keith Russo, and I knew him pretty well. He was about 10 years older, already itching to get out of our small town and chase something bigger. I didn't especially like him. Nobody really did. He and his wife were pulling in decent money representing drug dealers over in Tampa. Even kept an apartment down there for a while. Word around Seabrook was that Keith and Diana were getting ready to move on, to leave this sleepy town behind for something bigger. They acted like they were too good for the rest of us, the local small-timers. Sure, they'd handle the grunt work when business was thin, the divorces, the bankruptcies, the wills, but you could tell they thought it was beneath them. The job Keith did for Quincy's divorce was a disgrace, and Quincy had every right to be furious. They picked the perfect fall guy, didn't they? Post a disgruntled client loses his mind and takes out the lazy lawyer. Their scheme worked perfectly. The whole town was stunned. Quincy got arrested, and suddenly everyone could breathe a little easier. Every lawyer in town went to ground except me. I got the call. I didn't have a choice. At first, I assumed he was guilty, but he talked me out of that pretty quick. I took the case, and it wrecked my practice. You did incredible work at the trial. He brushes the compliment aside. I don't care about that anymore. That was a different lifetime. He leans in on his elbows, his voice dropping lower. This is what happened to me, Post. I've never told this to anyone, not even my wife, and you can't repeat it. Not that you'd want to, it's too dangerous, but here it is. After the trial, I was drained, completely spent. I was disgusted by the whole process, the verdict, the system. But after a few weeks, some of that fire came back because I had to work on the appeal. I buried myself in it day and night, convincing myself I could actually sway the Florida Supreme Court, a real long shot. He takes a sip and stares out at the water, and the bad guys were watching me. I could feel it. I got paranoid about everything, my phone, my apartment, my office, my car. I got 2 anonymous calls. Both times this creepy male voice just said, "Back off." That's it. Just back off. I couldn't go to the police because I didn't trust them. Fitzner had his hands on everything, and he was the enemy. Hell, it was probably him on the other end of the line. About 5 or 6 months after the trial, while I was deep in the appeal, 2 buddies from law school knew I needed an escape. They planned a bone-fishing trip to Belize. Ever been bone-fishing? I haven't even heard of it. It's a riot. You wade through saltwater flats, stalking the fish great down in the Bahamas and all through Central America. Belize has some of the best spots. My friends invited me, and I needed the break. It's a real guy's trip. No wives, no girlfriends, plenty of drinking, so I went. The second night we hit a beach party not far from our lodge. Lots of locals, some women, plenty of other tourists there to fish and drink. Things got pretty wild. We were putting away beers and rum punch, but we weren't blackout drunk, not like our college days. But someone slipped something into my drink, and the next thing I knew, I was being led away. To where, I'll never know. I woke up on the floor of a concrete cell with no windows. It was an oven, a sauna. My head was pounding, and I felt sick. There was a small bottle of water on the floor, and I chugged it. I'd been stripped down to my boxers. I sat on that scorching floor for hours, just waiting. Then the door opened, and 2 rough-looking guys with handguns came for me. They slapped me around, blindfolded me, tied my wrists, and marched me for what felt like half an hour down a dirt path. I was stumbling, dying of thirst, and every few steps one of them would curse at me in Spanish and shove me forward. When we finally stopped, they tied a rope to my wrists, stretched my arms over my head, and hauled me up. The pain was excruciating. I needed shoulder surgery a year later because of it. But in that moment, I wasn't thinking about the future. I banged against wooden beams as I was pulled up, and finally they stopped at the top of some kind of tower. They yanked off the blindfold and let me take in the view. We were at the edge of a pond, or maybe a swampy bayou about the size of a football field. The water was a murky, muddy brown, swarming with crocodiles, so many of them. On the deck with me were 3 heavily armed men who didn't say a word, and 2 painfully thin boys who looked no older than 18. Their skin was dark, and they wore nothing. A crude zip line ran from the guard tower, sagging over the pond before being secured to a tree on the far bank. Without the reptiles, it might have looked like some bizarre summer camp attraction. My head throbbed and my heart hammered against my ribs. One of the guards lifted a burlap sack dripping with chicken blood and hooked it to the line, sending it swinging out. Blood pattered into the water, driving the crocodiles into a frenzy. When the sack halted above the pond's center, a guard yanked a cord, dumping the gory contents onto the waiting creatures. They were ravenous, tearing into the mess with a terrifying violence. After that grisly appetizer, it was time for the main course. They seized the first boy, lashed his wrists to the line, and kicked him from the platform. His screams pierced the air as he sailed over the water, hanging there with his feet dangling 10 feet above the jaws. He wept and begged, a truly horrific sight. A guard began turning a crank, lowering him slowly. The boy kicked desperately, a futile struggle until his feet breached the surface. The crocodiles were on him in an instant, ripping and tearing. The guard kept cranking, feeding him lower, and I was forced to witness a living person being consumed. He takes a long drink and stares at the sea post. You can't put into words that kind of fear, the sheer horror of watching that and knowing you're next in line. I lost control of my bladder. I nearly passed out. I wanted to jump, but the guards had us pinned. This was a primal fear, something few will ever experience. A firing squad would be a mercy by comparison, quick and final. This was slow. This was sport. He lets out a bitter, mirthless laugh. And what a show it was, a real hoot for the locals. As they prepared the second boy, the grim logic hit me. I was saved for last, so I'd have to endure the nightmare twice over. Then I heard it, laughter, coming from behind a small shed to my right. Men's voices, chuckling and joking. So this was their regular entertainment. I tried to edge toward the platform's side, but a guard seized me by the hair and slammed me into the railing. I was no match for them. When I tried to look away, he wrenched my head back and snarled, "Look, you watch." They pushed the second boy off. His screams were even more piercing, and as he dangled, he cried out for Maria over and over. When they started lowering him, I squeezed my eyes shut. The sounds were enough, the wet rips, the sickening cracks. I finally blacked out, but it didn't save me. They slapped me awake, hauled me up, fastened me to the line, and shoved me into the air. That laughter echoed again. When I jerked to a stop above the pond, I made the mistake of looking down. A crimson stew of blood, bone, and carnage, with those frenzied eyes fixed upward. As I felt myself beginning to descend, I thought of my mother and my sister. They would never know my fate, and for that I was grateful. I didn't scream, I didn't cry. But my legs kept kicking on their own, just as a massive croc surged up, jaws gaping for my foot. A sharp command rang out in Spanish. I began to rise. They pulled me back onto the tower, blindfolded me, and since I couldn't stand, they tossed me into a golf cart. I was dumped back into my cell, where I curled into a ball on the concrete, shaking and sweating for what felt like an hour before the guards returned. One of them shoved me to the ground, twisting my arm behind my back, while the other jabbed a needle into my shoulder. The next thing I knew, I was bouncing in the bed of a pickup truck somewhere in Belize, with 2 policemen in the cab. They pulled up to the local jail and led me inside. Over a cup of bitter coffee, one officer calmly explained that my friends were frantic with worry. They'd been told I'd been locked up for public intoxication, and that was the story I should keep telling. Once the fog lifted and I was back at the fishing lodge, I tried to piece things together for my buddies. I played it off as just another wild night. No big deal. Another adventure to add to the list. The whole ordeal lasted around 40 hours. I have flashes of a boat, the deafening roar of a helicopter, the hum of a small plane, but the drugs left my memory in tatters. All I knew was that I couldn't get out of Belize fast enough. I swore I'd never again put myself under the thumb of a place like that. I even gave up bone fishing for good. He pauses to take a long pull from his beer. I'm speechless, finally managing to whisper, "That's completely insane." It still gives me nightmares, he admits. Sometimes I wake up shouting, and I have to make up some excuse for my wife. It's always there, just beneath the surface. All I can do is shake my head slowly. Back in Seabrook, I fell apart, he continues. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't focus at work. I'd lock myself in my bedroom trying to rest with a loaded gun beside me. The exhaustion was so deep I felt like I was crumbling. Those 2 boys, I saw them over and over. I heard their screams, their desperate cries, the awful sound of bones snapping, and that chilling laughter somewhere in the dark. I even thought about ending it all, Post. I seriously considered it. He finishes his bottle and heads to the fridge for another. Sitting back down, he goes on, "Somehow I talked myself into believing it was all a nightmare. Just too much liquor and a bad drink. After about a month, I started to pull myself together. Then this showed up in the mail." He reaches for a file I hadn't noticed before. Opening it, he says quietly, "I've never shown this to anyone, Post." He hands me an 8x10 color photograph. It's Tyler, wearing only his boxers, hanging from a zipline. His feet dangle just inches above the gaping, tooth-filled jaws of a massive crocodile. The raw terror on his face is something I'll never forget. It's a tight shot, with no background to give away where or when it was taken. I stare at it, stunned, then look back at Tyler. He brushes a tear from his cheek and says, his voice unsteady, "Listen, I need to make a quick business call. Help yourself to another beer. I'll be back in 15 minutes. There's more to tell." After he leaves, I place the photo back in the file and set it aside, hoping I never have to see it again. I walk to the edge of the terrace and stare out at the ocean. My mind is racing with too many thoughts to latch on to just one, but above everything else hangs a thick, heavy fear, the same fear that drove Tyler out of the law, the fear that keeps his secrets locked away, the fear that now weakens my own knees 20 years after his abduction. I'm so lost in my head that I don't hear him return. His voice startles me. "What's your main thought right now, Post?" He's standing beside me holding a paper cup of black coffee. "Why didn't they just kill you? No one would have ever known." The obvious question, he replies, I've had 20 years to think about it. My best guess is that they needed me. They had their conviction Quincy was going away for life. They must have been worried about his appeal, and since I was writing it, they wanted me to back off. And I did. I raised all the standard legal points, but I softened the language. I pulled my punches. Post. I mailed it in. You've read the brief, right? Yes. I've read everything. I thought it was legally solid. On paper, maybe, but my heart wasn't in it. Not that it would have changed anything. The Florida Supreme Court was never going to overturn that conviction, no matter what I wrote. Quincy had no idea. He thought I was still fighting mad about the injustice, but I'd already stepped back. The court affirmed unanimously. No surprise there, he says quietly. I made the standard half-hearted appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, as expected. It was denied. I had to look Quincy in the eye and tell him it was finished. So that's why you never pursued any post-conviction options. That was a big part of it. There was also no new evidence to speak of back then. I gave up. I walked away, and for the record, the paychecks had stopped long before that. About 2 years later, Quincy tried filing motions from his cell, got some jailhouse lawyer to help him, but it was all a dead end. He turned back to the table and sat down, dropping the file onto an empty chair. I took the seat across from him, and we sat in a heavy silence for what felt like a long time. Finally he spoke, his voice low. Just consider the planning involved, Post. They knew I was headed to Belize for a fishing trip, knew exactly where I'd be staying. They had to have been listening to my phones. This was before everyone used email. Think about the manpower it would take, spiking a drink, kidnapping a man, transporting him by boat or plane to some hidden camp where they got their kicks feeding people to crocodiles. That zipline setup was no amateur job, and the crocs were always waiting. Sounds like a highly organized crew. Exactly. One with serious funding, solid resources, and the right contacts. Local police. Maybe even Border Patrol. Everything a top-tier trafficking operation needs. They convinced me. All right. I finished filing that appeal, but I was a complete mess afterward. I finally saw a therapist, told him I'd been threatened by people who could absolutely follow through, and that it was breaking me. He helped me get through it. Eventually, I packed my bags and left town for good. Do you need any more convincing that Quincy isn't the one who killed Russo? No, I don't. And honestly, I didn't need to hear this story. This is a secret that dies with me, Post. And it's the precise reason I want no part in anyone's campaign to help Quincy now. So you're holding back more information. He took a slow sip of his coffee, thinking it over. Let's just say I'm aware of certain things. What can you tell me about Brad Pitzner? I assume you knew him fairly well back in the day. There were always whispers about Pitzner back then, but never anything loud. A few of us lawyers who worked the criminal courts heard more gossip than most. There was a little port on the Gulf called Poley's Inlet. It was in Ruiz County, which meant it was under his thumb. The rumor was he let drugs come in there, get stored in remote parts of the county, and then get shipped north toward Atlanta. But they were only rumors. Pitzner was never caught, never charged. After I left, I kept my distance, but stayed in touch with a couple of lawyer friends still in Seabrook. The feds never laid a finger on Brad. And what about Kenny Taft? Taft was killed not long before I moved away. The rumor mill said the shooting didn't happen the way Pitzner described. Just like with Russo, Pitzner was running the investigation and could write the report any way he pleased. He made a huge spectacle of losing one of his own deputies. Big funeral, procession, cops lining the streets from all over. A real hero's farewell for a fallen comrade. He almost snorted into his coffee, the bitterness cutting through his earlier solemnity. What a glorious performance that must have been. Is the Taft angle important? I asked. He went quiet, his gaze fixed on the ocean. The answer seemed clear to me, but he just said, I don't know. There might be something to it. I wasn't going to press him. I'd already gotten more than I bargained for, and I knew we'd talk again. Noting his clear reluctance on the topic of Kenny Taft, I shifted gears. So why kill Keith Russo? He shrugged as if it were obvious. He did something to upset the organization, and they eliminated him. The fastest way to get a bullet is to start talking. Maybe the DEA leaned on him and flipped him. With Rousseau gone and Quincy taking the blame, it was back to business as usual. They wanted that conviction to stick, and I decided a long bone-fishing trip sounded like a fantastic idea. Fitzner retired to the Keys, I said. Lives in a nice condo the county once appraised at $1.6 million. He just nodded slowly, letting the number hang in the air between us, a silent testament to a system that had worked perfectly for some. Not too shabby for a sheriff whose top salary was $60,000, he remarked. Never finished high school either. So I doubt he's a financial whiz. I'd wager most of that cash is stashed offshore. Watch your step while you're digging post. You might uncover things better left buried. Digging is what I do. But not me. That's all in my past now. I've built a good life, a wonderful wife, 3 kids in high school. After today, I'm done. I wish you luck, truly. But let's not cross paths again. Message received. Thanks for your time. The suite is yours if you want it. You could catch a cab to the airport in the morning. Appreciate it, but I'll head out with you. Chapter 24. Under Alabama law, specifically Section 13A10.129, tampering with physical evidence from an official proceeding is a Class A misdemeanor. It might sound minor, but it can land you in jail for up to a year with a $5,000 fine. Typically, in a case like this, the complaining party here, that's District Attorney Chad Fallwright, would just file an affidavit, accuse me of the crime, and have the sheriff issue a warrant. But Chad is running scared. The crowning moment of his otherwise mediocre career is about to blow up in his face. He's up for re-election next year. Not that anyone is clamoring for his job, and if word gets out that he prosecuted and nearly executed Duke Russell for a murder someone else committed, his votes might dry up. So Chad is fighting dirty. Instead of seeking the truth or correcting a grave injustice, he's coming after me for trying to prove him wrong and free an innocent man. To flex his authority, he convened a grand jury in Verona and secured an indictment against me for tampering. He even called Jim Biscoe at the Birmingham News to crow about this major achievement. But Biscoe can't stand Chad and shot back, asking why he refuses to submit all 7 pubic hairs for DNA testing. Unsurprisingly, Biscoe didn't run the story. My ally in Alabama is Steve Rosenberg, a radical lawyer from New York who moved south and has quite intentionally never quite fit in. He runs a non-profit in Birmingham and handles dozens of death penalty cases. Steve called Chad, and they launched into a spectacular, expletive-filled shouting match, hardly their first. When the dust settled, we had a deal. I would surrender myself at Chad's office, be processed, and appear before a judge immediately to discuss bail. There was a chance I might spend a night or 2 in jail, but that didn't faze me. If my clients can endure decades in brutal prisons, I can handle a short stay in a county lockup. Honestly, this is my first indictment, and I'm weirdly proud of it. I have a book on my shelf about celebrated lawyers who were jailed fighting for their clients. It would be an honor to join their ranks. Steve once did a week for contempt in Mississippi. He still laughs about it, saying he picked up some new clients while inside. We meet in front of the courthouse and share a quick embrace. Steve is pushing 60 and looks more radical with age. His thick gray hair hangs unruly to his shoulders, and he's added an earring and a small tattoo across his carotid artery. He grew up a brawler in Brooklyn and practices law with the same street fighter mentality. He's fearless, relishing nothing more than storming into old courthouses in backwater southern towns and tangling with the locals. All this fuss over one lousy pubic hair, he chuckles. I could have loaned you one of mine. Yours would probably be too gray by now, I reply. The whole thing is absurd, just completely ridiculous. We enter the courthouse and climb the stairs to Chad's office. The sheriff is there with 2 deputies, one holding a camera. In a rare gesture of Southern hospitality, the locals agreed to handle the formalities here at the courthouse and avoid the jail for now anyway. I'd even mailed them a set of my fingerprints 2 days prior, trying to smooth the path. I went through the mugshot process, thanked the sheriff, who looked thoroughly disinterested, and waited for Chad. When we were finally led into his office, there was no pretense of a handshake. Rosenberg and I had a deep mutual contempt for the man, and the feeling was clearly reciprocated. The stilted small talk that followed made it painfully obvious he was distracted and on edge. We found out why at 1 o'clock when we walked into the main courtroom and settled at the defense table. Chad took his place opposite us with a few aides. This was the territory of the Honorable Leon Rainey, a cantankerous old relic who had overseen Duke's original trial without showing an ounce of mercy. The benches were empty. Not a soul was there to watch. To the local system, it was just a single pubic hair taken by some out-of-state innocence lawyer. Chad's hope for a little media attention evaporated once again. But instead of a grumpy old white man in a black robe, a young, strikingly poised black woman in a maroon robe took the bench and offered a polite good afternoon. Judge Marlowe explained that Judge Rainey was on a leave of absence following a stroke the previous week, and she would be filling in indefinitely. She had been specially assigned from Birmingham by order of the Alabama Supreme Court. Suddenly, Chad's nervousness made perfect sense. His home court advantage had just been wiped out by an impartial referee. Judge Marlowe got straight to business with my initial appearance and the question of bail. She nodded to the court reporter, opened the record, and began pleasantly. "I've reviewed the indictment, Mr. Fallwright, and frankly, there isn't much to this case. Surely you have more pressing matters. Mr. Rosenberg, does your client still have the pubic hair that was DNA tested?" Rosenberg stood immediately. "He does, Your Honor. It's right here on the table, and we'd like to return it to Mr. Fallwright or whoever is currently managing the evidence. My client didn't steal or tamper with anything. He merely borrowed one hair. He was compelled to because Mr. Fallwright has consistently refused to authorize DNA testing." "Let me see it," she said. Rosenberg passed her a small plastic bag. She examined it without opening it, squinted for a moment, and set it down. She shook her head, frowning at Fallwright. "You have got to be kidding me." Chad scrambled to his feet, his words stumbling out. He'd been the district attorney here for 2 decades, his entire career sheltered by a like-minded hardline judge who showed little patience for the accused. Leon Rainey had even been his predecessor in the DA's office, now abruptly forced to play on a level field. Chad seemed utterly lost. "This is a serious matter, Your Honor," he protested with manufactured outrage. "The defendant, Mr. Post, admits he removed evidence from protected files that are sacrosanct." Chad adored lofty vocabulary, often mangling it in trial transcripts while trying to impress juries. Judge Marlowe replied coolly, "Well, if I'm reading the record correctly, the hair in question was missing for over a year before you or anyone else noticed, and you only became aware of it because Mr. Post told you. We can't possibly monitor every old file, Your Honor." She raised a hand, stopping him. "Mr. Rosenberg, do you have a motion?" "Yes, Your Honor." "I move to dismiss all charges against Mr. Post." "So ordered," she said without hesitation. Chad's jaw dropped. He managed a choked sound before collapsing noisily into his chair. She fixed him with a glare so sharp it sent a chill through me, and I was the one just exonerated. Picking up another file, she continued, "Now, Mr. Rosenberg, I have before me your petition for post-conviction relief filed 2 months ago on behalf of Duke Russell. Since I am presiding, and will be for the foreseeable future, I am inclined to move forward with this petition. Are you prepared to proceed?" Rosenberg and I exchanged a glance, both of us fighting back the urge to laugh out loud. "Yes, Your Honor," he answers, his voice strained. Chad has gone white and is trying to steady himself as he rises. "Mr. Fallwright," the judge inquires. "Absolutely not, Your Honor. The state hasn't even submitted its reply." "How can we move forward?" "You'll move forward because I say so. The state was given 2 months. What's the holdup? These delays are unacceptable. Sit down, please." She gestures to Rosenberg, and both attorneys take their seats. The room holds its breath. After a moment, she continues, "This is straightforward. The defense is requesting DNA testing for all 7 pubic hairs recovered from the scene, and they are covering the cost. DNA is a standard tool now, used to confirm or eliminate suspects. Yet your office, Mr. Fallwright, is blocking it. Why? What is there to fear? If the results exclude Duke Russell, we are confronting a grave injustice. If they confirm his guilt, your case is only strengthened. I've reviewed the entire record, Mr. Fallwright, every page of the trial transcript. This conviction rested on bite mark and hair analysis, methods repeatedly shown to be deeply flawed. I have serious concerns about this verdict, and I'm ordering the DNA testing for all 7 samples. I'll appeal that order, Chad states flatly, remaining in his chair. I'm sorry, are you addressing the court? Chad gets to his feet. I will appeal such an order. Naturally you will. But tell me, Mr. Fallwright, why this resistance to DNA testing? Rosenberg and I swap a glance of pure, incredulous amusement. In our line of work, we're almost never in the driver's seat, and it's a rare spectacle to watch a judge dismantle a prosecutor so thoroughly. Our amazement is barely contained. Chad, still standing, stammers, "It's simply unnecessary, Your Honor. Duke Russell was convicted in a fair trial by impartial jurors right here. This is just a waste of time." I am not wasting time, Mr. Fallwright, but I believe you are. You're dragging this out, avoiding what's coming. This evidence tampering allegation is more of the same. My order stands, and an appeal will only cause further delay. I suggest you cooperate so we can resolve this. She fixes Chad with a stare so sharp it seems to physically shake him. When he finds no words, she concludes the hearing. I want all 7 pubic hairs on this desk within the hour. It would be terribly convenient if they were to suddenly vanish. Your Honor, please, Chad attempts, but she cuts him off with a rap of the gavel. Court is adjourned. True to form, Chad does not cooperate. He waits until the final hour to file his appeal, kicking the issue to the state Supreme Court, where it could gather dust for a year or more. The justices up there operate without deadlines for such matters and are famously sluggish, particularly with post-conviction appeals. They upheld Duke's conviction years ago, set his execution date, and denied his first petition for relief. Most appellate judges, state and federal, loathe these drawn-out cases. Once they've stamped a defendant as guilty, they seldom reconsider, even in the face of new evidence. And so we wait. Rosenberg and I strategize about pressing for another hearing before Judge Marlowe, worried that the ailing Judge Rainey might return to the bench, though it's a long shot given his age. The cold truth is, without that DNA evidence, we're fighting with empty hands. I make the trip back to Holman and death row to see Duke. It's been more than 3 months since I last saw him, since I delivered the electrifying news that we had identified the real killer. That fleeting surge of hope has long since faded into the grim routine of waiting. These days his emotions veer wildly between seething rage and profound despair. Our phone calls have become tense and difficult. Prison is a nightmare for those who belong there. For those who don't, it's a constant battle just to hold on to a shred of sanity. But for someone who discovers there's proof of their innocence yet remains behind bars, the experience is enough to truly drive a person mad. I'm cruising down a 2-lane highway somewhere in the deep South, the endless pine forests of either Mississippi or Alabama blurring past my windows. My general destination is Savannah. After 3 weeks away, I desperately need a break from the road. When my phone vibrates, the screen shows Glenn Colacursey, the seasoned lawyer from Seabrook. It isn't him, though. It's his pleasant secretary, Bea, calling to ask when I might be back in the area. Glenn wants a conversation, but prefers to meet somewhere other than his own hometown. 3 days later, I step into the Bull, a bustling bar in Gainesville. In a shadowy booth near the back, Bea spots me and waves, sliding out to make room. Across from her, looking unusually sharp, sits Attorney Colacursey himself, dressed in a crisp blue seersucker suit, a starched white shirt, a striped bow tie, and suspenders. Bea makes a polite exit, and I take her place. Our waitress appears enthusiastically recommending the bartender's latest special, a house-made sangria we simply must try. We order 2 glasses. I've always had a soft spot for Gainesville, Glenn remarks, stirring the ice in his drink. Spent 7 years here in what feels like another life. It's a great town with a great university. Remind me post, where did you go to school? I can't recall. I don't remember telling him. Tennessee for undergrad. Good old Rocky Top. He gives a faint, pained smile. Can't say that's my favorite tune, and I'm not exactly a Gator fan either. Naturally. We've somehow bypassed discussing the weather, which in the South typically eats up the first 5 minutes of any casual chat between men before the talk inevitably turns to football for another quarter of an hour. I'm often impatient, wanting to cut straight to the point. Let's skip the football talk, Glenn. That's not why we're here. The waitress returns with 2 tall glasses of pink sangria over ice. Once she's gone, Glenn leans in. No, it's not. My assistant found your petition online and printed me a copy. I'm not much for computers myself. It was interesting reading. Well-reasoned, well-argued. Quite persuasive. Thank you. That's the job. It got me thinking back about 20 years. After Kenny Taft was murdered, there was some quiet talk that the official story from Fitzner didn't add up. Rumors swirled that Taft was ambushed by his own men. Fitzner's crew. Maybe our upstanding sheriff was mixed up in the drug trade, just like you suspect. Maybe Taft knew too much anyway. That case has been stone cold for 2 decades. No killers found, no real evidence. I nod, letting him find his rhythm, and take a sip of my drink. He does the same. Taft's partner was a young deputy named Brace Gilmer. He walked away with barely a scratch, maybe grazed by a bullet, but nothing serious. I knew his mother from an old legal case years back. Gilmer left town not long after the shooting and never returned. I ran into his mother years ago, must have been 15 years now, and we had a good talk. She told me then that Brace believed he was also a target that night and just got lucky. He and Taft were both 27 and got along well. Taft was the only black deputy and didn't have many friends. He also knew something about the Russo murder, at least according to Gilmer. Have you managed to speak with him? We haven't, I admit, keeping my tone even. We can't locate him. Vicky can normally find anyone within a day, but Brace Gilmer has so far slipped through the net. Didn't think so. His mother moved away some time back. I tracked her down last week in a retirement community near Winter Haven. She's older than I am and in poor health, but we had a nice chat on the phone. You need to talk to Gilmer, probably. I say, though, I'm holding back. Gilmer has been at the very top of my list lately. Glenn slid a business card across the table. On the back, written in a hasty scrawl, was the name Bruce Gilmer and an address in Sun Valley. Idaho? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He explained that Gilmer had served in the Marines, met a woman from the area, and essentially vanished from his old life, too frightened to stay. He changed his name, too, Glenn added with a shrug. When I questioned why the man's own mother would hand out his address if he wished to remain silent, Glenn just twirled a finger near his temple and chuckled. Guess I caught her on a good day, he said, taking a long pull from his drink. His nose was flushed, his eyes watery, the classic signs of a seasoned drinker. I felt the warmth of the alcohol myself as he continued his story. He mentioned a recent meeting with a retired lawyer friend in Seabrook, someone from his past partnership days. Over drinks, Glenn had shared my theories and even a copy of my petition. This old colleague voiced a suspicion he'd long held that Fitzner might have intentionally pursued the wrong man because Keith knew too much and needed to be removed. Glenn admitted, though, that he personally didn't recall any such whispers circulating at the time of the murder. Listening to him, it struck me how pointless this kind of town gossip really was. After a community rushes to a verdict, it's human nature for a few folks to look back years later and wonder. But most people are just glad someone was convicted so they can close the book and move on. I had what I needed from him. Further conversation was unlikely to yield anything useful. As he finished his glass, his eyelids grew heavy. He probably made a habit of drinking through lunch and napping the afternoons away. We shook hands amiably, as if we were old pals. I offered to cover the tab, but he waved me off, already signaling for more sangria. On my way out, B.A. appeared with a bright smile, promising to see me later. The file on Kenny Taft noted he left behind a pregnant wife named Sybil and a 2-year-old. After his death, Sybil returned to her hometown of Ocala, became a teacher, remarried, and had another child. Frankie, moving as quietly as dusk, found her home, a pleasant split level in a suburban neighborhood. Vicky's research showed Sybil was now married to a high school principal. Their home was valued around $170,000, with substantial property taxes and a single long-standing mortgage. Both of their cars had loans. It painted a picture of a quiet, settled life in a nice part of town. A life Sybil had no desire to disrupt on the phone. She made it clear to Frankie that she wanted no part of revisiting her late husband's tragedy. The murder was over 2 decades in the past, and it had taken her years to find any peace. The fact that the killers were never found only compounded the pain. She insisted she knew nothing new. When Frankie gently pressed, she became upset and ended the call. He reported back, and we agreed to back off for the time being. Getting to Boise felt like its own ordeal. Driving straight through from Savannah would have been simpler than the flight, which was plagued by delays. I spent 13 miserable hours stranded in the Atlanta airport due to weather, camping near a bar, and watching stranded travelers grow increasingly unsteady. It was a stark reminder to be grateful alcohol wasn't my particular vice. After finally reaching Minneapolis, I discovered my Boise flight was overbooked. I waited on standby until, at the last moment, I got the final seat. We landed in Boise at 2:30 in the morning, and of course the rental car desk was closed, rendering my reservation useless, frustrating. But not a crisis. Bruce Gilmer in Sun Valley had no idea I was coming. True to form, Vicky had booked me into a remarkably cheap motel in the famed resort area. At dawn, I finally stumbled into a cramped, worn-out room in a tourist trap lodge in neighboring Ketchum and collapsed into sleep for hours. According to our information, Bruce Gilmer was working as a golf course manager for one of the Sun Valley resorts. We don't have a full picture of him, but with no divorce filings for either Brace or Bruce Gilmer, it's a safe bet he's still with the same woman. Vicky also came up empty on any legal paperwork for a name change from Brace to Bruce. Whatever the case, he managed a clean getaway from Seabrook about 2 decades back. He's 47 now, a year my junior. The drive from Ketchum into Sun Valley has me captivated by the mountain vistas. The conditions are perfect. I left Savannah sweltering in 95-degree mugginess. Here it's a good 30 degrees cooler with dry air that feels like a relief. The resort is private, members only, which presents a hurdle. The clerical collar, though, works its usual magic. I put it on and pull up to the gate. I inform the guard I have an appointment with Bruce Gilmer. He consults a clipboard as a line of cars forms behind me, likely golfers impatient to hit the links. After a moment, he hands me a pass and waves me through. At the pro shop, I inquire about Mr. Gilmer and receive directions. His office is tucked away in a building surrounded by groundskeeping equipment, tractors, mowers, and irrigation rigs. A worker points out a man standing under a terrace, talking on his phone. I approach quietly and wait. When he ends the call, I step forward. "Pardon me, are you Bruce Gilmer?" He turns, sees me, and his eyes immediately go to the collar, pegging me as some kind of minister rather than a lawyer poking into his history. "I am, and you are, Cullen Post with Guardian Ministries," I reply, offering my card with practiced ease. He takes it, examines it, then slowly extends a hand. "Nice to meet you, likewise. What can I do for you?" he asks, his service industry smile in place. "I'm an Episcopal priest and also a lawyer, an innocence lawyer. I work to free people who've been wrongfully convicted. My current client is Quincy Miller. Could I have a few minutes of your time?" The smile disappears. He glances around. To talk about what? Kenny Taft. He lets out a sound somewhere between a grunt and a laugh, his shoulders slumping. He blinks a few times as if he can't believe what he's hearing and mutters, "You have got to be kidding me. Listen, I'm one of the good guys. I'm not here to scare you or expose you." Kenny Taft knew something about Keith Russo's murder. Maybe he took it to his grave. Maybe not. I'm just following leads, Mr. Gilmer. "It's Bruce," he says. He nods toward a door. "Let's step into my office." Fortunately, there's no secretary. He clearly prefers the outdoors. His office is cluttered, the domain of a man who'd rather fix a sprinkler than file a report. There's gear everywhere and old calendars pinned to the walls. He points me to a chair and drops into one behind his metal desk. "How did you find me?" he asks. "Just happened to be in the neighborhood." "Come on, seriously?" "Well, you're not exactly in hiding, Bruce." "What happened to Brace, anyway?" "How much do you know?" "A lot. I know Quincy Miller didn't kill Keith Russo. That was a gang hit drug dealers, and Pitzner was probably running cover for them. I doubt I'll ever find the actual shooter, but I don't need to. My job is to prove Quincy didn't do it." "Good luck with that," he says, taking off his cap and running a hand through his hair. "They're all long shots, but we win more than we lose. I've gotten 8 clients out of prison. And that's all you do?" "That's it. I have 6 clients right now, Quincy included. Did you happen to know him?" "No. He was from Seabrook, same as Kenny Taft, but I'm from Alachua. Never met the man." "So you weren't involved in the murder investigation?" "Oh no, couldn't get near it. Fitzner took charge and kept everything locked down tight." "Did you know Russo?" "Not really. Knew who he was, saw him around the courthouse now and then. It's a small town." "You're absolutely certain Quincy Miller wasn't the one who killed him?" "Without a doubt. He considers this. His movements deliberate and unhurried. His gaze is steady, unblinking. Any initial surprise at being found has faded, replaced by a calm detachment." I decide to push a little. "Let me ask you something, Bruce. Are you still running?" A faint smile touches his lips. "Not in the way you might think. It's been years. My wife and I left in a hurry, practically under cover of darkness, just wanting to put that place behind us. For a long time, I was constantly looking over my shoulder. But what were you running from? What were you so afraid of?" "Look, Post, I'm not sure I'm ready to unpack all that. We're strangers. I left that baggage in Seabrook, and frankly, it can stay there. I get that. But who would I tell you? Weren't a witness in Quincy's trial. I couldn't force you back to Seabrook, even if I tried. You have nothing to offer a court." "Then why track me down?" "Because I think Kenny Taft knew something about the Russo murder, and I need to find out what." "Kenny's not talking anymore." "Obviously. But did he ever say anything to you about Russo?" He falls silent for a long time, finally shaking his head. "Nothing comes to mind," he says, but the hesitation makes me doubt him. Shifting uncomfortably, he changes the subject. "So, a professional hit? A contract job along those lines?" "How can you be so sure?" "Everyone believed Miller killed that lawyer. How can I be sure?" The memory of Tyler, suspended just above those waiting jaws, flashes before my eyes. "I can't share all the details, Bruce. Attorney-client privilege, if you say so. Listen, I'm pretty tied up right now." He glances at his watch with a poorly feigned urgency, clearly wanting me gone. "Sure," I say. "I'm in town for a few days, taking a break. Can we talk again? About what?" "I'd like to understand what really happened the night Kenny died." "How does that help your client?" "You never know, Bruce. My job is to keep digging. You have my number." I ride the lift to the summit of Bald Mountain and begin a slow, arduous descent of 5,000 feet. My physical condition is frankly embarrassing, and I have a ready list of excuses. Chief among them is my rootless existence, which rules out any regular gym routine. The budget motels Vicky books never feature fitness centers. Secondly, I spend an appalling amount of time seated, either behind a desk or a steering wheel. At 48, a persistent ache has settled in my hips, a direct souvenir of those endless drives. On the bright side, I eat sparingly, drink moderately, and have never smoked. My last physical, 2 years ago, gave me a clean bill of health. That doctor once told me the key to longevity is simple. Eat as little as you can manage. Exercise matters, he said, but it can't undo the damage of too many calories. I've tried to live by that. So as a reward for the hike, I stop at a cozy lodge near the base and indulge in a cheeseburger and 2 cold beers, soaking up the afternoon sun. This spot must be brutal in winter, but in late July it feels like paradise. I try Bruce Gilmer's office and get his voicemail. I'll bother him again today and tomorrow, then I'm leaving. I can't see myself making this trip again. Any future chats will have to be over the phone if they happen at all. I find the public library in Ketchum and settle in with a stack of reading material, including Guardian's file on a potential new client in North Carolina. Joey Barr has served 7 years for a rape he insists never happened. His alleged victim agrees. Both maintain their encounter was entirely consensual. Joey is black, the girl is white, and they were just teenagers when her father, a man with a violent reputation, found them together. He pushed her to press charges, to keep pointing the finger, until Joey was found guilty by a jury with no diversity. After Joey was locked up, the girl's mother, who had split from the father and couldn't stand him, took up Joey's defense. For the last 5 years, mother and daughter have been pleading with appellate courts, and anyone who would listen, insisting Joey is innocent. That's the kind of material that fills my days. I haven't managed to finish a proper book in years. The team at Guardian is convinced we're on the verge of freeing Duke Russell, which means it's time to start filling our case docket again. I'm settled in a quiet reading room at the Ketchum Public Library, papers scattered across a small table as though I've claimed the space. When my phone buzzes, Bruce is off work and wants to meet. He picks me up in a golf cart and we cruise along an asphalt path winding around the course. It's a packed day, golfers swinging away under a clear, cloudless sky. He pulls over on a ridge that overlooks a stunning fairway and sets the brake. Just beautiful, I say, taking in the distant mountains. You play? He asks. Never have. I'm guessing you keep a low handicap. Used to, but not these days. Who has 4 hours to spare? Tough to fit it in. I spoke with my lawyer this morning. He's down there on the 10th green. What did he say? I ask. Not much. Here's the thing, Post. I'm not saying anything that ropes me in. Not that I know much to begin with. I won't sign an affidavit and I'll dodge any subpoena. No Florida court can reach me here anyway. I'm not asking for any of that. Good. You mentioned wanting to talk about the night we were ambushed. What do you already know? We obtained the Florida State Police file through a public records request. So I've got the basics, including your original statement. Right. Well, I didn't tell them everything, as you might imagine. I took a bullet in the shoulder and spent a couple days in the hospital before anyone debriefed me. Gave me time to think. See, Post, I'm certain Fitzner set that ambush and sent us right into it. Kenny was the main target, but they were ready to take me out, too, and they would have if I hadn't gotten lucky. Lucky? He raises a hand, signaling me to wait. It was a narrow gravel road, woods thick on both sides. Pitch black around 3 in the morning. They hit us from the sides and the rear, multiple shooters. Everything went from calm to chaos in a heartbeat. We were joking 1 second, and the next the rear window exploded. Bullets punching through the side glass. I don't even remember stopping the car, but I did, threw it in park, then slid out the door into a ditch while rounds smacked the metal and whined off into the dark. I heard the moment Kenny was hit, back of the head. I had my service revolver ready, but it was too dark to see. Then, just like that, the shooting stopped. I could hear movement in the trees. They weren't leaving. They were closing in. I peered through some weeds, spotted a silhouette and fired. Got him. I was a decent shot back then. Post. He screamed and shouted something, and post, it wasn't Spanish. No, sir. I know a local accent when I hear one. That boy grew up within 50 miles of Seabrook. Suddenly, they had a wounded man on their hands, maybe dying. He needed help, but where could they go? Wasn't my problem, honestly. But they pulled back, retreated into the woods. I waited, and after a while I noticed blood on my left arm. Might have been 5 minutes later, might have been 30. I crawled over to the car and found Kenny. What a scene. The bullet entered from behind. The exit wound took half his face. He was gone instantly, plus he'd been hit several times in the body. I took his gun, crawled another 20 feet along the ditch, made a little hideout, and hunkered down. The night was thick and silent, with no moon to break the darkness. I listened for what felt like an eternity, hearing nothing but the usual sounds of the woods. My call to dispatch went in at 4:02 a.m., according to the log. I reported we'd walked into an ambush and that Kenny was gone. It struck me as strange, then and now, that Fitzner was the first officer to reach the scene. The same thing happened at Rousseau's office. He always seemed to turn up first. He was likely out there in the trees, running the show, I say. More than likely. They took me to the hospital, patched up my arm, just a graze, nothing serious. I asked for something strong to help me sleep, and they obliged. I made it clear to the doctors I didn't want visitors or questions for a couple of days, and they shielded me. By the time Fitzner showed up with the state investigators, I'd already decided to leave out one detail, that I'd hit one of the gunmen, a guy whose first language sure wasn't Spanish. Why hold that back? Because Fitzner wanted both of us dead post. Kenny knew something he shouldn't, and since I was there, I had to be erased too. No witnesses. Let that sink in. A sheriff elected by the people, trusted by everyone, sends two of his own into a trap to be murdered. That's Bradley Fitzner for you. He's still around, you know. I don't give a damn. My history with him is 20 years behind me. What did you tell him at the hospital? Everything except putting a bullet in one of his hired hands. I've never told a soul, and I'll deny it if you ever bring it up. So you're still scared? No, post. I'm not scared. I just have no interest in stirring up trouble. Any trace of the guy you shot? Nothing? This was before everything was online and digging took real legwork. I found out 2 gunshot victims were admitted to Tampa General that same night. One was from a home invasion. Perp got caught. The other was a John Doe found dead in an alley. Couldn't tie it to anything solid, so I let it go, not long after my wife and I packed up and left town. How did Fitzner act toward you after that? Same as always. The picture of professionalism, the perfect cop, a firm leader who preached discipline. He gave me a full month of paid leave after Kenny's funeral and made a show of looking out for me. That's what made him so dangerous. The whole county admired him. Nobody would believe he was dirty. Did the other deputies know? We had our hunches. Fitzner had 2 enforcers, Chip and Dip brothers, real bruisers who handled the ugly jobs. Arnie had these huge teeth, with one front tooth chipped, hence Chip behind his back. Amos had smaller teeth, but a fat lower lip always stuffed with chewing tobacco, so we called him Dip. They had a few guys under them who were in on the action, the drug payoffs, the protection rackets, but they kept all that separate from the day-to-day work of policing the county. And I'll say it again, Fitzner ran a tight ship. At some point long before my time, he gave in to the lure of drug money. He protected the port, let shipments come through, set up safe storage, the whole deal. I'm sure he made a fortune, and Chip and Dip and their crew got their cut. The rest of us drew good pay and benefits, and tried not to look too close. He lifts a hand toward a passing golf cart. 2 women smile and wave back. He watches them curve around the fairway, then guides our cart over a little bridge to a quiet spot shaded by oaks. Once we're stopped, I ask, "So what was it that Kenny knew?" I never found out. He hinted at it once, but never finished the thought. You've read about the evidence room fire? The one that destroyed files from the Rousseau case? Yes, I've seen the report. When Kenny was a kid, he dreamed of being a spy. Odd for a black kid in backwater Florida, but he devoured spy novels and magazines. The CIA never came calling, so he became a cop instead. He was sharp with tech and gadgets. One time, a friend thought his wife was cheating. He needed a favor. So Kenny quickly set up a phone tap in the man's utility room. It captured every conversation, and the man listened to the recordings daily. Soon enough, he heard his sweetheart whispering with her lover and arranging their next meeting. Kenny's friend found them together and gave the man a serious beating. He didn't go easy on her either. Kenny felt pretty pleased with how it all turned out. What exactly did he overhear? Something about evidence being destroyed. A few days before the Rousseau killing, there was a rape case out in the county. White victim, white suspect, and the woman said she never saw his face, but was sure he was white. The main person of interest was a nephew of Chip and Dip. The rape kit was stored with other evidence because the old headquarters had run out of space. When the place burned down, that kit was lost along with some other important proof. Late one night, Kenny and I were having coffee on a break, and he mentioned that the fire didn't seem accidental. I tried to ask more, but we got a call and had to leave later. When I brought it up, he said he'd overheard Chip and Dip talking about burning the building down. He goes quiet for a long moment when it's clear he's done. I gently ask, "That's it?" "That's everything, Post, I swear?" Over the years, I've wondered if Kenny had wired the phones around the office. He thought Fitzner and his crew were involved with the drug money and wanted proof. The DEA was sniffing around, and there was talk about the feds stepping in. Could we all end up arrested? Would Fitzner talk and point the finger at us? I don't know. It's just my best guess, but I believe Kenny was listening and heard something important. That's a pretty bold theory. Yeah, it is, and you have no idea what he might have heard. Nothing, Post. Not a clue. He starts the golf cart again, and we continue touring the course. Each bend in the path opens up another stunning view of mountains and valleys. We pass over rushing streams on narrow wooden bridges. At the 13th tee, he introduces me to his lawyer, who asks how things are going. We say everything's fine, and he rushes off with his friends, far more focused on his game than on his client's affairs. Back at the clubhouse, I thank Gilmer for his time and hospitality. We promise to talk again soon, though we both know it won't happen. It's been a long, interesting trip, but not especially productive. Then again, in this line of work, that's hardly unusual. If Kenny Taft knew something, he took it with him. Under Florida law, petitions for post-conviction relief have to be filed in the county where the inmate is held, not where the conviction happened. Since Quincy is currently at the Garvin Correctional Institute, about 30 minutes from the small town of Peckham, which itself is an hour from anything you'd call civilization. His case falls under a rural circuit court, overseen by a judge who isn't fond of these kinds of petitions. I can't really blame him. His docket is flooded with all sorts of weak claims filed by jailhouse lawyers working out of the prison just down the road. The Poinsett County Courthouse is a cheap, modern building clearly designed on a tight budget. The main courtroom is dark, windowless, and has low ceilings that make everything feel cramped. The carpet is a worn, dark maroon, and the wood panels and furniture are stained a deep brown. I've been in at least 100 courtrooms across a dozen states, and this is by far the most depressing. It feels more like a dungeon. The state is represented by the Attorney General, a man I'll never meet because he has layers of assistance between him and me. Poor Carmen Hidalgo got stuck with Quincy's petition after drawing the short straw. 5 years ago, she was in law school at Stetson, graduating somewhere in the middle of her class. Our file on her is slim because we don't need much. Her response to our petition was just a standard, fill-in-the-blanks reply with the names swapped out. She was confident of victory, particularly after observing the judge's demeanor. The Honorable Jerry Plank had been coasting toward retirement for years, his enthusiasm long gone. He had allotted a single day for our hearing, though it wouldn't amount to a full day's work, with the case being a distant 23 years old. The courtroom was practically deserted. Even the clerks seemed disinterested, yet we were vigilant. Frankie Tatum sat 6 rows behind us, and Vicky Gorley sat 5 rows behind the prosecution, each discreetly equipped with a phone-activated video camera. Security was non-existent at the entrance, underscoring how Quincy Miller remained unknown in this community. If any adversaries were tracking our efforts, this public forum offered them a clear view. My colleague was Susan Ashley Gross, the relentless attorney from the Central Florida Innocence Project. We had worked together 7 years prior to secure the release of Larry Dale Klein in Miami, her first exoneration, Guardian's second. I'd consider proposing to her today, but the 15-year age gap and her current engagement make that a fleeting thought. We had requested Quincy's presence for the hearing, hoping he might appreciate a day outside prison walls. But Judge Plank, having ruled against us on every prior motion, predictably denied it. Maisie was already drafting the appeal. The judge finally appeared from a concealed door behind the bench just before 10 o'clock. As we rose for the bailiff's routine announcements, I scanned the room. Besides Frankie and Vicky, only 4 other spectators were present. I wondered what could draw them to such an obscure hearing. Quincy's family was unaware of it. Aside from one brother, no relative had reached out to him in years. Keith Russo's family likely believed his killer was securely imprisoned long ago. One man in an expensive suit appeared to be in his 50s, another in a black denim shirt around 40, and a 70-year-old who looked like a courthouse regular with time to spare. A woman with a notepad sat in the front row behind us. Perhaps a reporter, though no media had shown interest in this forgotten Florida case for weeks. Susan Ashley Gross called Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt from VCU to the stand. His detailed affidavit accompanied our petition, but we opted for his live testimony. As Susan Ashley outlined his impeccable credentials, Judge Plank interrupted, directing a question to Prosecutor Carmen Hidalgo. "Any substantive objections to this witness's qualifications?" She stood and replied, "No." "Very well," the judge said. "He is accepted as an expert in bloodstain analysis. You may proceed." Using enlarged color photographs from the trial, Susan Ashley guided the witness through an analysis of the flashlight and the minute red specks on its lens. Judge Plank interjected, "And what became of this flashlight? It wasn't entered into evidence at trial, correct?" The witness could only shrug, as that was beyond his knowledge. Susan Ashley responded, "Your Honor, according to the trial record, the sheriff testified it was destroyed in a storage facility fire about a month after the murder, along with other evidence." "So there's no physical trace of it?" "Not that we are aware of, Your Honor." The state's own expert, Mr. Norwood, examined these same photographs and concluded the lens was spattered with the victim's blood. By that point, the flashlight had vanished from the scene long ago. So, to summarize your point, the flashlight served as the sole tangible connection between Mr. Miller and the location of the crime. Once it was discovered in his vehicle's trunk, he became the primary person of interest. The jury, presented with that piece of evidence, found it compelling enough to deliver a guilty verdict. "That is accurate, Your Honor." Proceed Benderschmidt resumes his critique. Focusing on Norwood's flawed testimony, he argues it lacked scientific foundation because Norwood failed to grasp the underlying principles of blood spatter analysis. Benderschmidt repeatedly labels Norwood's statements to the jury as irresponsible. It was irresponsible, he insists, to propose that the assailant held the flashlight in one hand while firing a 12-gauge shotgun with the other, a scenario entirely without proof. There was no evidence establishing Keith's position when he was shot, nor any indicating the killer's location. Calling the minute specks on the lens blood was irresponsible given the trace amount present. Even using the flashlight as evidence was questionable since it wasn't recovered directly from the crime scene. After an hour, Judge Plank grows weary and calls for a recess. Whether he's genuinely drowsy is unclear, though his eyes do take on a distant, glazed look. Frankie slips quietly to the back row, settling into an aisle seat. As the break is announced and Plank exits, spectators stand and file out of the courtroom. A moment Frankie captures discreetly on video, following what was likely a cigarette, a restroom visit, and maybe a brief nap. Judge Plank returns, visibly reluctant, and Benderschmidt retakes the stand. During his analysis, Benderschmidt began to question whether this so-called backspatter, the alleged blood droplets on the flashlight lens, actually traveled backward from the victim. Using a layout of Russo's office and photographs from the scene, he testifies that given the door's placement and the probable stance of the shooter, combined with the position of Keith's body and the extensive blood and tissue covering the walls and shelves behind it, it seems improbable the shotgun blasts would have propelled blood toward the assailant to support this view. Benderschmidt introduces photographs from other crime scenes involving 12-gauge shotgun victims. The images are gruesome, and within minutes the judge has seen enough. "Let's move along, Miss Gross. I'm not convinced photos from unrelated cases are helpful here. He likely has a point on cross-examination." Carmen Hidalgo goes through the routine and manages a minor victory only when she gets Benderschmidt to acknowledge that bloodstain experts, like all specialists, often disagree. As the witness steps down, Judge Plank checks his watch as if enduring a grueling morning, then announces, "Let's break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 2, and hopefully you'll have something new to offer." Miss Gross, he taps the gavel and is gone, and I'm fairly certain he's already made up his mind. Here's the frustrating reality. In Florida, as in most states, post-conviction relief hinges on new evidence, not simply better evidence or more credible testimony. Quincy's jury heard from Norwood, a purported bloodstain expert. Despite Tyler Townsend's fierce challenge to his credentials and conclusions, the jury unanimously believed him. Now, with Kyle Benderschmidt and our second expert, Tobias Black, we're essentially presenting evidence that's only superior, not new. Plank's remark speaks volumes as the man in the tailored suit and the man in the black denim shirt exit the courthouse separately. They are under observation. We've enlisted 2 private investigators to assist with surveillance. Frankie has already briefed them and is now on a phone call. Vicky waits at one of the only 2 diners near the courthouse. I head to the other and take a seat at the counter. Frankie emerges from the building and walks to his car in a nearby lot. Mr. Tailored Suit slides into a sleek black Mercedes with Florida plates. Mr. Black Denim climbs into a green BMW also bearing Florida tags. They departed the city center with a 2-minute gap, both vehicles eventually turning into the same shopping plaza off the main highway. The man in the black denim jacket slid into the Mercedes, and the pair drove off, leaving a trail of obvious clues in their wake. It was careless work upon receiving the update. I hurried to the second diner where Vicky was stationed in a booth, a cold basket of fries sitting forgotten as she spoke rapidly to Frankie on the phone. The Mercedes was now heading south on Highway 19, with our surveillance vehicle falling into position behind it. Our contact soon called back with the license plate number, and Vicky's fingers flew across her keyboard. We ordered iced teas and salads, the ordinary lunch a stark contrast to the chase unfolding. Frankie joined us shortly after, his arrival quiet but timely. We had eyes on the opposition. The Mercedes was registered to a Miami resident named Nash Cooley. Vicky fired off an email with the details to Maisie, and both women began a digital deep dive, their keyboards practically smoking. In what felt like seconds, we learned Cooley was a partner in a law firm specializing in criminal defense, a fact that sent a familiar, grim chill through the room. I reached out to a couple of attorney contacts in Miami. Susan Ashley Gross, grabbing a quick sandwich between court appearances, activated her own network. Maisie called a lawyer she knew down there. All the while, Vicky kept pecking away, and Frankie calmly worked through a tuna melt. Cooley and his companion parked at a fast food restaurant in Eustis, a town of about 18,000 people, roughly 20 minutes south. The picture was becoming painfully clear. These 2 had slipped into town to observe the hearing, deliberately avoiding being seen together, and had now ducked out for a quick, anonymous meal. As they ate, our tail executed a smooth vehicle swap with a colleague. When Cooley eventually left Eustis and headed back north, a different car was now tracking him at a discreet distance. Our initial research painted a telling portrait. Cooley's firm had 12 partners and a long, storied history of defending alleged drug traffickers. Unsurprisingly, they maintained a very low profile. Their website offering little information, firms like that don't advertise. Their clientele finds them through whispers. Cooley was 52, a University of Miami Law School graduate with a clean bar record. His online photo was hilariously outdated, making him look a decade younger, a vanity common in his profession. After our first pass, one old story about the firm stood out. Back in 1991, its founder was discovered dead in his swimming pool, his throat cut. The case was never solved. Probably just another satisfied customer, right? 2 o'clock came and went with no Judge Plank. Someone really should check if he's 1, still breathing, or 2, just found a more comfortable couch for his afternoon nap. Nash Cooley entered the courtroom and took a seat near the rear, completely unaware that we now knew the names of his kids and which colleges they attended. Black Denim, or should we say, Mickey Mercado, entered a moment later and sat far across the room. The whole charade was so amateurish it was almost charming. Using a high-tech security firm out of Fort Lauderdale, we had submitted a video still of the man in denim for a rapid facial recognition scan. We'd paid for a rush job, expecting them to comb through multiple databases, but it wasn't needed. The first stop was the Florida Department of Corrections, and the search took all of 11 minutes. Mickey Mercado, age 43, with an address in Coral Gables, was a convicted felon holding dual Mexican and American citizenship. At 19, he was shipped off for a 6-year stint for drug trafficking, of course. In 1994, he was arrested and tried for murder. A hung jury set him free. As we continued our futile wait for Judge Plank, Vicky remained at the diner, fueled by bottomless coffee and sheer fury as she tore through the internet. She would later report that Mercado now listed himself as a self-employed private security consultant, whatever that's supposed to mean. Their identifications were a revelation. Sitting there in the quiet courtroom, it was a struggle not to turn around, call them by name, and ask, "So, what brings you boys to town?" But we're professionals. When you can, you never let the enemy know what you know. At this moment, Cooley and Mickey had no clue we possessed their names, home addresses, license plates, social security numbers, and workplaces, and we were still digging. We naturally assumed they had a file on me, on Guardian, and on our small team. Frankie, however, is nothing but a ghost. He'll never be seen. He stood in the corridor just outside the courtroom, observing the flow of people, acutely aware of the occasional glances his presence drew in a town with so few black faces. At precisely 2:17, Judge Plank entered and directed Susan Ashley to call the next witness. Everyone knew Zeke Huffey had returned to Florida for this. The only mild shock was his agreement to testify live, provided we covered his airfare. I also had to provide a written assurance that the statute of limitations on perjury had expired, shielding him from prosecution. These days, Zeke seemed genuinely content with his freedom, a fleeting state we all knew wouldn't last, though he was earnestly talking about staying on the straight and narrow. Taking the oath to tell the truth, a ritual he'd performed countless times before spinning elaborate falsehoods, he recounted his story. He described conversations with his former cellmate, Quincy Miller, who allegedly boasted about shooting his lawyer in the head and discarding the shotgun in the Gulf. In exchange for his fabricated testimony, Zeke's drug charges were significantly reduced, resulting in a sentence of time served. He expressed remorse for what he did to Quincy and a desire to make things right. Zeke presented himself adequately, but his fundamental flaw was glaring. Having lied under oath so frequently, no one, least of all the judge, could be sure he was being honest now. Still, his recantation was vital for our case, as witness reversals do qualify as new evidence. Combined with Carrie Holland's sworn statement, Zeke's live testimony gave us substantial leverage to argue that Quincy's original trial was fundamentally unjust. Success here meant a new trial, where we could present far stronger scientific evidence to a jury, ensuring someone like Norwood would never set foot in the courtroom. Our entire aim was to get the real facts before a fresh panel of citizens on cross-examination. Carmen Hidalgo seemed to relish guiding Zeke through his extensive, sordid history as a professional jailhouse informant. She produced certified records from 5 separate trials over 26 years where Zeke had lied to secure his own freedom. He'd admit to one falsehood but deny another, growing confused and unable to recall which lie belonged to which case. It was an agonizing spectacle, and his honor's mounting fatigue was palpable, yet the dissection continued. Ms. Hidalgo found her rhythm displaying a sharp, commanding presence that caught us off guard. By 3:30, Judge Plank was stifling yawns, his eyes glazing over as he fought to stay alert. I leaned over and whispered to Susan Ashley to find a way to conclude the session so we could all escape. The following day, back in Savannah, Vicky, Maisie, and I convened in the conference room to take stock. Florida, much like Alabama, sets no time limit for judges ruling on post-conviction matters, meaning old Plank could theoretically pass away before issuing a decision. We suspected his mind was already made up, but he would doubtless take his sweet time announcing it. Any attempt to hurry him along would be pointless and likely backfire. Our conversation turned lively under the assumption that we were probably under some form of surveillance. We unanimously agreed to upgrade and heavily encrypt all our digital files and communications, a necessary move costing around $30,000, funds our strained budget simply didn't have. The opposition had bottomless resources to buy the finest surveillance tech, Though I seriously doubted they'd bother tailing us around Savannah. It would be tedious and fruitless. Nevertheless, we resolved to be more vigilant and alter our daily routines. They could have easily tracked me to Nassau for my meeting with Tyler Townsend, or to Sun Valley to see Bruce Gilmer, though those trips occurred before we filed our petition and entered the record officially. As for Nash Cooley, our digging had turned up more public details: his car collection, real estate holdings, and 2 expensive divorces. The picture was clear. The man made a fortune and enjoyed spending it with his Coral Gables home alone, valued at $2.2 million. A sudden heavy rain began drumming against the windows, a stark reminder of the gathering storm outside our own insulated world of files and strategy. He owns at least 3 vehicles registered under his name, each one a luxury German import. His law firm is headquartered in a gleaming new skyscraper in downtown Miami, with additional offices in Grand Cayman and Mexico City. A contact close to Susan Ashley mentioned that certain defense attorneys in southern Florida have a reputation for moving their fees offshore. While they are seldom prosecuted, federal authorities occasionally charge one with tax evasion. This source indicates that Varick and Valencia has been involved in this murky practice for years and is highly skilled at guiding clients through cleaner methods of money laundering. 2 of the firm's senior partners are seasoned litigators with numerous courtroom wins. Back in 1994, they represented Mickey Mercado on a murder charge and managed to produce a hung jury. I can't fathom why Nash Cooley would drive 6 hours just to observe our post-conviction hearing. If he wanted a good look at me, he could have visited our admittedly basic website. The same goes for Susan Ashley. Every petition, motion, legal brief, and court ruling is part of the public record, easily accessible online, and why take the chance of being recognized? Sure, the risk was minimal in that remote part of the state, but he still got made by our team. The only conclusion I can draw is that a client ordered Cooley to be there. Mickey Mercado is a lifelong criminal who has likely been employed by a cartel since his early 20s. We aren't sure which specific cartel. He and 2 associates were once charged with murdering a rival trafficker after a deal turned violent, but the federal case fell apart. Is he the one having me followed? I explained to my colleagues that constantly watching our backs won't help Quincy Miller. Our mission is to prove his innocence, not necessarily to pinpoint who actually fired the gun. I haven't shared everything with the team. I rarely do. The story involving Tyler and the crocodiles is one I'll keep to myself. That mental image is permanently etched in my mind. Our debate about Tyler consumes most of the day as we trade theories and counter-arguments. Part of me feels a strong obligation to reach out again, if only to warn him that our activities are now under surveillance. Ironically, the very act of contacting him might put him in greater peril. The same concern applies to Gilmer, though he possesses less information than Tyler. By evening, we conclude it's a necessary risk. I go online, revisit the forum from under Patty's porch, pay $20 for another month's access, and send a self-erasing message that will vanish in 5 minutes. Nassau again, urgent. 5 minutes pass with no reply. I send the identical message 4 more times over the next 3 hours and receive nothing. After nightfall, I leave the office and walk a few blocks in the oppressive, humid heat. The summer days are long and the town is packed with tourists. As expected, Luther Hodges is waiting on his porch, clearly eager for an escape. "Hello, Padre," I call out. "Hello, my son," he replies. We hug on the sidewalk, trade our usual good-natured jabs about thinning hair and expanding waistlines, and begin our walk. Within minutes, I sense something is weighing on him. "Texas is executing another man tomorrow," he tells me, his voice heavy. "I'm sorry to hear that," I say. Luther is a dedicated abolitionist whose core belief has always been straightforward. If we all agree killing is wrong, why do we permit the state to do it? When an execution is scheduled, he and fellow activists write letters, make phone calls, post online, and sometimes protest outside the prison. He spends hours in prayer, mourning for condemned strangers he's never met. Not in the mood for a full dinner, we slip into a small sandwich shop. He pays for my meal, as is his habit, and as soon as we sit down, he smiles and says, Now, tell me the latest on Quincy's case. Since Guardian began its work, we have taken on 18 cases. 8 of those clients have been exonerated. 1 was executed, 6 are active investigations. We closed 3 cases after becoming convinced of our client's guilt. When we make an error, we accept the loss and redirect our focus. After 18 cases, we've learned that a lucky break will eventually come our way. That break arrived in the form of Len Duckworth, a retiree living on Sea Island, roughly an hour's drive south of Savannah. He made the trip to our headquarters, found the reception desk empty, and poked his head into Vicky's office with a friendly greeting. Vicky, ever polite but swamped, quickly realized this was important and called for me. We soon gathered in the upstairs conference room with a fresh pot of coffee. Vicky and Maisie took notes while I listened. Duckworth appeared to be in his 70s, tanned and fit, the picture of a relaxed retiree with ample time for golf. He and his wife relocated to Sea Island a few years ago and are looking for ways to stay occupied. Originally from Ohio, with his wife from Chicago, they both sought warmer climates. In 1973, while working a desk job for the FBI, he transferred to the newly formed Drug Enforcement Administration, seeking more excitement. He spent his entire career with the DEA, including a 12-year stint overseeing northern Florida. For months, our attempts to access DEA records from the 1980s had hit a wall. Like the FBI and ATF, the DEA fiercely guards its archives. One of Vicky's Freedom of Information Act requests was returned with a letter where every word was blacked out except for articles like and the. So this visit felt like a gift, Duckworth stated. I know a considerable amount about the drug trade from that era. Some details I can discuss, others I cannot, I asked. What prompted you to come here? We've been trying to obtain DEA files and notes for the past 7 months without any success. You won't get much, he replied. The DEA consistently hides behind the claim that its investigations are active and ongoing. It doesn't matter how old or cold a case is, their standard procedure is to release nothing. They'll even go to court to protect their information. That's just how we operated. How much are you able to tell us? I inquired. Well, I can talk about the murder of Keith Russo because that case was closed over 20 years ago and it wasn't a DEA matter. I knew Keith well. We flipped him. He was one of our informants and that's what got him killed. Vicky, Maisie, and I exchanged glances as this sank in. The only person alive who could confirm Keith Russo was an informant was sitting in one of our worn-out chairs, casually drinking coffee. Who killed him? I asked carefully. I don't know, Duckworth said. But it wasn't Quincy Miller. It was a cartel-ordered hit. Which cartel? He paused for a sip of coffee. You asked why I came. I heard about your work to exonerate Miller, and I respect what you're doing. They prosecuted the wrong man because they wanted the wrong man. I have a lot of background I can share without revealing confidential material. Mostly, though, I just needed to get out of the house. My wife is shopping nearby, and we're meeting for a nice lunch later, I said. We're listening, and we have all day. All right, some history first. By the mid-1970s, when the DEA was established, cocaine was flooding the country, arriving by the ton via ships, planes, trucks, you name it. Demand was endless. Profits were staggering, and suppliers could barely keep up. They built massive organizations throughout Central and South America and hid their money in Caribbean banks. Florida, with its 800 miles of coastline and numerous ports, became the main entry point. Miami turned into a playground for traffickers. South Florida was controlled by a Colombian cartel, one that's still operating today. I wasn't involved down there. My territory was from Orlando north, and by 1980 the Saltillo cartel out of Mexico dominated most of the cocaine trade. Saltillo still exists but got absorbed by a larger organization. Most of its leaders were slaughtered in a drug war. These gangs are constantly rising and falling, and the carnage is staggering. The brutality is beyond belief, but I won't bore you with the grim details. Please don't, Vicky said, her tone shifting from serious to a dry, almost sarcastic weariness. We've read enough files to picture the horror. Just tell us what we need to clear an innocent man. A quick image of Tyler and the crocodile flashes through my mind. We've gathered a solid background on Sheriff Fitzner and the operations in Ruiz County, I say. He gives a knowing smile and shakes his head like he's recalling an old acquaintance. We never did catch that guy. He was the only sheriff we ever knew of in North Florida who was in bed with the cartel. We had him in our crosshairs right up until Russo was killed. Everything shifted after that. Some of our most important informants suddenly lost their voices. How did you turn Russo? I ask. Keith was a fascinating character, he begins, settling into the story. Ambitious, restless with small-town life, hungry for real money. He was a damned good lawyer, too. He built a reputation representing certain clients in the Tampa and St. Petersburg area. An informant tipped us off that he was accepting massive cash fees, reporting only a fraction, and moving money offshore. We tracked his tax returns for a couple of years, and it was clear he was spending far more than any lawyer in Seabrook could possibly earn. So we sat him down and laid out the evidence for tax evasion. He knew he was caught. He didn't want to lose his license, his home, everything. He was also guilty of laundering money for some of his clients, mainly the Saltillo organization. He used offshore shells to buy Florida real estate and handled all the paperwork himself. It wasn't rocket science, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Did his wife know he was working for you? Another smile, another slow sip. Duckworth could spin these tales for days. This is where it gets really interesting. Keith had a weakness for women. He was careful to avoid local entanglements in Seabrook, but Tampa was his playground. He and Diana kept an apartment there, supposedly for work, but Keith had other uses for it. Before we flipped him, we got warrants and planted listening devices in the apartment, his office, even their home. We heard everything, including his calls to various girlfriends. Then we got a real surprise. Turns out, Diana decided to play the same game. Her guy was one of her own drug clients, a slick character from Miami who worked for the Saltillo cartel. Name was Ramon Vasquez. There were a couple of occasions when Keith was supposedly working hard in Tampa, and Ramon would slip into Seabrook to see Diana. You can imagine the state of that marriage. So, to answer your question, we were never certain if Keith told his wife about his deal with us. We warned him not to. Obviously, what happened to Diana? Vicky asks. Somehow the cartel found out Keith was working with us. I've always suspected a double agent. One of our own informants sold him out. It's a grimy business where loyalties can shift with the sunrise. Hard cash and the threat of a painful end can turn almost anyone. They eliminated Keith, and Diana eventually packed up and left town. And Ramon? Maisie asks. He and Diana linked up in Tampa for a while, then just kept drifting south. We never confirmed it officially back then, but we suspected he stepped back from the trafficking life and tried to stay clean. Last I heard, they were still together, living quietly somewhere in the Caribbean. With plenty of money, I add. With plenty of money, he confirms. Was she involved in the murder? Maisie presses. That has never been proven. You know about the life insurance and the joint accounts, but that's not exactly uncommon. I steer it back. Why didn't you take down Fitzner and the cartel after the murder? The entire case just dissolved, he says, a hint of frustration in his voice. We were maybe a month or two away from a major bust that would have led to a stack of indictments, including charges against Fitzner. We'd been patient, too patient, honestly, but we were also battling with the U.S. Attorney's office down there. They were overloaded, distracted. We couldn't get the prosecutors properly engaged. You know how that goes. After the hit, our informants disappeared overnight. The case collapsed. The cartel got spooked and laid low for a long time. Fitzner eventually retired. I got transferred to Mobile, where I finished my career. Who would the cartel have used for the killing? Maisie asks. These gunmen aren't your typical hired killers. They're brutal enforcers who prefer the visceral terror of an axe over a clean bullet. A shotgun blast to the face is almost polite by their standards. They leave scenes messy on purpose, a signature of fear. Clues mean nothing when the shooter is already vanishing into the jungles of Mexico or Panama, before the body hits the floor. Maisie points out the contrast. But the Russo scene was clean, wasn't it? No obvious trail. It was, comes the reply, but Fitzner was running that investigation. I press the point that's been nagging at me. Help me understand the Fitzner failure. You had the whole picture, the port security, the cocaine storage, the dealer protection. Keith and other informants were talking. With all that, how did he slip away? Duckworth leans back, lacing his fingers behind his head with a weary smile aimed at the ceiling. That one still stings, the biggest professional letdown of my life. We wanted him bad. Here was one of our own, a sworn officer, cozy with the worst kind of people, flooding cities like Atlanta and Memphis with poison. We had the case built, the evidence stacked, the infiltration complete. We were ready. The holdup was the U.S. attorney in Jacksonville. The guy insisted on calling every shot, but didn't know the playbook, dragging his feet until the grand jury chance evaporated. Then Russo was killed. I never forgot that attorney. When he later ran for Congress, I voted with pure satisfaction against him. Last I saw, his smug face was plastered on billboards chasing personal injury cases. Is this cartel still operating? Maisie asks. The core of it was when I retired. I've been out of that world for 5 years now. Then let's talk about who ordered Russo's hit, Maisie continues. Where are they today? Your guess is as good as mine. Some are dead, some are in prison. A few are probably retired on private islands, and others are still very much in the business. Vicky's voice is quiet but steady. Are they watching us? Duckworth leans forward, taking a slow sip of his drink. He weighs the question, understanding its gravity. I can only speculate, but yes, at some level they are. They absolutely do not want Quincy Miller walking free. Let me ask you something, he says, turning to me. If your client is exonerated, does the murder investigation reopen? Probably not in our work. We find the real killer about half the time. This case is ice cold. Evidence is gone, witnesses scattered. The actual shooter is likely living large, far away, just as you said. Or he's already dead, Duckworth adds. Brutes like that don't tend to have long careers in that line of work. Then why bother watching us? Vicky persists. Why not? Duckworth shrugs. You're easy to track. Court filings are public record. It costs them nothing to keep an eye on the proceedings. I shift the topic. Ever come across a Miami attorney named Nash Cooley? Doesn't ring a bell. Is he with a firm, Varick and Valencia? Ah, sure, they've had a reputation for decades in certain circles. Why do you ask? Nash Cooley was in the courtroom last week during our motion hearing. You know him? We identified him. He was with a client named Mickey Mercado. Being a former detective, he naturally wonders how we made the identification, but he lets it pass with a knowing smile. Yes, I'd be very careful if I were you. It's a safe bet they're watching, according to Steve Rosenberg. We underestimated Judge Marlowe's influence. He believes she applied pressure behind the scenes, prompting the Alabama Court of Appeals to move with startling speed. A mere 2 months after the Verona hearing, the court unanimously upholds Judge Marlowe's order for DNA testing on the 7 pubic hairs. Furthermore, they mandate that the testing costs be covered by the Office of the Honorable Chad Fallwright. 2 state police detectives transport the evidence to the Durham lab, the same facility that previously tested Mark Carter's saliva for 3 days. I watch my phone until it finally vibrates with a call from Judge Marlowe herself. Her voice is clear and measured, the most compelling I've ever heard, as she states, "It seems you are right, Mr. Post. DNA analysis has excluded your client. All 7 pubic hairs belong to Mark Carter." I'm standing in Vicky's office, and my expression tells the whole story. Closing my eyes briefly, I hear Vicky embrace Maisie softly. The judge continues. Today is Tuesday. Can you be in court for a hearing this Thursday? Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank the system, Mr. Post. It owes you a great deal. These are the victories we fight for. Alabama was 2 hours away from executing an innocent man. Without our relentless effort to overturn wrongful convictions, Duke Russell would already be buried, but celebration can wait. I immediately drive west toward Alabama, making call after call. Chad, predictably, is too busy to talk. Given his history of incompetence and his tendency to complicate matters, we're deeply concerned about the potential arrest of Mark Carter, who remains unaware of the DNA results. Steve Rosenberg persuades the Attorney General to rein Chad in, and the AG also agrees to alert the state police to monitor Carter discreetly. Late Wednesday morning, Duke Russell is stretched out on his bunk, the same one he's occupied for a decade, immersed in a paperback when a guard peers through the bars. "Hey, Duke, time to move." "Move where?" "Home. A judge in Verona wants to see you. You leave in 20, pack up." The guard pushes a worn duffel bag through the bars, and Duke starts filling it with his few belongings: socks, t-shirts, underwear, 2 pairs of sneakers, and toiletries. He owns 8 paperbacks, each read at least 5 times, and decides to leave them behind for the next inmate, along with his small black-and-white TV and oscillating fan. As he steps out of his cell in handcuffs, no leg irons, the other men on the row erupt in cheers and applause. Near the entrance, guards gather to pat him on the back and offer good wishes. Several escort him outside to a waiting white prison van. Leaving death row, he deliberately avoids looking back at the administration building. He's transferred to a county patrol car and driven away. Once beyond the prison gates, the car pulls over. The deputy in the passenger seat gets out, opens the rear door, removes the handcuffs, and asks if Duke wants something to eat. Duke thanks him but says no. His emotions are churning too fiercely for hunger. 4 hours later, he arrives at the county jail where I'm waiting with Steve Rosenberg and an attorney from Atlanta. We've already persuaded the sheriff that Duke is about to be exonerated, so he's cooperating and lets us use his cramped office for a meeting. I explain the situation to my client, though not every detail. Tomorrow, Judge Marlowe intends to vacate his conviction and order his release. Meanwhile, Chad is threatening to refile charges not only against Duke, but also against Mark Carter. His absurd new theory is that the 2 men collaborated in the rape and murder of Emily Brune, despite the fact they have never met. As outrageous as it sounds, it's hardly surprising. When cornered, some prosecutors invent wildly creative theories of guilt. The fact that Mark Carter's name never came up at Duke's trial a decade ago should bury this nonsense. Judge Marlowe is in no mood to entertain it, and the Alabama Attorney General is pressuring Chad to stand down. Still, he holds the power to refile, and that's a genuine concern. My client could have been taken back into custody shortly after his release. As I walk him through these legal complexities, he becomes overwhelmed, his voice breaking. We leave him with the sheriff, who offers him the most comfortable cell for his final night behind bars. Steve and I make the drive to Birmingham, meeting Jim Biscoe from the Birmingham News for drinks. He's electrified by the story and has already spread the word through the newsroom. Tomorrow, he assures us, will be absolute chaos. After a late dinner, we find a budget motel well outside Verona. Staying in town doesn't feel safe. The victim's family is extensive and well-connected, and we've been fielding vague, threatening calls. It's an ugly but familiar part of the job. In the early hours, state police arrest Mark Carter at his home in Bayless, transporting him to a neighboring county's jail. The sheriff fills us in as we enter the courtroom to prepare. While we wait and the crowd builds, I glance out a window and see the garish logos of television news vans parked along the curb. At 8:30, Chad Fallwright strolls in with his entourage and offers a curt greeting. I ask if he still intends to re-indict my client. He gives a thin, defeated smile and says no. Sometime during the night, likely after a strained call with the Attorney General, he conceded the fight. Duke arrives flanked by deputies, beaming. He's dressed in an ill-fitting navy blazer, a crisp white shirt, and a tie knotted like a small fist. He looks triumphant, already basking in the moment. His mother sits directly behind us on the front bench, surrounded by a dozen relatives. Across the aisle, Jim Biscoe is scribbling notes alongside several other reporters. Judge Marlowe has permitted still photography, and the quiet snap of shutters fills the air. She takes the bench precisely at 9 and offers a formal greeting. "Before we begin," she says, "Sheriff Pilley has asked me to inform the public and the press that a county resident, Mark Carter, was arrested this morning at his Bayless home and charged with the rape and murder of Emily Brune. He is in custody and will appear in this courtroom within the hour. Mr. Post, I believe you have a motion. I stand, unable to hide my satisfaction. Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of my client, Duke Russell, I move to have his conviction vacated and for his immediate release. And the basis for this motion. DNA evidence, Your Honor. Testing on the 7 pubic hairs recovered from the crime scene excludes Mr. Russell. All 7 originated from Mark Carter. And if I recall correctly, she says, her gaze shifting pointedly toward Chad, Mr. Carter was the last person seen with the victim while she was alive. Is that accurate? It is, Your Honor, I reply, my tone measured despite the surge of vindication. Neither the police nor the prosecution ever treated him as a serious suspect. Thank you. Mr. Fallwright, does the state oppose? He rises stiffly, his voice barely audible. The state does not oppose. The judge takes her time, rearranging papers on the bench. Finally, she looks up. Mr. Russell, would you please stand? He gets to his feet, his expression one of dazed disbelief. She meets his eyes and speaks clearly. Mr. Russell, your convictions for rape and capital murder are hereby vacated and dismissed. Permanently. They cannot be revived. I was not involved in your trial, but I consider it a profound privilege to preside over your exoneration today. A terrible injustice has occurred, and you have paid a devastating price. You were wrongfully convicted by the state of Alabama and imprisoned for 10 years, years you can never get back. On behalf of the state, I offer my sincere apology. I know these words cannot heal your wounds, but I hope in time you may remember them and find some small comfort. I wish you a long, happy life with this nightmare finally behind you. Mr. Russell, you are free to go. Behind us, his family erupts in muffled cries and gasps of relief. Duke leaned forward, resting both hands heavily on the table. I stood and wrapped an arm around his shoulders as he wept, struck suddenly by how small and fragile he seemed inside that borrowed sports coat. Chad slipped out a side door, too spineless to cross the room and offer his own apology. He'd likely spend the rest of his days spinning tales about how Duke had slipped free on some legal technicality. Outside, we faced the cameras and the shouted questions. Duke said little. He just wanted to go home for his uncle's barbecue ribs. I didn't have much to say either. Most lawyers live for these public moments, but for me they're always tinged with something sour. Sure, there's a deep satisfaction in pulling an innocent man from the fire. But there's also a simmering anger at a system that lets these wrongful convictions happen in the first place. Nearly every one of them preventable. Why should we be expected to celebrate just because the system finally stopped crushing the wrong person? I guided Duke through the crowd to a small room where Jim Biscoe was waiting. I'd promised him the first interview, and we both let loose. Biscoe began by asking about Duke's brush with the executioner 7 months back, and before long we were even chuckling about Duke's frantic last meal, how he'd shoveled down steak and cake, terrified they'd take it away. The laughter came easily, and so did the tears. After about 30 minutes, I left them and returned to the courtroom where a crowd still lingered, hungry for the next act. Judge Marlowe took the bench and the room settled. She gave a nod and a bailiff opened a side door. Mark Carter shuffled in, handcuffed, wearing the standard orange jumpsuit. His eyes swept the room, found his family on the front row, and then quickly looked away. He sat at the defense table and stared intently at his boots as if they held some secret. Judge Marlowe looked his way. Are you Mark Carter? He gave a slow nod. Please stand when I address you and answer clearly. He pushed himself up, moving with a deliberate slowness that suggested he still thought he was in charge. I am. Do you have a lawyer? Nope. Can you afford one? Depends what they cost. Very well. I'll appoint one for now. He'll meet you at the jail. We'll reconvene next week. You are remanded without bail. Have a seat. He sat back down, and I moved quietly to the defense table. I leaned in and kept my voice low. Hey, Mark, I'm the one who called you the night they almost killed Duke. Remember that? He glared, and since his hands were cuffed, he looked like he might spit instead of swing. Anyway, I continued, I called you a cowardly scumbag for letting another man die for your crime. and I promised I'd see you in court." "Who are you?" he snarled. A bailiff started toward us, and I stepped back. Later, in a brief ceremony back at the Guardian office, we hung a large framed color photo of Duke Russell on the wall alongside the 8 other exonerees. It was a handsome portrait we'd paid for. Duke posed outdoors at his mother's place, leaning against a white board fence with a fishing rod beside him, wearing a huge, contented smile, the face of a man finally free, young enough to build a second life, a life we helped give back. We allowed ourselves a moment of quiet pride, then got back to work. Quincy assumes I'm here because I'm his lawyer, and seeing clients is just part of the job. This was my 4th visit, and I updated him on everything. Naturally, we'd heard nothing from Judge Plank just down the road, and Quincy couldn't grasp why we couldn't just file a complaint and force the old fossil to act. I described Zeke Huffy's courtroom performance and passed along the man's apology for helping put Quincy away for life. Quincy was unmoved. We spent 2 hours going in circles over the same worn-out ground. Leaving the prison, I headed south on a county road that gradually widened into 4, then 6 lanes as Orlando appeared on the horizon. Checking the rear-view mirror had become a habit I despised, but I couldn't seem to break it. I knew no one was back there. The only thing following me was the quiet, relentless weight of all the cases still waiting. If they were truly keeping tabs on me, they wouldn't bother with such an outdated approach. They'd be into phones and computers, not tailing my modest Ford SUV through traffic. I take a sharp exit onto a bustling main road, make another quick turn, and pull into the sprawling lot of a suburban shopping center. I slot my car between 2 others, blend in with the shoppers heading inside, and walk what feels like half a mile to a large Nike store. Right at 2:15, I find the rack of men's running shirts. Tyler Townsend is waiting on the other side, wearing a country club golf cap and a pair of fake tortoiseshell glasses. He glances around nervously before whispering, "This had better be worth the risk. I pretend to examine a shirt. We've identified the opposition, and you need to know who they are." "I'm all ears," he replies, keeping his eyes averted. I recount the hearing before Judge Plank, the sudden appearances of Nash Cooley and Mickey Mercado, and their awkward attempts to avoid being spotted together. Tyler doesn't recognize either name. A cheerful store employee approaches to ask if we need assistance, but I politely send him away. I fill Tyler in on everything we've gathered about Mercado and Cooley, then summarize what Len Duckworth shared regarding the DEA and the cartel. "You always suspected Russo was an informant, didn't you?" I ask. He nods grimly. "He was killed for a reason. Either his wife arranged it for the insurance, which nobody really bought, or he got in too deep with his shady clients. I've always believed it was the drug gang. That's how they deal with informants, like those 2 guys I told you about down in Belize. Remember that photo post, me on the zip line? It crosses my mind more often than I'd like." "Mine too. Listen, Post, if they're watching you, then we can't be seen together anymore. I don't want to see you again." He takes a step back, his expression hardening. "Nothing, Post, you understand? No contact at all." I nod. Understood. At the door, he scans the mall as if expecting armed thugs to appear, then walks away, trying to look casual. His pace quickens, and soon he's out of sight, a clear sign of how haunted he is by the past. Which makes me wonder, just how scared should we be of what's happening now? The answer comes brutally fast. We choose our cases carefully and pursue them with relentless dedication. Our mission is to uncover the truth and free our clients, something we've accomplished 9 times in the last 12 years. Yet it never crossed my mind that our fight to save a client might get him killed. The attack had all the hallmarks of a planned ambush, which will make uncovering the facts nearly impossible. Witnesses are unreliable if they come forward at all. Guards often claim to have seen nothing. The prison administration has every incentive to bury the truth and spin the story in their favor. Not long after I said goodbye to Quincy that morning, 2 men jumped him in a walkway between the machine shop and the gym. They stabbed him with a shank, beat him savagely with blunt objects, and left him for dead. A guard eventually passed by, found him lying in a pool of blood, and called for help. Quincy was loaded into an ambulance, taken to the nearest hospital, and then rushed to Mercy Hospital in Orlando. Tests showed a fractured skull, brain swelling, a broken jaw, a shattered shoulder and collarbone, missing teeth, and 3 deep stab wounds. He received 6 pints of blood and was placed on life support. When the prison finally contacted our Savannah office, Vicky was told he was in critical condition and not expected to live. I was on the Jacksonville bypass when she called with the news. In that moment, every other worry vanished from my mind. I turned the car around. Quincy has no family to speak of. Right now, his lawyer is all he has. Having spent much of my professional life in and around prisons, I've grown familiar with the brutal realities inside. Though never numb to them, inmates confined together will always find new methods of inflicting pain. Yet it never crossed my mind that an innocence investigation could be sabotaged from within the walls by eliminating the very man we're trying to free. It's a ruthless, clever strategy. If Quincy Miller dies, our case file closes and we move on. Guardian doesn't have a formal policy for this scenario. We've never faced the death of a client before an exoneration. But with a waiting list of cases, we can't justify pursuing justice for someone who's already gone. I'm certain they understand that perfectly. Whoever they are, for the sake of my long, solitary drives, I could dub them the Saltillo crew, but they feels more fitting. So they're monitoring our legal motions, maybe tailing us now and then, perhaps doing a little digital snooping. They definitely know about us and our recent win in Alabama. They know we have a reputation, that we can fight in court, that we don't give up. They also know Quincy didn't murder Keith Russo, and they don't appreciate us digging toward the truth. An open confrontation isn't their style, not yet anyway, because that would confirm their existence and likely mean committing another messy crime. A fire, an explosive, a gunshot, all too noisy and traceable. The cleanest way to halt our work is to simply remove Quincy. Arrange for a hit inside the prison where they already have contacts or know some hardened souls willing to work for cash or a future favor. Killings there are tragically commonplace. I seldom dive deep into my clients' prison records since they're innocent. They typically keep their heads down, avoiding gangs, steering clear of drugs, taking whatever classes they can, working, reading, mentoring others. Quincy finished high school in Seabrook back in '78 but couldn't swing college tuition. Behind bars, he's piled up over 100 credit hours in various courses. His disciplinary record is clean. He's known for steering younger inmates away from gang life. It's hard to picture Quincy making real enemies. He hits the weights, has trained in karate, and generally knows how to handle himself. It would take more than one assailant to bring him down, and I'd wager he gave as good as he got before he fell. Stuck in Orlando traffic, I call the prison for the 4th time and ask for the warden. He won't take the call, but I want him to know I'm coming. I make a flurry of calls. Vicky is pressing the hospital for updates. There aren't many, and relaying what little she learns. I ring Frankie and tell him to start driving south. I finally reach Quincy's brother Marvis, who's on a construction site in Miami and can't break away. He's the only family who stood by Quincy, visiting faithfully for 23 years. His voice is shaky. He wants to know who would do this. I have no answers for him. The lawyer's collar usually works in hospitals, so I put it on in the parking garage. The ICU is on the 2nd floor. I talk my way past a preoccupied nurse. 2 large young men, one white, one black, are perched on stools outside a glass-walled room. They're prison guards wearing the unmistakable black and tan uniforms of the Garvin Correctional Institute. They look bored and utterly out of place. I play it polite and introduce myself as Quincy's attorney. Unsurprisingly, they know almost nothing. They weren't at the scene, didn't see the victim until he was loaded into the ambulance, and were simply ordered to follow it and ensure the prisoner remains secure. Quincy Miller is certainly secure. He's strapped to a raised bed in the middle of the room, enveloped by tubes, monitors, IV drips, and machines. A ventilator hums steadily, pumping oxygen through a tracheotomy tube, keeping him alive. His face was wrapped in thick gauze, tubes snaking out from it. The white-clad guard told me he'd flatlined 3 times in the last 2 hours, with staff rushing in each time. The other guard, a black man, nodded grimly and said it was only a matter of time now. Our small talk fizzled out quickly. These 2 officers seemed lost, unsure if they should camp on the floor, find a motel, or head back to the prison, where the office was closed and their boss unreachable. I pointed out, rather obviously, that the prisoner wasn't going anywhere. A doctor passed by, noticed my collar, and pulled me aside. I hurriedly explained that the patient had no family, had served almost 23 years for a crime he didn't commit, and that, as his lawyer, I was effectively in charge. The doctor pressed for time, cut to the chase, multiple injuries, the worst being severe brain trauma. They'd used pentobarbital to induce a coma, relieving pressure. Survival meant a long road of surgeries, rebuilding the upper left jaw, collarbones, left shoulder, possibly the nose. A knife wound had pierced a lung. His right eye was likely badly damaged. Predicting permanent brain impairment was impossible this early, but if he made it, it would probably be substantial. I had the unshakable feeling the doctor was mentally ticking off Quincy's injuries, figuring why list them all if the man was going to die anyway. When I asked about his chances, the doctor shrugged. 1 in 100, he said, like a gambler in Vegas stating the odds. After dark, my 2 uniformed companions had had enough. They were tired of idling, tired of being in the way, tired of the nurses' disapproving looks, and tired of guarding a prisoner who couldn't possibly escape. They were also hungry, and given their substantial builds, dinner was not something to delay. I convinced them I'd stay the night in the visitors' lounge down the hall and call their cells if anything changed. I sent them off with the assurance their prisoner was securely locked down for the night. The ICU had no seats near the beds. Visitors weren't encouraged to linger. You could stop for a look or a quick word if the patient was conscious, but the nurses were firm about keeping the place dark and quiet. I made a nest in the lounge around the corner and tried to read. Dinner came from a vending machine, honestly. Those snacks are underrated. I dozed, fired off a barrage of emails, read some more. At midnight, I crept back to Quincy's room. His ECG was troubling. A team clustered around his bed. Was this? Part of me hoped so. I didn't want Quincy to die, but the thought of him surviving as a shell of himself was its own kind of horror. I pushed the thought away and whispered a prayer for him and the medical team. Backing into a corner, I watched through the glass as doctors and nurses fought to save a man the state of Florida had done its best to destroy. An innocent man, robbed by a broken system. The guilt hit me hard. Was Guardian responsible? Would Quincy be here if we'd turned down his case? No. His dream of freedom and our desire to help him had made him a target. I buried my face in my hands and wept. The ICU lounge had 2 sofas, neither meant for an adult to sleep on. Across the room, one was occupied by a mother whose teenage son had been horrifically injured in a motorcycle wreck. I'd prayed with her twice already. The other sofa was mine, where I battled a lumpy pillow and drifted in and out until about 3 in the morning, when a thought struck me, something that should have been obvious hours before. I sat up in the dim light and muttered to myself, "Perfect. You genius? Why did it take you so long to consider this? If the assault on Quincy was orchestrated by someone on the outside, then he's in far greater danger here than he ever was behind bars." Anyone could stroll into the hospital, ride the elevator to the 2nd floor, offer a convincing excuse to the ICU nurses at their station, and walk right into Quincy's room. I force myself to take a breath and acknowledge my own fear. There are no hitmen on their way, because whoever is responsible believes they've already finished the job, and they have every reason to think so. Sleep is out of the question. Around 5:30, a doctor and a nurse come into the lounge and speak quietly with a woman whose son passed away 20 minutes earlier. Since I'm the closest thing to a minister present, I get pulled into the scene. They leave me holding her hand and making the difficult calls to family. Quincy, meanwhile, continues to cling to life. Morning rounds begin early, and I speak with another physician. There's been no improvement and very little hope. I explain my belief that my client might still be a target, that this was a deliberate attempt on his life, not some random prison fight, and that hospital security needs to be aware. I ask him to alert the staff and the security team. He nods as if he understands but offers no guarantees. At 7, I call Susan Ashley from the Central Florida Innocence Project and fill her in. We talk for 30 minutes, brainstorming, and agree the FBI should be contacted. She knows the right person to call. We also discuss the possibility of rushing to federal court to sue the state and its Department of Corrections, seeking an immediate order to force the warden at Garvin to investigate the attack and release his records. My call to Maisie covers similar ground, true to form. She's careful but has no hesitation about filing in federal court. An hour later, Maisie, Susan Ashley, and I are on a conference call deciding to hold off for a few hours. Every plan we have will shift if Quincy dies. I'm in the hallway on my phone when a doctor spots me and walks over. I end the call and ask for an update. He says solemnly, "The EEG is showing a consistent decline in brain activity. His heart rate has dropped to 20 beats a minute. We're approaching the end, and we need someone to consult with." About discontinuing life support? That's not the clinical term, but it works. You mentioned he has no immediate family? He has a brother who's trying to get here. I suppose it's his decision. Mr. Miller is a ward of the state, is that correct? He's an inmate in a state prison. Has been for over 2 decades. Please don't tell me the warden gets to make this call. In the absence of family, yes. You've got to be kidding. If the prison gets to pull the plug, then no inmate is safe. Let's wait for the brother, all right? I'm hoping he'll arrive by noon. Okay, you may want to consider last rites. I'm Episcopalian, not Catholic. We don't perform last rites. Well then, do whatever it is you do just before someone passes. Thanks. As he walks away, I notice the same 2 prison guards stepping off the elevator, and I welcome them like old pals. They're back for another shift with nothing to do but sit. Yesterday I thought they were completely useless, but now I'm relieved to see them. We could use more uniforms around here. I offer to buy them breakfast in the basement cafeteria, fairly certain they've never turned down a free meal. Over waffles and sausage, they even managed to crack a few jokes about their predicament. The warden had called them in first thing that morning and read them the riot act. He was furious they'd left their post without authorization. They're now on 30 days probation with formal reprimands in their files. They haven't heard any rumors about the attack, and as long as they're stuck at the hospital with little to do, that's not likely to change. They did mention, however, that the spot where Quincy was jumped is one of the few areas in the prison yard not covered by surveillance cameras. There have been other incidents there. The black guard Mosby mentioned, he remembered Quincy from years ago before he was transferred to a different unit. The name Crabtree, a white guard, meant nothing to me, but with nearly 2,000 men locked up at Garvin, that wasn't surprising. The 2 officers I spoke with knew next to nothing, yet they clearly relished their tangential connection to the drama. I shared my theory with them that the assault was orchestrated from outside the walls and that Quincy was now a sitting duck needing constant protection. Back in the ICU, 2 hospital security guards in uniform were loitering, scrutinizing everyone with a severity usually reserved for a national crisis. 4 young men with sidearms were now posted, and while none looked like they could run 100 yards without needing oxygen, their sheer presence was a relief. After a brief, uninformative chat with a doctor, I slipped out before anyone could corner me with questions about pulling the plug. I checked into a budget motel, managed a quick shower and a change of clothes, then sped back toward the prison. Susan Ashley had been relentlessly calling the warden's office, getting nowhere. My own plan to storm the administration building and demand answers was thwarted at the visitors' check-in, where I was flatly denied entry. I loitered for an hour, making empty threats to anyone who would listen, but it was pointless. Prisons are fortresses by design. Returning to the hospital, I chatted up a nurse I'd been friendly with, and she mentioned a slight, almost imperceptible, improvement in Quincy's vitals. His brother, Marvis, was stuck at his job in Miami. The prison administration had gone completely silent, refusing all calls. Lunch was a coin toss, and Mosby won. Crabtree stayed behind with a ham on rye to watch over Quincy. Mosby and I headed to the cafeteria, piling our trays with congealed lasagna and vegetables that looked like they'd just met the can opener. The place was packed. We squeezed into the last tiny table, which pressed uncomfortably into his midsection. He was only 30, but carried a shocking amount of weight. I fought the urge to ask about his future plans for his physique. Did he have a target size for 40 or 50? Was he aware his current trajectory pointed straight to diabetes? But as usual, I kept those thoughts to myself. He was fascinated by our work, his eyes repeatedly drifting to my clerical collar. So I entertained him with slightly dramatized tales of the men we'd freed, making a passionate case for Quincy's innocence. Mosby appeared to buy it, though his interest was superficial. He was just a country kid needing the $12 an hour, stuck in a job he despised. He hated the fences and the razor wire, the constant low-grade fear of managing scheming inmates, the suffocating bureaucracy, the ever-present threat of violence, the warden, the unrelenting stress, all for that measly hourly wage. His wife cleaned offices at night while her mother watched their 3 young children over dessert, a slab of chocolate pie for him. Black coffee for me, I leaned in. Listen, Mosby, I've been inside about 100 of these places. I know how they work. And I know someone saw what happened to Quincy, right? He gave a slow nod. More than likely. For a serious hit, a rape or a stabbing, you've got to find the right officer to turn a blind eye. Isn't that how it goes? He smiled, nodding again. I pressed further. There were 2 murders here last year. Were you on duty for either? Nope. Did they catch the guys? Got the first one. Second guy had his throat slit in his sleep. Case is cold. Probably always will be. Look, Mosby, I need to find out who attacked Quincy. You and I both know a guard or 2 had to be involved. I'd bet my last $1 was standing lookout. Probably. He takes a bite of pie and looks off to the side. After swallowing, he adds, You know how it works in there, Post. Everything has a price. I need names, Mosby. The men who attacked Quincy. What's the going rate? He leans in, shifting uncomfortably. I don't have the names myself, I swear. So I'd have to get them from a source, and that source might have to pay someone else. You see how this goes? I'd need a little something for the trouble, too. Of course, but I have to remind you, we're a non-profit. Our budget is basically 0. You got $5 grand? I make a face, as if he's requested a fortune, though 5,000 is about what I expected. Some guys in the information pipeline are inmates just looking for small comforts, better snacks, a new TV, softer toilet paper. Others are guards needing cash for a car payment or repairs. It's possible, I say, but this has to move quickly. What are you planning to do with the names? He asks, finishing the last of his pie. Why does it matter? Probably just a couple of lifers who will only get more time added on. Probably, I agree. So do we have a deal? You start asking questions and I'll work on getting the money. Deal, and keep it quiet, Mosby. I don't want Crabtree sniffing around. Besides, he'd probably want a cut, wouldn't he? Right. I'm not sure I trust him much either. Neither am I. We head back to the ICU and hand Crabtree his sandwich. He's chatting with an Orlando police officer, a talkative guy who mentions he's been assigned to stick around for a few days. With all the uniforms in the hallway, I start to feel a little better about Quincy's safety. 28 hours have passed since the beating. After several scary episodes where his monitors went flat, Quincy's vital signs have finally begun to steady. There's a faint bit more activity in his brain now, and his heart is beating a little stronger, though none of the doctors are getting their hopes up. I'm exhausted by the hospital and desperate for a break, but I can't go far. I kill hours on the lounge sofa, glued to my phone or laptop, just trying to make the time pass. Maisie and I decide to hold off one more day before calling the FBI. The federal lawsuit can wait too, though we're starting to second-guess that plan. There's still no word from the warden or anyone at the prison. Mosby and Crabtree are relieved at 5 by a gray-haired veteran named Holloway, who isn't exactly warm. He seems annoyed to be stuck on hallway duty and barely says a word whatever. At least we've got another armed guard posted. Honestly, I'm tired of making conversation anyway. Marvis Miller shows up early in the evening. I walk him to the room to see his brother, and he breaks down almost immediately. I step back to give him space. He stands at the foot of the bed, too afraid to touch anything, just staring at the bandages covering Quincy's face. When a nurse needs some information from him, I slip back to the lounge to wait. Later, I have dinner with Marvis in the cafeteria, my third meal there today. He's 6 years younger than Quincy and has always looked up to his big brother. They have 2 sisters, but they don't speak. The family split after Quincy's conviction when the sisters decided he was guilty because the jury said so and cut off all contact. That never sat right with Marvis, who has always believed his brother was framed and who felt Quincy needed the family's support more than ever. After we force down the bland food, we choose to linger over coffee rather than return to the stifling atmosphere of the visitors' lounge. I share my fears about Quincy's safety and my theory, admittedly speculative, that the attack was ordered by someone connected to his conviction, someone who's nervous about our investigation. I offer a half-hearted apology for everything that's happened, but he won't hear it. He's grateful for what we're doing and says so more than once. He's always held on to the dream of seeing his brother walk out of prison a free man. His name finally cleared, Marvis shares a lot with Quincy. He's laid back, genuine, and easy to like, a good man just trying to get by in a hard world. You can sense a flicker of resentment toward a system that failed his brother, but there's also this stubborn hope that someday justice might actually show up. After a while, we head upstairs and I let him have the couch. I end up at a motel, washing off the day under a lukewarm shower before collapsing into bed. Meanwhile, Mosby is about to connect with Frankie Tatum. They arrange to meet at a run-down bar just outside Deltona, a world away from Mosby's usual haunts. Mosby mentions he used to hang out there years ago, but doubts anyone would remember him now. True to form, Frankie checks the place out ahead of time. It's nearly midnight on a Thursday, and the joint is practically empty. Quiet except for the hum of a neon sign. It takes a couple of beers for the two to settle in. Honestly, give Frankie 2 drinks in a friendly setting with someone he considers a brother, and he's all in. I need $6,000 in cash, Mosby says. They're tucked at a back table near an unused pool table. The only other people are a couple of guys at the bar, too far off to hear anything. We can handle that, Frankie replies. What do we get for it? I've got a slip of paper with 3 names. The first 2 are convicted murderers doing serious time. Parole isn't even on the horizon. They're the ones who jumped Quincy. The third name is a guard who was nearby and didn't see a thing, probably acting as a lookout. There's no surveillance footage. They chose a blind spot. Why Quincy was even in that area is a mystery, since most inmates know to avoid it. A guy was assaulted there 2 months back. Maybe Quincy thought he was too tough to be targeted and let his guard down. You'll have to ask him if you get the chance. What do you know about the 2 attackers? Both are white, hardened types tied to a nasty gang called the Aryan Deacons. The first guy I saw every day when I worked his unit. He's from Dade County. Nothing but trouble. The second name doesn't ring a bell. Garvin houses 2,000 inmates, and thankfully, I don't know them all. Any chance this was gang-related? I doubt it. The gangs are always feuding, but from what I hear, Quincy steered clear of all that. Frankie takes a slow drink from his bottle, then pulls a white envelope from his jacket pocket. He sets it on the table. Here's $5,000. I said 6, Mosby replies, not reaching for it. From another pocket, Frankie produces a roll of bills beneath the table, counts swiftly, and passes over $100 notes. That makes 6. Mosby hands him the scrap of paper with one hand while taking the cash and envelope with the other. Frankie unfolds the paper and studies the 3 names. Mosby adds, "There's something else. Quincy didn't go down without a fight. He got in a few solid hits while he could. The first guy on that list walked away with a busted nose. He was treated in the infirmary this afternoon, claimed he got into a scuffle. That kind of story flies all the time, so no one asks too many questions. His face will be marked up for days, so I'd move quickly. Consider it a little confirmation, thanks. Anything more? Yeah, I won't be going back to the hospital. They're rotating guards now, and we're always understaffed. Tell Mr. Post I appreciate the work. Will do. And we appreciate it too. Back at our end, I assign Maisie the first name and Vicky the second while I dig into all three. Within 15 minutes of Frankie parting ways with Mosby, our computers are lit up, tearing through the web. Robert Earl Lane was convicted of first-degree murder 17 years ago in Dade County for killing his girlfriend. Before that, he did 3 years for assaulting a police officer. John Drumick murdered his grandmother for $60 in cash, money he needed for crack. He pleaded guilty in Sarasota back in 1998 and dodged a capital trial. Both have been at Garvin Correctional Institute for about a decade, and since their prison records are sealed, we can't pull much. Maisie could probably hack into almost anything, but we decide to play it safe and not cross that line. Similarly, prison gangs like the Aryan Deacons rarely maintain detailed records, making it impossible to confirm their membership. The guard in question is Adam Stone, a 34-year-old white man from a small rural town about 30 minutes from the facility. At 2:15 in the morning, Frankie locates Stone's residence and relays the license plate numbers from his car and truck. By 3 a.m., the Guardian team is on a conference call, sharing all gathered intelligence. We devise a strategy to thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of Lane and Drumick while gathering whatever we can about the Aryan Deacons' operations in Florida. Our working theory is that the assault on Quincy was commissioned and financed by someone outside the prison. Lane and Drumick had no connection to the Russo case. They're simply long-term inmates who took the job for a quick payday. The racial element likely made the attack more satisfying for them. At 5 in the morning, I head back to the hospital and find the visitors' lounge deserted. A nurse stops me at the ICU station. At least someone's awake, and when I ask about Marvis Miller, she gestures toward Quincy's room. Marvis is asleep on a rollaway cot, keeping watch over his brother. No other guards or officers are in sight. The nurse explains that around midnight, Marvis grew frustrated with the lax security and insisted on the cot. Her supervisor agreed, and they wheeled one into Quincy's room. I thank her and ask, "How's the patient doing?" She gives a slight shrug, hanging in there. An hour later, Marvis emerges, rubbing his eyes and visibly relieved to see me. We find some old coffee and take a couple of folding chairs into the hallway, watching the early shift of nurses and doctors begin their rounds. One group signals for us to join them outside Quincy's door, where we're told his vital signs continue to show modest improvement. They intend to keep him medically sedated for several more days. Marvis is anxious about missing work and needs to head out. We share a quick embrace at the elevator. I promise to call if anything changes, and he vows to return as soon as he can, though the drive is nearly 5 hours. 2 Orlando police officers in full gear show up, and I exchange a few words with them. They plan to stick around for about an hour until a prison guard relieves them at 7:30. An email arrives from the prison. The warden can spare a few minutes to see me. I reach Garvin Correctional 45 minutes before my 10 o'clock appointment. Trying to explain to the processing staff that I have a meeting with the warden gets me nowhere. I'm handled like any other attorney here to visit an inmate. Nothing comes easily inside a prison. Rules are either rigidly enforced or arbitrarily changed on the spot, whatever it takes to burn more time. Eventually, a guard picks me up in a golf cart, and we ride over to the administration building. The warden is a large, confident black man. 2 decades ago, he played football at Florida State and was drafted into the NFL, where his career lasted just 10 games before a knee injury ended it. His office is decorated with framed photos of him in various uniforms, autographed footballs, and even table lamps made from old helmets. Looks like he suited up for the Packers. He sits behind an imposing desk, piled with files and paperwork, the clear domain of someone who wields authority. To his left stands the prison attorney, a pale, bureaucratic-looking man clutching a notepad and eyeing me as if he's already considering dragging me into court, with or without a reason. I've got about 15 minutes, the warden says, not unpleasantly. His name is Odell Herman. On the walls hang at least 3 framed jerseys in different colors, each with Herman across the back. You'd think the guy was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Thanks for your time, I reply. maybe a little too smoothly. I'd like to know what happened to my client, Quincy Miller. We're conducting an investigation and can't discuss it at this time. Right, Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch delivers a practiced, legalistic nod to confirm. Do you know who attacked him? I press. We have persons of interest, but again, I can't comment further right now. All right, I'll play along. Without naming names, can you tell me who was responsible? Herman glances at Birch, who gives a slight shake of his head. No, sir, we don't have those details at this time. The meeting has effectively concluded. They're stonewalling, offering me nothing. All right. Can you confirm whether any correctional officer played a role in the assault? Absolutely not, Herman snaps, visibly annoyed by the implication. How could I even suggest such a thing? So, to be clear, 3 days after the incident, you have no suspects, and you assert that no prison employee was involved. Is that your official position? That's correct. I rise suddenly and move toward the door. There were 2 attackers. The first is Robert Earl Lane. Look into him. Right now, his eyes are swollen shut and bruised because Quincy broke his nose. Lane was treated in your infirmary shortly after the fight. We'll be subpoenaing those medical records, so I suggest you don't misplace them. Herman is speechless. His mouth hanging open, Lawyer Birch looks both puzzled and concerned. I pull the door open, hesitate for a moment, and add, this story isn't over. Everything will come to light when I take you to federal court. The door slams shut behind me. The FBI's Orlando field office is housed in a sleek, 4-story building in the suburban area of Maitland. Susan Ashley and I arrive ahead of schedule for a 3 o'clock meeting with the higher-ups. She spent the last 2 days networking and maneuvering to secure this appointment, even sending over a brief overview of our Quincy Miller file. We're not sure which special agent we'll be meeting, but we're hopeful we'll find a sympathetic ear. Her name is Agnes Knowlton, in her early 40s, and her spacious corner office suggests she carries some weight. Walking through the floor, we pass numerous agents in tight cubicles, making it clear Agent Knowlton has considerable seniority. Special Agent Lujewski joins us in her office. He looks young enough to still be in college, after coffee is served and the initial small talk concludes. I'm asked to begin. I quickly outline Guardian's efforts for Quincy Miller, presenting our view that he was framed by a drug gang with significant assistance from the former sheriff of Ruiz County. Now that we're pursuing post-conviction relief, those responsible for Keith Russo's murder are getting nervous. I provide the names of Miami drug lawyer Nash Cooley and one of his enforcers, Mickey Mercado. I suggest that these individuals, along with others, conceived the rather clever plan to halt our investigation by eliminating our client. Would that actually work? Knowlton inquires. If your client were to die, what happens to the case? Yes, it would work, I confirm. Our organization works to free the innocent. We don't have the capacity to litigate for someone who is deceased. She nods thoughtfully, and I press on. I describe Quincy, emphasizing that he had no gang affiliations, which makes the attack by the Aryan deacons seem completely unprovoked. So you're describing a contract killing, she asks. Exactly. A murder for hire, which is a federal crime. It's obvious to me that Knowlton is engaged by the case. Lujewski maintains a neutral expression, but is clearly attentive, opening a laptop to take notes. I continue. We also have the names of the 2 assailants, both convicted murderers. Are you familiar with the Aryan deacons? Knowlton allows a slight smile, seeming even more interested. A drug gang, specifically a Mexican cartel, a corrupt sheriff, a lawyer murdered at his desk, a wrongful conviction, and now a contracted hit to stop an exoneration. This isn't your run-of-the-mill file. I've heard of them, she says. Then, with a hint of bureaucratic sarcasm, she adds, but our focus is usually on putting people behind bars, not on what happens after they get there. Do you intend to give me those names? What would you do with them? She considers this, taking a slow sip of coffee and exchanging a glance with Lujewski. He paused his typing and explained, the Aryan deacons actually branched off from the Aryan Brotherhood, which is the biggest white prison gang in the country. Membership for the DKs is around 10,000, though the numbers aren't exact. They're into the usual stuff: drugs, contraband food, sex, cell phones. Even the ones who get out stay connected and keep up the crime. A really unpleasant group. Knowlton looked at me and said, "Once again, we've got our work cut out for us on this end." I added, "There's also a guard who's likely involved, a white guy who chose not to see what was happening. He might be the easiest to pressure since he has a lot more to lose outside these walls." She gave a slight nod. "I appreciate your perspective, Post. In a way, we're in similar lines of work. You solve crimes to put people inside. I solve them to get people out." For Adam Stone, it began as just another shift. He clocked in at 1 minute to 8, lingering at his locker with 2 other guards for 15 minutes, sipping coffee and finishing a glazed donut. He wasn't eager to head to Unit E for another tense day overseeing inmates who wouldn't hesitate to harm him if the opportunity arose. A handful he could tolerate, even exchanging the occasional joke. Most, however, he held in contempt, particularly the black inmates. Stone grew up in a hardened, isolated part of the country where few black families lived or were made to feel welcome. His father was a resentful bigot who blamed minorities for his own stalled life, and his mother often recounted an unproven story about being assaulted by a black athlete in her youth. From childhood, Adam was taught to steer clear of black people and to address them with disdain. Inside the prison, though, he had no such luxury. Over 70% of the population at Garvin was black or Latino, as were many of the guards. Over his 7 years there, his prejudices had only calcified. He witnessed them at their most desperate. Men who had faced a lifetime of discrimination now wielded what little power they could in a controlled environment. Their acts of retaliation could be brutal. For safety, the white inmates formed their own alliances. Secretly, Adam held a grim respect for the Aryans. Outnumbered and under constant threat, they survived through vicious loyalty and brutal pacts. Their capacity for violence was staggering. He recalled an incident 3 years prior where they ambushed 2 black guards with handmade blades, then concealed the bodies and let them bleed out. His day proceeded routinely, making rounds, escorting prisoners to medical, killing an hour watching surveillance feeds, extending his 30-minute lunch to a full hour, and finally clocking out at 4:30, 8 hours of minimal effort for $12 each. He had no idea that federal agents had spent the entire day meticulously dissecting his personal life. 2 of them tailed him as he left the prison grounds. He was driving his prized possession, a late-model Ram truck with oversized tires and pristine black rims, costing him $650 a month with years of payments left. His wife drove a newer Toyota sedan for $300 a month. Their house carried a mortgage of $135,000. Warrants for their bank records revealed combined checking and savings balances just under $9,000. Simply put, Adam and his wife, who worked part-time at an insurance office, were living well beyond their modest means. He pulled into a country store for gas and went inside to pay. When he returned to his truck, 2 men in jeans and sneakers were waiting. They introduced themselves calmly, mentioned the FBI, showed their badges, and said they'd like to talk. For a man who felt invincible in his uniform, Adam's knees suddenly felt unsteady. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He followed their car a mile down the road to an abandoned school with a vacant gravel lot. Beneath an ancient oak tree, beside the remains of a playground, he leaned against a weathered picnic table and tried to sound casual. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" Agent Frost replied, "Just a few questions." "Go right ahead," Adam said, forcing a slick smile. He wiped his broad forehead with the back of his sleeve. Agent Thaggard began. "So you've been a guard at Garvin for about 7 years now, right?" "That's correct, sir. Around that long." "Ever come across an inmate named Quincy Miller?" Adam furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting to the branches overhead, as if trying to recall. He shook his head with a weak, unconvincing denial. "Doesn't ring a bell. There are a lot of men in that place." Frost cut in. "What about Robert Earl Lane and John Drummock? Know them?" A quick, obliging smile appeared. "Sure, they're both in Unit E. That's my current assignment." Thaggard pressed on. "Quincy Miller. A black inmate was beaten and stabbed at least 3 times 3 days ago in the alley between the gym and the workshop. right next to Unit E. He was left for dead. You were on duty? What do you know about it? I might have heard something. How could you possibly miss it? Frost snapped, taking a step closer. Adam shifted defensively. There are fights all the time at Garvin, Thagard asked. You didn't see Lane and Drumick assault Quincy Miller, no. We have a source who says otherwise. Says you were right there but chose not to see anything. Says you were acting as a lookout. Says you're known as a reliable errand boy for the Deacons. Adam exhaled heavily, as if he'd been hit in the stomach. He wiped his forehead again, a failed attempt at a smile playing on his lips. No way. That's not true. Let's drop the act, Adam, Thagard said. We have warrants. We've gone through all your financial records. We know you have $9,000 in the bank. Pretty impressive for a guy making $12 an hour with a wife working part-time for 2 kids, no rich relatives, and monthly bills for a fancy truck, a nice house, groceries, and phones. You're living way beyond your means. Our informant says you pick up extra cash running drugs for the Deacons. We can prove that in court tomorrow. They couldn't, really. But Adam didn't know that. Frost seamlessly took over. You're going to be indicted, Adam. Federal court, the U.S. Attorney in Orlando, is preparing the case right now. The grand jury convenes tomorrow. But here's the thing. We're not actually after the guards. Most of them move a little contraband for extra money. The warden looks the other way, because stoned inmates are easier to manage. You know how it works. The drugs aren't our concern. We're after something bigger. The attack on Quincy Miller was a contract hit, ordered from the outside. That makes it a conspiracy, and that brings it into our federal jurisdiction. Adam's eyes welled up, and he wiped them with his forearm. I didn't do anything. You can't indict me, Frost said dryly. Wow, that's a new one. Never heard that before. Thagard added, The U.S. Attorney will crush you, Adam. You have no chance. He'll make sure the prison fires you immediately. There goes your salary, there go your side payments. Then you'll lose this ridiculous monster truck with the oversized tires and those flashy rims, and your house. Honestly, Adam, it's going to be a disaster. You're full of it, Adam said, his voice cracking as he tried to sound tough. They almost pitied him. You can't do this. Oh, we do this constantly, Adam, Frost replied. If you're indicted, it'll take 2 years to get to trial, maybe longer if the U.S. Attorney feels like dragging it out. He doesn't care if you're guilty or innocent. He just wants to ruin you if you don't cooperate. Adam's head jerked back, his eyes widening. Cooperate? Frost and Thagard exchanged a solemn look, as if weighing a difficult decision. Thagard leaned in closer. You're a small fish, Adam. Always have been, the U.S. Attorney couldn't care less about you and your pathetic little bribery operation. He's after the Deacons, and he needs the name of the person who paid to have Quincy Miller killed. Work with us, and we'll work with you. You want me to turn rat? Not a rat, an informant. There's a distinction. Collect what you hear from your associates and share it with us. Give us the name behind the hit, and the indictment disappears. They'll murder me, Adam says, his composure finally breaking. He weeps openly into his hands while Frost and Thagard glance around. Vehicles drift past on the county road, but no one pays them any mind. After several minutes, he steadies himself. Thagard tells him, They won't kill you, Adam, because they'll have no idea what you're doing. We manage informants every day. We know how this works, Frost adds, and if the heat gets too intense, we'll pull you out. We can even set you up with a job in a federal facility. Double the salary, double the benefits. Adam stares back with bloodshot eyes. Can this stay between us? I mean, absolutely no one can know? Not even my wife. That single word "we" seals the arrangement. Frost says, Of course, Adam. You think we advertise our confidential sources? Come on. We practically invented the playbook for handling informants. A long silence follows. Adam gazes at the gravel, occasionally wiping his face. They watch him, almost feeling pity. Finally, he asks, Can I have some time to think it over? No, Frost replies. Time's a luxury we don't have. Things are moving fast. If Quincy dies, you're looking at a federal capital murder charge. What am I facing right now? Attempted murder. Conspiracy. 30 years maximum, and the U.S. attorney will push for every single day of it. Adam shakes his head on the verge of tears again. His voice cracks. And if I cooperate? No indictment. You walk away, Adam. Don't throw your life away. Frost drives it home. This is one of those moments that changes everything. Choose wisely right now, and your life continues. Choose wrong, and you'll be locked up with the same men you've been guarding. Adam stands, bends at the waist, and lets out a sharp belch. "Excuse me," he mutters, then walks to the edge of the abandoned playground. He kneels behind a thick shrub and retches violently for a while. When he returns to the picnic table, his shirt is damp with sweat and his inexpensive brown tie is flecked with traces of his lunch. "All right," he says, his voice rough. "What's the first step?" Frost doesn't pause. "Do either Lane or Drumick have a cell phone?" "I know Drumick does. I delivered it to him." "Where did it come from?" Adam hesitates, knowing there's no going back once he speaks. "There's a guy named Mayhall. Don't know his first name. Don't know if that's even his real name. No idea where he lives or where he comes from. He shows up once or twice a month with supplies for his guys inside Garvin, usually cell phones and drugs, pills and meth, the cheap stuff. I bring the items in and distribute them. He pays me $1,000 in cash each month, plus a little product to sell on the side. I'm not the only guard doing this. When you make $12 an hour, you do what you have to just to get by." Thagard nods. "We understand." "How many Aryan deacons are inside Garvin?" 25, maybe 30. The Brotherhood has more." "How many guards are working for the deacons?" "As far as I know, I'm the only one. Different guards handle different groups." "I doubt Mayhall would want anyone else in the loop. He gets what he needs through me." "Has he done time?" "Almost certainly. You can't be a deacon unless you've been inside." Frost asks, "Can you get your hands on Drumick's phone?" Adam shrugs, a faint, cunning smile appearing. "Sure. Cell phones are valuable contraband. They go missing sometimes. I'll hit Drumick's cell when he's out in the yard, make it look like a theft." "How soon?" Thagard presses. "Tomorrow." "Then do it." Frost pressed, "If Drumick suddenly has a different phone, won't this Mayhall guy get suspicious?" Adam considered it, his thoughts still a jumble. He finally shook his head. "I don't think so. In their world, phones are constantly changing hands, bought, sold, traded, or just plain stolen." Thagard leaned in, extending a hand. "All right, Adam, we have an agreement," with clear reluctance. Adam shook it. Frost added a firm warning. "And remember, your lines are tapped too. We're listening to everything, so don't try anything foolish." They left him sitting alone at the picnic table, staring blankly ahead, grappling with how everything had spiraled so completely out of his control. Chapter 34. With the FBI now involved, Quincy was transferred to a more secure corner room. 2 surveillance cameras were conspicuously mounted above his door, and the hospital staff was on high alert, with guards making frequent rounds. The prison sent an officer daily for hallway duty, and Orlando cops often stopped by, more interested in chatting up the nurses than anything else. Quincy's health improved steadily each day, slowly convincing us he might actually pull through. I was on a first-name basis with his doctors and nurses by then, and everyone seemed to be rooting for my client. With him as secure as possible, I decided I had to get out of there. The place was suffocating. Honestly, who enjoys being stuck in a hospital? Savannah was a 5-hour drive away, and I'd never felt such a sharp pang of homesickness. Somewhere near St. Augustine, Susan Ashley called with the news. Old Judge Jerry Plank had finally stirred from his slumber long enough to deny our petition for post-conviction relief. We'd expected the ruling, but the speed was a shock. He'd managed to dispose of it in 2 months instead of the year we'd braced for. Ironically, this was good news. It fast-tracked our appeal to the state Supreme Court. I didn't bother pulling over to read his opinion. Susan said it was brief, just a 2-page order dismissing our new evidence, including the recantations from Zeke Huffy and Carrie Holland. Whatever we always planned to lose at this level, I spent a few minutes cursing in traffic before calming down. There are moments, and there are many of them, when I truly despise judges, especially the old, blind, and overwhelmingly white ones who cut their teeth in prosecutors' offices and view every defendant as guilty, deserving of a cell. To them, the system is flawless and justice always wins. What a beautiful, infuriating fantasy. Once my rant subsided, I called Maisie, who was already reviewing the order. We discussed the appeal, and she promised to drop everything to prepare it. When I finally reached the office late that afternoon, she had a first draft waiting. Over coffee with Vicky, I recounted the Orlando saga. Adam Stone had successfully swapped phones with John Drumick, taking the old one during a cell search and delivering a replacement the next day. The FBI was now scrambling, tracing old calls and monitoring new ones, confident their targets would walk right into the trap. They had no solid information on Mayhall to share with me, but planned to watch him closely at his next meeting with Adam. In the 3 days leading up to the attack on Quincy, Drumick had repeatedly called a cell number in Delray Beach, north of Boca Raton. The day after the attack, he made only one call to that same number, but the trail went cold there. It was a burner phone, a disposable with a 30-day plan bought with cash at a Best Buy. Its owner was being meticulously careful. Adam had never possessed Mayhall's number, so there was nothing to track until Mayhall initiated contact. When he finally did call, the FBI captured the incoming number from Adam's phone, tracing it to another cell, also in Delray Beach. The pieces were slowly fitting together. By monitoring the phone signal, agents picked up Mayhall's trail as he buzzed north along Interstate 95. The vehicle Adam was driving belonged to a man named Skip DeLuca from Delray Beach. DeLuca, a 51-year-old white man with a record of 4 felony convictions, the most serious being manslaughter, had been paroled from a Florida prison 3 years prior and was now running a used motorcycle shop. Using the alias Mayhall, he arranged to meet Adam after his shift at a bar in Orange City, about 45 minutes from the prison grounds. Adam explained their routine. They always met at the same spot, shared a quick beer, and discussed business. To blend in, Adam swapped his prison attire for regular clothes. His FBI handlers secured a small wire to his chest. He arrived first, chose a table, and confirmed the audio equipment was functioning. An FBI surveillance team listened from a van parked on the street behind the bar. After a few stiff greetings, they got down to business. DeLuca got straight to the point. They didn't finish Miller. What went wrong? Several things, Adam replied. First, Miller knows how to handle himself, and he fought like a wild man. Robert Earl Lane has a broken nose now. It took too long to get Miller under control. By the time they had him down, another guard was already on the scene. They didn't cut him deep enough. Where were you during all this? DeLuca pressed. I was right where I was supposed to be, Adam insisted. I know my area. The setup was perfect. They just couldn't put the man down. Well, he's not dead, and that's a major problem, DeLuca said, his voice tight. We got paid for a job that isn't done. The people I'm working with are not pleased. Not my fault, Adam shot back. I held up my end. Can't you get to him at the hospital? Maybe. We've scoped it out, but there are too many uniforms around. Every day he gets better. This whole deal stinks worse. The job was simple. Take him out. You tell Drumick and Lane I'm furious about their sloppy work. They gave me their word they could handle it. How much heat are you catching for this? Adam asked. I'll manage it, DeLuca muttered, ending the conversation. Their talk was brief. Finishing their beers, they stepped outside. Without a word of farewell, DeLuca handed Adam a brown paper grocery bag containing $1,000 in cash, 2 brand-new cell phones, and a stash of drugs, then hurried off. Adam waited until DeLuca was out of sight before signaling his handlers that the target had left. He drove around the block and met the agents on a quiet side street. Technically and legally, the FBI now had enough evidence to indict DeLuca, Adam, Drumick, and Lane for a contracted killing, or at least the attempt. But the 2 inmates were already behind bars. Adam was far too valuable as an informant to charge, and DeLuca. He could lead them to the real prize. About 20 minutes down the road, DeLuca noticed the flash of blue lights in his rearview mirror. He glanced at his speedometer, certain he wasn't breaking any laws. As a parolee, he cherished his freedom and made a point of following the rules, especially traffic laws. A county officer took his license and registration and spent a solid 30 minutes calling it in. DeLuca started to feel uneasy in his seat. When the officer finally returned, he asked bluntly, "Have you been drinking?" "One beer," DeLuca answered honestly. "That's what they all say," the officer retorted. Another patrol car, lights flashing, pulled in front of DeLuca's vehicle. Two more officers got out and stared at him with a contempt usually reserved for child killers. The three officers huddled, wasting more time as DeLuca simmered with anger. Finally, he was ordered out of the car. "What the hell for?" he demanded, slamming his door shut, a move he instantly regretted. Two officers grabbed him, forced him across the hood of his car, and a third slapped handcuffs on his wrists. "You were swerving all over the road," the first officer stated. "The hell I was!" DeLuca snapped. "Just shut up," the officer commanded. They patted him down, took his phone and wallet, and unceremoniously shoved him into the back of the first patrol car. As he was driven away, an officer called for a tow truck and then notified the FBI. At the station, DeLuca was processed, forced to pose for a mugshot, and then left to stew in a holding room for 4 hours. Meanwhile, a federal magistrate on standby in Orlando swiftly approved 2 search warrants, one for DeLuca's apartment and another for his car. FBI agents arrived at the Delray Beach apartment and began their meticulous search. The one-bedroom unit was sparsely furnished with inexpensive items, and there was no sign a woman had ever lived there. Dirty dishes covered the kitchen counters. A pile of laundry blocked part of the hallway, and the refrigerator held little more than beer, bottled water, and some packaged lunch meat. In the den, the coffee table was strewn with explicit adult magazines. A laptop discovered in a small office nook was taken to a van outside, where a technician cloned the hard drive. 2 prepaid cell phones were examined, tapped, and returned to the desk. Listening devices were concealed throughout the rooms. The team wrapped up in 2 hours. Given DeLuca's notoriously sloppy habits, they didn't bother meticulously restoring the place, knowing he'd never notice the intrusion. A separate crew went through his car, finding nothing significant except another burner phone. Clearly, DeLuca avoided using a traceable permanent cell number. When the technician scrolled through the cheap phone's contacts, he struck gold. Only 10 numbers were saved, and one belonged to Mickey Mercado, the same operative who had appeared in court to monitor our post-conviction relief motion. The call log showed 22 recent calls between DeLuca and Mercado over the past fortnight. A GPS tracker was secretly attached inside the rear bumper to maintain constant surveillance on the vehicle. At 10 that evening, a county sheriff entered the holding room and apologized to DeLuca. He explained there had been a bank robbery near Naples earlier that day, and the getaway car loosely matched DeLuca's. They now realized their mistake, and he was free to go. DeLuca, far from gracious, left swiftly, his suspicion aroused. He decided against returning to Delray Beach and, wary of his tapped burner, made no calls. He drove 2 hours to Sarasota and checked into a budget motel. The following morning, the same federal magistrate issued warrants authorizing a search of Mercado's apartment and electronic surveillance of his phones. Another warrant compelled his cell provider to hand over records. However, before the bugs were fully in place, DeLuca used a payphone to call Mercado. Agents then tracked him from Sarasota to Coral Gables, where a surveillance team picked up his trail. He eventually parked at an Afghan kebab restaurant on Dolphin Avenue and went inside. 15 minutes later, a young female agent casually entered for a meal and positively identified DeLuca, sharing a table with Mickey Mercado. DeLuca's ominous remark to Adam about having had a look at Quincy in the hospital prompted an immediate security escalation. Quincy was moved to yet another secluded room and placed under constant guard. Agent Agnes Knowlton kept me updated on these developments, though I wasn't privy to every detail. I warned her against using our regular phones, so we communicated via encrypted email. She expressed confidence that, first, Quincy would remain protected, and second, they would soon entrap Mercado in their conspiracy. A lingering worry was Mercado's dual citizenship, allowing him to travel freely, If spooked, he could simply flee the country and vanish. Knowlton believed apprehending Mercado would be the ultimate prize, as the higher-level conspirators, the real masterminds, were likely overseas and virtually untouchable by U.S. law. With the FBI fully engaged and our client clinging to life, we could finally redirect our focus to clearing his name. The sangria was calling again. Glenn Colacursey was thirsty and insisted on another meeting at the Bull in Gainesville. After attempting to rest for 2 days in Savannah, a futile effort spent mostly pacing my hotel room, I headed south once more, the familiar weight of the case settling back onto my shoulders. Meanwhile, Quincy had been gradually brought out of his medically induced coma and was becoming fairly alert. His vital signs improved daily, and his doctors began discussing transferring him out of the ICU. They planned to move him to a private room where they could start mapping out the complex surgeries needed to repair his broken bones. They keep insisting security is tight, so I don't feel the need to rush over just to sit around staring at my shoes. I stroll into the Bull a few minutes past 4, and Glenn's tall glass is already half gone. His big fleshy nose is taking on a pinkish tint that nearly matches his drink. I order the same and scan the room for his cute little secretary, someone I catch myself thinking about way more than I should. No sign of B. Glenn's read about Quincy's troubles and wants the inside scoop. Having dealt with 100 small-town blowhard lawyers just like him, I don't give up anything new. Details about most prison beatings stay thin and hazy, lowering his voice to a grave conspiratorial whisper. He tells me the local weekly paper in Ruiz County is now tracking Quincy's case and our fight to clear his name. I listen with what looks like rapt attention, skipping the chance to mention that Vicky monitors half the papers, weeklies and dailies, across Florida. She logs every printed word about the case. We practically live online. Glenn stumbles onto the internet maybe once a week. This meetup has a point beyond drinking, and after 30 minutes it's clear the sangria is greasing the wheels. He smacks his lips, wipes his mouth with a sleeve, and finally gets to it. So, Post, I gotta tell you, I've been turning this case over night and day. Really wrapped up in it, you know? All this went down on my watch back in my glory days when I was in the state senate and running the biggest law firm in the county. Thought I was really in the loop back then. I always figured Fitzner was playing both sides, but we stayed in our lanes, if you catch my drift. He ran his show, got his votes. I did the same. When Keith got his head blown off and your boy took the fall, well, I was satisfied. I wanted the death penalty. The whole town breathed easier, looking back, though. He spots the waiter, waves him over, drains the last of his drink, and orders another round. I still have a good 6 inches left in mine. With plenty of time on the clock, this could easily slide into one messy afternoon. He catches his breath and goes on. Looking back, things don't quite add up. I'm kin to half the county and represented the other half. Last time I ran for re-election, I pulled 80% of the vote, and I was ticked off about the missing 20. There's an old deputy won't give you the name, but he used to run cases for me. I paid him cash and gave him a cut when we settled. Did the same for ambulance drivers and tow truck guys, had 'em all on the payroll. Anyway, this deputy's still around, lives near the Gulf, and we've been talking. He retired years ago, health shot, but hell, he's pushing 80. He worked on Fitzner's staff and managed to stay on his good side, handled the light stuff, traffic, football games, school events, wasn't much of a cop, and didn't want to be, just liked the uniform and the paycheck. Says you're right, says Fitzner was on the take with the drug traffickers, says everybody on the force knew it. Fitzner had these two brothers, Chip and Dip. He pauses and flashes a yellow-toothed grin. You're pretty good, Post. We're thorough. Anyway, Chip and Dip ran things for Fitzner and kept everybody in line. The inner circle hoarded the money and thought they were keeping the secrets too, but of course it's a small town. The waiter comes back with 2 fresh glasses and eyes my still mostly full one as if to say, keep up, pal. This is a real bar. I smirk at him and take a long pull through the straw. Glenn does the same, and after a noisy swallow adds, the deputy tells me Kenny Taft wasn't killed by some random gang of drug thugs, no way. He says some of the deputies back then strongly suspected Fitzner set up the ambush, that he needed to put the clamps on Taft because Taft knew something. Says it worked like a charm, except for one little hitch. A man was shot. It seems either Kenny Taft or Brace Gilmer landed a lucky shot, and one of the hired guns fell. The story goes he bled out before reaching the hospital, and his body was left behind a questionable bar in Tampa. Just another case that went cold. Fitzner caught a break. The guy wasn't a deputy and wasn't from Seabrook, so nothing drew extra attention. Ring any bells, Post? I shake my head. I won't repeat what Bruce Gilmer told me back in Idaho. He takes another long drink and seems recharged, ready to keep going. So the big question is, why did Fitzner want Kenny Taft gone? That's the mystery, I offer. Well, word is Kenny Taft overheard plans to torch the shed where the police stored evidence. He supposedly grabbed several boxes before the fire, nobody knew, and once he had them, he was too scared to act. Must have talked too much, and it got back to Fitzner, who arranged the ambush. Several boxes? I ask, my mouth going dry and my heart hammering. I take a gulp of sangria to steady myself. That's the rumor, Post. No one knows what burned or what Kenny took. Just talk. I remember something about a missing flashlight. I read your post-conviction filing, saw you lost last week, and anyway, that flashlight was assumed destroyed, right, Post? Right. Maybe it wasn't. Interesting, I say, forcing my voice to stay level. Does the rumor say what Kenny did with those boxes? No, it doesn't. But here's a twist. The story says during Kenny's over-the-top funeral, fit for a general, Fitzner had 2 of his men tear Kenny's house apart looking for them, according to the rumor. They never turned up. But you've got a feeling, don't you? Not yet. But I'm digging, Post. I've got sources, old and new, and I'm on the hunt. Just figured you'd want to know. And you're not concerned? I ask. Concerned about what? Concerned you might uncover something that stayed buried. Quincy Miller didn't kill Keith Russo. The hit was ordered by a drug crew with Fitzner's approval and cleanup. That crew is still out there, and 10 days ago, they tried to kill Quincy in prison. They aren't fans of us digging around, and they won't like you doing it either. He laughs and says, I'm too old for worries, Post. Besides, I'm having a blast. Then why are we holed up in a Gainesville bar? Because Seabrook doesn't have any decent bars, which is probably for the best for someone like me. Also, this is my college town. I love the place. You worried, Post? Let's just say I'm staying alert. Chapter 36. The file on Mickey Mercado grows with warrants. His tax returns are pulled and examined. He lists his job as a security consultant, a sole proprietorship. His business address is in the same building as Varick and Valencia, Nash Cooley's law firm. Last year's reported gross income was just over $200,000, with deductions for a mortgage and a couple of nice cars. He's single, divorced, with no dependents and no charitable giving. The FBI generally avoids wasting time on prison guards dealing drugs or gangs fighting each other. But Special Agent Agnes Knowlton can't ignore the possibility of a crime boss hiring the Aryan deacons to kill an innocent man whose lawyers are fighting to clear him. She decides to take a major gamble and put the squeeze on Skip DeLuca. It's a high-risk, high-reward play with the U.S. Attorney's cooperation. She presents the evidence to a federal grand jury. John Drumick, Robert Earl Lane, Adam Stone, and Skip DeLuca are indicted for the attempted contract killing and aggravated assault of Quincy Miller. The indictments remain under seal as the FBI sets its trap. I'm also waiting, spending time in Quincy's new hospital room and assisting with his recovery. Our talks are short since speaking drains his energy. He has no memory of the assault, and his short-term recall is foggy at best. Adam Stone checks in. Mr. Mayhall is en route with more illegal goods and money. After his close call last time, Mayhall opts for a new location. He chooses a taco spot on the northern outskirts of Sanford, a town of 50,000. Adam arrives early in casual clothes, secures a table with a view of the lot, and starts on some tacos. The FBI informed him that Mayhall, whose real name is DeLuca, is now driving a newly leased silver Lexus. Adam eats slowly, keeping an eye out for the car. It shows up 15 minutes late, parking beside Adam's oversized truck. DeLuca steps out and moves quickly toward the restaurant's side entrance, but he never reaches it. Two agents in dark suits appear as if from thin air, blocking his way. They show their badges and gesture to a black SUV idling near a dumpster. DeLuca knows arguing or running would be pointless. He lowers his head, his shoulders sagging as they escort him away. Once again, he's botched his chance at freedom. Once again, he feels the cold bite of handcuffs. Adam is the only diner to see it unfold. He feels no satisfaction. His world has been upended again. The FBI promised his indictment would be dropped in exchange for his help. They promised him a better job. But promises are just words, aren't they? The idea, as he understands it, was to snatch DeLuca before he could whisper a word to anyone. That way, the Deacons shouldn't hear about the arrest, and they'd have no reason to suspect Adam. Their trusted errand boy is now an informant. But Adam knows prison loyalties shift with the wind and secrets have a way of leaking. He's terrified for his life and desperately wants out. He finishes a taco and watches the SUV pull away. Almost immediately, a tow truck arrives to haul off the Lexus. When the scene returns to normal, Adam polishes off his last taco and walks to his truck, convinced he'll be arrested soon, or worse, stabbed and left to die. For nearly an hour, Skip DeLuca rides in the back seat, handcuffs tight around his wrists, without uttering a word. The agent beside him stays silent too, as do the two up front. The tinted side windows make the outside world a blur, shielding the passengers from view. The SUV weaves through traffic until it reaches the back of the FBI building in Maitland. DeLuca is taken up 2 flights of stairs and led into a windowless room where more agents are waiting. He's pushed into a chair, and the cuffs are removed. No fewer than 6 agents fill the space. Quite the display of force. Skip almost laughs. Is all this really necessary? If he tried to run, where would he even go? Everyone just relax. A woman enters and the men straighten up. She sits across from Skip while the others remain standing, alert. She says, "Mr. DeLuca, I'm Agnes Knowlton, special agent with the FBI. You're under arrest for the attempted contract killing of Quincy Miller, for aggravated assault, and several other lesser charges. We just searched your car and found 300 capsules of crystal meth, so we'll be adding those counts shortly. Here's your indictment. Take a look." She slides the document over, and DeLuca takes his time reading it. He looks utterly unimpressed, scanning it with the casual air of someone checking sports scores. When he's done, he sets it down gently and gives her a smug, dripping smile. She hands him another sheet with his Miranda rights. He reads them and signs at the bottom. He's been through this routine before. She says, "We'll hand you over to the jailers shortly. But first, I'd like to have a little conversation. Would you like an attorney present?" "I'd prefer 2, maybe even 3. You're going to need them. We can halt this right now and arrange for counsel tomorrow. But if we do that, our little conversation ends, and that would be a very unfortunate outcome for you." "I'm listening," he replies, his voice steady. "Your criminal history is extensive, and you're now looking at another 3 decades on these charges. At 51, you'd be spending the rest of your life in prison. Appreciate the update. Don't mention it. Honestly, you're a small fish, and we have bigger problems than worrying about prison gang politics. But a contract murder is a different story. Someone financed it. You give us the name, the amount, every detail, and we can promise you a reduced sentence and years of freedom afterward. That is, if you manage to stay out of trouble, which, given your history, seems unlikely." "Thanks. Don't mention it. We're presenting a very favorable arrangement, Mr. DeLuca, and this offer vanishes in precisely 43 minutes. She checks her watch as she speaks. "You cannot leave this room, and you absolutely cannot make a phone call." "I'll pass. I'm not an informant. Naturally, I wouldn't suggest otherwise, but let's be realistic. You're not exactly a community pillar either. Take a good look at yourself, Skip, admit the truth. You're a fraud, a thief, a career criminal with a record, part of a violent gang, a racist, a perpetual failure who keeps making poor choices. Now you've been caught bribing a guard and running drugs for your fellow deacons. Incredibly foolish, Skip. Why can't you ever do something intelligent with your life? Do you genuinely want to spend the next 30 years locked away with those savages? And this is federal, Skip, no minimum security camp. We'll ensure you're sent to a U.S. penitentiary. Give me a break. A U.S. pen, Skip, the absolute worst. For 30 years, Garvin was a vacation compared to where you're going. Skip inhales deeply and stares at the ceiling. Prison doesn't frighten him, not even a federal penitentiary. He's lived most of his life behind bars and not only survived but sometimes thrived. His brothers are there, all bound together in a brutal yet protective gang. No job, no bills, 3 meals a day, ample drugs especially for a gang member. Plenty of sexual activity if that's your interest. However, he's recently met a woman he's grown quite attached to, his first real connection in years. She's a little older, not wealthy, but comfortable, and they've discussed moving in together and even taking a trip. Skip can't travel far due to his parole. A passport is just a fantasy, but she's shown him a glimpse of a different life, and he truly doesn't want to return to prison. Because he's such a seasoned convict, he knows how to maneuver. This tough agent might have some flexibility, he asks. So what kind of time are we actually discussing? As I stated, 30 years. With a deal? 3 to 5. I can't make it through 3 to 5. The answer is no. If you can't survive 3 to 5, how do you plan to survive 30? I've been there, all right. I know the landscape. Indeed, you know them. Stands and glares at him. I'll return in 30 minutes, Skip. Right now, you're wasting my time. He asks, can I get some coffee? Knowlton throws her arms wide. Coffee? I don't have any coffee. Does anyone here have coffee? The other 6 agents glance around as if searching for a pot. Finding none, they shake their heads. She strides out of the room and someone shuts the door. 3 agents remain. The largest one plants himself in a sturdy chair by the door and starts clearing voicemails. The other 2 sit at the table with Skip and immediately become engrossed in their cell phones. The room falls silent, and Skip pretends to doze off. 15 minutes later, the door opens, and Knowlton walks back in. She doesn't sit, but looks down at Skip and says, "We just apprehended Mickey Mercado in Coral Gables, and we're preparing to offer him the deal of a lifetime. If he accepts first, you're finished, and our offer is withdrawn. Think fast, Skip, if you're even capable of that." She spins on her heel and strides out of the room. Skip fights to keep his expression neutral while his stomach churns and a wave of nausea washes over him. The room seems to tilt, his vision swimming. They don't just know about Mercado, they have him in custody. The weight of it is crushing. Skip's eyes dart to the 2 agents at the nearby table. Their gaze is locked on him. His breathing grows ragged, beyond his control. A cold sweat beads on his forehead. They tap notes into their phones, sending silent messages. He swallows hard, fighting the urge to be sick, and another tense minute crawls by. When she returns 10 minutes later, she takes a seat, a clear signal. She's settling in for the long haul, ready to turn up the pressure. She starts almost cheerfully. You're a fool, Skip. Any man in your position who doesn't take this deal is a complete idiot. Thanks. Let's discuss witness protection. She doesn't smile, but satisfaction flickers in her eyes as they move forward. We can discuss it, but I'm not certain it's feasible here. You can make it feasible. You've done it before. True. So, hypothetically, if we agree to hide you away, what do we get in return? Right here, right now. We already have Mercado. Was he your direct contact? Was there someone above him? How many names can you give us? What about the money? Who received it? DeLuca glances around the room, his distaste for snitching a bitter taste in his mouth. He's built a career on punishing informants, but survival has its own demands. I'll tell you everything, he says, but I want a written deal now, on this table. Just like you said, I don't trust you, and you don't trust me. Fair enough. We have a standard short-form agreement we've used for years. It's been vetted by plenty of defense attorneys. We can fill in the blanks and see where it leads. DeLuca is escorted to another room and seated before a large desktop computer. He begins typing his own account. Roughly 6 weeks ago, a man named Mickey Mercado, claiming to be from Miami, showed up at my apartment door. It was strange. Very few people know where I live. Turns out he knew a great deal about me. We went to a cafe around the corner for our first meeting. He knew I was a deacon and that I'd done time at Garvin. He was familiar with my entire record, which put me on edge. I started firing questions at him. He called himself a security consultant. When I pressed him on what that meant, he said he worked for various clients, mostly in the Caribbean, and was deliberately vague. I asked point blank if he was a cop or an agent trying to set me up, and if he was wearing a wire. He laughed it off and swore he wasn't. We exchanged numbers, and he invited me to see his operation, insisting he was legitimate. A few days later, I drove into downtown Miami, took an elevator up about 35 floors, and met him in his office. It had a nice view of the water. He had a secretary and a small staff, though there was no name on the door. Over coffee, he asked if I still had contacts inside Garvin. I said yes. Then he asked how hard it would be to arrange for another inmate at Garvin to be taken out. I asked if he meant a contract. He said yes, or words to that effect, mentioned an inmate who needed to be extinguished due to some bad business deal involving one of his clients. He didn't give a name, and I didn't agree to anything. I left and drove home. Later, I scoured the internet but found almost nothing on Mercado. Still, I was fairly convinced he wasn't law enforcement. Our third meeting was in a bar in Boca Raton. That's where we made the deal. He asked about the cost. I said $50,000, a blatant overcharge since prison hits usually go for much less. He didn't flinch. Then he told me the target was Quincy Miller, a lifer. I didn't ask what Miller had done, and Mercado didn't offer an explanation. To me, it was purely transactional. I reached out to John Drumick, who ran the daycays at Garvin, and he handled the logistics. His choice for the job was Robert Earl Lane, arguably the most formidable individual in the place, regardless of race. The agreement was for $5,000 each up front, with another $5,000 upon completion. My intention was to keep the remainder and leave them hanging. Since cash is useless inside, I arranged for payments to be made to Drumick's son and Lane's brother. At our fourth sit-down, Mercado handed over $25,000 in cash. I had serious doubts about ever seeing the second half, no matter what became of Quincy Miller. But frankly, I didn't lose sleep over it. $25,000 for a prison hit is found money. I then coordinated with our mule, Adam Stone, to plan the killing. He was the messenger to Drumick and Lane. The assault was executed cleanly, but they botched the finish. Stone claimed some guard intervened or something went sideways. Mercado was livid over the failed outcome and flatly refused to pay the balance. I pocketed $15,000. Mercado never divulged his client's name. He was my only point of contact. I didn't press for details in these matters. Ignorance is not just bliss. It's survival. If I had asked, Mercado would have dodged it anyway. An old associate of mine in Miami, a retired trafficker, describes Mercado as a semi-legitimate fixer often employed by cartels to tidy up messes. Talk about a versatile resume. I've met with him twice since the attempt on Miller, both times utterly pointless. He even floated the idea of reaching Miller in the hospital. I scouted it out, didn't like the setup, and told him so. Now his latest instruction is to monitor Miller's recovery and find a way to complete the job. Skip DeLuca, with the plot against Quincy still very much alive, the FBI faces a critical choice. Their preference is to surveil Mercado, hoping he'll lead to more significant players, potentially even using DeLuca as live bait. But as long as Mercado remains free and intent on finishing Quincy, the threat is immediate and palpable. The safer path is to apprehend Mercado and lean on him, though nobody in the Bureau actually expects him to flip or cooperate. DeLuca is stashed in jail in solitary, under constant watch and completely cut off. He's a lifelong criminal with zero credibility. Giving him an opportunity to contact Mercado would be a foregone conclusion, and you can bet he'd make sure John Drumick and Robert Earl Lane discovered Adam Stone's betrayal. Agnes Knowlton makes the call. Arrest, Mercado, and extract Adam Stone from Garvin. Arrangements are swiftly made to relocate Stone and his family to a new town near a federal prison where a better job awaits. Plans are also set in motion to transfer DeLuca to a secure facility where surgeons will alter his appearance and furnish him with a new identity. Once again, patience proves its worth. Using a Honduran passport under the name Alberto Gomez, Mercado books a flight from Miami to San Juan, then catches an Air Caribbean commuter to the island of Martinique in the French West Indies. Authorities scramble to pick up his trail in the capital, Fort-de-France, and track him as he takes a taxi to the Oriole Bay Resort, a lush and secluded retreat nestled on a mountainside. 2 hours later, a government jet lands at the same airport, and FBI agents hurry to waiting cars. The resort, however, is fully booked. With only 25 quite pricey rooms, there's no vacancy. The agents secure rooms at the nearest hotel 3 miles away. Mercado takes his time at the resort. He lunches alone by the pool and later drinks in a corner of the tiki bar, observing the comings and goings. The other guests are affluent Europeans speaking a mix of languages, none raising any alarm. In the late afternoon, he strolls along a narrow path about 50 yards up the mountain to a spacious bungalow, where a porter serves him a drink on the terrace. Below, the sparkling blue Caribbean stretches for miles. He lights a Cuban cigar, savoring the vista. The occupant of the bungalow, Ramon Vasquez, eventually wanders out to join him on the terrace. Diana, his longtime partner, watched from the bedroom window, though Mercado had never met her. Ramon took a seat without offering a handshake. "What went wrong?" he asked. Mercado gave a casual shrug. The interior work wasn't finalized. Their conversation continued in hushed, quick Spanish. Clearly. "Is there a strategy to finalize the arrangement? Is that your preference?" "Absolutely. Our associates are displeased and expect this issue to be resolved. We believed you were reliable for a task this straightforward. You assured us it would be simple. You were mistaken, and we require the deal to be concluded." "Understood. I'll devise a strategy, but it will be far from simple now. The circumstances have changed." A porter brought Ramon a glass of ice water, and he declined a cigar. They spoke for about 30 minutes before Mercado was dismissed. He returned to the resort, spent time by the pool, enjoyed the company of a young woman that evening, and dined alone in the upscale restaurant. The next day, using a Bolivian passport, Mercado traveled back to San Juan. Ruiz County contains just 2 incorporated towns, Seabrook, with about 11,000 residents, and the smaller, more isolated village of Dillon to the north, home to roughly 2,300 people. Dillon feels removed from the present, with limited economic opportunity. Most young people depart out of necessity, seeking mere survival rather than prosperity. Those who remain, young and old alike, get by on modest earnings and government assistance. While the county is predominantly white, Dillon's population is evenly split. Last year, its small high school graduated 61 seniors, 30 of whom were black. Kenny Taft graduated from there in 1981, as did his 2 older siblings. The family lived a few miles outside Dillon in an old farmhouse his father had purchased at a foreclosure sale before Kenny was born. Vicky has compiled a fragmented history of the Taft family, one marked by considerable hardship. Obituaries reveal Kenny's father died at 58, cause unspecified. Kenny was next, murdered at 27. A year later, his older brother died in a car crash. 2 years after that, his older sister, Ramona, passed away at 36, cause again unknown. Mrs. Vida Taft, having outlived her husband and all 3 children, was committed to a state mental hospital in 1996, though subsequent court records are unclear. Commitment proceedings are confidential in Florida. She was eventually released, as her obituary in the Seabrook Weekly noted she died peacefully at home. No wills were ever probated for her or her husband, suggesting they never created any. The old farmhouse and its 5 acres are now owned by a dozen grandchildren, most of whom have left the area. Last year, the county assessed the property at $33,000. It's unclear who paid the $290 in taxes to avoid another foreclosure. Frankie found the house at the end of a gravel road, a literal dead end. It was clearly long abandoned. Weeds pushed through the cracked boards of the front porch. Shutters lay on the ground or dangled precariously from rusty nails. Heavy padlocks secured both the front and back doors, but the windows were intact and the tin roof seemed solid. Frankie circled the structure once. That was sufficient. He carefully picked his way back through the overgrowth to his truck. He'd been quietly asking questions in Dillon for 2 days and had identified a potential person of interest. Riley Taft's official job is head custodian at Dillon Middle School, but his true calling is leading his congregation. He serves as pastor of the Red Banks Baptist Church, located a few more miles into the countryside, where many Tafts are buried in graves marked by simple stones or nothing at all. His congregation numbers under 100 and cannot support a full-time minister, hence the custodial work. After a few phone conversations, he agreed to meet Frankie at the church later that afternoon. Riley, in his late 30s, was a solidly built man with a relaxed manner and a broad, welcoming smile. He led Frankie through the quiet cemetery to the Taft family plot. His father, the eldest son, rested between Kenny and their mother. As they stood there, Riley recounted the family's string of misfortunes. His grandfather dead at 58 from an unexplained poisoning, Kenny murdered, his father killed instantly in a highway accident, an aunt lost to leukemia at 36. Vida Taft had passed 12 years ago at 77. Poor woman lost her mind, Riley said, his eyes glistening. She buried 3 of her children and just went over the edge, completely broke. Your grandmother? That's right. So why are you interested in the family? Frankie had already run through his standard introduction about Guardian, their mission, their successes, and their representation of Quincy Miller. He said, "We have reason to believe Kenny's murder didn't happen the way the sheriff claimed." Riley showed no visible reaction, simply nodding toward the rear of the modest church. "Let's grab a drink." They walked past the headstones of other Taft relatives and exited the cemetery. Through a back door, they entered the church's narrow fellowship hall. Riley opened a small refrigerator in the corner and retrieved 2 plastic bottles of lemonade. "Thanks," Frankie said, as they settled into folding chairs. "So, what's this new theory?" Riley asked. "You mean you've never heard any rumors?" "Never. When Kenny was killed, it felt like the world ended. I was about 15, maybe 16, 10th grade, I think, and Kenny was more like a big brother to me than an uncle. I idolized him. He was the family's shining star. Really sharp going places, we all believed. He took pride in being a cop, but he had ambitions to climb higher. God, how I loved Kenny. We all did. Everybody did. He had a lovely wife, Sybil, a real sweetheart, and a baby. Everything was going his way, and then he was just murdered. When I heard the news, I collapsed on the floor and sobbed like a child. I wanted to die right along with him. It was pure agony. His eyes welled up again, and he took a long drink. But we always accepted that he'd stumbled onto some drug deal and got shot. Now, over 20 years later, you show up to tell me something different. Is that it? Yes. We believe Kenny was deliberately ambushed by men working for Sheriff Pithsner, who was busy splitting profits with the local drug trade. Kenny knew too much, and Pithsner grew suspicious. It took a moment for the words to land, but Riley took it in stride. It was a shock, no doubt, but his curiosity was piqued. "What's this got to do with Quincy Miller?" he asked. Pithsner orchestrated the murder of Keith Russo, the lawyer. Russo had made some money as a drug attorney, got turned by the DEA, and started informing. Pithsner found out, arranged the hit, and did an almost perfect job of framing Quincy Miller for it. Kenny knew something about that murder, and it cost him his life. Riley gave a slow smile and shook his head. "This is some pretty wild stuff. You've never heard even a whisper of this?" "Not a word. You have to understand, Mr. Tatum. Seabrook is only 15 miles from here, but it might as well be 100. Dillon is its own little world. A pretty sad little place, honestly. Folks here are just scraping by, trying to get through the day." We've got our own problems and don't have the time or energy to worry about what's happening over in Seabrook, or anywhere else for that matter. I get that, Frankie said, taking a sip. They sat for a moment in the quiet hall, the faint smell of old hymnals and lemon polish in the air. So you did 14 years for somebody else's crime? Riley asked, his disbelief evident. 14 years, 3 months, and 11 days, Frankie confirmed. And Reverend Post was the one who finally helped pull me out. It's a brutal thing, Riley, being locked up and forgotten when you know you're innocent. That's exactly why we're fighting so hard for Quincy and others like him. You know how it is. Too many of our people are behind bars for things they didn't do. You're telling me no lie. They both drank a silent toast to shared understanding. Frankie leaned forward slightly. There's a possibility, maybe a slim one, that Kenny might have had hold of some evidence that was stored behind Fitzner's office over in Seabrook. Kenny's old partner recently shared something with us. He heard about a scheme to torch the building and wipe out the evidence. So Kenny managed to move some items before the fire happened. If Fitzner really did set that ambush for Kenny, what was the reason? It all comes down to what Kenny knew. He had the proof. We haven't found any other motive that makes sense for Fitzner's actions. Riley is clearly hooked by the tail. He leans in and asks, so the real mystery is, where did Kenny stash that evidence? That's what brought you knocking on my door, isn't it?
Exactly.
He probably wouldn't have taken it to his rental house. Too risky for his family. And from what we gather, his wife Sybil wasn't exactly fond of that place out on Secretary Road east of Seabrook. She was pushing to relocate somewhere else. Speaking of Sybil, we tracked her down in Ocala. She won't say a word to us. Total silence. She was always kind to me. Had a warm smile. I haven't laid eyes on her in ages. Doubt I ever will again. So, Mr. Tatum, Frankie, please. All right, Frankie. You're guessing Kenny might have brought whatever he had back here to the old family place, just down the road, and hidden it somewhere. Am I right? The options are pretty limited, Riley. If Kenny had something important to conceal, he'd want it somewhere secure but within reach. Logical, don't you think? Does the old house have an attic or a basement? Riley shakes his head. No basement. There might be an attic. I've never seen it, never gone up there. He takes a slow drink and adds, this feels like a wild goose chase to me, Frankie. Frankie chuckles softly. Oh, we're experts at wild goose chases. We spend countless hours sifting through haystacks. But every once in a while, we actually find the needle. Riley drains his lemonade, pushes himself up slowly, and starts pacing the room as if a weight has settled on his shoulders. He stops and looks down at Frankie, his expression serious. You can't go into that house. It's not safe. It's been empty for years. Empty of the living, maybe, but there are other presences there. Spirits, ghosts, the place is haunted, Frankie. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm not a rich man, but I wouldn't step foot in that house at high noon, gun in hand, for $1,000 cash. Nobody in our family will either. Riley's eyes are wide with genuine fear, his finger trembling slightly as he points it at Frankie, who is momentarily speechless. Riley walks to the refrigerator, pulls out 2 more bottles, hands one to Frankie, and sits back down. He takes a deep breath, closing his eyes as though steadying himself for a long story. Finally, he begins, my grandmother, Vida, was raised by her own grandmother in a black settlement about 10 miles from here. It's gone now. Vida was born in 1925. Her grandmother was born back in the 1870s, when many folks still had relatives who were born into slavery. That woman practiced witchcraft and African-rooted spiritual traditions, which wasn't uncommon then. Her beliefs blended Christian gospel with old-world spiritualism. She was a midwife and the local healer, mixing salves, ointments, and herbal teas that could cure almost anything. Vida was deeply shaped by her, and all her life considered herself a spiritual guide, though she knew better than to call herself a witch. Following me, Frankie? Frankie was, though he felt they were drifting off course. He nodded earnestly. Absolutely. It's fascinating. I'm giving you the short version, but there's a whole thick book about Vida. She was an intimidating woman. She loved her children and grandchildren and ruled the family firmly, but she had a dark, enigmatic side, too. Here's one story. Her daughter, Ramona, my aunt, died at 36. You saw her grave. When Ramona was young, around 14, she was assaulted by a boy from Dillon, a known troublemaker. The family was devastated, as you'd expect, but didn't want to involve the sheriff. Vida didn't trust the white man's justice. She said she would handle it herself. Kenny discovered her late one night, well past midnight, with the moon bright overhead, out behind the house engaged in what looked like some kind of ritual. She was beating a little hand drum, wearing a necklace of dried gourds and strips of snakeskin wrapped around her ankles, murmuring words in a language he couldn't place. She confessed to him later she'd placed a powerful hex on the young man who had assaulted Ramona. News traveled fast, and soon enough, everyone in Dillon, certainly all the folks in the black community, believed the boy was marked. Not long after, he perished in a fiery car crash, and from that day forward, people gave Vida a wide berth. She was genuinely feared. Frankie listens quietly, taking it all in. As time went on, she became more unstable, and we felt we'd run out of options. We retained an attorney over in Seabrook to have her placed in a facility. She was livid with all of us, issuing threats against the family, the lawyer, even the judge. We were scared. The asylum couldn't manage her, and she charmed her way to a release. She ordered us to keep our distance from her and that house, and we obeyed. Frankie finally speaks. The obituary said she passed in 1998. That was the year, but nobody knows the exact date. My cousin Wendell got worried and went over to the place. He found her laid out peaceful in the center of her bed, the covers tucked right under her chin. She'd been gone for days. She left a note with directions to bury her beside her children with no service or fuss. She also wrote that her final act was to lay a curse on the house itself. It's a sad thing to admit, but we all felt a sense of relief when she died. We buried her in a rush during a downpour, a brief family-only affair, and just as we were lowering the casket, a bolt of lightning struck an old oak in the graveyard. We nearly jumped out of our shoes. I've never been more frightened in my life, and never so glad to see dirt cover a coffin. Riley takes a long swallow from his drink and wipes his mouth with his hand. That was my grandmother, Vida. We called her Granny, but most of the kids in the neighborhood whispered voodoo when she wasn't around. Frankie's voice is steady and clear. We have to see the attic. You've lost your mind. Who has the key? I do, but I haven't set foot in there for years. The power's been shut off for ages, but sometimes at night you can see lights flickering up there, lights shifting in the dark. Only a fool would walk through that door. I need some air. They move outside into the stifling heat and walk toward their cars. Riley adds, "You know, it's strange. Kenny's been gone 20 years and not a soul from the outside ever cared. Now, in less than a week, you and 2 other fellas come poking around." 2 others? 2 white guys showed up last week, asking all sorts of questions about Kenny, where he was raised, where he lived, where he's buried. I didn't care for them, so I played ignorant and gave them nothing. Where were they from? I didn't ask. Got the feeling they wouldn't have told me anyway. Quincy's initial surgery is a marathon 6-hour procedure to reconstruct his shoulder and collarbone. It goes smoothly, and the medical team is optimistic. I spend long hours at his bedside as he heals. His broken body is slowly knitting itself back together, and fragments of his memory are returning, though the assault itself remains a complete blank. I don't burden him with what we've learned about Drumick and Robert Earl Lane or Adam Stone and Skip DeLuca. He's on strong medication and isn't ready for that part of the story yet. There's always some form of guard posted outside his door, sometimes more than one. Hospital security, corrections officers, Orlando police, FBI agents. They rotate shifts, and I pass the time talking with them, a welcome break from the monotony. I often think about the staggering cost of all this. $50,000 a year to keep him imprisoned for 23 years. That's nothing compared to what taxpayers are shelling out now to save his life and patch him up, not to mention the security detail. Millions all wasted on an innocent man who never should have seen the inside of a cell. I'm dozing on a cot in his room early one morning when my phone vibrates. Agent Knowlton is calling, asking if I'm in the city. She has something she wants me to see. I drove to her office and trailed her into a spacious conference room where a technician was already set up. He lowered the lights, and we remained standing to view the large screen. A face materialized, a Hispanic man, roughly 60, with a ruggedly handsome look, intense dark eyes, and a beard streaked with gray. Agnes stated, "That's Ramon Vasquez. He was senior management in the Saltillo cartel for years, mostly semi-retired these days." "The name rings a bell," I replied. "Give me a second." She clicked, and another image filled the screen, an aerial view of a secluded resort nestled against a mountainside, encircled by unbelievably blue water. This is where he spends most of his time. The island is Martinique in the French West Indies. The property is the Oriole Bay Resort, owned by one of countless anonymous corporations based in Panama. She split the screen, and Mickey Mercado's face appeared beside it. 3 days ago, our friend here used a Honduran passport to fly to Martinique and met Vasquez at this resort. We attempted to get closer but couldn't gain access, which was likely for the best. The following day, Mercado used a Bolivian passport to return to Miami via San Juan. The realization struck me with force. Vasquez was Diana Russo's boyfriend, I said. He still is. They've been together since around the time her beloved husband met his unfortunate end. She clicked again. Mercado vanished, leaving half the screen black while the island view remained. No photos of Diana, from what we've managed to gather, and I won't bore you with tales of how unreliable intelligence can be anywhere in the Caribbean. They live in luxurious seclusion at their resort most of the time. She essentially manages the place but maintains an exceptionally low profile. They also travel extensively worldwide. The DEA isn't certain if their trips are connected to trafficking or if they simply want a change of scenery. They believe Vasquez is past his prime but still does occasional consulting. It's possible the Russo murder occurred under his watch and he's expected to tidy up the aftermath, or he might still be active in the business. Whatever he's doing, he's extraordinarily careful. I retreated to a chair, dropped into it, and muttered, "So she was involved." Well, we can't be certain, but she certainly appears much guiltier now. She renounced her American citizenship 15 years ago and became a full citizen of Panama. Probably cost her $50,000. Her new name is Diana Sanchez, but I'd wager she has others. Who knows how many passports she holds? There's no record that she and Ramon ever officially married. Apparently, they have no children seen enough. Is there more? Oh, yes. The FBI had been monitoring Mercado and was preparing to arrest him when he made a baffling mistake. He picked up the wrong phone and placed a call to an untraceable number. The conversation, however, was recorded. Mercado suggested to the man on the other end that they meet for lunch the next day at a crab shack in Key Largo, moving with an impressive speed that made me grateful to be on the FBI's side. Knowlton secured a warrant and her agents arrived first. They photographed Mercado in the parking lot, filmed him sharing a meal of crabs with his contact, and captured both as they returned to their vehicles. The late-model Volvo SUV was registered to Bradley Fitzner. On film, he appeared to be in good shape, sporting a gray goatee and thick waves of gray hair. Retirement and luxury seemed to agree with him. He was nearly 80 but moved with the agility of a much younger man. Knowlton said, "Congratulations, Post. We finally have the link." I was too stunned to speak. She added, "Of course, we can't indict Fitzner just for having lunch. But we'll get warrants, and we'll know when he takes a bathroom break." I cautioned, "Be careful, he's notoriously shrewd." Yes, but even the smartest criminals make foolish errors. Meeting with Mercado was a gift. "No indication that Fitzner has any contact with DeLuca?" I asked. "None whatsoever. I'd bet my entire paycheck that Fitzner doesn't even know DeLuca's name. Mercado operates in the shadows, aware of the Aryans and orchestrating the hit. Fitzner likely provided the funding. But without Mercado's cooperation, proving it is nearly impossible. and men like him don't turn informant. I feel swamped, scrambling to piece it all together. My initial thought is, what a disaster. In just 72 hours, Mercado has led us to Ramon, Diana Russo, and now to Bradley Fitzner. Agnes nods, clearly satisfied with their rapid progress, though too professional to celebrate. Parts of the puzzle are fitting into place, but we're not there yet. I have to go. I'll update you soon. She heads to another meeting, and the technician leaves me alone in the dimly lit room. I sit for a long while, staring blankly at the wall, trying to absorb these staggering revelations. Agnes is correct. We've uncovered far more about the plot to kill Keith, but how much of it can we actually prove, and how much will ultimately help Quincy? Eventually, I leave the building and drive back to the hospital, where I find Marvis keeping watch beside his brother. He explains he persuaded his boss for a few days off and will be sticking around. Relieved by the news, I return to the motel to collect my things. As I creep through sluggish traffic on the edge of town, an idea strikes me so forcefully I almost pull over to pace around my car. Instead, I keep driving as a straightforward yet elegant plan crystallizes in my mind. Then I call my new ally, Special Agent Agnes Knowlton. "What is it?" She answers briskly after I've been on hold for 10 minutes. The only way to pin Fitzner down is to draw him deeper into the conspiracy, I tell her. Sounds like entrapment, close, but it could work. I'm listening. Have you already relocated DeLuca somewhere off the grid? Not yet. He's still in the area. We need one more job from him before he disappears. At Hialeah Park, DeLuca settles into a grandstand seat, well away from other spectators. He holds a racing form as if studying the odds. Concealed on him is a state-of-the-art listening device sensitive enough to pick up a deer's breath 30 yards off. Mercado shows up 20 minutes later and takes the seat beside him. They buy 2 beers from a vendor and watch the next race unfold. Finally, DeLuca lays out the scheme. They moved Miller again between surgeries. He's getting better, but he won't be discharged anytime soon. The guards rotate, and someone's always posted at his door. The prison sends a few guys over periodically. That's where our opportunity starts. We borrow a guard's uniform from Stone, and one of my guys slips into it. He goes in late at night. On cue, we stage a bomb threat at the hospital. Maybe set off a small, harmless charge in the basement. The place will erupt, active shooter protocols, all that chaos. In the commotion, our man reaches Miller. We get an EpiPen from the pharmacy and load it with something potent, like ricin or cyanide. A quick jab in the leg and he's gone in 5 minutes. If he's awake, he won't have time to react, but they keep him sedated most of the time anyway. We do it late when he's probably asleep. Our guy walks out and vanishes into the confusion. Mercado takes a slow sip of his beer, frowning. I don't know. Sounds incredibly risky. It is, but it's a risk I'm willing to take for the right price. Aren't there cameras everywhere? Over the door, but not inside the room. Our man gets in because he looks like a guard. Once he's inside, it's over in seconds. Then he blends into the panic, even if he's caught on camera. So what? No one will ever identify him. I'll have him on a plane within the hour. But Miller's in a hospital surrounded by doctors. True, but by the time they figure out it's a toxin, he'll already be dead. Trust me on this, I've poisoned 3 men inside prison walls using nothing but homemade brew. I'll have to think it over. It's no skin off your back, Mickey, except for the money. If my guy messes up and gets caught, he won't talk. I guarantee it. If Miller survives, you keep half. But prison hits are cheap. This isn't prison. How much? 100 grand, half up front, the rest after the funeral. Don't forget the 25,000 from the first job either. That's a high price. It's a 4-man operation, me, the bomb specialist, and 2 others. This isn't some prison yard shanking, it's delicate work. You're asking for a fortune. Do you want him gone or not? He was supposed to be dead already. Your people botched it. Dead or not, it's too much. To your organization, it's pocket change. I'll consider it. Meanwhile, across the racetrack near the paddocks, a surveillance team inside a plane delivery van records every gesture, while a hidden listening device captures each word. Fitzner lives well, long walks with his second wife, fishing trips on a friend's sleek 32-foot Grady White, golf every Monday and Wednesday with the same group. His lifestyle screams money, tailored clothes, a spacious home, luxury cars, members-only clubs. Agents watch from a distance but avoid his house. Too many security cameras. He uses an iPhone for everyday calls and at least one burner phone for anything sensitive. For 11 days, he doesn't stray beyond the golf course or the marina. On the 12th day, he finally leaves Marathon, heading north on Highway 1. By the time he reaches Key Colony Beach, the plan is already in motion. It kicks into high gear when Mercado leaves Coral Gables, driving south to meet him. Fitzner arrives first at Key Largo, parking outside Snook's Bayside restaurant. Two agents in floral shirts and shorts casually take a waterside table about 30 feet from where Mercado sits. 10 minutes later, Fitzner pulls up in his Volvo and heads inside, leaving his gym bag behind, his first real mistake. While the two men pick at seafood salads, the bag is quietly removed from the Volvo. Inside are 5 neat stacks of $100 bills, bound with rubber bands. They aren't crisp new notes. These bills look like they've been tucked away for a while. Total, $50,000. 2 stacks are swapped out for newer bills whose serial numbers have been recorded. Then the bag is returned to the Volvo's rear floorboard. 2 more agents join the scene, bringing the team to 10. Lunch ends. Fitzner pays with an American Express card. They step out into the bright sun and pause beside the Volvo. Fitzner unlocks the door, grabs the gym bag without a glance inside, and hands it off to Mercado. Mercado takes it with such practiced ease. It's obvious this isn't their first exchange. Before he can move, a sharp voice cuts through the air. "Freeze, FBI!" Bradley Fitzner goes limp, collapsing against the car beside his Volvo before slumping onto the asphalt. Agents swarm Mercado, seize the bag, and snap on handcuffs. When Fitzner is helped to his feet, he's disoriented, a cut bleeding above his left ear. An agent roughly dabs it with a paper towel before both men are loaded up for the drive to Miami. Chapter 39. The next day, Agent Knowlton calls with an update. Skip DeLuca is on a plane headed for a remote relocation, complete with a new identity and a fresh start. His girlfriend will follow later. Agnes shares the latest on Fitzner and Mercado, but nothing's changed. Unsurprisingly, Nash Cooley's firm is representing both, so the prosecution is already slowing to a crawl while the lawyers tie everything in knots. Both defendants are pushing for bond, but the federal magistrate isn't having it. Agnes sounds more relaxed than usual, and she ends the call with, "Why haven't you asked me to dinner?" Any hesitation would seem like hesitation, so I jump in. "How about dinner?" Truthfully, in my typical obliviousness around women, I hadn't noticed whether she wears a wedding ring. I'd guess she's around 42. I think I remember photos of kids in her office. "You're on," she says. "Where should we meet?" "It's your city," I reply, already off balance. The only food I've had in Orlando came from the basement cafeteria at Mercy Hospital, dreadful but cheap. I'm mentally scrambling to recall the last balance on my credit card. Can I really swing, taking her somewhere nice? "Where are you staying?" she asks at the hospital. "Don't worry about it. I have a car." The truth is, I'm holed up in a run-down motel on the wrong side of town, a detail I'd never share. And that car? It's a beat-up Ford SUV with threadbare tires and enough miles to have circled the globe a few times. It dawns on me that Agnes probably already knows all this. The FBI has surely run my file. One glance at my ride, and she'll likely suggest we just meet at the restaurant, skipping the awkward pickup altogether. I appreciate her practicality. "There's a spot called Chrysner's on Lee Road. Let's meet there, and we'll split the check." My admiration for her grows. I might be developing a real crush, if you insist. With her law degree and nearly 2 decades of experience, she's pulling in around $120,000 there a year, more than my salary, Vicky's and Maisie's put together. Frankly, Vicky and I hardly think of ourselves as salaried. We each scrape by on $2,000 a month, with a Christmas bonus if the firm's account has anything left. Agnes must know I'm barely getting by. I show up in my one clean shirt and a pair of worn khakis. She glides in from the office, looking impeccably polished as usual. We share a glass of wine at the bar before moving to our table. After ordering another round, she declares no shop talk. Let's discuss your divorce. I laugh at her directness, though by now I should be used to it. How did you know? A hunch. You start with your story, then I'll share mine, and that way we can avoid discussing work. So I begin. It was a long time ago, and I dive into my history. Law school, dating, Brooke, marriage, the grind as a public defender, the breakdown that sent me to seminary and onto a new path. The calling to defend the innocent. The waiter appears and we order salads and pasta. She's been through 2 divorces, actually. A brief one after a disastrous first marriage, and a significant, painful split settled less than 2 years ago. He was a corporate executive constantly being relocated. She wanted her own career and grew weary of packing up. They loved each other, which made it all the harder. Their 2 teenagers are still struggling to adjust. Agnes is fascinated by my work, and I'm more than happy to talk about the people we've freed and our ongoing cases. We eat, drink, and talk, enjoying a wonderful meal. I'm elated to be sharing a table with such a sharp and engaging woman, and to be eating somewhere, anywhere, outside the hospital cafeteria. She seems starved for conversation that doesn't revolve around her job, but over tiramisu and coffee, our talk inevitably circles back to urgent business. We are completely stumped by Bradley Fitzner's recent moves. For years, he's lived a cushy life far removed from his crimes. He never even came close to an indictment. Suspected, investigated, but always too clever and too lucky to be caught. He walked away with his money, cleaned it thoroughly, and kept his hands spotless. He did a masterful job of putting Quincy behind bars and ensuring Kenny Taft would never talk. So why would he risk everything now by getting tangled in a plot to kill our investigation by killing Quincy? Agnes wonders if he was acting for the cartel. Maybe. But why would the cartel, or Fitzner himself for that matter, care if we manage to walk Quincy out of prison? We are no nearer to naming the hired gun who killed Russo 23 years ago. And if by some wild chance we ever learn his name, it would take a series of miracles to connect him to the cartel. Freeing Quincy doesn't mean we've solved that murder. Agnes suspects Fitzner and the cartel figured a prison hit would be simple and untraceable. Just find a couple of hardened lifers and offer a bit of cash. Once Quincy was gone, we'd pack up and move on. We both think Fitzner in his later years probably got rattled when he realized someone credible was poking into a case he thought was buried for good. He knows our case has weight, and he knows from our track record that we don't give up easily. Getting Quincy out of prison alive would raise too many questions. A quiet exit in a hearse would bury those questions forever. There's also the strong chance that Fitzner felt untouchable. For decades, he was the law itself, operating above it, below it, and through every loophole, doing as he pleased while keeping the voters happy. He retired a wealthy man, convinced of his own cleverness. If one more straightforward crime, like a prison hit, was necessary, he'd pull it off without a second thought. Agnes and I share stories over dinner about the astonishing mistakes made by otherwise intelligent criminals. She jokes she could write a book on the subject. We talk, speculate, and reminisce late into the night, barely noticing as the other diners leave. Only when the waiter gives us a pointed look do we realize the restaurant is empty. We split the bill, shake hands at the door, and promise to meet again. When the FBI clamped down on Adam Stone and Skip DeLuca, it became clear that Quincy Miller had the makings of a spectacular civil case. With a state employee actively involved, the assault transformed from a simple prison fight into a deliberate, actionable offense, leaving the state of Florida fully liable. After a long discussion with our co-counsel, Susan Ashley Gross, she strongly recommended a trial attorney from Fort Lauderdale named Bill Cannon. Florida is packed with personal injury stars thanks to plaintiff-friendly laws, educated juries, and judges in the cities who often side with victims. Just drive down any busy highway past all those billboards, and you'll almost wish for an accident just to call one of those lawyers. Flip on the TV in the morning, and you're hit with ads from attorneys who claim to feel your pain. Bill Cannon doesn't advertise. He doesn't need to. His reputation is national, built on 25 years in courtrooms, convincing juries to award over $1 billion in verdicts. He lets the ambulance chasers bring him their cases, then picks the best ones from the pile. I hired him for two main reasons. He genuinely believes in the cause and supports Susan Ashley's innocence work generously. And he's a firm advocate for pro bono, requiring his firm to donate 10% of their time to those who can't afford help. Though he now flies in a private jet, he hasn't forgotten his poor upbringing or the sting of injustice when his family was wrongly thrown out of their home. 3 days after the arrests of Mercado and Fitzner, Cannon filed a $50 million federal lawsuit on Quincy's behalf against the Florida Department of Corrections, Mickey Mercado and Bradley Fitzner. The suit also named the attackers, Robert Earl Lane and John Drumick, along with Stone and DeLuca, though they'd be dropped later. Immediately after filing, Cannon persuaded a magistrate to freeze all bank accounts and assets belonging to Mercado and Fitzner before the money could vanish into Caribbean accounts. FBI agents raided Mercado's upscale Coral Gables condo, finding a few handguns, disposable phones, a cash box with a mere $5,000, and a laptop with little useful data. Mercado lived in fear and covered his tracks well, though 2 bank statements led to 3 accounts holding about $400,000. A raid on his office yielded little more. Agnes figures he stashed his real wealth offshore in dubious banks. Fitzner wasn't as slick. Agents raiding his home were delayed when his wife lost her mind, trying to block the doors before she was finally handcuffed and threatened with jail. Bank records led them to 3 Miami accounts where the former sheriff had nearly $3 million in cash sitting quietly. A money market account holds just over $1 million. Not a bad haul for a small-town sheriff. Agnes suspects there's more hidden away, and Cannon agrees. If Fitzner was bold enough to stash $4 million in dirty cash in domestic banks, just picture what he might have tucked away overseas. Cannon has a plan to find it. As the FBI begins applying pressure on banks in the Caribbean, Cannon brings in a forensic accounting firm that specializes in following illicit money trails out of the country. He's confident, though. He avoids making promises. He does believe his client will recover a significant sum in damages after the firm's standard 40% contingency fee, of course. I quietly hope Guardian might see a few dollars to cover the electric bill, but that's a long shot. Quincy isn't focused on money right now. His entire world has shrunk to the struggle of taking a step. Doctors have rebuilt a shoulder, both collarbones and his jaw. His upper torso and one wrist are encased in thick plaster. They've given him 3 new teeth and braced his broken nose. The pain is a constant companion, but he fights hard not to complain. Tubes drain fluid from one lung and the side of his brain. He's on so much medication it's hard to gauge his clarity, but his determination is crystal clear. He wants out of that bed. He actually growls at his physical therapists when they try to end a session, demanding more walking, more bending, more work. He's utterly sick of the hospital, but has nowhere else to go. Garvin offers no real rehabilitation, and the local health care is dismal. During his lucid moments, he argues with me relentlessly about clearing his name, desperate to avoid ever returning to Garvin Word. Has traveled through the Taft family, and not everyone is pleased about us poking around Vida's so-called haunted house. The prevailing belief is that she hexed the place before she died, packing it with trapped, angry spirits. Opening those doors now might unleash all sorts of evil, most of it directed squarely at her descendants. She died nursing a vicious grudge against those who had her committed. She was utterly mad by the end, but that didn't stop her from showering the family with curses. Frankie tells me one school of thought says curses die with the witch, while another claims they can linger forever. No living Taft is eager to test which theory is right. Frankie and I are in his polished pickup truck heading toward Dillon. He's behind the wheel. I'm staring at my phone. On the console between us rests a registered 9mm Glock. If we get inside that house, he intends to carry it with him. You don't actually buy into all that witchcraft talk, do you, Frankie? I ask. I'm not sure, he replies, his eyes on the road. Wait until you see the place. You might not be so keen to go in. So you're worried about ghosts and goblins, I press, a hint of a laugh in my voice. Keep laughing, he says, his right hand brushing the Glock. You'll be wishing you had one of these. You can't shoot a ghost, can you? Never had to try, he shrugs, but just in case. All right then, you lead the way with the gun and I'll follow. Deal? We'll see, he says quietly, if we even get that far. We drive through the weary town of Dillon and wind our way deeper into the countryside. At the end of a gravel drive, an old pickup is parked in front of a crumbling house. As we roll to a stop, Frankie nods toward two men. There it is. The guy on the right is Riley, a friend. The other one is probably his cousin, Wendell. He might be the one causing problems. Wendell looks about 40, a working man in grimy boots and jeans. He doesn't smile during the introductions, and neither does Riley. The tension is immediate and thick. It's obvious a lot has already been said between them. After a minute of strained small talk, Riley turns to me. So what's the plan here? What exactly do you want? We'd like to go inside and look around, I say. I'm sure you understand why we're here. Wendell steps forward, his tone deceptively polite. Look, Mr. Post, I know that house inside and out. I spent parts of my childhood in this house. I was the one who discovered Vida after she passed. Not long after she was gone, I attempted to settle here with my own family. It didn't work out. This place has a presence. Vida claimed she laid a curse on it, and honestly, I believe her. You're searching for some boxes, but I'm telling you straight, you probably won't find a thing. I recall there might be a little attic space, though I never actually saw it. We were always too spooked to even think about going up there. Then let's take a quick look, I reply, forcing some confidence into my voice. You two wait here while Frankie and I check it out. Riley and Wendell trade a tense glance. It's not that simple, Mr. Post, Riley says. Nobody around here wants those doors opened. Nobody? Meaning who, I ask. Meaning the family, Wendell cuts in, his tone sharp. We've got cousins nearby, others farther off, and not a single one wants this spot disturbed. You didn't know Vida, but I'm telling you, she's still here, and she isn't someone you mess with. A real note of fear hangs in his words. I understand that, I say, though I'm only pretending to mean it. Just then, a sudden breeze stirs through the willow tree whose branches drape over the roof, right on cue. Something groans and squeaks from the back side of the house, sending a chill straight up my arms. All four of us stare at the old building, taking a collective breath. We have to keep this conversation moving. Listen, I continue, this is a classic needle in a haystack. Nobody knows for certain if Kenny Taft actually took any evidence before the fire. Even if he did, there's no clue what he did with it. It could be up in that attic, but odds are it vanished somewhere else years ago. This is likely a waste of time, but we follow every lead. We just want to look around quietly, and then we'll be gone. You have my word. What happens if you do find something? Wendell presses. We call the sheriff and hand it over. Maybe it helps our case, but either way, it's nothing that holds any real value for your family. With these folks, the notion of some hidden family treasure in the attic is downright laughable. Wendell takes a step back, paces a little as if weighing things heavily, then leans against a car fender. He spits, crosses his arms tight over his chest, and declares, I don't think so, Riley adds. Right now, Wendell's got more say than I do. If he says no, then it's no. I spread my hands wide. 1 hour. Give us 1 hour, and you'll never see us again. Wendell shakes his head. Riley watches him, then turns to Frankie. Sorry. I shoot them both a look of pure irritation. This is probably just a shakedown, so let's cut to the chase. All right, look, I say, Ruiz County has this property assessed at $33,000. That works out to about $100 a day for the whole year. Guardian Ministries will lease the house and grounds for 1 day for $200 from 9 tomorrow morning until 5 in the afternoon, with an option to extend for 1 extra day at the same rate. What do you say? The Tafts let that sink in, scratching their chins thoughtfully. Seems low, Wendell mutters. How about 500 a day? Riley counters. Come on, Riley. We're a nonprofit. We don't have that kind of cash lying around. 300, 400. Take it or leave it. Fine, agreed. Under Florida law, any deal involving land has to be in writing. I'll draw up a one-page lease, and we'll meet back here at 9 tomorrow morning. Deal. Riley looks satisfied. Wendell gives a barely perceptible nod, yes. We leave Dillon as quickly as we can, sharing a few relieved laughs on the road. Frankie drops me off near my car on Main Street in Seabrook and heads east. He's staying at a motel somewhere between here and Gainesville, though as usual, the details are fuzzy. I walk into the law offices of Glenn Colacursey just after 5, hearing his booming voice on a phone call from the back. Bea, his ever-pleasant assistant, finally appears with her warm smile. I follow her through to find Glenn at his desk, surrounded and nearly buried by stacks of scattered paperwork. He springs up from his chair, hand extended in greeting, as though welcoming back a long-lost relative. Almost immediately, his eyes dart to his wristwatch, feigning surprise at the hour. "Well, I'll be damned," he declares. "It's 5 o'clock on the dot. What's your pleasure?" "Just a beer," I reply, aiming to keep things casual. "A beer and a double," he instructs Bea, who glides away silently. Have a seat," he urges, gesturing toward the sofa. He hobbles over with his cane and sinks into a worn, aged leather chair. I settle onto the cushions, which sag under my weight, and push aside a folded quilt. The setup suggests he dozes here most afternoons, sleeping off his midday cocktails. With both hands clasped over the cane's handle and his chin resting on his knuckles, he grins mischievously. I still can't wrap my head around Fitzner actually being behind bars. Me neither. It feels like a miracle. Give me the details. Knowing anything I say will likely be gossip by morning at the local diner, I skim through the abbreviated story how the FBI expertly cornered an unnamed corrections officer linked to a prison gang, which led to a dealer's operative who ultimately led them to Fitzner. He walked right into their trap with the clumsy innocence of a petty thief. Now he's staring down 3 decades. B.A. delivers our drinks and we clink glasses. His drink is amber-colored with little ice. He takes a thirsty sip, smacking his lips. "So what brings you to our little town?" "I'm hoping to meet with Sheriff Wink Castle tomorrow if I can track him down. We're talking about reopening the investigation, especially now that we know Fitzner targeted Quincy." There's sufficient truth in that to justify my visit. Besides, I was curious about you when we met in Gainesville. You seemed to be enjoying your deep dive into the case. Uncovered anything new? "Not really. I've been swamped with other matters." He gestures vaguely at the chaotic piles on his desk, implying relentless work. "Any progress on the Kenny Taft lead?" "Some, actually. I need to hire you for a bit of legal work. Paternity, DUI, divorce, murder. You name it. I'm your guy." He chuckles loudly at his own joke, and I play along. He's probably been using that line for half a century. Turning serious, I outline our communications with the Taft family and our intention to search their house. I press a $100 bill into his hand. He's now officially my attorney, and we shake on it. Everything should now be confidential. I need a straightforward one-page lease to reassure the Tafts, plus a check from Glenn's trust account. The family might prefer cash, but I want everything documented. If we find anything in that house, the chain of custody will be a tangled mess, and paperwork will be vital. As we sip our drinks, Glenn and I debate the logistics like 2 old pros tackling a tricky case. He's sharp, pointing out a couple of pitfalls I hadn't considered. When his glass is empty, he signals B for refills. Upon her return, he has her take notes in shorthand. Just like in the old days, we outline the essentials, and she returns to her desk. He observes, "I noticed you admiring her legs, guilty as charged. Is that a problem?" "Not at all. She's a gem. Her mother, May Lee, manages my household and every Tuesday whips up the most incredible spring rolls you'll ever taste. Tonight's your lucky night." I smile and nod, having no other plans. My old friend Archie is joining us too. I might have mentioned him before. Pretty sure I did over sangria at the Bull. We started practicing law around the same time, decades back. His wife past left him comfortable, so he quit the profession. Big mistake. He's been bored stiff for 10 years, rattling around alone. Retirement is a rotten deal, Post. I suspect he's sweet on Mei Lee. Anyway, Archie never misses spring roll night, and he's full of wild stories. Plus, he's a wine snob with an impressive cellar. He'll bring the good stuff. You drink wine? He asked. Not really, I replied, thinking he had no idea about my current financial state. The last ice cube in his glass had melted to a sliver, and he rattled it, clearly ready for a refill. Bea came back with 2 copies of a draft. We made a few quick edits before she left to print the final version. Glenn's house was on a quiet, tree-lined street just a few blocks from Maine. To avoid arriving too early, I drove around for a bit before pulling into the driveway behind an older Mercedes I figured belonged to Archie. The sound of laughter drifted from the backyard, so I headed around the corner. They were already settled on the porch, leaning back in thickly cushioned wicker rockers while 2 antique ceiling fans whirred overhead. Archie stayed seated as introductions were made. He looked about Glenn's age and wasn't exactly the picture of good health. Both men had long, unkempt hair that might have been stylish or rebellious decades ago. They wore faded seersucker suits, no ties, and old man sneakers. At least Archie didn't need a cane. His fondness for wine had left him with a permanently ruddy nose. Glenn stuck to bourbon, but Archie and I sampled a Sancerre he'd brought over. Mei Lee, as lovely as her daughter, served our drinks. It didn't take long for Archie to cut to the chase. So, Post, he said, leaning forward, are you the reason Fitzner's behind bars now? I downplayed my role, framing it as something I'd watched unfold from the sidelines with just a little insider insight from the federal investigators. Archie, it turned out, had clashed with Fitzner years ago and still held a grudge. He could hardly believe the old crook had finally been locked up. He launched into a story about a client whose car broke down in Seabrook. The police found a gun under the seat and somehow decided the young man was a cop killer. Fitzner got involved and backed his officers. Archie had warned Fitzner to leave the kid alone in jail, but they interrogated him anyway, beating a confession out of him. The boy served 5 years in prison, all over a disabled vehicle. By the end of the tale, Archie was practically spitting venom. The 2 old lawyers traded war stories they'd told 100 times, and I mostly listened. When they asked about Guardian's work, I shared a few brief anecdotes, careful to avoid any mention of the Taft family or my real reason for being in town. My well-paid attorney had kept our secrets tight. Archie opened another bottle of Sancerre. Mei Lee set a beautiful table on the veranda, with wisteria and verbena weaving through the trellis above. Another ceiling fan stirred the warm evening air. Archie decided a Chablis would pair better and fetched a bottle. Glenn, whose taste buds were probably numb by then, switched to wine. The spring rolls were fantastic, crisp and flavorful. There was a huge platter of them, and between the alcohol and my recent stretch of mediocre meals, I helped myself generously. Archie kept pouring, and when Glenn noticed me trying to slow down, he waved a hand. Ah, drink up. You can stay here tonight. I've got plenty of beds. Archie always crashes over. Who wants a drunk on the road at this hour? A public menace, Archie chimed in, grinning, for dessert. Mei Lee brought out a plate of sweet egg buns, soft little pastries filled with egg yolk and sugar. Archie produced a sauternes for the pairing and went into a detailed rant about how perfectly they complemented each other. He and Glenn skipped coffee mainly because it lacked alcohol, and soon a small humidor appeared on the table. They sorted through it like kids in a candy store. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a cigar, and I recalled once turning green after a few puffs. Still, I wasn't going to back down from the challenge. I asked for something mild, and Glenn handed me a cohiba, a genuine Cuban, he assured me. We shuffled back to the rockers, slightly unsteady, and blew clouds of smoke into the night. Archie mentioned he'd been one of the few lawyers who got along with Diana Russo, and he shared a few memories of her. He said he'd never suspected her involvement in her husband's murder. I listened closely but kept my thoughts to myself, like everyone else in Seabrook. He took it for granted that Quincy was guilty and felt a wave of relief when the conviction came down. Now, with the clock ticking and the conversation dragging, they're stunned to realize how mistaken they all were. It's satisfying, certainly, to know Bradley Fitzner is behind bars with little chance of release. Yet Quincy remains a convicted murderer, and the road ahead is still long. My watch shows nearly midnight, but I won't be the first to call it a night. These men are a quarter-century older and far more seasoned when it comes to holding their liquor. I stubbornly keep pace as Archie pours brandy, and I accept a glass myself. Eventually, Glenn's snores fill the room, and sometime later, I drift off. Naturally, the weather takes a turn for the worse. North Florida hasn't seen rain in 2 weeks. There's even talk of a drought, but the morning dawns gloomy and wild as we speed through Dillon. Frankie is driving while I clench my jaw, fighting a rolling stomach. "You sure you're all right, boss?" he asks for what feels like the 10th time. "What's your point, Frankie?" I snap back. I've said it already. It was a long night, too much drink, too much food, a foul cigar, and I passed out on the porch until some enormous cat decided to use my chest as a launching pad at 3 a.m. and scared me half to death. How was I supposed to know it was his favorite chair? Neither of us got another wink. So yes, I've got cobwebs, my eyes are watering, I'm covered in cat fur, and I feel absolutely wretched there. Queasy? Not yet. But I'll keep you posted. What about you? Thrilled to be investigating a haunted house, one cursed by an African witch doctor. Can't wait, he says, patting his Glock with a grin, clearly amused by my misery. Riley and Wendell are waiting at the property. The wind is moaning and rain feels imminent. I pass each a copy of the lease and run through the essentials, but they're more focused on the payment. I hand them a check made out to both, drawn from the Colacursey law firm's trust account. How about cash? Wendell asks, scowling at the paper. I put on my best lawyerly frown and reply, "Cash isn't done for real estate deals." I'm not entirely certain that's true in Florida, but I say it with conviction. From his truck bed, Frankie pulls out an 8-foot stepladder and a gleaming new crowbar he bought yesterday. I carry 2 flashlights and a can of bug spray. We push through the overgrown weeds toward the crumbling front porch steps and pause to study the house. Wendell gestures and explains 2 rooms over 2 rooms with a den and 1 bedroom downstairs. Stairs are to the right in the den. 2 bedrooms upstairs, above that, maybe an attic, maybe not again. I've never been up there, never wanted to go, never even asked about it, honestly. Out back there's an addition from later on. That's the kitchen and a bathroom with nothing above it. It's all yours, gentlemen. I'm resolved not to show a hint of hesitation as I spray repellent over my arms and legs. I'm braced for ticks, spiders, and every creepy crawler I've never even heard of. I pass the can to Frankie, who coats himself. He leans the ladder near the door for now. We aren't sure we'll need it. With an exaggerated reluctance that still feels genuine, Riley steps up with a key and works it into the heavy padlock. It clicks open and the lock drops. He scrambles back quickly. Both Tafts look ready to run. A lightning strike cracks nearby, making us all jump. The sky grumbles as dark clouds churn. Playing the brave one, I nudge the front door with my foot. It groans open. We hold our breath, relieved when nothing sinister comes out. I turn to Riley and Wendell and say, "See you two in a bit." Without warning, the door slams shut with a sharp bang. Frankie lets out a panicked hell, and I nearly leap out of my skin. Both Tafts back away, eyes wide, mouths agape. I force a laugh as if to say, "Well, this is entertaining." Then step forward and shove the door open again. We wait. Nothing comes out. No one slams the door a second time. I click on my flashlight, and Frankie follows suit. He holds his light in his left hand, a crowbar in his right, with a Glock tucked into his back pocket. A single look at his face tells me he's scared, and this is a man who made it through 14 years behind bars. I wedge the door open, and we move inside. Vida passed away 13 years back, and the place was supposed to be sealed up, but it's clear someone helped themselves to nearly all the furniture. The air isn't foul, just heavy and stale. The wooden floors are slick with mildew and mold, and I can almost taste the invisible cloud of germs we're breathing in. Our beams sweep the bedroom to the left. A mattress lies buried under a blanket of grime. I figure this is where she took her last breath. The floor is a wreck of shattered lampshades, discarded clothes, and yellowed papers. We edge into the den, lights dancing over a vintage TV from the 60s with a fractured screen, wallpaper curling off in strips, and a thick lace of dust and spider webs clinging to every corner. Just as we point our lights up the narrow staircase and get ready to climb, a downpour erupts on the tin roof with a roar that drowns out everything else. The wind howls, shaking the walls. I take 3 steps up, Frankie right behind me, and then bang, the front door slams shut again. Now we're sealed in with whatever ghosts Vida left behind. I hesitate for just a heartbeat. I'm leading this little adventure, the tough guy, so I can't show I'm afraid, even though my stomach is doing somersaults and my heart feels ready to punch through my ribs. Won't this be a hilarious story to tell Vicky and Maisie later? Just another thrilling chapter they left out of law school textbooks. We reach the top of the stairs and a wall of heat hits us like a steam bath, a thick, muggy fog you could almost see if it weren't so dark. Rain and wind hammer the roof and windows, filling the house with a chaotic din. We step into the bedroom on the right, a cramped space no bigger than 12 feet square, holding a stained mattress, a splintered chair, and a rug frayed to threads. We sweep our lights across the ceiling, searching for any hint of a door or hatch to the attic, but find nothing. It's all pine boards, once painted white but now peeling badly. Then, from the corner, something shifts and knocks over a glass jar. I aim my beam and say, "Hold up, snake." A long, dark shape slides along the floor. Probably not venomous, but who's checking labels right now? It isn't coiled, just moving in confusion, not coming toward us. Snakes don't usually freak me out, but Frankie is another story. He immediately goes for the Glock. "Don't shoot," I yell over the storm. We stand frozen, pinning the creature in our light, shirts plastered to our backs, breathing harder by the second. Slowly, it slips beneath the tattered rug and vanishes from sight. The rain lets up slightly, and we both take a shaky breath. "How do you feel about spiders?" I ask, glancing back at him. "Shut your mouth," he snaps. "Just watch your step. They're all over the place." As we retreat from the room, still scanning the floor for any more slithering visitors, a violent crack of lightning strikes nearby. In that brilliant flash, it hits me. If some vengeful spirit or poisonous creature doesn't get me, this whole ordeal will probably finish me off with a heart attack. Sweat stings my eyes. Our shirts are drenched in the other bedroom. A narrow cot sits with what looks like an old olive-drab army blanket tossed in a heap. No other furniture. Wallpaper droops from the walls like tired skin. I peer out the window and through the curtain of rain barely make out the shapes of Riley and Wendell sitting safe in the truck, waiting out the storm. No doubt doors locked tight against any wandering phantoms. We shove debris aside, checking for snakes, then turn our attention back to the ceiling. Again, no opening, no attic access. I guess it's possible Kenny Taft stashed his boxes up there and sealed the entrance for good, or at least until he planned to come back. Honestly, how am I supposed to know what that guy was thinking? Frankie's flashlight beam settled on a small ceramic doorknob, likely leading to a closet. He gestured toward it, clearly wanting me to take the lead. I gripped the knob, jiggled it, then gave a hard yank. The door flew inward, and I found myself staring directly into the hollow eyes of a human skeleton. Frankie gasped and dropped to one knee, while I stumbled back and was violently sick, finally emptying my stomach of all the spring rolls, beer, and brandy from earlier. Outside, the squall line hammered the old house with renewed fury, and for several minutes we just listened to the storm rage. In a strange way, purging everything made me feel a little clearer. Pulling himself up, Frankie steadied his light alongside mine as we forced ourselves to look back into the closet. The skeleton was suspended by a thick plastic cord looped around its chest and under the arms, not the neck, so the skull tilted wearily to the left, its empty sockets aimed downward as if forever dismissing any visitors. Its toes just brushed the floor above a small dark puddle of what was probably the long decayed remains of blood and tissue. This wasn't a hanging. It was a concealment, just what Ruiz County needed, another mystery left to gather dust. What better hiding place than a house so feared that even its owners wouldn't step inside? Though I mused darkly, maybe it was a suicide after all. Either way, we'd be more than happy to let Sheriff Castle and his department sort it out. Someone else's problem entirely. I shut the closet door firmly and turned the knob until it clicked. That left us with two charming options: work in the bedroom where a live snake might be lurking, or stay right here with the very dead human in the closet. We chose the bedroom. Frankie wedged his crowbar against a ceiling board and ripped it down. Our lease didn't exactly permit demolition, but did anyone really care? Two of the owners were huddled in their truck out front, too scared to come in. We had a job to finish, and I was already exhausted. As Frankie tore down another board, I carefully made my way downstairs and pushed open the front door. Through the sheeting rain, I gave a vague nod toward Riley and Wendell's truck, though I doubted they could see me. I grabbed the ladder and hauled it upstairs. When Frankie pulled loose the fourth board, a box of old fruit jars came crashing down, shattering at our feet. "Perfect," I shouted. "There's storage space up there." Energized, Frankie attacked the ceiling with a vengeance, and soon a third of it lay in a heap of debris, which I shoved into a corner. We weren't coming back, and I didn't care how we left the place. I set up the ladder and cautiously climbed into the opening. Waist deep in the attic, I swept my light around. It was a cramped, windowless space, not more than 4 feet high, and surprisingly bare, a sign the owners hadn't been pack rats, and a clue that Kenny might have sealed it off decades ago. Unable to stand, Frankie and I got on our hands and knees. The rain drummed loudly on the tin roof just inches above our heads, forcing us to yell to be heard. We crawled in separate directions, slowly battling through dense spider webs and watching every inch for snakes. I passed a neat stack of 1x6 pine planks, probably leftovers from the house's construction a century ago, and a pile of old newspapers, the top one dated March 1965. Then Frankie yelled. I scurried over through the dust, which was already caking the knees of my jeans. He had pulled back a moth-eaten blanket to reveal 3 identical cardboard boxes. Shining his light on a label, I leaned in close. The faded handwriting was still legible. Ruiz County Sheriff's Department. Evidence File QM-14. All 3 boxes were sealed with heavy brown packing tape. Before moving anything, I used my cell phone to take a series of dark, detailed photos. Kenny, it seemed, had been clever. He'd placed the boxes across several 2x4 planks to keep them off the floor, safe from any attic leaks. The attic, however, appears impressively tight, holding firm against the downpour, which tells me the roof is still doing its job. The containers are surprisingly light. We carefully slide them toward the opening. I climb down first, and Frankie passes each one to me. Once they're all in the bedroom, I snap a few more pictures of the eerie setting, surrounded by snakes and skeletal remains. We don't linger. The front porch is sagging and slick with rain, so we leave the boxes just inside the front door, waiting for the storm to pass. Ruiz County is combined with 2 neighboring counties to make up Florida's 22nd Judicial Circuit. The sitting elected state attorney is a man named Patrick McCutcheon, a Seabrook attorney with an office in the courthouse. Fresh out of law school 18 years back, McCutcheon started as an associate at the bustling practice of the Honorable Glenn Collacursey. Their professional paths diverged when McCutcheon caught the political bug, but they parted on good terms. Glenn tells me confidently, I can have a word with the young man, and he does exactly that. While Glenn is securing McCutcheon's ear, I'm on the phone trying to run down Sheriff Castle, a man perpetually in motion. But when I finally make him believe my wild morning was real, that I'm sitting on 3 boxes of old evidence Bradley Fitzner attempted to incinerate, I have his undivided focus. Glenn, showing 0 traces of last night's festivities, jumps into the fray with enthusiasm, ready to take the reins. By 2 that afternoon, we're assembled in his office. Me, Frankie Tatum, Patrick McCutcheon, Sheriff Castle, and Bea tucked in a corner taking notes. My prior communication with McCutcheon had been entirely proper and polite. About a year ago, I'd made the standard request to reopen Quincy's case, which he politely refused. No shock there. I'd gotten a similar lack of interest from Castle. Over the months, I'd emailed both men summaries of new findings to keep them in the loop. Or so I thought. I assumed they'd reviewed my updates. I also assumed they were far too preoccupied until Fitzner's arrest. That little bombshell certainly got their notice now. They're hooked. Their newfound fascination is entirely due to 3 missing, then found boxes of proof. There's a clumsy pause as we figure out who's running this show. Glenn would love nothing more than to preside, but I gently maneuver him aside. Without detailing how we first got curious about Kenny Taft, I guide them through our contact with his family, the lease agreement, the payment, and our morning escapade at the crumbling house. Bea had blown up the photos of the boxes as we found them in the attic, and I hand those around. "Have they been opened?" the sheriff asks. "No. The seals are intact," I answer. "Where are they right now?" I'm not disclosing that at the moment. First, we need a mutual understanding on how to move forward. No understanding, no evidence. "Those boxes are property of my department," Castle states. "I'm not entirely convinced of that," I counter. Perhaps not. You and your department had zero knowledge of their existence until 2 hours ago. There's no active investigation because you chose not to get involved, if you'll recall. McCutcheon feels the need to plant his flag and chimes in. I have to side with the sheriff. If the evidence was taken from his department, regardless of when, then it's still his. Glenn, not to be outdone, decides to assert himself by chastising his former protege. His department, Patrick, tried to burn this material 2 decades ago. Thank goodness Post located it. See, you're already playing tug of war. We need to come to an agreement here and move forward as a unit. I represent Mr. Post and his organization, and you'll have to excuse him if he seems a bit protective of this evidence. There might be something in there that clears his client. Given the historical record here in Seabrook, his caution is justified." Everyone, take a breath. We do, and then I lay out my proposal. I suggest we agree on a plan, and then we open the boxes together with everything on video. Naturally, if the flashlight is inside, gentlemen, then I want the option to retain it and send it for analysis by our experts, Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt and Dr. Tobias Black. I'm sure you've seen their reports. Once my team wraps up, I'll pass everything along for your state crime lab to review. Are you implying your experts are superior to the state of Florida's Castle challenged?
Absolutely,
Came the firm reply.
Let's not forget, the state previously relied on a so-called expert named Paul Norwood. His methods have been thoroughly discredited in recent years, yet his testimony did significant damage to Quincy Miller's case. He's no longer in practice, so you'll understand my reluctance to place blind trust in the state's procedures now.
Our lab is fully capable, McCutcheon insisted. Norwood wasn't a state employee at the time of the trial. Hearing McCutcheon speak, Glenn felt compelled to push back. You're missing the point, Patrick. My client is in charge here. If you can't accept our terms, then you won't be reviewing this evidence. He'll take it with him, and we'll move to our alternative plan, which is, we're still finalizing the details, but Plan B involves Mr. Post leaving town with these boxes and having everything examined by independent forensic specialists. You would be completely excluded from the process. Is that the outcome you're looking for? I rose from my chair, fixing Castle and McCutcheon with a steady look. Let's be clear, I'm not here to bargain. I don't appreciate your tone, and I don't care for your approach. The boxes are secure, hidden once more, and I'll retrieve them when I decide the time is right. I started toward the door and had my hand on the knob when McCutcheon's voice stopped me. Hold on. The boxes, though cleaned, still bore the marks of time. They sat together on the long surface of Glenn's conference table, a video camera on a tripod trained on them. We gathered around, almost hesitant. I reached out and touched the first one. I assume QM stands for Quincy Miller. Would you care to do the honors, Sheriff? I offered him a small penknife and a pair of thin surgical gloves, which he pulled on without comment. B switched on the video recorder while Frankie started filming with his phone. Castle took the knife, slicing through the aged packing tape along the top and sides. As he pulled back the flap, we all leaned in. The first item was a clear plastic bag containing what looked like a white shirt, heavily stained with what had become dark, almost black blood over 23 years. Castle lifted it for the cameras without opening it, reading from the tag, "Crime Scene Russo, February 16, 1988. He set it down. The fabric inside the bag was torn in places. Next came another bag, this one holding a pair of dress slacks, crumpled and marked with similar dark stains. The tag showed the same information. Then came a letter-sized box wrapped in a black plastic liner. He carefully removed the covering, placed the box on the table, and opened it. Inside were sheets of smudged copy paper, a yellow legal pad, note cards, and a few cheap pens and pencils, all bearing bloodstains. The tag indicated these were items from Russo's desk. One by one, he then removed 4 law books, each stained, taken from Keith's shelves. Finally, there was a square cardboard box, about a foot wide, sealed inside 2 layered plastic freezer bags. Castle meticulously removed the plastic, and for a moment, he paused. We all stared, sensing what might be inside. The box wasn't taped, but had a simple fold-in latch. He opened it slowly and withdrew another sealed plastic bag, placing it on the table. Inside was a small black flashlight, roughly a foot long, with a 2-inch lens. "Let's leave that sealed," I said, my voice tight. Castle nodded in agreement. Glenn took control of the room. "Gentlemen, let's sit down and assess where we stand." We moved to one end of the table. Frankie stepped back, putting his phone away. "The recorder is still running," Bea noted. "Keep it on," I said. I wanted every word documented. For several minutes, the 4 of us sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what we had just seen. I stare at the flashlight, my gaze shifting away as its presence feels almost unreal, something my mind struggles to accept or fully grasp. After a heavy pause, McCutcheon finally speaks up. "I've got a question for you, Post." "Go ahead. You've been immersed in this case for nearly a year. We haven't. So what's your top theory on why Fitzner was so desperate to get rid of this evidence?" I take a breath. Honestly, I think there's only one answer, and Kyle Benderschmidt helped me see it clearly. As he pointed out, there was a clever and crooked lawman at play here. Fitzner planted that flashlight and made sure it was thoroughly photographed. You've seen those pictures yourself. He knew he could find someone like Paul Norwood, a so-called expert, who'd glance at the photos without ever inspecting the actual flashlight, then spoon-feed the jury the prosecution's story that Quincy used it to fire blindly in the dark. Fitzner wanted the flashlight to vanish because he was terrified a real expert, someone actually qualified, might examine it for the defense and tell the truth. And let's be real. He also knew a black man in a mostly white town would be an easier target for a conviction. They let that sink in, the room quiet for what feels like forever. Then McCutcheon cuts through the silence. "So what's your next move, Post?" I wasn't expecting this much blood, I admit. It's a gift, honestly. Ideally, I take the flashlight to Benderschmidt for a full analysis. He can't do it here. He needs his lab at VCU. McCutcheon nods slowly. And if the blood on the flashlight matches the blood on the clothing, that ties Quincy to the crime, right? Possibly, but that's not going to happen. I guarantee it. That flashlight was a plant. It was never at the crime scene. Glenn can't stay quiet any longer. He turns to McCutcheon. "Look, we've got 2 problems here. First, getting an innocent man exonerated. Second, prosecuting the real killer. The first one is urgent. The second might never happen. Sure, Fitzner's behind bars, but pinning the actual murder on him still seems like a long shot. You agree, Post?" "Absolutely. And right now, I'm not worried about that. He handed us a gift, and he's locked up for a long time. My only concern is getting Quincy Miller out of prison as fast as humanly possible, and I need your help to do it. I've walked this path before. When the district attorney cooperates, everything moves quicker. Come on, Patrick. Glenn chides, his tone shifting from weary to pointedly sarcastic. The writing's on the wall. Plain as day, this county railroaded that kid 23 years ago. Isn't it about time we stopped admiring the problem and actually fixed it? Sheriff Castle offers a faint smile. I'm listening. We'll reopen the case as soon as you have those test results. I have to fight the urge to leap across the table and hug him. McCutcheon adds, it's a deal. Just make sure everything is photographed, videoed, and preserved. I might need it for another trial down the road. Of course, I assure him. Castle then says, now, about those other 2 boxes. Glenn jabs his cane into the floor, pushing himself to his feet. Let's take a look. Who knows, there might be some dirt on me in there. We share a tense, nervous laugh and stand up. Frankie clears his throat. Hey, boss, don't forget about that closet. I'd completely forgotten. I glance at the sheriff. Sorry to add another complication, Sheriff, but we found something else in the Taft house, upstairs in a closet. I'm not sure you'd call it a dead body or a corpse. It's just a skeleton, nothing but bones, probably been there for years. Castle frowns deeply. Great. Just what I need. We didn't touch anything, and we didn't see any obvious bullet holes in the skull. Could be another suicide. I like the way you think, Post. There wasn't any clothing either. Anyway, we didn't mention it to the Tafts, so it's all yours now. Thanks for nothing. Glenn invites Frankie and me for another round of Chinese food on his porch, but we politely decline. I leave Seabrook in the late afternoon with Frankie following close behind, almost like he's riding escort to protect my precious cargo. The flashlight rests on the passenger seat beside me, where I can keep a constant watch over it. A single untouched box containing the flashlight and a plastic bag holding a shirt stained with blood. We make the 3-hour drive to Savannah without stopping, arriving just as night falls. I secure the evidence in my apartment overnight, needing to have it close. Vicky has a chicken in the oven, and Frankie and I are ravenous during the meal. We discuss the logistics of getting to Richmond, debating the merits of driving versus flying. I'm firmly against flying. The thought of our evidence, especially that shirt, going through airport security makes me uneasy. A board agent having a field day with our items is a nightmare scenario, and the idea of someone carelessly handling the flashlight is genuinely unsettling. We decide to hit the road at 5 in the morning, taking Frankie's spacious and far more dependable pickup truck. He takes the first shift while I attempt to rest, though true sleep is impossible. He begins to doze not long after we cross into South Carolina, so I take over driving. We find an R&B station out of Florence and spend miles singing along to Marvin Gaye. Breakfast is a quick stop for biscuits and coffee at a drive-thru, which we consume while rolling down the highway. We can't help but chuckle, reflecting on where we were exactly 1 day prior, trapped in an attic, half convinced we were about to be ambushed by something malevolent. Frankie remembers my dramatic reaction when the skeleton seemed to lunge from the closet, laughing so hard he has to put his biscuit down. I shoot back that he nearly passed out himself, to which he confesses he actually dropped to one knee and reached for his handgun. The mood shifts then, the laughter fading into a shared, sobering silence as we both grasp the sheer absurdity and danger of what we're pursuing. It's a quiet acknowledgement that this is no ghost story anymore. We pull into downtown Richmond around 4 in the afternoon. Kyle Benderschmidt has cleared his schedule, and his entire team is assembled and waiting. He leads us to a large examination room within his lab complex, introducing 2 colleagues and 2 technicians, all 5 snap on surgical gloves. 2 video cameras are activated, one positioned directly above the table, the other at the far end. Frankie and I step back, but we'll have a perfect view thanks to a high-definition screen on the wall that streams the overhead feed. Kyle faces the camera and formally records the names of everyone present along with the date, location, and purpose of the examination. His narration is calm and methodical as he extracts the box from the bag, opens it carefully, and removes the smaller pouch containing the flashlight. He unzips it and places the object on a pristine white ceramic board. Using a ruler, he notes its length of 11 inches. He observes for the record that the black casing appears to be a lightweight metal. likely aluminum, with a textured, non-smooth surface. Conditions he notes are poor for retaining fingerprints. He offers a brief, almost professorial aside, explaining that latent prints can endure for decades on a sealed, smooth surface, or vanish quickly if exposed to the elements. As he begins unscrewing the cap to access the batteries, tiny flakes of rust sprinkle from the threads. A soft shake dislodges 2 reluctant D-cell batteries onto the board. He doesn't touch them, commenting instead that criminals who are smart enough to wipe down their flashlights often forget about the batteries inside. This is a revelation to both Frankie and me. We exchange a wide-eyed look. Kyle then hands the process over to a colleague named Max, the resident fingerprint specialist. Max takes up the narration, leaning over the batteries. He explains that since they are primarily black, he'll use a fine white powder, similar to talc, with a small brush and a deft stroke. He dusts the first battery. Initially, there's nothing. He gently rotates it and applies more powder. "Bingo," he says, his voice cool and precise. "We have what looks like a thumbprint." My legs instantly feel weak, and I have a powerful urge to sit down. But I'm frozen because every person in the room has turned to look at me. Benderschmidt breaks the silence, asking, "What's your call, counselor?" Probably not the best idea to proceed with analyzing this print, right? My mind scrambles, struggling to form a coherent thought. Months ago, I had resigned myself to the idea that the killer would never be found, yet here we are, staring at what could be his thumbprint. Let's stop right there with the print, I suggest. It's likely bound for court, and I'd be more comfortable having the Florida Crime Lab team collect it themselves. Kyle agrees immediately, and Max nods along. Their professionalism is a relief. They understand the stakes. An idea strikes me. Can we photograph it and send the images to them now? Absolutely, Kyle says with a shrug, signaling a technician. He glances my way. I'm guessing you're pretty eager to put a name to this, right? You guess correctly, if that's even possible. The technician wheels in a complex-looking high-resolution camera with a name I can't begin to pronounce. For the next half hour, they meticulously capture close-ups of the print. I call Wink Castle in Seabrook to get his contact at the State Crime Lab. He asks about progress, and I tell him we're still working. Once the camera is cleared away, Kyle carefully places the batteries into plastic containers and shifts his focus to the lens. Having studied the photographs endlessly, I know there are 8 tiny specks believed to be Russo's blood. 3 are slightly larger, each about 1/8 of an inch across. Kyle intends to extract the largest of these for testing. Given that the blood has been dried for nearly 23 years, this won't be simple. Working with the precision of a surgical team, he and Max remove the cap and position the lens inside a large, clear petri dish. Kyle provides a quiet commentary as he uses a small syringe to place a single drop of distilled water directly onto that largest speck. Frankie and I watch the screen intently. The water blends in, and a pinkish droplet rolls from the lens into the dish. Both Benderschmidt and Max nod, satisfied with the sample. They peel off their gloves as a technician carries it away. "We'll take a small sample from the shirt for comparison," Kyle explains to me. "Then we'll run the diagnostics. It's going to take some time. We'll be working through the night." What can I say? I want the results, and favorable ones at that, immediately. But I thank him and Max regardless. Frankie and I leave the building and wander through downtown Richmond until we find a cafe. Over iced tea and sandwiches, we try to talk about anything but blood, but it's futile. If the sample from the flashlight matches the shirt stains, the truth remains murky, with questions still hanging in the air. But if the samples are from different sources, Quincy walks free, assuming he's able to. That is, eventually. And the thumbprint? It won't magically point to the triggerman unless we can prove the flashlight was at the scene. If the blood doesn't match, then the flashlight wasn't there. It was planted in Quincy's trunk by Fitzner. Or so our theory goes. Frankie and I had argued about this very point during the long, monotonous drive from Savannah, the landscape blurring into a green haze as we debated whether to tell the Tafts about the skeleton in their closet when we mentioned it to Sheriff Castle. He barely shrugged. On one hand, the Tafts might have a missing relative, and this could provide closure. On the other, they're already so jumpy about that house, it's almost comical to think they'd want another ghost story. Over coffee, we decide the tale is too compelling to ignore Frankie. With a mischievous grin that lights up his whole face, pulls up Riley Taft's number and gives him a call. Riley is just leaving his job at the school and is startled to hear we've already moved the evidence so far. Frankie explains that most of it is with the sheriff now, but we took what we needed. He asks if the family has any stories about someone disappearing, say in the last decade or so. Riley wants to know why it matters, with that same grin and sparkle in his eyes. Frankie begins to recount what else we discovered in that house yesterday morning. Tucked away in the east bedroom's closet, a complete skeleton hangs suspended by a plastic rope looped around its ribcage. It's clearly not a suicide. Murder seems likely, though not by hanging. The details remain murky. Riley's reaction is one of stunned disbelief, while on the other end of the line, Frankie can't suppress a faint, amused grin. Their exchange grows heated as Riley accuses Frankie of fabricating the whole story. Warming to the moment, Frankie insists the truth is simple to verify. Just go take a look. He even suggests that he and Wendell should enter the property immediately to recover the remains for a decent burial. This sends Riley into a furious rant, his curses filling the air. Once he finally quiets, Frankie offers a half-hearted apology for the grim news, explaining he only thought they should be aware. The sheriff might be reaching out soon to inspect the place. Frankie listens, that grin returning, and cuts in. No, Riley, I wouldn't burn it down. Riley continues his tirade, his voice so loud Frankie has to hold the phone away from his ear. He repeats calmly, "Now, come on, Riley, don't you torch that house." By the time the call ends, Frankie is certain the owners are moments away from setting the whole place ablaze. We don't get to see Dr. Benderschmidt until nearly 11 a.m. after his morning lectures wrap up. Frankie and I, fueled by several cups of coffee, are already waiting in his office. He sweeps in with a beaming smile and announces, "You win." Dropping into his chair, he adjusts his bow tie, clearly thrilled to share the results. There's no match. It isn't even human blood. Sure, there's plenty on Russo's shirt type O, like half the population, but that's the extent of it. As I've said, we aren't equipped for DNA analysis here, and luckily, you don't require it. The blood on that flashlight came from an animal, most likely a rabbit or something similar. My formal report will include all the scientific jargon, but not now. I'm behind schedule because I was up all night with this file and I've got a flight in 2 hours. He pauses, studying me. You don't look surprised, Post. I'm not surprised, Doc. Just relieved to finally have the truth. So he walks right. It's never that straightforward. You know how it goes. It'll take months of legal knife fighting to get him out. But we're going to win, thanks to you. You did the heavy lifting, Post. I'm just the guy in the lab coat. What about the thumbprint? The good news is it isn't Quincy's. The bad news, it isn't Fitzner's either. Right now it's unidentified, but the Florida Crime Lab is still working on it. They ran it through every database last night and came up empty. That probably means whoever handled that battery doesn't have their prints on record. So it could be anyone. Fitzner's wife, his housekeeper, some junior clerk from his office. Someone you've never heard of and may never find, Frankie interjects. But it doesn't matter anymore, does it? If the flashlight wasn't at the scene, then the real killer never used it.
Exactly,
Kyle confirms. So here's what I think happened. Fitzner killed a rabbit, collected a blood sample, and drenched the flashlight with it. Personally, I'd use a large syringe from a pharmacy and spray the lens from about 5 feet away to get a convincing spatter pattern. He let it dry, handled it with gloves, tucked it into a pocket, obtained a warrant for Quincy's car, and planted it there. He knew all about Paul Norwood, that so-called expert, and made sure the prosecutor hired him. Norwood would say anything for a paycheck, and he waltzed into town with an impressive-looking resume and managed to convince the how-should-I-put-it, less than sophisticated jurors, mostly white, as I recall. 11 to 1, I add. A sensational murder, a public thirst for justice, a perfect suspect with motive, and an ingenious frame job. Quincy narrowly avoided the death penalty and was sent away for life. 23 years later, you're the one who uncovers the truth, Post. You deserve a medal. Thanks, Doc, but we don't do medals in this line of work. Just exonerations. It's been a real pleasure, a fantastic case. I'll be there whenever you need me. On the road out of Richmond, I call my favorite nurse, who passes the phone to Quincy. I keep it simple, explaining that we've now secured crucial evidence that will one day clear his name for good. I try to temper his expectations about a fast release, warning that the legal process to secure his freedom will likely involve months of maneuvering. He listens, appreciative but quiet, his usual fire dampened. It's been 13 weeks since the assault, and while his daily progress is clear, his comprehension sharpening, his words flowing faster, his vocabulary growing, a significant hurdle remains. He can't grasp why his rehabilitation needs to be so deliberate in his mind. Reaching a point where he's medically cleared means one thing: a return to his prison cell. I've stressed to his doctors again and again the necessity of a slow, careful pace. But the patient is weary of the measured steps, sick of the hospital walls, the surgeries, the needles, the tubes. He's itching to bolt. During the long drive south with Frankie, I'm on the phone with Maisie, Susan Ashley, and Bill Cannon. Our ideas flowing so freely that Maisie organizes a full-team conference call. We brainstorm for a solid hour, and it's Maisie who lands the most clever idea, a strategic move she's been mulling over. Florida law requires that post-conviction petitions be filed in the county where the inmate is held. That's why old Judge Plank is buried under a mountain of pointless paperwork, because the Garvin prison is just down the road in rural Poinsett County. He's seen it all, numbed any appeal for sympathy, and wouldn't spot fresh evidence if it kicked him. But here's the twist. Quincy isn't at Garvin right now. He's in a hospital in downtown Orlando, the heart of Orange County, with over 1 million people and 43 circuit judges. Filing a new petition there will draw fire from the state, accusing us of judge shopping, but we have nothing to lose. A win puts our new evidence before a different judge, one from a diverse metropolitan area. A loss just sends us back to Plank for another round. First, we have to withdraw our appeal of Plank's initial denial, which has been collecting dust in the state Supreme Court for 3 months. Maisie and I spend 2 intense days drafting an amended petition and dismissing the old one. We receive a boost when the Florida State Crime Lab confirms the same findings as our expert, Kyle Benderschmidt. There's still radio silence from the Tafts and their buried secret, but we'd be celebrating if we kept champagne in the office. That is, until my favorite nurse calls from Orlando. Her news is a double blow. Quincy has developed an infection from one of the stab wounds, and his jaw hasn't healed properly, requiring another surgery. I end the call with a plea: please don't let him out of there. We file immediately in the Orange County Circuit Court, Susan Ashley's home turf. The court's method for assigning judges is opaque, so we have no idea who we'll get. The state of Florida takes 2 weeks to reply with a dismissive, almost lazy motion to dismiss. Susan Ashley pushes for a quick hearing, and we learn our judge is the Honorable Ansh Kumar, a 38-year-old second-generation American whose parents emigrated from India. We'd hoped for diversity, and we got it. He grants our request for a hearing, a promising start, and I rush down to Orlando. I'm riding with Frankie in his truck because he's decided my little Ford isn't safe anymore, especially when I'm swerving while shouting into the phone. So he drives, and I make a concerted effort not to yell. Frankie has become indispensable lately, bonding with Quincy during long hours at the hospital. They watch sports, share fast food, and generally give the staff a run for their money. The nurses, knowing both men served long sentences for crimes they didn't commit, tolerate their good-natured, flirtatious teasing. Frankie tells me some of the nurses give it right back, just as quick for the hearing. The state once again sends Carmen Hidalgo to represent their side. Carmen Hidalgo, one of many attorneys in the state's legal department, found herself assigned another low-priority innocence claim, the kind seasoned prosecutors typically avoid. We assembled for what was expected to be a quick procedural matter in a sleek, downtown Orlando high-rise, the county's prized modern courthouse. Judge Kumar greeted everyone with a genial demeanor and urged us to begin. Carmen led off, contending the statute plainly required such petitions to be filed in the county where the prisoner was officially housed. Susan Ashley responded, pointing out that while Quincy Miller was assigned to Garvin Correctional, he hadn't been there for months. He was currently held in Orlando with no set release date. Both sides had submitted detailed briefs, and it was clear Judge Kumar had digested every page, including our voluminous petition. After a patient hearing, he remarked, "Miss Hidalgo, it seems the defendant has found a rather peculiar gap in the law. The statute is silent on where to file when an inmate is temporarily transferred. Looks like you're boxed in. But, Your Honor," Judge Kumar raised his hands gently, his smile unwavering. "Please take your seat, counsel. Thank you. Now I am retaining this case for several reasons. Primarily, I am not persuaded the statute mandates filing in Poinsett County. Secondly, the factual background is compelling, especially given recent events. I have reviewed everything, the prior petitions, the state's replies, the federal suit against the former Ruiz County Sheriff, even the indictments for the alleged prison murder conspiracy. I've read it all." His tone shifted here from procedural to pointedly skeptical. "And the third reason is that there appears to be a significant possibility. Quincy Miller has served 23 years for a crime someone else committed. Let me be clear. I have reached no final conclusion, but I am eager to hold a full evidentiary hearing." "Miss Gross, when can you proceed without rising?" Susan Ashley said. "Tomorrow." And Ms. Hidalgo, "Your Honor, we haven't even submitted our formal response yet." "I believe you have. You filed one for the earlier petition. It's in your system. Just refresh it and refile it here promptly. The hearing is set for 3 weeks from today in this courtroom." The very next day, Ms. Hidalgo raced to the state Supreme Court with an emergency appeal. A week later, the Florida Supreme Court issued a terse 2-line order affirming our position. We were barreling toward a confrontation, and for the first time it felt like we had a judge willing to genuinely listen. Bill Cannon then surprised us with a proposal. He wanted to take the lead in the courtroom for the post-conviction relief petition, seeing it as perfect preparation for the federal civil trial still on the horizon. He was hungry for a fight and wanted to examine the witnesses himself. Susan Ashley, though sharp and agile, was only 33 and relatively green in trial experience. I'd place her in the high minors. Cannon, by legend, was already a Hall of Famer. She was thrilled to pass him the baton and take second chair. Since I was a potential witness, I stepped back from my attorney role without hesitation, though I still secured a front-row view. Sensing a pivotal moment, Vicky and Maisie took time off and drove to Orlando for the proceedings. Frankie sat with them in the front. Every guardian was there, and in a moving show of support, the Reverend Luther Hodges had also traveled from Savannah to witness the battle. He had been tracking the case since we first took it on, dedicating countless hours in prayer for Quincy. Glenn Colakershi showed up dressed in sharp pink seersucker, his wife, Bea, looking lovely beside him. I have my doubts about how much actual praying he's done. Seated nearby is Patrick McCutcheon, who, Glenn mentioned, has decided against retrying Quincy if our petition succeeds. Susan Ashley has been skillfully managing the press, and the story is gaining real traction. The tale of a crooked former sheriff scheming to eliminate an innocent man he imprisoned decades ago is simply too compelling to ignore. Now, with that innocent man fighting fiercely for his freedom, while the sheriff sits behind bars, the narrative has gained even richer layers. Reporters are sprinkled throughout the courtroom, mingling with about 20 spectators. Every courthouse draws its regulars, those with idle time and a curiosity for drama. Judge Kumar takes the bench without fanfare and greets the room. His eyes sweep the space, noticing the prisoner's absence. 2 days prior, he had approved our request for Quincy to be present at his own hearing. So far, the judge has granted every motion we've filed. "Bring him in," he instructs a bailiff. A door near the jury box opens, and a deputy steps through. Quincy follows, leaning on a cane, his hands free. He's wearing the white shirt and tan trousers I picked up for him just yesterday. He had wanted to wear a tie for the first time in 23 years. But I told him it wasn't needed, there was no jury, and the judge likely wasn't wearing one under his robe. He's at least 40 pounds lighter, and his movements are still unsteady. But, honestly, he looks remarkable. His gaze darts around, initially bewildered and unsure. Who could fault him? Then it lands on me, and a smile breaks through. He shuffles in our direction as the deputy guides him to a seat between Susan Ashley and Bill Cannon. I'm positioned right behind them, just past the bar. I give Quincy's shoulder a reassuring pat and tell him how well he looks. He turns, his eyes glistening. This small taste of liberty is already almost too much to process. We're locked in a fierce dispute with the Department of Corrections over his placement. His medical team has concluded their treatment and is ready to discharge him, which would mean an automatic return to Garvin. Susan Ashley has formally requested a transfer to a minimum security facility near Fort Myers that has rehabilitation resources, backed by supportive letters and memos from his doctors outlining his need for continued therapy. We are arguing passionately that Garvin is a hazardous environment for any inmate, but especially for Quincy. Bill Cannon is loudly challenging the corrections bureaucrats up in Tallahassee. Of course, since he currently has them cornered with his massive $50 million lawsuit, they're being anything but helpful. Odell Herman, the warden at Garvin, has offered to place Quincy in PC, protective custody, as if it were some grand concession. In reality, PC is just solitary confinement by another name. Part of me darkly muses that what Quincy really needs is another infection to buy more hospital time, but since the last one nearly killed him, I keep that grim thought to myself. He's been in the hospital for 19 weeks now, and he's confessed to Frankie more than once that at this point he'd almost rather be back in prison. Our goal, however, is nothing short of full freedom, and we believe it's within reach. The exact timing is still unclear. Bill Cannon stands and approaches the podium to address the court. At 54, with his full-styled gray hair and a sharp black suit, he carries the assured air of a courtroom veteran who knows how to win over any jury or judge. His voice is a practiced, resonant baritone, and his diction is flawless. He opens by declaring that we stand on the verge of uncovering the truth, the very cornerstone of the world's finest legal system. The truth about who was really responsible for Keith Rousseau's murder, the truth that was smothered long ago in a small, corrupt Florida town, the truth that was intentionally buried by dishonest men. But now, after so many years, after an innocent man has spent 23 years behind bars, that truth is finally within our grasp. Cannon doesn't rely on notes or pause to glance at a legal pad. There are no awkward silences, no filler words or broken phrases. He speaks extemporaneously in fluid, articulate sentences. More impressively, he has honed an approach many talented attorneys never master. He is concise, avoids repetition, and gets straight to the point. He outlines our position for Judge Kumar, detailing exactly what we intend to prove. In under 10 minutes, he establishes a commanding presence and makes it clear he is determined to succeed. Carmen Hidalgo counters by emphasizing the jury's final verdict. Quincy Miller received a fair trial years ago and was unanimously found guilty. He nearly faced the death penalty. Why reopen such an old case? Our legal system is already burdened and isn't built to revisit convictions decades later. If every convicted murderer could invent new facts and present new evidence, what purpose would the original trial serve? Her remarks are even shorter than Cannon's. Choosing to start with a compelling moment, Cannon calls Ruiz County Sheriff Wink Castle to the stand. Wink carries a small cardboard box. Once sworn in, Cannon guides him through identifying its contents. A clear plastic evidence bag containing the flashlight is placed on the table near the court reporter. Wink explains how the item came into his custody. Cannon plays a video of our team in Glenn's office unsealing the boxes. It's an engaging story that everyone appreciates, the judge included. Castle provides the limited history he knows, mentioning the suspicious fire. He proudly notes that Ruiz County has been modernized during his tenure, implying the old corrupt influences have been cleaned out. We're running a tight ship now. During cross-examination, Carmen Hidalgo makes a few minor gains by getting Castle to acknowledge the evidence boxes were lost for years, creating a significant break in the chain of custody. This would be critical in a new criminal trial, but here it feels like a technicality. When she finishes, Judge Kumar interjects, asking Wink, "Has the State Crime Lab analyzed this flashlight?" Wink confirms they have. "Do you possess their report?" "Not yet, Your Honor." "Do you know the name of the lead criminologist handling this evidence?" "Yes, sir." "Excellent. I want you to contact him immediately and inform him I expect him in court tomorrow morning." "Absolutely, Your Honor." I'm called as the second witness and take the oath. This marks only the fourth time in my career I've testified, and the courtroom looks entirely different from the witness box. All attention is fixed on you, while you struggled to concentrate and steady your racing heart. There's an immediate fear of misspeaking, that the wrong phrase might slip out. Be honest, be persuasive, be clear. All the standard guidance I give my own witnesses feels miles away, at least for now. Fortunately, I have a superb litigator on my side, and we've practiced my testimony thoroughly. I can't fathom being up here peddling a shaky story while a lawyer like Cannon bombards me with questions. I present a carefully edited account of discovering the flashlight, omitting massive segments of the journey. No mention of Tyler Townsend in Nassau or Bruce Gilmer in Idaho. Nothing about emails that disappeared in minutes. No references to obscure rituals or hidden skeletons. Instead, I base my story on a rumor from an old attorney who suspected Kenny Taft knew too much and was killed for it. So I approached the Taft family and began investigating. We got lucky. Cannon displays photos on a large screen, the crumbling house, the dark shots I took in the attic, and another video of Frankie removing the boxes from that eerie place. I describe our trip to Richmond with the evidence and the consultation with Dr. Benderschmidt. On cross, Carmen Hidalgo poses a series of questions aimed at further undermining the chain of custody. I have no idea how long those boxes were stored in the attic, who placed them there, or whether Kenny Taft was the one who removed them before the fire. I can't confirm if he acted alone or if the evidence was tampered with. My answers remain courteous and measured. She's only doing her job, and her impatience is palpable. When she pushes me about the rumors surrounding Kenny Taft, I cite attorney-client privilege and the protection of confidential sources. Yes, I'm holding back details, but that's the nature of legal practice. She asks the judge to compel my testimony, but Bill Cannon objects with a pointed defense of lawyer work product doctrine. Judge Kumar denies her motion, and I take my seat again behind Quincy. Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt looks restless in the courtroom, clearly eager to wrap this up. Cannon calls him to the stand and begins the methodical process of qualifying him as an expert. After several minutes, Judge Kumar glances toward Carmen Hidalgo. "Do you wish to challenge his credentials?" he asks. "No, Your Honor," she replies. The state accepts his qualifications. Kumar gives a slight nod, perfectly at ease in his role. With only 3 years on the bench, he carries himself with notable poise. Cannon wisely skips past the flawed testimony from Paul Norwood, already thoroughly briefed by Maisie, and zeroes in on the new evidence. Now, with the flashlight and the blood spatter in hand, speculation gives way to science. On the large screen, Benderschmidt displays recent photographs alongside the trial exhibits from 23 years ago. The stains have noticeably faded, despite the lens being shielded from light. He highlights the 3 largest specks, matching them to his samples. What follows is a deep dive into forensic details, enlarged images, technical terms, a veritable lecture in hematology. Let's be honest, my own aptitude for science is modest. Whether I'm bored isn't the point. Judge Kumar is following intently. Benderschmidt starts with the fundamentals. Human blood cells differ from animal blood cells. 2 magnified images appear side by side. The one on the left shows a red blood cell from the lens. The one on the right, nearly identical, is from a rabbit. Humans are mammals, and like other mammals, our red blood cells lack nuclei, unlike birds or reptiles, where the cells are nucleated with a tap on his laptop. The professor shifts the display, and we're immersed in a microscopic world. The nucleus, he explains, is the cell's command center, governing growth and reproduction, encased in its own membrane. The explanation rolls on. Our petition included Benderschmidt's full report, pages of dense cellular analysis. I'll admit I haven't fully digested, though something tells me Judge Kumar has. Here's what matters. Animal red blood cells vary widely across species. Benderschmidt is confident the blood on the flashlight lens, found in Quincy's car by Bradley Fitzner, came from a small mammal. He is absolutely certain it is not human. We didn't pursue DNA testing on both samples because it wasn't necessary. We already know the blood on Keith's shirt was his. We now know the blood on the lens was not. Watching Cannon and Benderschmidt move through the testimony is like observing a well-rehearsed duet. Remarkable, given they only met yesterday. If I were defending against the $50 million lawsuit now looming, I'd be seriously considering settlement talks. Benderschmidt wraps up just before 1 p.m., smoothly handling Carmen's somewhat routine cross-examination. Judge Kumar, lean and seemingly indifferent to meals, shows no sign of hunger, but the rest of us are famished. We break for an hour and a half. Frankie and I took Kyle to catch his flight, grabbing burgers from a drive-thru on the way. He was eager for any news about the ruling, passionate about his work and this case, and deeply committed to clearing Quincy's name. Faulty science had put Quincy behind bars, and Kyle was determined to set things right. For 7 months now, Zeke Huffey had been savoring his freedom, managing to stay out of trouble. On probation in Arkansas, he couldn't leave the state without his parole officer's okay. He claimed to be clean, sober, and focused on staying that way. A nonprofit had fronted him $1,000 to get back on his feet, and he was juggling part-time jobs at a car wash, a fast food spot, and a landscaping crew. He was making it work, and had already paid back close to half of the loan. Guardian covered his plane ticket, and he took the stand looking healthier, with a bit of a tan. His previous testimony before Judge Plank had been solid. He admitted his lies, pointed a finger at Fitzner and a broken system, but didn't shy away from his own role. He'd been planted as a snitch, and he'd performed. Now, however, he was filled with regret. In a raw moment that stunned the room, Zeke locked eyes with Quincy across the courtroom and said, "I did it, Quincy. I did it to save myself, and I wish to God I hadn't. I lied to keep myself out of prison and to put you in one. I'm so sorry. I'm not asking you to forgive me. If I were you, I wouldn't. I just need you to know I'm sorry." Quincy gave a slow nod, but stayed silent. He told me later he wanted to offer forgiveness right then, but was afraid to speak out in court without permission. Carmen came at Zeke hard on cross-examination, digging into his long history of courtroom deception. When did the lying stop? Could anyone believe he was telling the truth now? But Zeke had been through this before and held his ground. More than once, he insisted, "Yes, ma'am, I've lied in the past, but I'm not lying today. I swear on my life." Our next witness was Carrie Holland Pruitt. It took some convincing to get Carrie and her husband Buck to make the trip to Orlando, but when Guardian unexpectedly offered a family pass to Disney World, they agreed. Let's be honest, Guardian's budget doesn't usually stretch to theme park tickets, but Vicky, as usual, worked some magic and found the funds. With Bill Cannon guiding her, Carrie recounted her painful part in Quincy's prosecution. She never saw a black man fleeing the scene with something like a stick. In truth, she saw nothing at all. She'd been pressured into lying at the original trial by Sheriff Fitzner and the former prosecutor, Forrest Burkhead. She told her story, and the next day Fitzner handed her $1,000 in cash, told her to catch the next bus out of town, and threatened her with perjury charges if she ever came back to Florida. Almost as soon as she started testifying, her eyes welled up. Her voice soon broke, and by the halfway point she was in tears, owning her lies and apologizing. She was a messed-up kid back then, she said, tangled up with drugs and a bad-news boyfriend who happened to be a cop, and she needed the money. Now she'd been clean for 15 years and never missed a day of work, but she'd thought about Quincy often. She sobbed, and we waited for her to compose herself. Buck sat on the front row, wiping his own eyes. Judge Kumar called for a recess to handle something urgent in his chambers, and we broke for an hour. Marvis Miller showed up and had a hushed conversation with his brother while a guard kept watch. I sat with Maisie and Vicky going over the day's testimony. A reporter tried to get a comment, but I waved them off. When we reconvened at 4:30, Bill Cannon called our final witness for the day. I had just warned Quincy to brace himself. When Cannon said the name June Walker, Quincy turned and stared straight at me. I gave him a small, reassuring smile and a nod. Frankie possesses a relentless energy, particularly when pursuing leads from individuals whose cooperation is essential to our case. Over many months, he patiently built a rapport with Otis Walker in Tallahassee, which eventually led to an introduction to June. Initially, both were resistant, their lingering anger fueled by the damaging portrait Quincy's original defense team had painted of his first wife during the divorce. However, Frankie persisted, helping them see that when presented with an opportunity to set the record straight, old falsehoods have a weight that must be lifted. Quincy was no killer, yet June's past testimony had, however unwillingly, aided the true perpetrators. Now she rises from her seat in the third row and moves with a determined stride to the witness stand where the clerk administers the oath. I have prepared June as best I could, stressing that sitting in this courtroom and admitting to perjury would be one of the hardest things she would ever do. I have also given her my firm assurance that she faces no legal jeopardy for this testimony. She offers a tight, acknowledging nod in Quincy's direction, her jaw set. She is ready, after stating her name and address. She confirms that Quincy Miller was her first husband, a union that produced 3 children before ending in acrimony. She is here for us, and Bill Cannon approaches her with a measured respect. He retrieves a file from his desk and begins. Mrs. Walker, I'd like to take you back to the murder trial of your ex-husband. During that proceeding, you offered testimony for the prosecution, making several specific statements. I propose we review those now, if you're agreeable. Yes, sir, she replies, her voice soft but clear. Cannon settles his glasses and consults the old transcript. The prosecutor asked you, did Quincy Miller own a 12-gauge shotgun? Your answer was, I think so. He had some pistols. I'm not knowledgeable about firearms, but yes, Quincy had a large shotgun. Was that answer truthful? No, sir, it was not. I never saw a shotgun in our home. I never knew Quincy to possess one. Understood. Second statement. The question was, did the defendant enjoy hunting and fishing? You responded, yes, sir. He didn't hunt frequently, but he would occasionally go into the woods with friends, typically for birds and rabbits. Was that answer truthful? No, it was not. I never knew Quincy to go hunting. He did some fishing with his uncle on occasion, but never hunting. Very well. Third statement. You were shown a color photograph of a flashlight and asked if you had ever seen Quincy with a similar item. You said, yes, sir, this resembles the one he kept in his car. Was that answer truthful? No, it was not. I don't recall ever seeing a flashlight like that, and I certainly never saw Quincy with one. Thank you. Finally, the prosecutor inquired if Quincy was in the vicinity of Seabrook on the night Keith Russo was killed. Your response? I believe so. Someone mentioned seeing him out at crossing her face, and for a heart-stopping moment the entire courtroom holds its breath, braced for a confrontation. Instead, Quincy opens his arms. Without hesitation, June steps forward and meets his embrace. He holds her as they both begin to cry. 2 people who once created a family but grew to despise each other now cling together in a room full of onlookers. I am so sorry, she repeats softly. It's okay, he murmurs in return. It's okay. Chapter 47. Vicky and Maisie are excited to finally meet Quincy. They have followed his story for years, learning the details of his life, yet they've never been able to shake his hand. We leave the courthouse and convene at Mercy Hospital, where he remains both a patient and a prisoner. His room is now in a new rehabilitation wing, but we meet in the basement cafeteria. His guard, an Orlando police officer, sits at a distance, looking thoroughly uninterested. After more than 2 decades of institutional meals, Quincy doesn't complain about the mediocre cafeteria food. He asks for a sandwich and some chips, which I get for him while he, Vicky, and Maisie excitedly recount the day's events in court. Frankie sits beside him, attentive and ready to help. Luther Hodges is nearby, quietly taking in the scene and glad to be part of it. Quincy invites us all to stay for dinner, but we have prior commitments for the evening. He is still visibly affected by his meeting with June. He had carried such a deep, hardened hatred for her for so long that the suddenness of his own forgiveness left him astonished, sitting there listening to her admit her deceit. Something shifted within him. Perhaps it was a touch of grace, and the hatred simply dissolved. He closed his eyes, asked for the weight of that bitterness to be lifted, and in an instant felt a heavy load vanish from his shoulders. He could physically sense the release as he breathed out. He forgave Zeke Huffy, and he forgave Carrie Holland, and now he feels incredibly, wonderfully free. Luther Hodges smiles and nods in agreement. It's precisely the kind of redemption story he believes in. Quincy picks at his sandwich, eats a couple of chips, and mentions his appetite hasn't fully returned. He weighed 142 pounds yesterday, a far cry from his former fighting weight of 180. He asks what will happen tomorrow, but I avoid speculation. I assume Judge Kumar will conclude the witness testimony, take the case under advisement, and issue a ruling in the coming weeks or months. He seems sympathetic, but I learned long ago to prepare for the worst, and to never expect justice to move quickly. After an hour of steady conversation, the guard indicates our time is over. We each hug Quincy and promise to see him in the morning. Bill Cannon's law firm maintains offices in Florida's 6 largest cities. The partner overseeing the Orlando branch is a medical malpractice specialist named Cordell Jolly, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of negligent doctors. He has ruined many financially and isn't slowing down. His courtroom victories and settlements have afforded him a mansion in an upscale, gated Orlando neighborhood with tree-lined streets and extravagant homes. We drive up a circular driveway and spot a Bentley, a Porsche, and a Mercedes coupe parked to one side. Jolly's collection of cars is worth more than Guardian's entire annual budget, and parked prominently out front is an old Volkswagen Beetle undoubtedly belonging to Susan Ashley Gross, who has already arrived. Normally, those of us from Guardian would have politely declined a dinner invitation to such an address, but saying no to Bill Cannon is nearly impossible. Besides, we're curious enough to want to see a home we'd usually only read about in magazines. A man in a tuxedo greets us at the front door, my first real encounter with a butler. He leads us through an enormous living room with vaulted ceilings, a space larger than most sensible houses, and we suddenly become very aware of our casual attire. Frankie had the good sense to skip the invitation. He, Quincy, and Luther Hodges planned to watch a baseball game on TV. We stop worrying about our clothes when Cordell himself hurries in from another room wearing a faded t-shirt, stained golf shorts, and flip-flops. He's clutching a beer in a green bottle and shakes our hands with energetic greetings. Bill Cannon arrives, also dressed in shorts, and we trail them through the vast, echoing house to a back terrace that offers a view of a swimming pool so expansive you could practically hold boat races in it. A pool house at the opposite end looks spacious enough to accommodate a small army. A server, dressed entirely in white, takes our drink orders as we're shown to a shaded lounge area where ceiling fans turn with a slow, rhythmic creak. Susan Ashley is already there, waiting with a glass of white wine. I'd introduce everyone to my wife, but she moved out last month, Cordell announces, dropping heavily into a wicker rocking chair. 3rd divorce. I was under the impression it was 4, Cannon remarks, without a trace of humor. Could be. I believe I'm finished with matrimony, Cordell replies. It's not hard to imagine Cordell as a man who lives without filters, playing, working, and socializing with the same unrestrained energy. She has her eye on this house, but there's that pesky prenuptial agreement she signed just before the ceremony. Can we change the subject? Cannon suggests dryly. Our firm collectively holds its breath every time Cordell considers another marriage. What precisely is the appropriate topic now? We had a favorable day in court, I offer, thanks to Bill. Vicky, Maisie, and Susan Ashley are all watching intently, looking too cautious to speak. Cannon nods and says, "It certainly doesn't hurt when the facts are aligned in your favor." "Absolutely right," Cordell chimes in. "I adore this case. I sit on the firm's litigation committee, and the moment Bill presented it, I said, "Sign us up." "What does the litigation committee do?" I ask. Since Cordell is openly on our side and famously loose-lipped, we might actually learn something useful. He explains, "Every lawsuit we consider has to be reviewed by a committee composed of the managing partners from all 6 offices. We sift through a mountain of proposals. Some are garbage, others are solid but too risky or too costly to pursue. For us to take a case, there has to be a realistic shot at recovering at least $10 million. It's that straightforward. No $10 million potential, no case. With Quincy, we're looking at even more. You've got the complicating factor of the state of Florida's involvement, where damage caps don't apply. There's already $4 million frozen in the sheriff's accounts, with more hidden offshore. And then there's the cartel element." "The cartel?" I ask. The server returns with a silver tray distributing our drinks, a beer for me, white wine for Maisie, and also for Vicky, marking what might only be the second time she hasn't refused a drink since I've known her. Bill elaborates, "It's not a novel strategy, but it's one we haven't fully leveraged before. We've partnered with a firm based in Mexico City that specializes in tracking assets tied to narco traffickers. It's risky work, as you'd expect, but they've had some wins in seizing accounts and properties. The Saltillo cartel has some new leadership, mainly because the old guard was eliminated, but a few key figures are still identifiable. Our strategy is to secure a substantial judgment here and enforce it against any assets we can locate." "Suing a cartel sounds like it could come with certain hazards," I observe. Cordell chuckles and says, "Probably less dangerous than taking on tobacco giants, firearm manufacturers, or pharmaceutical behemoths. Not to mention corrupt physicians and their insurance carriers." Maisie asks carefully, as if testing the words, "Are you saying Quincy Miller could receive at least $10 million? Cannon gives a short laugh. "No, we never make promises. Too many variables can shift. Litigation is always a gamble. The state will likely push for a settlement, but Fitzner won't budge. He'll fight tooth and nail to shield his fortune. He has competent attorneys, but he'll be waging that battle from a prison cell. I'm saying Quincy's case has that level of potential before accounting for our fees, of course." "Here, Cordell echoes, finishing his drink. "How long until it's resolved?" Vicky asks. Bill and Cordell exchange a glance and shrug almost in unison. Bill estimates 2, possibly 3 years. Nash Cooley's firm knows how to put up a fight, so it'll be a fair brawl. I noticed Susan Ashley listening closely, her expression focused and unreadable. Just like Guardian Ministries, her own nonprofit can't share legal fees with actual law firms, but she privately confided that Bill Cannon pledged to contribute 10% of his fees to the Central Florida Innocence Project. She then promised me half of whatever came from that. For a fleeting moment, my imagination runs wild, picturing our attorneys in Mexico intercepting Caribbean bank accounts overflowing with cash, only for that fortune to be whittled away as it filters down, leaving Guardian Ministries at the very end, hoping for a few $1,000s. The link is clear. The more funds we secure, the more innocent people we can free. A sudden financial windfall would likely lead us to reorganize and bring on more staff. Personally, I might finally afford new tires or even dream of trading up to a more reliable used car. The alcohol eases the tension, letting us unwind and momentarily escape our financial struggles as our glasses are refilled and dinner is prepared. Lawyers with a drink in hand can weave the most captivating tales, and Cordell delights us with a story about a former CIA operative he once placed deep inside a medical malpractice insurer. That insider was behind 3 massive jury awards and retired without ever being discovered. Cannon shares his own story about securing his first $1 million verdict at 28, a Florida record that still stands. Cordell chimes in again, reminded now of his first aviation disaster case. It's a welcome relief when our host in his crisp white attire announces that dinner is served. We move into one of the mansion's formal dining rooms, where the air is noticeably cooler. Judge Ansh Kumar ascends the bench with a pleasant smile and offers a good morning. We're all in position. a mix of eagerness and apprehension about the day ahead. He looks toward Bill Cannon and states, "After we adjourned yesterday, I reached out to the state crime lab in Tallahassee and spoke with the director. He informed me that the analyst, a Mr. Tasca, will be here at 10 o'clock. Mr. Cannon, do you have another witness to call?" Bill rises. "Possibly, Your Honor. Special Agent Agnes Knowlton from the FBI's Orlando office is here. She is leading the investigation into the vicious assault on Quincy Miller nearly 5 months ago. She is prepared to discuss that investigation and its connection to these proceedings. I had an early breakfast with Agnes, and she is fully willing to assist. However, we are skeptical that Judge Kumar will deem her testimony necessary, given the strict limits on what she could discuss. He is aware this was coming, as I mentioned it during a break yesterday. He ponders this for a long moment. Carmen Hidalgo stands slowly. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I'm struggling to see the relevance. The FBI was not involved in the investigation of Keith Russo's murder or the prosecution of Quincy Miller. This seems like an unnecessary diversion. I tend to concur. I've reviewed the indictments, the civil suit, and the press reports, so I'm familiar with the alleged conspiracy against Mr. Miller. Thank you, Agent Knowlton, for your readiness, but your testimony will not be required. I glance back at Agnes, and she offers a slight, understanding smile. The judge taps his gavel and calls for a recess until 10. Mr. Tasca has been analyzing blood evidence for the state of Florida for 31 years. Both sides accept his qualifications without objection. Carmen agrees because he is the state's own expert. We agree because we want to hear what he has to say. Carmen declines to question him directly, stating, "This is our petition, not hers." "No problem," says Bill Cannon as he launches into the examination. It concludes swiftly. Bill asks, "Mr. Tasca, you have tested the blood sample from the shirt and analyzed the sample from the flashlight lens. Is that correct?" "That is correct. And have you reviewed the report prepared by Dr. Kyle Benderschmidt?" "Yes, I have." "Are you acquainted with Dr. Benderschmidt?" "I am. He's fairly prominent in our area of expertise." "Do you concur with his findings that the shirt's blood is human in origin, while the residue on the flashlight lens is from an animal?" "Absolutely. There's no question." What happens next is something I've rarely witnessed in a courtroom. Cannon begins to laugh, a deep, incredulous chuckle at the sheer pointlessness of dragging this out any further. He's laughing at the flimsiness of the case against our client, at the state of Florida's embarrassingly weak attempt to defend a wrongful conviction. Throwing his hands up, he turns to the judge. "Your Honor, what are we even doing here? That flashlight is the sole piece of physical evidence tying our client to the scene. Now we've established it wasn't there, never belonged to him, and wasn't even recovered from the crime location. Any additional witnesses, Mr. Cannon?" Still smiling, Bill shakes his head and steps away from the podium. The judge glances toward the prosecution. "Ms. Hidalgo, any witnesses from your side?" She dismisses the idea with a wave, looking ready to bolt for the exit. "Closing statements from counsel?" Bill pauses by our table. "No, Your Honor. We believe the record speaks for itself and urge the court to rule without delay. Quincy Miller has been medically cleared and is slated to be sent back to prison tomorrow." That's an outrage. He doesn't belong behind bars, not now and not 20 years ago. The state of Florida wrongfully convicted him, and he deserves to walk free today. Justice delayed is justice denied. How often have I heard that phrase? Waiting is part of the grind in this line of work. I've watched courts drag their feet on cases involving innocent people as if time means nothing, and I've often imagined how a weekend in a cell might adjust some judge's perspective. Just 3 nights, it could work miracles for their sense of urgency. "We'll reconvene at 1 p.m., the judge announces almost cheerfully. Cannon slips into a waiting limousine and speeds toward the airport, where his private jet will take him to a settlement conference in Houston. There, he and his team plan to dismantle a pharmaceutical company caught manipulating research data, a prospect that visibly excites him. The rest of us gather in a dimly lit cafe buried somewhere in the courthouse complex. Luther Hodges joins us for coffee. A bulky wall clock reads 10:20, its second hand seemingly frozen. A reporter approaches to ask if Quincy will take questions. I decline, then step into the corridor to speak with her briefly. During our second round of coffee, Maisie voices the question on everyone's mind. So what could still go wrong? Plenty. We're confident Judge Kumar is about to overturn the conviction. Why else call us back at 1 p.m.? If he intended to rule against Quincy, he'd likely take his time and issue a written denial days later. The hearing clearly favored our side. The evidence supports us. The judge has been agreeable, and the prosecution has all but surrendered. I suspect Kumar wants a share of the credit for righting this wrong. Still, he could order Quincy returned to prison for administrative processing or remand the case to Ruiz County, leaving Quincy in local custody until they mishandle things again. He might even send Quincy back to the Orlando jail pending a state appeal. Walking him out the front door to waiting cameras feels unlikely. The clock seems to crawl. I avoid looking at it. We picket sandwiches around noon just to kill time. At 12:45, we file back into the courtroom and resume waiting. Finally, at 1:15, Judge Kumar takes the bench and calls for order. He nods to the court reporter. Anything further from counsel? Susan Ashley indicates no from our side. Carmen does the same for the state. He begins reading aloud. This court is convened on a petition for post-conviction relief, filed pursuant to Rule 3. 850 by the defendant, Quincy Miller, seeking to vacate his decades-old murder conviction from the 22nd Judicial District. Florida statute expressly requires that relief may be granted only upon presentation of new evidence not reasonably discoverable during the original proceedings. It is not enough to simply claim that new evidence exists. One must also demonstrate that this evidence would have changed the original verdict. New evidence can take various forms, such as witnesses recanting their statements, the emergence of previously unknown proof of innocence, or locating new witnesses who were unavailable during the initial trial. In this instance, the recanted testimonies of 3 key individuals, Zeke Huffey, Carrie Holland Pruitt, and June Walker, offer compelling evidence that their original court statements were unreliable and false. The court now views them as highly credible. The sole piece of physical evidence supposedly connecting Quincy Miller to the murder was a flashlight, which was never presented at trial. Its recovery by the defense team was nothing short of astonishing. Expert analysis of the blood spatter from both sides conclusively shows the flashlight was never at the crime scene and was likely placed in the trunk of the defendant's vehicle. This flashlight represents exculpatory evidence of the most significant kind. Consequently, the murder conviction is overturned and the sentence is set aside immediately. While there remains a remote possibility that Mr. Miller could face new charges in Ruiz County, I consider it highly improbable. Should that occur, it will be addressed separately at another time. Mr. Miller, would you and your attorneys please rise? Quincy leaps up, forgetting his cane entirely. I steady his left arm while Susan Ashley takes his right. The judge continues. Mr. Miller, those responsible for your wrongful conviction over 2 decades ago are not present here today. I understand some have passed away, while others have moved on. It is unlikely they will ever answer for this profound injustice, as I lack the authority to pursue them. Before you leave, however, I feel obligated to recognize that you have been severely failed by our legal system. As a representative of that system, I offer my sincere apology for what you have endured. I will assist in every way possible with your formal exoneration process, including matters of compensation. Good luck to you, sir. You are free to go. Quincy gives a quiet nod and whispers, "Thank you." His legs buckle and he sinks back into his chair, covering his face with his hands. We all gather around him, Susan, Ashley, Marvis, Maisie, Vicky, Frankie, and for a long while, few words are spoken as we share a moment of emotional release. Everyone cries except Frankie, a man who didn't shed a tear when he himself walked out of prison after 14 years. Judge Kumar approaches without his robe, and we thank him repeatedly. He could have delayed for months or even years, or he could have ruled against Quincy and consigned us to the uncertain, slow-moving appeals process. It's unlikely he'll ever have another opportunity to free an innocent man who spent 20 years behind bars, so he is clearly savoring this victory. Quincy stands to embrace him, and soon hugs are being exchanged all around. This marks our 10th exoneration, the second in the past year, and each time I face the cameras and reporters, I wrestle with what to say. Quincy speaks first, expressing his gratitude and mentioning he hasn't had time to make plans. He just wants some barbecue ribs and a cold beer. I choose to take the high road, avoiding blame, and instead thank Judge Kumar for his courage in doing what was right. Experience has taught me that the more questions you answer, the more likely you are to misspeak. So after about 10 minutes, I thank the press and we make our exit. Frankie has his pickup truck waiting on a side street. I tell Vicky and Maisie we'll meet them in Savannah in a few hours, then slide into the front passenger seat. Quincy climbs into the back and asks, "What on earth is this?" "It's called a crew cab," Frankie says as he pulls away. "All the rage these days, at least among a certain crowd," I add. Frankie replies, a bit defensively, "I know plenty of guys who drive these." "Just drive, man," Quincy says, basking in his newfound liberty. "Should we swing by Garvin to pick up your things?" I ask. They both laugh at the idea. "I might need to hire a new lawyer, Post," Quincy jokes. "Go right ahead." Quincy leaned forward against the dashboard. "Hey, Post, we haven't discussed this, but what does the state pay for the wrongful conviction?" "You know, the compensation. $50,000 for each year you were inside. It adds up to over $1 million. When does it come through? The process takes a few months. But it's certain, right? As certain as these things get." "What's your share?" "Nothing. You're kidding me." Frankie chimed in from the back. "It's true. The state of Georgia paid me, and Post refused a single dime." It suddenly hit me that I was sitting with two men who were now millionaires, though the paths that led them to that fortune were almost too tragic to put into words. Quincy sank back into his seat, let out a long breath, and gave a disbelieving laugh. "I woke up this morning thinking they'd drag me back to my cell. Where are we headed, Post? We're putting Florida in the rear view before anybody gets second thoughts. Don't ask me who, I don't have a name. Let's just lay low in Savannah for a few days. Wait, is someone actually looking for me? Probably not, but let's not take chances. What about Marvis? I told him to meet us there. We're getting ribs tonight, and I know the perfect spot. I want ribs, a cold beer, and some female company. I can arrange the first two, I said. Frankie shot me a look that suggested he might have a few thoughts on the third item. After about 30 minutes of open road, Quincy asked to stop at a roadside burger joint. We went inside, and I bought sodas and fries. He chose a booth by the window and tried to describe what it felt like to just sit and eat like any other person. Free to come and go, free to pick anything off the menu, free to walk to the restroom without asking permission or fearing what might be waiting there. His emotions were raw and close to the surface, and he wiped his eyes more than once. Back in the truck, we merged into the heavy flow of Interstate 95, crawling north up the coast. We let Quincy choose the music, and he picked classic Motown, Fine by Me. He was fascinated by Frankie's story and asked how he managed those first fragile months after release. Frankie warned him about the money and the swarm of new friends it would likely bring. Eventually, Quincy drifted off, and the cab was quiet except for the music. We skirted Jacksonville and were almost to the Georgia state line when Frankie muttered, "Oh, you have got to be kidding me." I turned and saw the flashing blue lights. My stomach dropped. Quincy stirred and saw them too. "Were you speeding?" I asked. "Guess so. Wasn't really watching the needle." A second patrol car pulled up behind the first, but strangely, both troopers stayed inside their vehicles. This felt bad. I reached into my briefcase, took out a clerical collar, and fastened it around my neck. "Oh, so now you're a man of the cloth," Quincy said. "Better start praying?" Frankie asked. "You got an extra one of those?" "Sure." I handed him a collar, and since he'd never worn one, helped him get it situated right. Finally, the trooper from the lead car stepped out and approached the driver's side. He was black, wearing aviator sunglasses and the full Smokey Bear hat, looking every bit the stern professional. Frankie rolled down the window and the officer stared at him, visibly surprised. "Why are you driving this truck?" he asked. Frankie just shrugged. "I was expecting some good old boy from Georgia. Instead, I've got a black reverend." He looked past him at me, taking in my collar. "And a white one, too." He glanced into the back seat, where Quincy sat with his eyes tightly shut, deep in what appeared to be fervent prayer. "License and registration, please?" Frankie handed them over, and the trooper walked back to his car. The minutes stretched out in silence. When he returned, he passed the documents back through the window. "Look," he said, his stern expression softening just a fraction. "I'm going to let you go. Felt like I was supposed to." "Praise the Lord," Quincy exclaimed from the back, his eyes now wide open. A black preacher driving a pickup with a white preacher riding shotgun speeding down the interstate, the trooper said, almost smiling, "There's got to be a story there." I handed him one of my cards and nodded toward Quincy in the back seat. The man had just been released after spending 23 years behind bars. We established his innocence in Orlando, and the judge granted his freedom. We're driving him to Savannah for a short stay to get his bearings. 23 years, I repeated, the number hanging heavily in the air. Frankie glanced over. "I did 14 in Georgia for a murder I didn't commit," he said, then turned to me. "What about you?" "Still waiting for my day in court," I replied. He returned the card, his voice decisive. "Stay close." He slid into his patrol car, the blue lights still swirling, and hit the accelerator. Taking the lead, he pushed us to 80 miles an hour, our small convoy now racing down the highway with a sudden urgent purpose.